They train.
It's always been about fighting your fears.
They travel.
The thing that I strive for the most is to be able to capture the moment.
They explore.
Constantly trying to push myself and then try to see how far can I go.
To see the world in a different way.
I'm not supposed to go here, but what if I go there anyway? What's gonna happen?
It's interesting to kind of just watch the world go by at your feet.
It's such a liberating experience.
Urbex, an exclusive 8-part series, only on Red Bull TV.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now.
This is the Score Esports, the ultimate esports experience. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO, delivering the biggest stories and all the scores, stats, and updates you care about in real time. The Score Esports takes you inside the ropes with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Even get all the same non-stop amazing coverage on your desktop at thescoreesports.com. The Score Esports. Get it now from the App Store or Google Play.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take a flame. Oh! Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is gonna be absolute madness.
Day 2 is upon us here for the ESL Pro League, live from Sao Paulo here in the ESL studios, eventually migrating over to the arena for our last few days. We had a really solid start, actually. We had some stomps, we had some close games, we had some mad comebacks, and all around we had a whole lot of fun. Of course, this is the culmination of a whole lot of the online league, getting top 6 from Europe and the top 6 from North America, albeit with a couple of caveats to that, but we have them here, of course, competing for $750,000. I'm Alex Machine Richardson. I'm joined by Janko YNK Paunovic, and it's so good to say it, Jason Moses O'Toole, the man, the myth,
just rolls off the tongue,
the legend. And it's just because I really struggle with Paunovic. I just need to call you, like, what did I call you yesterday?
You're not the
Paunovic, which is Nap's name.
You're not the only one, Alex.
Yeah, I'm getting better.
A lot of people can't handle me.
A lot of people can't handle the Paunovic. Ooh, we're having fun.
Don't make that a thing.
So either way, day 1 has already transpired. We had a wonderful time, plenty of giggles, plenty of people that don't know what a camera is and don't know when to not walk in front of it. Either way, it was a good laugh. And actually, we can go ahead and quickly explain how people did get here. I said the top 6 from Europe and the top 6 from North America. Let's start this broadcast by bringing up those tables and showing you who did and didn't make it. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the top spot Fnatic team have an opportunity to defend their throne in an offline environment for personal reasons, and alongside that, though, you can see where that top 6 was chosen. Dignitas, Envy, FaZe, Mouz, and NiP are the 5 teams attending from the European region. The teams that didn't make it, though, when you do cast your eyes upon it, Janko, the likes of your G2, Na'Vi, Astralis just couldn't make the cut.
Flip side as well, Legends team for the next major ended up in last place, unfortunately. But yeah, like we were talking about it yesterday, it is a league type of a system, obviously, and you need to be able to perform throughout the season. Some of these teams had a good start, like Na'Vi. Some had a bad start, like G2 and Astralis, and in the end, it's what cost them a spot.
It did just level out. However, in North America, things got a whole lot more crazy, considering some of the teams could not be stopped. One team in particular just conceded a single loss, and so far haven't conceded a loss here in the offline environment as well. It was Cloud9 from North America who did top the table, and alongside that, you'll be seeing the Brazilians having a spectacular start as well. 20 wins under their belt. However, so far, they have not been able to get a win on the board here in Brazil on home turf. SK as well, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, Immortals certainly hasn't shown up here. This is not the same team that we saw online throughout the season. SK, I mean, just lately has looked a little bit lackluster, but the big unfortunate team that we're missing is Renegades, a team that has been massively improved over this past season. They look great online. I mean, that's a good record to have, considering they've jumped up a lot in the standings. Top 4 before the season for them was the goal. They just had to go to the Asian minor to try and qualify. So Liquid's going to be in their place. Yeah. Another team who's also not looking like the Liquid we saw in New York just, what, like a month ago?
Yeah, it's been a really kind of swift change for a lot of teams, actually. Yeah. We don't know where to pinpoint
There's a weird transitional period going on with a lot of these squads.
Yeah, and well, actually, we have got plenty of time to talk about that after we do look at some of these highlights, because it was a lot of highlight-heavy plays, people making individual plays, teams looking better than we were expecting, and we're going to have a quick look now at our Day 1 highlights to show you some of the best frags and plays.
First frag, but just to Mac 10. Maybe it's a bit of a misplay from the TZ. There's going to be MBK get that first frag, and Kenny S from the tree as well. I have to say, maybe they read their comment wrong here, the Brazilians.
Does a lot of damage there. It doesn't get any kills for it, but gives the call. Automatic waiting for them with the Famus. Let's not get too excited here. It's a nice round, but against Glock Armor, I'm not going to overhype that one, man.
8 HP, sitting duck, nothing's come up catwalk, nothing to cover them off. And now these early investments will convincingly. Stewie get aggressive on this with his own flash. Catches 1, catches 2, Stewie! So he couldn't quite see their passing positions, but a flash goes in, they turn their backs and fully blinded up. AZ's got 1, 2, and 3.
Out the underpass, although I believe it's expected by Maddox Boy here. Already finding the nade connection on the tabs and bringing him down to 50. Pushes up, there's the first one and the second one. He does get leaped on by a third player, but it doesn't even matter. Whips out the pistol, shuts down Gavi. He's gonna even look for a fourth here in a moment too, and he's gonna get it against Legia. You just cannot
their own movements here over into the A bomb site instead. Cajun B though rolls right out, gets the headshot. MSL finding another one, and then Cajun B.
There's the broken wall impact we needed to see. Now though, they need to manage Coldzera back over here by Chicken Coop, and at the moment it's not going to be possible. He knocks out Makalele, and this goes into a 2 versus 3. Cold just holds back too. There's no reason to push out from the other end, and when he does, finds Forrest.
2 shots in return before he shuffles back, but that gives Goppy the positioning to cut him off. It's going to be Shroud. Great shot to cut out Peter as well. Tapson doesn't like to peek with the flashback out. Tapson will, and Tapson's got 2. No, but 2 players here. He's going to spray down. That's got to be a kill. Get right will fall. It's going to be low HP. And as such, Makalele goes down, but AK grabbed. If he holds this, oh my god, yeah, this is a kill. Easily done. 1, maybe 2. They line up. It is bomb. Does have a decent position above, but it's smoke out Rubino that's got to do the first exchange. Firstly found, then snaps back. Does get Makalele as well.
Well, I mean, there was a whole lot of games to enjoy. Quite a brief highlight there of Nuke. We'll be seeing more about that in just a moment. But, of course, 8 best-of-1s were played, and we can show you the scores on the doors after our first day of play. Not forgetting the top 3 from each group does make it through. Group A, we only got to see a few games, actually. It was Optic who really did make short work of Liquid on Train. Probably won't be seeing that map again from Liquid in a while. Envy did the same to Immortals. Jason, you were just saying that Immortals have not been the same that we saw online, and, I mean, that score does represent that. And, Yanko, your boys from Mouse Sports, you believed in them, and they already put a really solid, convincing effort, even though they did start throwing things away in the second half.
Yeah, it did get a bit shaky towards the end, but an amazing performance from Lowell. He wasn't really showing up at E-League. It was mostly Chris J doing the brunt of the work, and here in Brazil, he's shown that he definitely can play.
NRG, however, had a pretty tough time in Group B, not managing to get more than just 12 rounds over the course of 2 games between Dignitas and Cloud9. From the European region, we did get to see a spectacular game with NiP and Dig, and as well as NiP dispatching of SK, which was a big kind of a blow to the Brazilians. They wanted to get a good foot forward here in their home turf.
Yeah, that would have been phenomenal. But SK continues the struggles. Even just Brazilian Counter-Strike in general. It seems like both of these teams are really struggling with some of the fundamental styles of play that have made them some of the best teams in the world. So at this event, they're looking a little bit shaky. But that NiP Dignitas match, that was kind of like the old guard of Nuke versus the new guard of Nuke. Because I mean, NiP back in the day was like the Nuke team. Like you just didn't beat NiP on Nuke ever. And now Dignitas is that team where you can say with this new version that they're kind of the team that's emerged as the best in the world on it.
Absolutely, we'll be talking about that after we do address the other 16-14. Cloud9 versus FaZe is the game that we did choose to highlight and expand upon. It was, of course, the North Americans going up against New Look FaZe. Now, Yanko, when we look at this matchup, we were anticipating a close one, but a full 30 rounds and plays from either side.
Definitely so, and I think that actually the player who turned the scales, who tipped the scales in the end was Kadoodle, even though he was statistically, I think, the weakest player on Cloud9, did struggle in some of the rounds, but on the T side, in the second half, he got so many opening kills through the double doors or through the gap or through a smoke, which basically made Cloud9's life a whole lot easier on that T side. They start off the round 5v4, and seeing as how it went all the way to a 16-14 game, I think that's what made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 just plays with a lot of confidence right now, and this was a good win for them, especially considering FaZe is a team that knocked them out at E-League just last week, that prevented them from making it into the playoffs. So it's good for Cloud9 to kind of get that little bit of that revenge factor on them.
And to be 10-5 down into the T side of Dust 2 and to pick up the win, very good stuff from the North American
I was surprised, because Dust 2 especially is a map that really highlights the weaknesses in Cloud9 to a certain degree.
And of course, we'll be seeing more from Cloud9 today. They've got their work cut out for them, there's no doubt about it. The next game we chose to address, Jason, you started, so I'll let you continue with that, with your trail of thought now. You were suggesting that Dignitas on Nuke may very well be the ones to beat coming into this new iteration.
Yeah, I mean, they're one of the first teams to really come out and say that they liked it and they were going to work on it. Them and like Virtus Pro kind of showed that they were willing to kind of give this new Nuke a shot. But Dignitas, I mean, to come back, you have to remember that first half was, what, 10-5 or 11-4 for NiP on the T side of Nuke.
11-4.
And then to be able to come back in the second half going into your own T side and just kind of top it a little bit, that's incredible. And we have this, I mean, this is one of the most emerging talented duos we have in Counter-Strike right now is this Magisboy and Config. Enough has been said about them, but when you have guys like Rubino who are having phenomenal impact, and look at the plays he makes, even MSL, all the players outside of Magisboy and Config just seem to be so comfortable, and they played this map so very well.
This was a nice clutch from Freiburg as well.
Yeah, I think this is where Dignitas is at its strongest, where Config and Magic are leading the way in fragging, and the rest of the team is just doing their job. The Cajun being really solid with the AWP, good at pistol rounds as well. Rubino useful on the lurk, and MSL having good rounds here and there, but that's all you really need from him. He's doing the in-game leading. He's moving the pieces on the board.
Of course, and let's also address that Magic has purged 3 letters from his name. He's emerged from Epicenter, no longer Magic Boy.
Magic Man?
He is a Magic Man.
I
Yes,
like
indeed. Top of the scoreboard despite food poisoning. I don't know how that man stayed in the seat for a full hour without looking rather uncomfortable, but he did it, and he topped the scoreboard to a rather absurd extent. Coming up today, though, we've got a lot of games to look forward to as well, gentlemen. Of course, we highlighted what was played already. That's the scene set. However, now, teams are getting closer and closer to locking themselves in for some arena play. I'd like to be able to show you exactly what is coming up today, because we have got a lot to look forward to. In Group A, you get another 3 games. Starts with Immortals. This time, they're going to be desperate to prove their worth here. And I mean, I don't know what your expectations are for this one, Jason, but Optic looked good yesterday.
Yeah, it's getting to that point where you have to say Optic is probably even better than Liquid right now in the North American region, that you have to give them those props, and I think that's going to be very interesting to see how those two teams go head-to-head in this first match.
Especially so since after the roster change in Immortals, these two teams, whenever they met, whoever lost got into double digits. So all the games were extremely close, and they played a lot, I think 8 or 9 maps in the last 2 months.
Going to be intriguing to see if Optic do put up the performance we're expecting versus Immortals, to see them then versus Mouz Sports as well for Group A, given that Mouz Sports, with this new, well, crazy Spaniard, it's going to be a battle of Mixwell versus Lowell. It's going to be fun to see that kind of battle internally as well. Just into Group B as well, I want to make sure we highlight that SK Cloud9 affair alongside SK FaZe. This is where you really are going to be seeing that team in their, specifically their Brazilian jerseys, looking to secure a spot versus that home crowd, or at least be able to make an impact.
Interestingly enough, I saw AZ tweets that Alu said if FaZe goes 2-0 today, he will shave his head.
Yes?
Yes.
Alu doesn't, that doesn't sound like Alu. All right, I love that.
Listen, boys, it's not as intimidating as it seems.
No?
They are playing SK and Dignitas.
I meant the shaving head portion.
Of course, but
welcome,
it's not
welcome.
like,
do you think I could rock it?
It's not like you had a choice, Jason.
All right, Punovich, let's calm down.
Do you think I could rock it, Jason? Do you think? I mean, I have a huge head.
I think you could.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, this is like, I had to wear an XL
Now he
helmet.
said it on there as well.
All right. Well, you never know. Maybe we will get some shaving going on at some point during this broadcast. But now, let's go ahead and take a swift break. When we come back, we've got a lot of games to talk about. In fact, the first one will be Immortals versus Optic. He's already stated that Optic perhaps could very well be taking that #1 spot, or rather #2 perhaps, away from Liquid in the North American region. We're going to be seeing what Immortals can say about that after our break.
But that will be Panda picking up the pistol round. Let's talk a moment there. That was their first LAN fist bump.
The more I play CSGO, the more it's more about the little things that you get to touch on, you get to talk with your teammates.
I think it would be pretty spectacular, honestly. If we were able to make that pro spot, I think it's a great achievement.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh,
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome to the first game of the day. It's our second day for the ESL Pro League Finals. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson, and I'm joined by two delightful human beings. It's Janko YK Punovic and Jason Moses O'Toole. Gentlemen.
That's generous.
You're all right. You're okay. I mean, you are degenerates 96% of the time, but that 4%...
is right here on the desk.
It's right here. When that
Definitely not degenerates on this desk ever.
Okay, 3%. But either way, it's great to have you here, and it's great to have some games ahead of us. Optic Immortals is going to be our first one, and it does start, again, with this domestic matchup. Admittedly, these are going to be teams that know each other much more than when we get to the EU versus NA affair, which will be coming up a lot more later on today. So let's start then by setting the scene with Immortals. The discussion so far that we brought up across yesterday and initially today in the pre-show is that this Brazilian side have lost a bit of their shine, Janko. They've lost that appeal. I remember, like, here you go, these are things we would talk about previously when they were tempo. Henny, fastest AWPer in the world, incredible Phelps. We're going to be seeing these guys rise through the ranks. They're SKV2. And now we're seeing they're saying they 16-2'd by Liquid.
I think the biggest issue is that they failed to qualify for the majors. So we see them at a tournament like DreamHack Summer, and I mean, they do a great job of winning the tournament, of course, beating NiP. We see them in Northern Arena winning that one, but not really at, you know, the most, the biggest stages, so to speak, right? Okay. That's you feel like that is the problem with Immortals right now. And for what we've seen yesterday, some really fundamental mistakes which didn't allow them to really, you know, have a chance in that game against Envious.
I mean, that is the big thing, because this is a team that's been so hyped all year in terms of how they looked coming into the year, and they failed to qualify for MLG Columbus, they failed to qualify for Cologne, so it's 2 majors now gone, and they've had trouble on like the bigger events, the bigger stages actually getting to them. I mean, the big thing is, right now at the moment, on top of all these fundamental errors, the reason why they're not doing anything is because you look at who the stars of this team are. It's Phelps, obviously, who's been consistent, and that's Boltz, and then it's Henny. I mean, Boltz really emerged for this team as well, and both of those, Boltz and Henny, have kind of gone missing here, definitely at this event, also at E-League last week, and they're not providing enough output for this team. So right. even though they're making all these fundamental mistakes, part of it too is that even the stuff that normally works for them isn't working because these guys just simply aren't getting the kills that this team is used to having. They're missing so much actual fragging power in the squad right now.
So is there a genuine discussion to be had saying that Phelps is head and shoulders above the rest? Do we start having discussions that potentially he was going to be a target for a Brazilian shuffle?
I think if there is, I mean, I'm not going to say that there is going to be a shuffle.
No, I mean,
any kind
just
of
because
but if there is,
yeah.
he is definitely probably the most highly valued player on Immortals, and I would imagine that he would be that first target that any other Brazilian team goes for. That's who they would want. I wouldn't say he's like head and shoulders in terms of skill, but definitely in terms of how he's playing right now, he's head and shoulders above Henny and Boltz.
Looking scary. I mean, it would be nice to see the Henny of old back. I remember, in fact, it was DreamHack Masters Malmo, I believe, where Duncan was telling me all about how he thinks he has like the fastest
firing speed.
Firing speed. Yeah, okay. So that's like a very unique kind of description for someone.
That's a play style as an opper that it's really hard to be consistent at, right? Because it relies on you having really fast reflexes, and as soon as you take the peak, you fire at the same time, and obviously it's much harder to be accurate than if you would take the extra second, wait for the crosshair to be completely still, and then take the shot. So in a sense, I'm not surprised that he has had a dip of form, because it's similar to being an entry fragger on the team. It's really hard to be consistent at the role.
It's going to get you all the flashy highlights, it's going to get you the hype, but it's not necessarily always going to give you the results.
And of course, stark contrast to that is another AWPer on a different side who said he wasn't going to warp and then proceeded to look great on train. Optic and Mixwell, of course, but featuring that Spanish presence within the North American roster, have been looking good, and we got to see them on train. How much of this was Optic looking good, and how much of this was Liquid looking bad, Jason?
I think I'd say, I mean, I think a good chunk of it is Liquid looking bad, but I mean, if you're going to 16-2 him, Optic looks great right now. I mean, that's just flat out the truth to it. Definitely not a 16-2 win over Liquid. That's where the Liquid kept playing bad. I should say, because I did mention that Mixwell said he wasn't going to op. I went back and looked at the tweet just to be sure.
What did he say?
He said, I am going to be opping less. I'm going to back to my more natural position as a rifler. So to be fair, I was wrong on that. But to be fair to me, he did opt the entire match of train. So, you know.
Maybe it's a comfort thing. Like he just takes a map that he's comfortable on, and Naf can take the rest.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that this team is going to have to look out for, because they do now have 3 players who can be secondary oppers: Naf, Mixwell, apparently, and then also Tarek. And I'm assuming it's just going to come down to who's feeling comfortable with the op that day, which map, which side it is.
And which map is the question I'm going to be asking next. Start with you then, Jason. Where on earth does this one go? A best of 1. It does get crunch time now. Optic 1-0. Should they pick up this one, they're going to be getting ever closer to just locking themselves in for the playoffs.
I mean, the 2 maps that these teams are going to take out, it's going to be Nuke and Dust 2. I mean, there's very little chance it ends up on either of those maps. I think this is going to end up on a Cobble or a Train. I think Train is the likeliest. It would be interesting to see if Immortals is going to let Cobble go through, just because they had a little bit of a rough performance on it yesterday. And yeah, there's
Goodbye,
so
Train.
Immortals throwing something in the mix there.
Probably scared by Liquid.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's got to be at that performance against Liquid, because Liquid's not a bad team on Train either. But I mean, this Train is a good map for Immortals. It's not like they're bad on that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the maps that are left right now. They didn't look all that good on Cobble and Cat. Why does I wanted to say they were definitely going to veto Cash, because last 3 times these teams met, Optic won Cash every time.
So they choose Cobble.
But instead, when it goes, maybe seeing as how Immortals played yesterday or Cobble, they feel that they have a good setup to counter that, and maybe just weren't impressed because there was nothing to be impressed by from Immortals yesterday in that game against Envious.
I mean, I'm going to say this just because it's Optic, and I have not always had a good read on these guys, but Cobble is statistically their best map on most wins on it. They're 12-8, not the best win ratio, but on land they're 1-2 on it. Their best performance is like a loss to Virtus Pro 14-16 that was at New York. York. But I mean, this is also the best map of Immortals. This is the map that even yesterday going into it, we said they'd only lost one map on it.
Didn't we both
so now
predict
it's
Immortals?
two.
We actually both said...
Well, Yanko started it.
But
Yanko
I mean,
started the Immortals prediction.
Sure, but you both in the end were like Envy Immortals. They're going to take it on Cobble.
We took Immortals. I mean, and this is now. I mean, that's the thing. Maybe Optic sees that kind of weakness. I'm just not sure. This is again like another North American team in this pick ban phase where they seem to let their opponents like best map through because they think they can compete on it.
It goes both ways in a sense that okay, they won cash 3 times in a row, so maybe they're feeling at this point Immortals will be very well prepared for them. But still, I think they are getting baited a little bit by the performance from Immortals yesterday. And in the end, I think it is going to depend on Immortals.
Yeah.
If they do play on the same level like they did yesterday, then Optic really does have a good chance. But if they actually start playing, you know, better and start playing like a team, that's when Optic will be in trouble.
Yeah, okay. So we favoured Immortals last time, but you have now seen, yes, it may be Immortals' best map. You saw what they were capable of versus Envy, which was very little. If I was to probe for a prediction, do you make the same mistake again? Do you start believing that Brazilians can bounce back and have a better performance on statistically their best map, or do we going to
I definitely believe they can, but God bless, I'm going to go with Optic on this one.
Yeah. Having faith in the North Americans.
Yanko was going to do it too, and now he's scared.
Yeah.
Now I can't do it, can I? After yesterday, how would I forgive myself?
We should start with you in predictions on the next map.
You're right, excuse me. Yeah.
Come on, Alex, mix things up.
God, I'm so sorry. I need to spice things up, keep things interesting.
I hate my life right now. I really do hate my life right now.
Okay, go. Hit me.
Well, I have to go with Immortals because Jason said Optic. That's the only reason.
If this actually works out for you, I'm going to be really upset.
There you go. You see that? I told you they're a really cute couple. Love them, and we do love CS as well. They've split the predictions. Let us know, of course, on social media which way your prediction does go with the hashtag ESL Pro League. But I do believe the casters are ready. So we're going to go ahead and jump in after a very short break into our first game of Day 2 here for the ESL Pro League Finals. It's Cobblestone between Immortals and Optic Gaming.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Day 2, we start right now. Sao Paulo ESL Pro League Finals, Season 4, and it's Optic versus Immortals. We do have another home team in the mix, but they're 0-1, and Optic is 1-0.
Yeah, Immortals didn't look great yesterday, but Optic, they really did. Against Liquid, they looked fantastic, you have to say. Liquid were pretty poor, but you have to say overall gameplay from Optic as a whole team was great. Stanislaw especially. I thought Mixer was strong with the AWP. I think Immortals have got their work cut out for them. I think after seeing their performance, I'd say they're a clear underdog here in this group. But hopefully they can give us a good game today. Like, I don't want to see another 16-2. We had some lackluster games yesterday.
Yeah, there was some very slow starters, and I don't know what that was due to, whether it was travel, etc. I don't want to read too much into that.
Well,
obviously, there's not much of a time difference for teams like Liquid, who went 0-2 yesterday and had a very slow start. And obviously for Immortals, they should be, well, used to this climate.
Yeah, you'd think so. Well, yeah, I guess today it's a lot cooler in the studio. We've addressed all the issues we had yesterday. It's actually looking like it's going to be a real strong show today. I tweeted that earlier. So yeah, just so everyone knows, we're working hard behind the scenes to make sure it's going to be very smooth today, and I'm very confident it will be. So it's going to be fine. It's going to be good.
So we'll get into this right away. Knife's already been done. It's going to be T-side for Immortals, and they're going to go for 4 armor, 1 utility. Henny going to be the one with the smoke and 2 flashes as well.
Yeah, 5 players towards the B halls. Henny with the smoke. We'll keep on board with him for now just to see where he's going to be using that. Looks like it'll be towards connector. That suggests maybe a B split coming from drop down in the upper platform there. Keep it simple. Here comes the first exchange. Stanislaw's waiting for them. The Tarek backing him up. That's an equal exchange for now, but NiP, he's lighting them there with the USP. Finds 3 headshots. Fantastic work from him.
That's lovely stuff from NiP. Henny going to try and pull this back toward the tree, but can't do anything of it. Mixball's already got the kill, and it's going to be 1-0 Optic right away.
Well then, actually quite a heavy focus there from Optic towards the drop-down room. They picked this map. The guys on the desk actually speculated. They've beaten them on cash so many times. Wouldn't they want to play that? But we did see Immortals on Cobble yesterday, so I guess they have maybe some reads as to what they do. And that's actually looked like a little bit of a counter strat there. You don't normally have that much presence towards the drop-down room, but they were ready for it, and it was going to be 3 kills there. 4 NiP looking strong with the USP. Shuts it down. We do, of course, have the 4 spike coming in from Immortals at this point. It will be 4 Tech 9s. Oh, that grenade was huge. I didn't see where that landed. Where was that into? That's actually towards the upper platform. Lucas and Phelps taking the brunt of the damage there from 1 HE grenade. So, problem is for Immortals right now. Yes, they've got a force spike going on here, but no real utility to actually get out anywhere. You normally need 1 smoke, or at least we talked about that 1 flashbang. That's actually proven to be really valuable recently. If you can just time that 1 flash towards the upper platform, get a chance of an equal exchange at that point.
Well, either way, they're going to try and go over drop with these Tech 9s, but Phelps has gone down after that early damage from the nade. Tarek plus Rush. So there you go. Rush the one to throw out that early nade. Zeus does find Stanislaw. Yesterday he was a little bit slow to get started on entries, but today, well, he's got a better start. See if that's something to read into throughout the course of the game. They're going to try and split this A site. Bomb's still down in the tunnels at B, though, and this is a problem. They've lost their player to go back and get it. They've lost their player at drop, so at this point in time, it's pretty much going to have to be kills only. That bomb is so far removed from where Immortals are, and they're going to try and boost balcony to catch them off. Rush being the closest player to this has to be careful with the M4. Here's the boost come in. Perfect shot towards Henny, and now it's just Zeus remaining. And Bomb, like I say, is very far, so it's got to be kills. He's got 1, though. Tech 9. Oh, almost the other. NiP like 22 HP.
Wow. Very close indeed. Unfortunately, no bomb being planted. They can't really justify another force by here. Normally you have rounds that close, and the bomb's down, you get the extra $100. You know you've got the CT money low, you would be forcing into this one. Without that bomb plant, there's not going to be a possibility. You have to take the eco here, and Optic will almost certainly win this round. But decent job there from Zeus, like I said, getting towards A. Finding that first Tech 9 kill as well. Finds a second, and the third one could have been a possibility. 22 HP separated him from finding the round. Not meant to be. It will be 5 Glocks here for Immortals and 1 smoke. The smoke has been deployed already. That's actually thrown by Zeus. So he's actually towards the upper platform, the other side of the map, trying to keep the rotation strong. But Stanislaw, he finds 4 with the UMP. Round over. Zeus is on the other side of the map. Bomb down as well. So, to be fair, they're just trying to group up and hope that Stanislaw doesn't have that sort of accuracy with the UMP, but they just run into his crosshair at that point. And there it is, 3-0 for Optic Gaming. We go to the next round. Immortals will be able to buy into this one. Round number 4, first gun round. All power for Henny as well. He did not force up in the second round. So he's not glass cannon. He's actually got a bit of body armor there as well. So this is definitely the bonus round from Optic. You can see across the board now. 2 UMPs are famous. So that normally suggests you try and do something a little bit more aggressive. Maybe boost up towards drop down, push long A with something, trying to find that first frag. Options are very limited on Cobble, of course, but you have to try and do something here. See what they bring to the table.
AWP. Going to be the big wielding weapon in this round against very little. Against it, there's 3 rifles, 2 of them M4s, but as you said, 2 UMPs carried over. And a boost out toward right box. Again, becoming more and more common to get the rifle in position rather than the AWP to speak toward the stairs. Molotov in. Oh, doesn't get the smoke down in time. Tarek burns Phelps. That leaves Bolts high and dry. No one to bait and switch from. Smoke goes out. Decent nade down the lane into Nafly. Puts him on 45, but he's got to get away with this smoke. So Bolts already crossing. Actually, he's not. He's thought about it, but he stayed there for at least a moment longer. Now he's gone.
Remember as well, this is the bonus round of the CTs with the lesser weaponry. They found the man advantage already. The bomb is still towards the B halls though. They've done damage to Lucas and Bolt at this point. So Immortals, you're acting at this point, try and find something towards mid. It's Mixwell waiting there. He's actually got the M4 in hand as well. He could do damage. He's hearing footsteps. If he faces this, would be an opportunity to take 2 down. Let's see whether he can actually step up here. Zeus does not check his angles and gets taken down. Good incendiary drop by Mixwell. Might touch himself. Oh, it's close. He's okay.
Nearly reaches him, not quite. Shot into the corner. Henny, he heard the op shot. Mixwell flash came in and he had him dead to rights. Walked in, takes him down. It's going to be Lucas to pull it back on Tarek. But as you say, bonus round looking very good. Now 4 versus 2. It's going to be just Lucas and Bolts.
This is massive for the CTs. They would have had money regardless into the next round with this sort of fight coming into it. But still, Lucas doing something. A headshot through Chicken Coop as well.
Yeah, that's a problem. His Nafly now goes down. They've got B site to work with. Low HP for Lucas. But it's a rotation coming over from the A site. Mixwell's going to go directly through the connector stand. He's already down through the drop room. Very aggressive as well toward the tree, but a flash out. Oh, doesn't wait for it to bloom. Unfortunately for Lucas, that's going to cost him. A stand gets the kill, and they can start to push in and find Bolts. Counter him off, but double peek. They've got to be careful. They isolate themselves, and Bolts, with 2 lovely shots, is going to shut it down.
Stepping up tremendously there. Looked like a round Optic had tied up completely. He finds 3 kills, 2 versus 1 in the end. A big round for Immortals. Like we said, money still available for the CTs. Had they have won that, though, Optic would have been in a fantastic position going forward. Denied by Bolts. Lovely work from him.
5 HP.
Yeah, right? And you can see that the fact that the CTs actually played that pretty well. They gave him 2 targets to work with for Bolts. Just too fast at that point. That first shot, very crispy indeed. You can see them actually playing that perfectly, the CTs. They can't really be too mad about that. That's just Bolts going above and beyond. Lucas now aggressive towards drop down, but Rush will find that first frag with the headshot. So the man advantage once again. See after the 1v1. Start feeling the burn a little bit as well. Henny's only got the Galil here, but Bolts trying to continue his good form towards that upper platform. Does damage to the bomb side players as well.
Decent damage. Molotov shouldn't catch Rush. I think he's elevated and actually moved away, so yeah, that's not going to do any damage. But down a man again early. Zeus with smoke in front of him. Just waiting for an opportunity at A to try and find the entry. He's been playing sort of a lurk role in that side of the map overall to get information. They are bringing the bomb back that direction, having gotten shut down so early on B. And this actually isn't too bad because Phelps is in drop. Mixwell knows it. He's going to stay to watch that, which means the rotation comes from further. Rush is just getting to the door now. Phelps could time this. Rush is low HP. Phelps is out. Oh, looks the wrong way. Down he goes, and as a result, Mixwell's able to rotate freely and catch off Henny. He'll get traded out, but that's a big play for Optic to get that 1 win toward the drop room, and suddenly Immortals lose all the numbers they had on the A site. They could have caught them off with 1 man isolated. Instead, it's 2 there, and Mixwell does an excellent job. Zeus is going to try and do what he can of the round, but at this point, 4 versus 2. They've got the rotations in. 34 seconds. Can't go back to B. As we can see it on the minimap, Nafly's waiting inside the snake tunnels. It's going to be a nice shot coming in from Bolts, but as you said, no bullets. Zeus goes down. Bolts able to fold his back. 1 versus 2. Now it becomes a little bit of an issue. There's only 22 seconds. But that's enough time to get to the bomb site. Rush is low, and the player that's holding the flank, Nafly, needs to get closer, so they're inevitably going to concede a bomb plant to the man who won a 1 versus 2 in the last round. And Bolts might do it again. Knows where 1 is. Rush is on 5 HP. He's just got to find the second player, Nafly, who does hit a lovely shot with the pistol. Nearly caught in the open.
Seemed to have the information that Bolts is low HP at that point. So yes, another 2 versus 1 situation for Bolts. Gets the bomb down, which is actually quite a big deal. This is a harsh reset round for Immortals overall. After winning the previous one as well, they actually had to fully invest into this round. So they're going to get an extra $100. It's not as devastating to the economy there, but Bolts definitely with a shout of it. After spotting that player in balcony, had he found that first shot, really strong chance to actually win the round, but not meant to be. Optic now back in the driving seat. They managed to keep 2 players alive, not ideal, but in terms of reinvestments, okay, that actually is going to be costing them quite a lot. There's still a perfect opportunity for Immortals to maybe force into this round. It looks like just a partial buy, to be honest. So Bolts with the head armor, he's got the smoke grenade as well, a bit more money than his teammates, of course, after winning the 2v1. And it was Immortals there, maybe getting a bit overconfident in that situation. I guess they thought the CTs wouldn't have much money to work with there. They went fast towards drop down, lost that first frag, and then they were picking up the pieces after that one. Couldn't really get rolling in terms of the frags. Zeus and Bolts did a good job, but not quite enough to win the round. It's going to be pretty much a full eco at this point, just 1 player with the armor. CTs are trying to keep 5 players alive. Like I said, a heavy investment into this round, but presumably this should be quite a clean one.
You'd expect so, as Optic do get the reset in the end after a very close round previously. Close round in the last 2, to be fair. Mixwell and Stanislaw combining for all of the damage required to take down all but Phelps, who will also go to one of those 2. It's Mixwell that steps up tremendously. NAF had the good start, was 5-0. He's 6-1 now, but Mixwell and Stanislaw, the two we just mentioned, 8-3 and 7-4. They're starting to run rant, and it's 0-6 for both Phelps and Henny.
Yeah. Stanislaw, especially yesterday on train, a player we don't get to cast that often, Matt, but he really impressed me holding inside by himself. Looked so strong throughout.
Yeah, Moses thinks he's one of the better players in North America, actually. Not to put words in his mouth and put him on the spot, because we know Moses has dubbed many players skillful in the past, but he did mention him, quietly, that he thought he was quite skilled in many ways.
Well, we have another gun round
as well
for Immortals. Fast towards long A here. Stanislaw, that's perfect. Gets the swap there. Going to be falling back, drops the incendiary. You can see this terrorists are struggling this round as well. We're at the 1 minute 30 mark. They only have 2 smokes, make it 3, sorry, and a flashbang. That's it. Not really enough to fully execute to a bomb site. Need to be working together. That's why sticking as a tight unit now, trying to trade frags towards long A, but they have been spotted and not taking any damage just yet. They are going to be making some decent progress towards A halls here.
Stan is waiting at the door. Oh, lovely shot from Zeus as he drops down the wall. Phelps is going to follow it up, and now we've got something rolling for Immortals. Everyone finding their kills respectively across the map as well, not just in one place, because 2 on A and 1 at drop means rotation's covered off. Bomb is going to be planted. 5 versus 2 on a retake. 1 kit in the hand of Tarek. There's a couple down toward A, sure. But the money is, okay, building, but not amazing on the CT side. Yes, they could buy in the next round, but why not save an AWP, and why not save an M4? Give up 1 and then try and reset Immortals again.
Yeah, that's absolutely... Oh, okay.
Good find.
I was just going to say that's a really good idea from the CTs. Not meant to be. The AWP has dropped already. So the money next round, they only get 1,400. Not really enough to buy, considering most of the players have around 2.3k. You can see that Sanator has a little bit more. Same story for Tarek. So if Tarek does save this weapon, the buy is possible. It won't be ideal, but there'll be enough to kind of scrape together. Had they saved the AWP, they would actually be in a really strong position going forward. But now with 5 players alive for Immortals, with a difficult purchase himself, and he had a few smokes and 1 flashbang to work with. They went for a very simple approach there. 3 players towards long A, dissecting that part of the map, finding frags all over, it seemed as well. Just nailing the shots. They had 1 player in drop down as well. It's working as a tight unit there. We know they can be a very skilled unit. We've seen it throughout their lifespan. So we'll have a look at the money quickly as well. So yeah, the reinvestment does come in from Optic. I think there is enough to get 1 AWP out. You can see they are struggling in terms of a famous for rush, and Tarek hasn't got any nades whatsoever. There's only 1 kit. But still, this is enough to work with. NAF has to step up here. He'll probably go a little bit more aggressive towards the upper platform this round.
So 5-2 for Optic still. Nafly wanted to go aggressive toward that peak at long. He has to be so careful now. That smoke comes out. Missed the jump. He's got to back away. Decent nade. Phelps is tagged at 57 off of that. So second time he's been hit from a nade hard at long position. Spraying in. Oh, Tracers. Tarek doesn't elect to shoot back. He's got the silenced M4. He could have maybe got away with it, but now he's going to be Molotov'd out. Goes to the knife. Knows he's close. Why not keep the gun drawn to take the battle if he has to? Unfortunately, goes down as Phelps hits a headshot, so never mind the damage done to him early.
That's the problem in that position. You're so vulnerable to those Molotovs. As soon as it drops in, like I said, I probably agree with you. You knew there was presence on the other side. Might have had to get the gun drawn there and actually had a chance of taking him down. Gets completely wrecked by Phelps, and now the terrorists can slow the round right down. They still have a minute to work with here, and the potential to execute as well. Won't be full. They only have 2 smokes. So that's enough to actually smoke type towards a tree position as well, and the bomb site. Flashes to go over. Molotov chicken coop. They can do a basic execution in that sense, but still, so much time here. You can see the CT's trying to react. That's Nafly maybe looking for that first pick for the CTs on the CT upper platform here. I've got a player from Immortals there. That's Henny. He's on the other side of the map, actually trying to find a kill here. Just actually getting information as to where the CTs may lie. Not going to find anything just yet, but that's good. He knows there's actually not that much presence towards A for now. He's actually got all the way to the A bomb site uncontested for now.
Nav's got position, but not a shot. Misses 1. Oh, 2 across. Good shot to find the second. Nearly gets away with it. Goes for the Kenny-esque stare down at the ground to keep his head in coverage, but he was a little bit too exposed. Stan does find 1 in return to make it 3 versus 3, but bomb planted. It's on the B site, and they've got to cross Lucas, who's in the bottom of drop. This is actually a good position for him.
He found Henny on the other side of the map, so at least they know it's definitely a B now. All the remaining terrorists will be on that side of the map. It's going to be a difficult retake. No nades remaining after that flash. That's it. Phelps fully blind, but Mixwell does find the first kill.
Yeah, that's Lucas down. It's only Zeus. Oh, this is terrible positioning for Zeus, too. He's on the statue. Can't do anything about multiple angles.
No.
Very calculated retake. Works perfectly for Optic, and they'll go to 6.
Just that 1 flashbang was actually the deciding factor there. They had a player looking towards upper platform as well. As soon as that flash comes in, he gets completely wrecked by it, and then they find the frags. Like you said, Zeus, that's a horrible position. We've got players in upper platform, drop down, and connector.
So Zeus is going to take advantage of the fact that this is the new timeout rules. They've called a tactical pause already. 1 of the 2 they get in each half.
Yeah, you don't get to carry them on to the next half, so you might as well use them. We saw NiP use it in the second round after winning the pistol yesterday. So it is definitely grounds to just slow things down a little bit. Just take the time. You just think, okay, well, we're not 100% sure what we want to do here. Let's work out the buy. Let's kind of just assess their money and work out what we want to do. So if you have 2 available to you and you're having a decent game already, there's no reason not to use it even if you're winning, right? Just to kind of calculate yourselves and work out what the plan is going forward. So Immortals do lose that round. That's another reset for them, but there is money starting to build at this point. They do have Zeus purchasing in straight away, so there's actually quite a decent buy. It's going to be Henny on the AWP. Will he be Glass Cannon though? No, he actually gets a nice full buy going forward. 6-2 here on the CT side. This has been very successful for Optic so far. Immortals unable to break the money of Optic overall, not able to chain rounds together as of yet. Flight, what kind of spawns he got? Back towards B it seems. There are 5 smokes available for Immortals yet. So far the rounds they've won have been relying purely on skill. Round towards long A didn't have much utility to work with there, using the raw firepower. This time they have the potential to actually fully execute if they want to. NiP looking at that first shot though, potentially should have hit that. Blind player in front of him, can't pull the trigger in time. Bolts manages to get towards that box on the upper platform.
He's gotten wide. This might happen to smoke, but he needs to hold the stairs. Lovely done. Catches out Tarek, the only angle that was a threat. Mixwell does find him through the edge of the smoke in return, which will pull it back favorable for Optic. And Lucas is going to redress that situation toward long position. Hopes no one pushes up, but they haven't gone for the drop. It's Zeus to rotate back over and attempt to do so. Henny on the AWP was waiting for a push over toward the A statue. No one went through.
Well, we have got Henny once again. He's actually towards the A side of the map. We've seen him there perform with the rifle. I don't think this is a viable position for him with the AWP. He still has time to rotate back to his teammates right now, but they'll be actually trying to gain control of drop-down room. That's going to be a valuable piece of the map for them. The CTs are allowing them to have it for now. They've got the man advantage. That challenge towards drop-down, famously one of the hardest positions to hold, so Rush is going to be there a little bit more defensively. Spotting for that first kill, has the position to fall back as well. He has... Okay, now he just finds that first shot. That's Henny actually challenging with the AWP. That's what they had to try and work for. They try and get a pick in their favour, but not going to be the case here. Rush does find that kill towards drop down I mentioned before. Zeus now, not known for his AWPing prowess, probably just wants to save his AWP in a 1v4. He will be running to T-spawn.
Yeah, he's
30
going to get
seconds
away. Rapunzel?
It's pretty much the safest bet, isn't it? You can just sit there, but...
or not.
Mind games.
Yeah, this corner's not bad. If they go searching for Rapunzel, he can try and hold it off. Did I mention he has the bomb, Henry?
You didn't.
He could plant here, Henry. Plant it right here. That statue's valuable. I'd want to blow it up.
Yeah, the terrorist is going to work.
Oh! Zeus caught napping. Oh no, that's a disaster.
Ooh, dear.
Definitely was communicating to his teammates.
Yeah,
I suspect
tell, right?
at the time he definitely wasn't watching his own screen because he got caught.
You could basically tell he's AFK just the way he wasn't really moving at all. Normally if you're an AWP holding an angle like that, you're just going to be like kind of moving the mouse a little bit, so you got a kind of muscle memory ready to go. You could see he definitely was kind of chatting a little bit because assumed he was safe, I think. So there it is, 7-2, another eco now at this point. We have got an AWP coming in for Tarek.
All right, Tarek.
I actually like that weapon quite a lot. It's a bit of fun. Certainly viable in certain situations, in the longer range scenarios, you know, with that scope to work with. A little bit more damage than the M4 to the head. A one-shot kill, but slightly more. There we go.
It's going to be a shot through that AUG. He's got it scoped in. There's so much first bullet accuracy. It's got massive potential. We may not see that potential. He finds one kill with it and only one. It's going to go down, Lucas.
Get the AUG.
If he's going to get one kill, get the AUG. Oh, Mixwell.
No.
You meant get the AUG. Mixwell leaves it. No, Tarek, you cannot have that back.
I guess, to be fair, Mixwell has an AK. You're going to want an AK. It's CT side of the AK. It's so good. It's such a valuable pickup. Obviously, the M4, it's good for spraying down, but if you're holding tight angles, like let's say drop down, right, you've got the one bullet potential of an AK. Like, yes, the AUG's a bit of fun, but the AK scores it pretty much every scenario, I would say. So we go into round number 11. It's going to be 8-2 for Optic. Another buy for Immortals now. I think they're a third stage loss bonus at this point. So they get the 5 AKs, they get 5 smokes. No Molotovs though, so if Tarek does get into those tight corners once again, doesn't have that vulnerability anymore. So another B attack, potentially. All 5 players from Immortals to this side of the map. We haven't seen a full wall of smokes at this point. We saw there was a bit of a problem for them before, just relying on gunpowder. And Zeus, it's sloppy, but he managed to get the kill on Rush, whatever you want to call him.
Whatever. All I want to call Henny is dead because Tarek snuck up the stairwell. Still 3 alive though. Zeus is in this with 5 HP. Phelps is gone. He's been found. Tarek's going to follow that up, and now it's just Zeus with the 5 HP. And Tarek's being an absolute menace out toward the stairwell. 3 kills, potentially a 4th, trying to dodge out that 1-tap potential from the AK. Needs to watch those flames.
There's not really much you can do here. Zeus, once again.
Oh,
decent enough player, but not known for these huge clutch
That is literally
plays.
on his feet.
Yeah. Do you remember though, when Immortals first started, they were actually known to have one of the sickest T-side cobbles in the game. That was what they were actually known for. They were actually schooling everyone in that pro league with like 11-4 halves, like consistently.
Attack again.
Yeah, this is not looking too great for them right now. In terms of like the fundamentals. The only rounds they've actually won, right, is just when they're going, let's just go towards long A and see if we can get picks. That is working a default that round, and they managed to just land the shots. They had a player in drop down as well, got a kill, a window. In terms of the actual tactical approach, when you're 9-2 down, you want to be trying more of the set pieces, I think. You want to try and get that same map control they're doing, sure, push the CTs back, then go back towards B. You're trying to waste the CT utility, make them hunt for information, then punish them for it, and then you can go to a full execution. In terms of the money right now, they're taking a pause here. They can only really justify upgraded pistols. A force here wouldn't work. It wouldn't be enough to hold off a full buy from the CTs and an AWP as well for NAF, who seems to be hitting most of his shots. Take another eco, allow it to go to 10-2. Then we need to come back with the game plan at that point. Let's slow things down. Get the map control. Wall of smokes. Let's go for that. Let's make things difficult with the CTs. When you do the wall of smokes, it takes half the players out of the game. Any players that are towards connector or drop down, they have no vision towards their platform at that point. It then comes down to the raw duels, which you know, Immortals, they have buckets full of talent in this lineup. They want to allow players like Bolts to actually get in there, and Phelps, of course, as well. Star talent there.
Yeah, Bolts has been, since he left, obviously, the Luminosity roster, now SK, and joined this team, he's really come into his own. He's been a surprising package for them. It's almost Cajun B-esque that he's become better in some ways, maybe just fits into the roster a little better, but as you said, those wall of smokes, how often do you see teams panic to try and get back on the inside of the smoke when it's already too late?
That's, you make things uncomfortable for CTs. Right now, they're actually looking like, I'll play up a platform, I'll work a pick. You play drop down, you get a pick when they come into there. And the CTs don't have to actually communicate that much, just work in their positions and doing a good job of holding them off. So like I said, they couldn't justify a force here. It wouldn't be worth it. Against the 4-stage loss bonus, so just some upgraded pistols. NAF once again, it nails another shot towards upper platform. That's Bolts going down. 5-on-4 now, with no nades really available, just that one towards upper platform. Not really much the T's can do about a flashbang here. He's got to hope these Deagles really do some tremendous work to even get them entry to a bomb site here. One player once against Henny towards long A. He's only got a Glock though, so good luck with that.
Yeah, they were leaving Phelps over there early on. Now it's going to be Henny. Zeus, looks away at the wrong time. Tarek slips up, gets into the archway. Missed shots over his head from Phelps. Tarek's got 2. And Lucas now toward drop.
If Henny had the bomb, this would actually be interesting. He'd probably plan at this point. He's actually got to the A site. I'm not really sure what he was hoping to do, just a Glock walking there by himself. Everyone's dead now.
Stan's going to spot him. Well timed, because he actually could have got mixed. Yeah, he could have got one out of that, potentially more, but if Stan had started to rotate, that is, but unfortunately looks back. So it's going to be 10 now for Optic, 2 for Immortals. Another lackluster performance, and it's got to be heartbreaking for them. We're in Brazil for the first big event in CSGO, and they definitely, I mean, they'll get a game in the stadium tomorrow regardless.
Gets one game.
Yeah, and that's smart by ESL for this reason, because Immortals will get some home crowd heroism, but they desperately want to get further than that.
Yeah, with 0-2 right now, it's pretty unlikely to make top 3 in the group at this stage, but yeah, they still get a game in the stadium. All the same, but I think they have a Brazilian show match as well, like a championship on the.
There's a Brazilian national championship, but I don't think that includes SK and Immortals, because they wouldn't have played throughout the course of the season.
I actually had no idea what the details are.
Yeah, I can't imagine that it does, just because they were playing in North America, obviously. Yeah. To go to the point, you say it's 0-2. We're not done yet. We've seen teams come back from crazier things this season, but yeah, it's not looking good.
No, this is the round where they have the AWP this time, but once again, it's HE grenades doing so much damage towards Henny and Lucas. They're going to be working towards a pretty much similar round here. We have one player towards top and middle. That's going to be Zeus this time. So they're not really consistent with their default at the moment. They're changing the roles up pretty much every time. Henny hoping he can find something towards drop down this time. He's actually going to be going with the AWP, looking for that first shot. Flashes come in to give him some control. He's hoping the Terrorist gets gets a little bit apprehensive. Maybe goes for a face at that point, but Rush playing it defensively. 50 seconds remaining. So in terms of the execution I talked about, once again, they only have 2 smokes to work with, but Henny does find the first pick. Rush goes down. He drops down. He takes a chance and manages to get the man advantage here. With still time remaining.
Shot goes in from Phelps, takes down Tarek. And Phelps is trying desperately to find Affly inside of the chicken coop. Knows he's there, goes to the pistol. Success. The nade would have had him regardless. And finally, Immortals opening up a bomb site. Convincing fashion as well when you consider the fact that they're going to go against a 5-round reset. All 5 alive. Any damage Stan can do will be greatly beneficial toward the Optic side. They've got plenty of money. In fact, enough to buy out for the rest of the half. Just about, I say. Optic and Rush, Tarek, they're a little bit lower, but yeah, there we go. Henny's going to find Stan. And he does get Lucas, but 4 staying alive is going to be reasonable.
Well, Henny takes matters in his own hand at that point. They're trying to get that pick towards drop down. Can't see anything initially. Goes into it, commits, and he takes down Rush. That opens up the bomb side there. That's better. They're actually splitting towards the B bomb side there, actually finding that initial pick, and then Bolt's running in, finds a kill on the tree as well, and then Phelps managing to find frags towards Chicken Coop in the bomb side. So there it is. Successful round overall. Didn't take much in terms of the execution I spoke about, but managing to land the shots, that's what this team are very good at. It's going to be round number 14 here. These last 2 rounds, I'd say, still a requirement for Immortals at this point. They kept all 5 players alive in the previous round, so looking good in terms of going forward. NAF, though, he seems to be hitting everything on his other platform, doesn't he? Every single time. This time, Bolts goes down. Phelps probably has to fall back to his teammates at this point. Zeus, though, in a decent position, but Stanislaw is waiting for him. Zeus, the aim is just not quite there, and he gets taken down 5-on-3.
Phelps will start to push through the danger room. They need a pick, but look at the position as well. Even though he goes through danger, we've got Mixwell standing still out toward the corner, so if Phelps doesn't correctly clear this, if he just assumes that everything's safe behind him, it's going to be a massive problem, and he's doing exactly that. Mixwell, though, has gone far enough back around the corner that he's not going to spot Phelps in turn, so kills bypass potential on both sides. Phelps will start to go mid instead. This is actually a little of wits. Bomb is down toward the B tunnels. Mixwell's pushed all the way through. Phelps has done the same. Mixwell's going to call that this is clear, so there's going to be at least one pick coming from Phelps when he gets in connector here on Stanislaw, who's not going to suspect his position. Oh, backside shown. Okay, wait, trigger discipline. See what else you can find. Go in the door, take rush, turn around, kill Stan immediately after. That's got to be the play, and it's going to be the play. 1, turn back, 2. Oh, no Tarek! That's massive! He goes back, Stanislaw's not looking, and Tarek saves him. That's a brilliant bit of communication from Tarek. And Henny's now got a battle on the bridge and top of the platform. 1 man left alive. That could have easily been another situation for them. It could have easily been a 3 versus 3. It was the right play made, and Tarek goes full hero mode.
That's so sick from Tarek. That reaction he's got there, like how is he getting the information he's got connected that quickly? He just flicks around. I hope we can somehow get a replay after the game of how fast that was. Because Phelps, even though it's a 5-on-3, that position, he can win around there. He gets 2 frags. He's still alive, stopping the rotation from A as well. That's actually pretty sick from Tarek. Really well played. Great awareness. And like you said, good communication as well. He got a lot done in that space of 3 or 4 seconds.
That's so crazy. That was so perfectly played from Phelps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. B-rush to finish things off. Why not? All else was failed. Now, though, once again, hitting that first shot. But Bolts, give me something to work with here.
And this is where it's important that they get 4 alive in the previous round. This would have been a full reset. It gives them a chance to try and fight for at least 4 rounds before the end of the half. And finally, they do get in. Mixwell is going to try and draw an 8. Wrong time to do so. Phelps will close it. I'm still so impressed. That was so perfectly played. There was nothing wrong at all with what Phelps did, and Tarek, with an absolutely perfect shot through a sliver in the doorway, denies what would have been 5 rounds now, as we know, for Immortals. So it goes to 11-4. Optic still in firm control CT side. An impressive start, and the Brazilians need to wake up.
Yeah, this is a similar problem we saw yesterday from them. They look a little bit rigid. Like I said, they used to have such a flair on Cobbled. No one was able to beat them. They were so confident in their plays, and the defaults were always strong, a little bit faster than what we've seen so far. They had the set pieces to go with. We didn't see a single execution towards the B site. Nothing really at A. I can't even remember a scenario without actually getting numbers up towards the A site. But Matthew, we'll take a quick break. It looks like Immortals, they've taken 2 of them already. They need a little bit more to actually compose themselves. Maybe they can come back in the second half.
Well, we're back into it, and it does mean we've got to get back into it from Immortals' side. They've got to step up tremendously. Pistol round's going to be very important to try and start this off, or they'll go 0-2 in the group. And remember, this is a home tournament for them. It has a lot on the line, a lot of pride, I'm sure, for this team.
Yeah, so far rigid throughout this tournament. I was discussing it before. When they had players like Showtime in before Zeus was actually, they look like they're trying too hard to be structured at the moment. They're missing that flair we're so used to seeing from these Brazilian teams. But let's see if we can get back into it. It's going to be Lucas on the Julies. That's an interesting play. An expensive investment on the CT side, considering you have the USPs already. It gives him more bullets to work with, more spam potential, but it's going to be towards the A side. The bomb's going fast towards mid is Optic. They lose the first player. Lucas with those dualies actually making them work.
Making them work indeed. Why not buy 2 guns, Henry? That's what I always say, but inside of the site, Rush has got something better to say. Down goes Zeus, down goes Henny, and already Optic. Oh, Rush! They're going to be going massive inside of the site. Bolt's caught off in the back corner. It's down to just Lucas, and Rush has 4. We're looking on the ace, and he's just got to find Lucas. Rush. Tarek's going to fall. He's got to work with Nafla. Now, he can't get too hungry for this because it is still a 1 versus 2, and Lucas has a bit of a chance with these dualies. He's found 2 kills himself. He's going to need 4. Rush waiting at the back of the van. Oh, down to a 1-on-1. Lucas with a lovely shot. Rush trying to shoulder bait this out. No kit for Lucas, so time's got to be to his advantage. Rush now has to, even without the ace, try and clutch this. He's got to be the one to hold on, and he's down so low. 8 HP for him, but 12 for Lucas. He's got him toward the bomb, and is this going to be the ace? Tries to bait him back for the shot. He's down, but no time.
Nick, yep.
Oh. He's got to hit the jump. I don't think he can make it. Can't make it back in time. The kit goes down too far away. It's going to be the round in the end, and it's not the ace, but it's 4 kills and a time clutch for Rush.
Oh, that's so gutting, isn't it? The Lucas actually making those dualies work. He finds 3 kills. It's looking great. Gets the final one, but unfortunately, he doesn't pick up the kit in the procedure, making his way to the bomb sites. On the left-hand side of APC, a little bit too much out of reach for him to actually go back and find the defuse. I think Immortals knew that round was over even after he found the kill. So Optic there winning the pistol, which was I would say it was must win from Immortals overall, considering the scoreline. It's going to be 12-4 at this point. Have to force buy in the second. Everyone's all in. Even Henny. He gets the 5-7 body armor. Knows to be the AWP. Can't really justify going on eco in this one. They need to win this round. Has to happen. There's an MP9 for Lucas, obviously getting a bit more cash than his teammates in the previous round. You can see Optic Gaming reading this quite nicely. They get 3 rifles here. They know the force fight's coming in. They want to guarantee this. They want to crush Immortal going into this round. They don't want to risk anything with like those 5 SMG spies that seem to be coming into fashion at the moment. They want to make sure they have the firepower to work with, play this like a gun round. Don't give anything away because you know you can guarantee a full EK going into the next one, which pretty much guarantees a game at that point as well.
It's going to be Mixwell to lead the charge closer to the site. Immortals so close yet so far in terms of time to winning a very, very important pistol, as you say.
Rush as well, 4 kills for him. And not the ace, but doing a great job to delay him. That was good work from him.
Yeah, the 3rd kill was sick too. He just walked into the site, waltzed in, did a little tango. It takes 2 to tango, but it takes Rush to kill 4. Just Rush. It's one of my better ones, Henry, I think. That's what you would say.
I would have said it if it was one of your better ones. So maybe not.
Tarek does spot 1 peeking up at his Rush. There's the ace. He's got the 5th kill now. They're all in succession, right? If it's a natural hat trick, that still counts?
Not if you die between.
I mean, Anders once made the call an ace in 1 round. We could make a call the ace in 2 rounds, right? Sure. Rush is going to take down Zeus as well. Lucas trades back into stand. That makes it 3 versus 3, so still a chance, but they've got distance now in their favor and a player that's well and truly inside of the site in the form of Tarek as well as an Nafla and an AK. It's going to be an SMG picked up, but that's still long range, and that's going to favor Optic to go to 13 rounds.
Yeah, like I said, treat it like a gun round. They're using all the smokes, the Molotovs required as well. Find that first pick, then stick together and going in towards the B side there, finding the frags. Obviously had superior firepower, and that's a real nightmare round for Immortals to lose. Like I said, they were all in at that point. Even Henny is normally the AWP, it doesn't force buy in the second. He wants to get the AWP in the first gun round. That's not even a possibility at this point. Gonna have to take a full eco now. And that comment about Anders and the ace in 1 round, that actually really tickled me. I had to try and compose myself there. An ace in 1 round. Can you believe it?
It was a good call. I think it was at Cologne. I can't remember. It might have been something before that. Malmo, perhaps. Now Fly takes down Bolts. Tarek's going to find Henny immediately after. Good entrances so far coming out from Optic. Zeus tries to do what he can with the P250, catches Snap off guard in the air before he can land. He's already taken so much substantial damage that it's a reset for the aim, and 1 more tap. Zeus does get a kill. Mix is going to pull that back, and Phelps has been spotted. Downed. Lucas, well removed from the activity, is going to make this 14-4. Another very one-sided round. Game, I should say.
Well, yeah, it's a very one-sided game for now. Full eco, though, they had no choice but to take that. They need to go down with at least some guns in their hands. Don't want to keep forcing into it with pistols. Give themselves a chance if they can find the first gun round, which will be unlikely to say the least. They won't have much to work with there. They'll have a mixture of FAMASs and M4s, depending on if they want the utility and diffuse kits. Won't have an AWP. Well, I guess Lucas now, he's found a few kills in the last few rounds, so he probably could just about squeeze one out. As we go into... Oh, with glass cannon though, if he does drop it, it means he won't have armor himself. So yeah, he gets 49.50, so he's the only one who can drop the AWP. I'd say maybe at this point, just get the 5 rifles out, get maybe some diffuse kits in, do what he decides to do. Because he won't have armor, that would be a bit of a problem. You can see him deciding at that point. He goes for the utility buy. He gets an incendiary and a smoke as well. No kit, so I thought he would be able to afford one with the buy. I guess the incendiary denies that. So a smoke, incendiary for him. All players without head armor there. That's a problem against a Galil on the UMP. So let's see how this comes in. Optic Gaming with a huge bet around. He can afford to be a little bit more audacious, a bit looser. Just go in aggressively with this UMP and the Galil, see what they can do with this.
Yeah, try to. Tarek leading the charge over toward the A corner. Bomb inside of B. Very standard so far. Really a little bit of team damage thrown out there as they overlap each other. Stan and Tarek. Drop, meanwhile, it's going to be Rush putting some damage in. Good nade. Nice crossfire as well. Mixwell finds Lucas. Lucas 1 and Hen 1. The twin brothers make 2.
And Hank G.
Hank G. That's right. Don't forget about him. I know he's often forgotten. Tarek and Mixwell going to find kills. I remember you were so proud when Paula remembered you. As Mixwell starts to rotate back toward the
best anecdote, yeah.
Now Fly's going to find bolts. It leaves Zeus. 1 versus 5. Yeah, we're having a little bit of fun because why not? Zeus, well, maybe he's got something up his sleeve. He does have an M4, but unfortunately it's going to be low damage. So low on Tarek and Stan, but it's still the round and map point now for Optic to go 2-0 in the group and 0-2 for Immortals. A bit of a lackluster story. It's been a rough week and a half for them as well when you consider the fact that at E-League they failed to pick up a win in the group stage there.
Yeah, you have to say, Matt, like this team was so promising, Immortals. Like last time we saw them on lands, and especially watching them online as well, their Cobble T-side especially looked great. This was like the most formidable map for them, and now they look so rigid. Like they don't really seem to be the team they used to be with Showtime. They actually got worse since they brought in a more structured setup here with Zeus. It seems like that might be the case, especially on LAN. Been a rough tournament so far. But here we go then. The last attempt is going to be Immortals with 2 UMPs, 2 Max 7s, and a Deagle. Looking very unlikely they can go further this one, but you never know. 11 rounds in a row required to take us to overtime. I don't see it happening, but you know, sometimes you have to have a bit of faith.
Yeah, well, I consider myself agnostic, so I'm not sure I do.
All right, you have to see it first before you can believe it,
That's right. So I'm not sure I have the faith. As Mixwell, Flash and Molotov over. They set this crossfire last time, very successful, but there was a player closer to the arch side. An E-box, as they call it. So that's what Chad tells me.
E-box?
Because there's a little electrical box in there, yeah. It's not typically what we refer to an E-box, because normally we have the giant electronic boxes. But nonetheless, they've taken their approach away from the drop room, at least for now. It's all going to be all 5 players working down long. Flash-in's going to catch Phelps, can't afford to peek up at the top of the stairwell. Flames in front if he did, but Zeus is going to counter-flash this in. Shotgun too far away, misses the first shot. Tarek's able to capitalize. Phelps, edge of the smoke, found by Rush, and this surely is the game. It's Belts to fall next. Henny, 1 versus 5, and it's going to be 16-4 in the end. Optic Gaming.
Ruthless.
Taking down the Brazilians.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong message going out to everyone else at this tournament.
Optic's impressive right now.
Yeah, they smashed Liquid yesterday. Do the same to Immortals here. Yeah, there's definitely an argument they could actually be one of the best teams in North America right now. Since the addition of Tarek as well, they've looked like a really strong fragging unit. Actually, good fundamentals. I'll tell you what, they live with each other, right? They're doing a lot of hard work in terms of the way they approach the game. It's actually looking really, really good for them. Not super hyped about the victory. Obviously, it's hard to get that excited when you smash someone like that. It's normally the closer games you get the hype up, but looked a little bit too comfortable for them, I think.
Yeah, very comfortable for Optic, and this is a very good sign of them moving forward into the playoffs. Remember the last Pro League final when we started in Leicester, moved to London.
That's right.
It's a city you seem to tell me is great. 2 Canadian flags in there in those jerseys, have to say, quite beautiful.
The country you tell me is great.
There you go. Instant response. But no, Optic was very good in that tournament as well. Slightly different iteration. Obviously, they had Daps, they didn't have Tarek at the time. But they were able to upset a few teams there and put up good numbers.
But right now, that was kind of like, those are sort of anomalies. I
see
these
this
results
is convincing.
Yeah, absolutely. I see these as like, this is actually a team that could definitely make the playoffs at this point and maybe go further. Who knows? They're actually looking very good at the moment.
Yeah, well, from the green wall to in the hall, it's Alex, and he's got a lovely group on the desk.
I'm impressed. All right. They talked about Canada, they talked about London, and of course now we're going to be talking about the fall of Immortals. Truly having their mortality tested this time by Optic Gaming, who so far have conceded what?
Bloody hell.
6 rounds? Not too shabby work.
4 rounds. No, this was
in total.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, this was a performance from Optic. It's actually, I think, watching that game was probably the best I've seen Tarek play as an individual. Didn't put up any like massive numbers, but like just the impact he had, the smart plays he was making, which is, you know, has always been his criticism. Is he obviously has the skill, but it's can he make the smart play at the right moment? In this game, he did, certainly on that defensive side. And yeah, they never really seemed tested. I mean, we do have to say we went back and we talked about Henny Bolts. Henny didn't get a kill until the 13th round of this game.
Yeah. I mean, he was on 4.
Yeah, and I mean that there were how many rounds? There were only 18 rounds in the game, or what? 20 rounds in the game. Excuse me. So I mean, he just really didn't have any major impact.
It always sucks to point out individual players, but you feel in a game like this and on a map like Cobble, because on a different map you could say, okay, the CTs were putting a lot of pressure on them, they were surprising them constantly, he couldn't get a proper duel, but Cobble is not a map like that. It's a map where you actually have a lot of room to go for picks, to play around the map. And for Immortals, whenever Henny gets a first kill, they win 83% of the rounds almost. At least it was like that in the online part of the league. So definitely a key player for the team. And when he has such a poor performance, it is going to affect the team as a whole.
83%, that's absurd, and that shows the power of a player when he is on form.
I mean, just to even highlight some, I mean, because we also talked about, I mean, to go away from maybe individual players per se. I mean, some of the fundamental mistakes that we've seen this team make, and this was by an individual player, but Lucas had that round where it was a straight Glock save for Immortals, and in a 1-on-5, he's planting the bomb and he gets off it to get 1 kill. And instead of planting the bomb, which gets everyone on his team $800, you go to the next round and you see their buy. They have AKs, but what they're missing is, you know, some players only have like 1 flashbang, some players are missing a smoke, some players are missing a Molotov, and that's what that $800 provides. That opens up the playbook for the team. That's how you get back on the board, and I don't think Immortals strung together 2 rounds in that first half.
Yeah, they didn't, and I think that's the problem, because okay, they win after they won their first round, the first gun round. That's when the following round you have Lucas going by himself, basically rushing drop to try and catch a player off guard and get a kill. And I'm okay with that, that's fine, but why not send an extra player with him in case he doesn't get, as he didn't, like Rush was left with 5 HP. If you have 1 extra player, you know, he can just get the trade, and then 4v4, it favors the T's, obviously. I am all for the fast-paced plays, but why not, you know, have someone there to get the trade? Yeah, and this round was where Phelps does a great job, you know, trigger discipline, but Tarek with his reaction time.
This was insane. I mean, that was a brilliant play from Phelps, and Tarek, the reaction is just nuts.
And that 1 kill probably, I mean, saves the round. Don't want to say saves the round for Optic, because they were still would be in a 3v3 after that point, but yeah, definitely seals the deal for them.
It sounds ridiculous too, because that first half actually could have been much worse for Immortals when you think they won a 2-on-5. Which, I mean, you're just not supposed to happen. So, I mean, that was just a dominant defense from Optic all the way through. Definitely the most impressive. Like, this is the thing. Before you asked, like, yesterday, how much of that 16-2 win was it Optic being good or Liquid being bad? Now that they're starting to string these together, you have to almost change the conversation. Definitely, you're not going to expect 16-2, 16-4 wins every time they play these teams. But this is an Optic team that is forcing teams to make mistakes, that is playing so very well.
It's sometimes hard to gauge teams when they have strong CT sides, but what you can get from that is that their communication is on point, that they're feeling confident, that, you know, that everyone's doing their part pretty much. And if you have that, that's the great basis that you can have for building on that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's intriguing as well when you do start, you know, thinking about what Henry and Sado were saying, is that in Season 3, you know, Leicester and London, we saw Optic's success with DAPS as an anomaly. As in, you know, they'd surprised, they were underestimated, and now they come here into Season 4 finals, and these wins are convincing. We start really putting a firm stamp on Optic as a team to watch to get to those playoffs. Such convincing fashion so far, finding success. And I know, have you got any closing thoughts, Jason, on how this one, what we've read into now? Immortals are now 0-2. They join Liquid at the bottom of their group.
Yeah, well, I mean, as long as we're talking about the positives of Optic, we do have to just mention that, you know, before the hype gets too out of control, this is still a team that has not won a best of 3. I mean, in New York, it was all BO1 wins. Here, so far, it's BO1 wins. Now they're putting themselves in position to get into the playoffs and get those BO3 games, and that's phenomenal. But that's what we have to see next, because we haven't seen them even play a BO3, I don't think, against a European team in some time. Definitely not in the last 3 months.
Okay, we'll bear that in mind, as Optic, of course, have managed to join them at the top of their group. I say join them, excuse me, let me clarify. Yeah, they're the only team in Group A to be holding that 2-0. We're going to be seeing if Envy can join them as they're about to go ahead and dive into their second match straight after our break. It'll be Envy going up against Liquid. Now, Liquid are in dire need of a winner. Really poor performance in their first day puts them at 0-2, and now Envy have a chance to put a third on the board as well. Right, we're going to take a break, and when we do come back, it'll be time to see the French side this time clash versus Liquid. We hope to see you there.
Mountain League, is definitely the biggest thing that's giving us exposure. And that's basically what this kind of league does. It just promotes growth in smaller teams, and you can really make a name for yourself. We definitely have a possibility to raise some eyebrows, and people are going to be surprised.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Day 2, Game 2. It's going to be Envy versus Liquid, and certainly no one here in Sao Paulo envies the situation Liquid have found themselves in, as it's 0-2 for them on the death's door, and now they have a chance to go ahead and try and bite back versus the French squad that have already got a win under their belt yesterday. Joined by two faces you'll no doubt recognize, it's YNK and Mouz to talk through this one. And I mean, where do you start the discussion with Envy and Liquid? We've already hinted that Liquid are in a bit of a bad place right now, and I think I'd rather start by talking about Envy and this. We're avoiding the Sixer discussion. It's been had. We know that this Devil to Sixer transition has happened, and we realize it was more for personal reasons as opposed to performance reasons. So instead, let's talk about the potential for this squad to get to that top spot again. This is a team that's won a major, for heaven's sake. This is a roster that has lifted a trophy, and yet we stand here and we underestimate them in almost every tournament we see them in.
I mean, if you look at both of these teams, it's kind of like the opposite, right? Envy's been in like a tough year so far, and they're on the upswing. Liquid, on the other hand, has made it to the finals of a major, did well in New York, got a top 4, but they're definitely on the downward trend right now.
Sure.
So kind of these teams are going in different directions. I think the big key, and this has been something that's been lacking in Envy for some time. For me personally, I've looked at it during this year, this slump they've had, and I've said, where's NBK? Because NBK is that kind of guy who's always mentioned with their playstyle, he's taking the more supportive roles. If you remember back in the beginning of CSGO, and for 2 or 3 years in CSGO, NBK was a monster on the French teams. He was one of the biggest fraggers on the French team. So for him to disappear, I think that's a big piece of their firepower that they're missing. And I think yesterday especially we saw his performance on some of the defensive sides on this map. We saw NBK doing very well, having at least the impact kills, maybe not putting up the numbers, but for me, I want to see the old NBK start to get back into shape. It's not always about the old Kenny S coming, because he has his impact, but he's not going to be that dominant opper anymore.
Indeed, we are having a rave, it seems, here on the Pro League desk. It'd be awesome if, as much as I love the music, if we could just kill that so I can hear what the guys are saying.
For me, I think that the lack of the drop of performance from MBK was mostly because they tried to change their playstyle in the beginning of the year. Envious used to run that. They have that. I mean, I don't want to call it weird, but interesting approach where they have like 2 different attack teams, where Apex would be leading one and MBK would be leading the other one. And in the beginning of the year, trying to change their playstyle, it all fell onto Apex, and MBK was getting a more passive role. And I think that's why wasn't really feeling it in that sense. Now when they switched back, that's when you see him playing better as well. Basically everyone on the team is playing better because they're more comfortable in their old roles.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in every team when they try and switch the playstyle. There's always one player who is like the one who sacrifices whatever and on this team it is NBK. I mean, this is also a team that kind of really pioneered, when they were winning the major, when they were LDLC ineffective, they really pioneered that like 4-1 death squad type offense where they just had 4 players together and Happy obviously lurking on the other side of the map. So yeah, now they have to throw a few more wrinkles in, and for the moment it seems like it's definitely, they've been improving, and that's the good sign. They're getting back to their level. You can even see talking to them and seeing them at events setting up, they're having a little bit more fun with each other. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable. They don't have the weight of like getting knocked out of all these tournaments on their shoulders anymore.
I think that's what's so intriguing when we do discuss both Envy and Liquid. It's that it's very difficult for us to understand exactly where these peaks and troughs come from. Actually, often it's not as simple as it being the roster swap. Admittedly, perhaps that's where I'd like to take this now with Liquid is, does it really just correlate with the Pimp transition? I mean, we saw them and finding success with Simple, of course, then already had the contract signed, bringing the Dane into the roster, and it does seem like it's been a slow process to kind of get the guys back on their feet, Yanko.
I mean, go ahead. Yeah, we were trying to figure out who's going to talk.
Yeah, I saw you both like...
they look much better in New York than they did online prior to the tournament, but I think Liquid now, with the departure of Peacemaker, I think they have a huge problem because they lack a natural leader in that team, not just an in-game leader, but a father figure, so to speak.
A father figure?
Everyone needs a father figure.
Why are you smirking, Jason?
No. This is, I mean, for me with Liquid, I mean, they use so many plays. I think Peacemaker is definitely a big, big part of the puzzle that's missing. Also, you look at this team, and they now have a history of struggling to incorporate oppers. Now, they've told me that every single opper they've had, whether it's Adren, whether it's Kusta, whether it's JDM now, has had free reign to call whatever he wanted and go wherever he wanted in any round, CT and T side. But I mean, now it's a systemic problem where I guess they just don't know how to make it work because Kusta was worse on that team. JDM has now disappeared on this team. Adren was never really present on this team either. So the oppers have always been a struggle for them.
I think the approach is interesting because you hear actually from a player like Getright who says after they brought in Threat, it's actually nice to have someone to tell you exactly what they want you to do, like for you to know exactly what your role is in a particular round. You have players who obviously would like to have more freedom in their playstyle, but you also have other players who benefit, from having someone telling, I want you to do exactly this in this round, and then they're only focused on that.
So in an example, you would be, it's not hold mid, it's flash this, smoke this, push this, be there at this time, and that's the additional
They get to turn the brain off and just focus on throwing the flash and then killing someone.
Which we all know does work for some players more than others. There are those kind of brainless apes that just can't stop hitting shots, and we've seen some of them, of course, find success.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it. Right, let's start talking vetoes then, as we do get into the closing minutes of this one before the game does kick things off, and immediately Liquid purge Cash. Following that, we see Train removed and Mirage from Envy. They're not interested in putting Mirage back into Liquid's
I actually wouldn't be surprised if this ends up on Dust 2. If you think of Liquid's most recent success when they beat Fnatic twice on it in New York, and this is a map that Envy likes, I cannot imagine. I think Liquid's just going to say, let's just go back to it. That's where we've had our BO1 successes.
I think it will come down to Liquid to make the... Okay, now we have...
Drop the mic.
Great.
He's
Great.
done.
So we will be playing Dust 2, and that is all I have to say.
Please feel free to go for your counterpoint.
No point doing it now.
No point.
He was going to agree with me again, just like the predictions yesterday.
Yeah, we all know how well that goes.
Well, it didn't go too well for him this morning, did it?
Yeah, really got to be careful with
Listen,
these
I came on point today. I got my sleep.
Yeah? You are looking a little better rested today.
Yeah. It's been nice.
Okay, well, I'm glad we've got some sleep under our belt. Hopefully we're going to be seeing some good CS as well. Dust 2, the map. Now, Envy on Dust 2. Wouldn't you put this at the kind of the top of the list for Envy at this point in time, Yanko?
It's been a map that they haven't played for a while, but then in Pro League they started, incorporating it in their pool again. It's been a map where on the few LANs that they attended, they got wins against other, top-tier teams. So that's basically how they got back the confidence playing the map. And when you look at the team, the roster, the type of players they have, it makes perfect sense for them to play Dust 2. Explosive players like Apex, Kenny, Happy on the Lurk, perfect map for them.
Yeah, there's so many different locations that Happy can lurk, and as well on the other side. I mean, obviously in Opera's Playground, this is a map that you'd expect JDM to be pretty comfortable in, in terms of so many different ways you can go, so many different areas where you can get a pick, so many different ways you can perch up and just have impact. But also, when you look at the CT side, that kind of most important position on the map is that defender of the mid to B right now on Dust 2. That person who's going to play in CT spawn and decides, when he watches catwalk, when he supports A, and when he's watching mid to support B, and they have a Liege in that position. He's the one, their best player right now, their star player, the guy emerging as one of the better players in North America. He's the guy that is going to take the brunt of that, and that's kind of the situation you always want. You want to have your best player taking the most important spot on a map.
I like this. I like the way the scene has been set. It's Kenny versus JDM. It's Apex versus Elige. It is these roles that have to perform now. And of course, do or die for Liquid at this point in time. 0 and 2. 0 and 3 is almost curtains. And we will not be seeing them, of course, much in the arena. I think everyone does get their first game. If not, I'm not absolutely certain on that. Either way, veto's done. Map locked in. Teams ready. It's prediction time. Nice and quick then, boys. Liquid, now you made a fool of yourself when you ripped that Liquid shirt off.
They won that match.
I'm just saying.
They won that match.
They didn't lift the trophy, though.
Best moment, of course, when you pushed Blue away from the desk.
Yeah, Blue, just get out of here.
Blue, stop. I've got something to say. You going to keep going?
No, I'm actually going to get off the train for this one. I'm gonna get off at the stop. I'm going to take Envy in this one.
Okay. You're staying realistic then, believing in a solid Envy squadron. Liquid going to pick up their first win here, Yenko? It's happened again. I said I'd ask you. Oh, okay.
I know, it's all right.
Well, I can't really go with Liquid, can I?
No.
I'm not that crazy. So
Okay, doubting Liquid, and understandably so given their current performance here at the ESL Pro League Finals. We're going to take a short break to load on into the map being Dust 2 between Envy and Liquid. Intrigued to see if the North American side has got some good sleep under their belt and can perform better than they did yesterday. It certainly won't be difficult. Let's find out, though, after the break.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
With runs at MLG Columbus, ESL 1 Cologne, and obviously ESL 1 New York, Liquid seem to be an international phenomenon, but at this event they have struggled. They are struggling tremendously, in fact. 0-2, desperate for a win. If they don't get one here, it's pretty much all said and done.
16-2 versus Optic, and they managed to get a decent comeback against Mousesports, but they still lost the game. It was about similar scorelines in the first half. I think it was 13-2. They managed to crawl back into 16-12, but at the end of the day, the game was always going to be going in one direction. So yes, a very poor showing so far. Doesn't really get any easier. They've got a team of French superstars against some Envious who were in a slump for quite a while, but they're definitely out of it now. The addition of 6 has seemed to have revitalized them. They're getting deeper in tournaments now, actually making playoffs regularly, quarterfinals, semi-finals, actually showing they can still play at a top level. You have to remember as well, these guys have got a major title under their belt. They're always going to be a formidable force to go up against, and actually I do fancy them going this as well. Dust 2, we saw Liquid play, I think it was Train and Mirage today, so Dust 2 is the first time we've seen them at this tournament at least. Envious though, you got Kenny S to go against. And JDM, I think it's safe to say he hasn't exactly been electrifying this tournament. So
No, not at all. We did see Dust 2 yesterday.
For Liquid?
Not from, not from Liquid specific. I thought, my mistake. I
saying, like,
thought you said overall.
No.
Yeah, no, we did see yesterday. But yeah, for Liquid we have not. In fact, it's not a map that really springs to mind for me in terms of regularity.
If you think about the big wins they've had in the past, you go back to Columbus, they beat Fnatic on those.
It's true.
I think they did similar sort of results in Cologne as well. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, Dust 2 is always one of those maps they chuck in about this stage of the tournament just when they need to qualify, right? And then they seem to get these big victories in the best of ones, on Dust 2 at least.
Well, yeah, we'll see if they can do it, because the biggest thing you already mentioned is the fact that JDM has not been really performing as we would expect.
So is Nitro, to be fair.
Nitro was god-awful yesterday, specifically on the T side of train. He stepped up a little bit CT side, but it wasn't really enough, obviously, given the scoreline for them. JDM's got to hit shots with an op. You know you need an op on this map. It's inevitable. You've either got to get aggressive toward middle, or you got to play the car.
He needs to be ready to go in Dust 2. It's one of the maps that the AWP needs to be making his own decisions, be stepping up and actually finding the frags. We're going to this game right now. Pistol round has started. It's going to be Liquid side on the CT side here. Hiko's got an Incendiary. That's a very unusual buy. Peculiar, I would say. But still, MBK taking a ton of damage against headshot towards Suicide. It's actually a bit problematic for the T's now. Pimp takes similar damage, but it's going to be the CTs with heavy aggression towards Shore. As usual, though, Envious, the T side, they go towards Long, looking to get that fast plant down. They have got a smoke for the crossover, but now they've got Long control. Don't need to completely commit at this point. CT seem to be adjusting. That's going to be a Liege making his way back to the side, looking for the long-range headshots. Can he find anything here?
Well, see what he can come up with. Either way, it's going to be a Liege. Oh, lovely shot over top. It's all Liquid. Bomb down, dropped on the cross. It's going to be Happy remaining 1 versus 5. Late down middle, of course, he's got the Glock in hand, trying to find a headshot quickly behind the Cinders, but this is all said and done. Liquid are going to take round number 1, and this is very important. They need to build up that economy to try and get the AWP into the possession of JDM. He finds exactly that man, Happy. Quick shot, down he goes. Would have been good for JDM to get a pistol kill, or at least a further pistol kill. He's got 2 to really solidify his money. Hiko watching over at B to make sure he can't wrap around. Pimp's going to pop out from long A. That'll trap him in toward the catwalk position. Bomb down on A, remember. So these positions are ultimately just waiting to make sure they have information more than trying to cover off the round. Nitro trying to get shots as well, and this will give Pimp a bit of a chance to pop back up.
At this point,
Happy's really just dragging the round out for us.
Exactly. He can't do anything to even win this round. Even find a kill was looking unlikely. So Liege finishes things off there. Bit of a weird one from Envious. Like I said, they had the smoke, they had the flashbangs. They decide to cross over at the crossover with no utility still, just run across with low HP players. Surely when you've all been battered down to that low HP, you think, okay, we need to actually throw the smoke down, flashes over, let's try and get a guarantee the bomb. Just run over. It's almost 1 by 1 as well, and got wrecked by JDM from the USP. Here's the CT spawn. We are going to have to force buy in the second round. Pretty standard stuff here on Dust 2. It's going to be PT50s, Deagles, and the Tech 9. Kenny S, of course, doesn't buy armor, so they'll be spreading out a default mentality for now. Got a few flashbangs to work with. Most teams will make their way towards short, try and flash the side, and try and get a short plant down. It's the most likely outcome. Normally see some run boosts here, Matt, but they're normally pretty unsuccessful, we have to say. It's quite a hard one to nail, but let's see if they try it. Envious, I remember, our team that tries it most of the time.
They do it all the time. I don't even think they do it anticipating it to work. They're just like, let's have some fun. Let's see if we can get someone in there. And they're setting up for it again. Good call. Oh, are they? I guess not. Flash is over. Apex wants to go with a Tech 9. Remember, there's one player at Goose. It's JDM. Where's the kills coming in? It's the Legion's dead. JDM. Damage done, but no kills in. Happy kills MBK. Now, that's a bit of a problem because they had the man advantage to work with. They've since lost it due to the team kill, but Plant comes in. Nitro's going to follow it up. It's all down to Happy. He falls on the site. JDM, that was shocking stuff. Considering he has an SMG as well, he gets those 2 kills. He's onto an AWP quite quickly.
Yeah, he had decent positioning. Does damage, to be fair. Allows Pimp to find a couple of kills at long range, but still, the bomb down for Envious. That's what they wanted. They won't be able to buy into the next round. Well, do you know what? They could force it. They were feeling a little bit saucy this round. They could go for it. It's Dust 2 after all. They could throw a spanner into the works. You can see they got 4K on Kenny S, so it would be an all-in play, but I don't think they'll be going for it this time. So it'll be some Deagles, a PG50. So overall, Liquid, they're fine, right? They'll be able to go to the next round. JDM won't be patching anything into this one. He wants to make sure he gets the AWP. He knows that's coming in from Kenny S. So once again, try and work those Deagles, try and get another bomb plant down. That would be great. Pretty much that'll be described. It was that short play with the flashbangs, trying to overwhelm the CTs. Certainly worked in terms of getting the bomb down and finding 3 kills as well. So, Deagles still a bit of a tall order to defend against. You know, you've got Envious, who at one point were famed to be some of the best pistol players in the entire game in terms of the second round force buy. So, always going to be interesting when they have the Deagles in their hands.
MBK, oh, gone already. Liege smoked down, was going to try and beat that smoke. Could have cut him off with an Eagle shot, but lovely placement from Young John. Nitro's going to do the same to take down Apex. JDM staying out of the pistol. Wants to get that weapon drawn and ready against Kenny, who with a Deagle is getting tagged up and down to 47. 20 now, bottom of the tunnels. Playing with Sixer in that position as Happy's already on the catwalk. Smoke still out in front of him. And good position from Pimp, as again he pushes out long. This is something they're going to have to be curious and well aware of, excuse me. Maybe perhaps watch it as Pimp gets confident in that position. Lovely shot from Happy, though, pulls this back to just one-man advantage. They're low. They're running reasonable time on the clock. It's 39 seconds still to work with. Happy needs a lovely shot. Needs to hit JDM, who's only got the P250, remember, on top of the site, so it's not like he's got a range game. It actually could be something that's possible here for Happy. Elige, meanwhile, is going to take down Kenny, that low HP. Now the Deagle, this is exactly what we talked about. JDM hits it. Money for him, and Elige with 3 kills in the round. We go into the guns, and it's going to be AWPs on either. Ooh, not quite. JDM's low. He can't get it, but he could get it dropped over from Pimp.
Yeah, and Elige could drop as well. I think they will certainly be doing that. They know Kenny has to be bringing that out. Kenny's a glass cannon, though. He actually opted for the smoke and 2 flashbangs there, so he probably could have got some body armor, considering he's got an HE as well. He could have got body armor, but opts for the grenades instead. JDM looking like he wants to go for the face here. We say we need him to be a little bit more confident going forward in terms of, being willing to take these challenges, but Kenny S hits him in the leg, maybe just through the door, I'm not sure, but it goes down to 19 HP regardless. But Elige, though, pushing middle, looking for the first frag, but it's envious. Lighting up the scoreboard for now. Apex and MBK finding headshots there very early on. It's the first gun round. Normally the CTs want to be doing a round like this, trying to send a message out, not allow a default and execution to come in, trying to find those first frags, but this has not worked out at all. Now it comes out to JDM with low HP to try and make something happen.
Watch Pimp's position. It's the uncommon check. Oh, they're going to get baited right by nades out Pimp. Oh, massive missed opportunity goes down, and MBK, he'll capitalize as JDM baited perfectly. And Pimp again trying to find an aggressive angle. Just can't land the shots. It's Hiko. And will fall last. 5 players stay alive for Envious on the first gun round, so never mind a fast reset. They'll have money in the next. It's going to be a brawl for Liquid to try and stay in this, 6K. Especially with the bought-out AWP.
Yeah, they have got 6K that they could buy it if they really wanted to. 3 players would have weapons, and then there'd be pistols. I don't think it's worth it at this stage, if I'm completely honest. So it looks like, yeah, they'll take a bit of a partial buy here, but yes, Pimp. Yes, it was a 5-on-3, but he was gifted an opportunity there. He could at least got 2 kills out of that, in my opinion, but we'll see. Well, as you saw, it didn't really work out for him. Unloads the clip, doesn't do even that much damage, and it's quite a clean round for Envious there. Liquid tried to push at the start. JDM facing Kennis as well. I want to see him do that, though. He has to have the confidence. Can't be shut down by that initial confrontation with him. He is good enough to go toe-to-toe with Kenny S. Maybe not in terms of like the crazy flick shots and the close range stuff, and in terms of actually finding picks and being an efficient AWP for sure. He can have some impact for Envious here, but we'll see what happens. And as we go into round number 5, it's pretty much a full Hiko. No body armor purchased with 1 HE for Hiko. And they'll be holding up and a little bit of more of a focus towards the A site. But for now, that's where Envious will be heading, and to say the least, they've got superior firepower.
Yeah, I think that's fair to state. Although you say that, you consider some of the one-shot potential that does exist on the Liquid side. It's going to be MBK and Apex to follow up. MBK as well, they're definitely looking formidable onto this A site. Very convincing again as JDM will fall down toward the pit. Kenny S with the shot, no less, so get inside his head early, despite that it's not a direct battle. I think there's decent firepower still on the Liquid side.
No, I meant in terms of the weaponry they had.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So I'm saying, like, they're going to the A site, the CT's waiting for them, but they had the AKs and they had the pistols.
You're right, I'm sorry.
So that's why it wasn't a jab.
I don't think it was a jab either way. I think it was a statement.
Yeah. But no, that's what I meant. Anyway, we have got the money back into the hands of Liquid this time. They do have weaponry. Still going to be up against it, though. 2 Famises. Have the AWP, but this time Glass Cannon. Certainly not in a fantastic position here. They have got a couple of kits, so it does come down to a bomb plant. At least they can challenge it. So, default for now from Envious. Going to be working 2 players in lower B as well. Waiting for aggression from Liquid. A team known to do that in the past. They pushed it up B tunnels with 3 players and now try and get some map control here. It's quite rare to see at this stage of the round, but certainly a possibility. So 6 will be watching that, as MBK, he'll be hunting out for the short control here. This is pretty standard for a default. You choose one part of the map, whether it's long. Traditionally going to be short. You push the CD back at that point. It allows you to go for executions if you so wish. Normally when they have a top AWP like JDM, playing the car position like he is now, the executions can be very good. You smoke the crossover corner, you're flashing the bomb site, using Molotovs as well, dropping a couple of players down to CT spawn and trying to overwhelm the AWP before he has a chance to do anything with it. That's pretty common these days, and it looks like the smokes are being lined up right now. Not the full execution from what I can see, but still a few of them being deployed. That's the smoke I was just describing there.
The new isolation. JDM has to find an angle as a result. Oh, perfectly timed flash. NBK through it, nails him. Bye-bye, JDM. It's going to be Pimp to try and grab and compensate with the op. Thankfully, Elige will hit the first shot. So Apex can't get through the smoke and play it out too long. Pimp's got to watch the door itself miss. Big miss. That was almost looked on him from me, but
he was aiming on him and then flicked
snapped
away.
to the left. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. That was a bit peculiar, but overreactions. It does cause him his life. Gives them long position. Rather envious gives long position, just to clarify that statement, as it is going to be Nitro now, 1 versus 3. He'll go for it. They need it. He's got to save next round regardless, so might as well try and find Sixer at least behind the stairs. He's there. Shoulder shown. Low HP, but better shot from Sixer, who's made it 3 for Envious in a row. Liquid save 1, and they'll be able to buy out in the next, given the last round bonus.
Well, that execution comes in. Like I said, that's designed to take down the AWP players. It's not as easy as it looks, right? Obviously, a lot of teams run that strategy. It all comes down to the timing, especially the flashbangs as well. If the smoke isn't super deep, the AWP still has some vision. Your players, just as they're coming through the smoke, that's when that flash needs to come off as well, just so they have perfect vision that doesn't allow the AWP to fall back in time. That was done to perfection there from MVS. MBK blowing the head off it. JDM had no chance at all. Full eco here. CT player in lower B, that's JDM, just the player we're talking about. He gets taken down by Happy. They've now ascertained that it's going to be a full eco pretty much, considering he's got a USP. So they've got long control. They've got a player in lower B watching for the rotations as well. This is a pretty idyllic setup, I have to say, from the French side. Happy just holding off, not fully committing. Those players are in front of him, finds a kill on the lead, maybe a seconder as well. There it is. And now the third with the pistol.
Lovely. Oh, 4th as well. Happy, making money.
5-man.
Gets an ace. We've seen some 5-mans anti-ecos. Yes, an ace in 1 round. We've seen some 5-man anti-ecos this weekend, but you were not impressed yesterday, Henry, so you're not allowed to be biased and be impressed today.
I wasn't that impressed. Like, I mean, like, I don't like it when casters get super hyped about an eco spray down.
You don't like when I get hyped?
Well, no, you don't know.
What if it's a sick spray down?
I'd normally stop you before you did it. But let's go, all right, man, let's calm down. I just don't think it's worth it. I think it's not that important to the game. It's going to happen.
An ace is an ace, in my opinion. I get it. It's less significant if it's just a spray down on armored players, but...
Yeah. Each their own, you know.
Yeah, you know. Just celebrate the ace. I don't get them very often, so...
Celebrating the ace. Well, we do have another difficult buy, you have to say, from Liquid. It is 4th stage loss players. It's still not enough for a healthy CD setup.
JDM. That was a shot that presented itself, and he was unable to get it due to timing.
At least he's changing his position each round. We've seen him face towards middle. He's gone towards the A car. Now he's pushing off short as well. This is what we wanted to see. It's been a problem for him. It's a common problem we talk about Skadoodle as well, who seems to be quite rigid and wants to play a certain position. The top AWPers will be confident enough. You can talk about Device on this map especially. I think he's really good at it. Pushing off short, hunting for frags, and JDM yet to have any real impact here. He has got 3 kills, but 2 of those were on the pistol. I think one is an anti-eco frag as well, but... Still, early days. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. 4-3. Big round for Liquid here. MVS, since using the pistol, get 4 rounds in a row. Real pushes with the CT. You can see the bomb actually setting itself up. MVS, it's kind of a French mentality. Contact play towards B. It seems to be more and more common these days. You have the AWP covering you. You're happy to walk into the B side once he's covered that that's going to be clear towards that platform area. Hiku can hear them though. Decides to phase.
Well done. Oh, MBK. He was the only one not flashed up by that. Nitro threw the flash in. That could have been a lot more. Nitro does manage to get 2 to compensate for the fact that they've lost both players inside of the site, but this means that's a retake and a rotation coming through. Elige gets caught by Happy bottom tunnels. Pimp knows he's there, and he's going to try and brawl. He's going to try and fight directly and baits out the shots, manages to secure the kill. A little bit of help with JDM, but Pimp goes to 46. It's 2 better than Apex. But again, Apex is inside the confines of the B site, which is problematic, and you just pointed out they don't have kits on the Team Liquid side.
So they're going to waste time here trying to boost up, but they don't find a frag with this. It's very difficult to even imagine they can win this round. Yeah, so falling back, that was pretty much the only opportunity. Boost up. If you get a kill on platform, go for it. All in, 1 player defuses, 1 covers, but unfortunately didn't find anything from that one. Envious there, walking to the B side. Like I said, Hiko got flashed in perfectly, but MBK ready for it. Must have been behind one of the teammates and doesn't get flashed. Takes Hiko down. Nitro, pretty much the first time he's really shown us multiple frags this tournament. He gets 2, but it's not quite enough to hold on to the round itself. 5 in a row now for Envious. Did he manage to save the AWP and the AK Liquid, that is? Money, maximum loss bonus at this point. I think at this point you probably have to force into this round. It sounds a bit scary for them, so they should be able to have an even stronger bet than last round. They actually have armor, nades, a couple of kits this time. JDM, though, when you have these kind of buys, your AWP needs to be stepping up and finding picks here. He'll go towards B this time, so he is being proactive at least and changing where he wants to go. Whether it's the right calls each time, I'm not so sure. Trying to find that first pick in towards B. He's actually going quite aggressive here, but look how defensive MVS are. They're waiting for this, actually on the boxes by the steps. That's 6 are waiting for it. Very disciplined stuff from him.
Definitely is. JDM's going.
You pre-fire the steps, right? You'd never really scope into that. That's where he's going into.
And there you go. Point in case, but
so he wouldn't have looked at that. You just saw it on the screen as well. 6 stayed there, blows his head off.
Meanwhile, Sixer has rotated back over toward Catwalk. Standard positioning inside of A, but not with the AWP, as we saw JDM on B. He's rotating back inside of the site. Hiko's gone down. They do push up, and Sixer's crosshair placement dead on. Doesn't even need to move.
Good news is, though, JDM with a good position. There is a player in lower B, but There it is. Happy does go down. 6 with another headshot.
How many times have we seen Liquid with a perfect flashbang unable to secure the kills? They're just not connecting the shots. Pimp missing a spray. Nitro
Here we go.
misses that time. Hiko goes down in B. The last round, Pimp does find 2, though. Good position from Long. This got it down to a 2 versus 2.
Here we go. JDM on the retake. They don't have the kits once again, though. Still only bomb planted now, so there is opportunity to actually do something about this, but Pimp goes down. JDM yet to really have any impact with the AWP. Now smoked out, no kit, no nades. Has to just take the straight-up challenge here and hope he can find the first frag, but a player in CT spawn, that pretty much denies any chance of winning the round, but he hits the headshot. What the hell was that?
That's a lovely shot from JDM to respond. That's a chance given as well. And now he's going to go on this. It's presented to him, but it's better taken from Kenny as he walks back up. That shouldn't have even happened. It should have been a back away to save the op. Suddenly it's in a 1 versus 1. He's got to go.
Wow. Those are the hype moments. We get to see that again.
We'll get to see the overall take, rather, and then I was about to say Limpwood. That's Pimp on Liquid.
Right, okay.
He gets 2 kills that were quite lovely. There you go. That's the shot onto Apex. And again, Apex is jumping from formation. There's really no need to.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, he's got the position of, okay, if he challenges you, I'll just face from CD spawn and be a thorn on his side. He is getting ahead of himself there. Another eco, so pardon me while I talk over it. I don't think much will come of this round as Apex find the first kill in B. We've got Happy with some decent position towards middle as well. The only weapon available is him with a scout, wreck through the box, and as quickly as that, the round is over. So may I remind you, if you're watching at home or playing along, it's going to be 3 rounds available so far. And they've only won the pistol, that's Liquid. So take a pause, that's good. What's the money app? So they get, okay, now they can get double orb set up. I would say almost 100% that's going to be coming out. Double orb set up, it'll be Pimp and JDM to roll with those weapons. That's pretty much, we normally talk about being a desperation play. Like, sometimes it's a very good setup. You normally bring it out when you're winning, you kill an AWP on the T side, you think, great, we've got an AWP here. But when it gets to this sort of stage, nothing's working, you're getting picked all over the map. 2 AWPs is a good reaction, I guess. You have the AWP towards B, which is quite traditional, means you can have 1 player in there as a turret, just holding for those first picks, that stops the T from walking in too much. And then you have 1 more that's a bit more dynamic. Maybe he goes towards long, boosts up towards short. He's trying to work picks actively on the map. So I would say it's almost guaranteed that'll be coming in. But yeah, Envious now, 7 rounds in a row since losing the pistol. We thought Liquid, after getting that good start, maybe I'll do something with this one. But Hiko, like I said, he's the most well-rounded player on the team, the most experienced. 0 for 7 right now. He is now calling, of course. So whether that's had an impact on the team overall, his performance especially, he's been very quiet this tournament.
He's been quiet overall lately, I think. His clutches haven't exactly been as promising. We haven't seen, I think the last one we saw was the 1v3 on Cash. I don't even remember what event that was that really blew my mind. And that might have been Cologne, I can't remember. But
that was Columbus, I think. Maybe
yeah,
he's got a lot of Cash.
It's, yeah.
Against SK,
exactly. And I mean, it's mostly the games they're winning because he doesn't have to do anything, because the entries are there. So I get it. It's a role thing, but at the same time, he needs to find a way to invent himself to be relevant in those situations as well.
So it's Nitro. We do have the double orb set up, but it's going to be Nitro going in with it. Like, normally Pimp does it on some maps, but Kenny, yes, he's waiting. The flash comes over. It's JDM challenging once again. And Nitro, the secondary orb's been tagged through the doors. It's falling apart. Kenny S has been tagged as a result as well, but still, he's found a kill already. So the double orb set up now down to Singular, and the first pick for Envious with so much time remaining. So you can see they've bought the double orbs there, and they're banking. They at least get an exchange frag there. So Nitro's facing as well, but Apex normally challenging towards mid himself. Works out, no one else towards mid. So presumably with the man advantage, you can just do set pieces at this point. You've got control of short. You know the orb's already been taken down. They know JDM's dead. Oh, this play there from Elise. This could be nice. There it is. Actually getting something going together here. It's going to be Pimp finding 2. And that was a shot I thought Kenny was going to hit all day long, but managing to get away. It's Pimp and Nitro.
Watch Happy, though. He's got out long because they've given that up as a result. And he's got 1 pick already. Sixer inside spawn takes Hiko. It's all falling apart again. It's down to Pimp and Nitro, the 2 that set the cross. Pimp's dropped into CT spawn. Thankfully, Sixer hasn't gone all the way through. Not to mention Nitro may have had the angle if he did, but it could have cost Pimp dearly inside CT. It may anyway. Happy's going to find the shot. And Nitro, 1 versus 3. He's going to have to try desperately to save this weapon because they've got absolutely nothing to work for them right now. Liquid's just flat as they can be. And it's 0 and 8 now for Hiko.
Desperate is definitely the operative word in that regard. 8-3 now, saving the orb. Lots of time for them to hunt him down. And yeah, Hiko once again, he is looking flat. That's a perfect word to summarize it. He's in CT spawn at that point, can hit terrorists on either side of him. Looking like apprehensive, doesn't want to face, doesn't really want to go for it. When he does, it's an awkward exchange, doesn't really do much damage. Happy, every time Envious loses a couple of frags, he's coming in with a really good flanks. His timings lately, you can criticize his playstyle all you like, but if they're winning like rounds and playing like this, I actually commend him. I think it's a really cool way to do it. If you're actually having impact and securing rounds to your team and holding decent rotation on the CTs, locking them down, I don't care whether you want to call him a beta or not. He's doing a really good job at this role right now. And it seems like, yeah, the addition of Sixer, this team looks so different to what we saw earlier in the year. I'm actually quietly happy about it. I've always been a fan of the players across the board. But let's just talk about this game specifically. Money now, Kenny S. He's got 16k. Pretty much a similar story across the board. A couple of players on 13, 14, 11k. Fast play from Kenny towards long this time, looking for that first pick. JDM does have the AWP. Flash comes over there, allows the CTs at least across towards a pip.
Happy get away there toward long as well. Pimp hasn't been able to push through since the guns have been drawn.
Oh, we didn't mention Hiko was 007.
I did. I said
did
it last. I said last round. Yeah, he's 008 now.
That's a new operative.
There always was one. I think I think GoldenEye mentions a 008.
It's 006. He's Trevelyan, I think.
There's a 008 mentioned at one point in the series. I know that, but I can't remember when. Either way, Apex. I could be wrong. Who knows? I thought there was. I'm sure some diehard fan.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd be tweeted already. By the way.
Yeah, exactly. They love to get in there when they can. Strike while the iron's hot. Apex back over toward the B tunnel. Is going to group with his team, try and go in toward B. The last time they tried this, it was a flash from Nitro and a peek from Hiko. Remember, Hiko, obviously, given a scoreline, didn't get kills on that. Nitro had to follow up with 2. Sixer's going to lead in. Hiko's got 1. He's on. Looks for a second. Can't quite find it. Does put him low. That's going to give Nitro a bit of a chance. But 4 players on the site. Nitro drops bomb temporarily. Peeks out. Has information on Apex to his left. But he's got to buy space, and he's doing it well. Molotov in. Jumps into the flames. Doesn't even matter. Kenny drive by with the Tech 9. But now it's just Kenny with 20 HP. You often see him hit those shots. I was going to say low angle and a fast peak, and Kenny often hits those, but Elige will close it, and finally Liquid will get their 4th.
Well, there it is. Finally does arrive. Hiko arrives on the server finally. Gets 1 kill, but at least he does more damage as well. Allows Nitro to... He buys Nitro some time at least, right? He's getting the attention away from him. Nitro comes in with 2 kills, and they just about get through it. Kenny, yes, you're absolutely right. Had he found that first kill as a player comes through the door, could have been problematic, but they're shutting it down. Another double AWP setup for the CTs. Kenny is waiting for the challenge to come in towards the mid doors once again. Not going to be playing with that one again, it seems. CTs maybe learned a lesson. Kenny S known along with Guardian probably to be one of the best players in that position. As we go into round number 13. A few more required from Liquid here, I feel. Just considering what I've seen in the gun rounds overall. Yes, the pistol was good, but still the gun rounds have been very uninspired. We go into the 1 minute 25 mark. Once again, NBS do get full short control. Pretty uncontested for now. There's not going to be anyone waiting for the other side. We could see that execution coming in once again with the double AWPs. That could be the perfect call at this point.
MBK wants to get the jump. We'll crack behind the cinders for information, but no one's going to peek that far.
So at this point, we have 5 smokes available for MBS. Molotovs, they've got 4 players on short as well. I assume happy towards long for the backstab. This is almost looking guaranteed to be an execution like we saw before. Flashes go in. MBK got the first kill last time. He drops down to spawn. Will be a JDM able to lock it down at this point. Has an opportunity. The flashbangs aren't great. Can't land a shot though. Kenny S takes him down up to Elige now as he bounces a flash in.
Good shot from Elige. Went for the bounce flash to cover out the people at quad and realized they'd already gone up the ramp, but it's MBK immediately with 2.
Look at Happy just toying with Pimp at this point.
Pimp can't go anywhere.
Yeah,
as soon as he wants to leave.
I know Happy's coming, boys. I'll got this. Don't worry. I'll get this kill. I'll back you up.
Oh, that's... What? Okay.
It's fine.
Still get MBK to get the kill.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that exact timing, MBK goes down, Happy's called for it. This is one of the things with Happy. Remember it was Chad that said they could fake off the lurk.
That's an idea we kind of said. Everyone's expecting it now. So he just toys them at that point. Pimp's just like, guys, I can't back you up. I'm waiting for Happy. He's obviously coming. And he's like, Happy's like, you know what? No, I'm just going to listen for footsteps off middle and sit here. And you're actually not going to be part of the situation. You'll watch your teammates die and be useless.
Well, this is going to be a reset. Thankfully, well, hardly thankful, but in the last round they kept 3 alive.
Yeah. Well, still, they're going to have 1 player on 1400.
Oh, stay in the smoke. They got to spray that. There's no way. 26. That is fortunate that he doesn't go down.
I think with the AWP save, they have to force into this round. They're going to have to. They need more than 4.
It's round 14. You might as well just go for it. They give it to JDM.
Maybe they're being conservative here.
Oh, okay. All right. So they only want to play for 5 rounds and a half.
Well, it's up to him to really step up, I guess. It's like if he can get a multiple frag round in towards the B side or something like that. Is that where he's going to be? Not for now. He's actually looking towards mid, trying to challenge Kenny once again, but he's not there. as the lead pushes off short.
Liquid with the presence to get there, but a nade goes against them. Watch to the left as well. Elise is still looking to lower, and there's presence coming up catwalk directly. It's Happy that wanted to go, but it's MBK that'll find Nitro. JDM on the op. They're going to want to save it again. The problem is, look at how quickly they're approaching on this B site. That's going down. There's no way. JDM with one. He's got to find a second. They're already in the site. Oh, I thought he was going to hit that. 1 HP. He's gone. It's going to be Kenny with the kill. Kenny with the additional injection of not quite. I lied. He doesn't get any extra money. It doesn't even matter. It's round 15.
If you win the round anyway, you're only getting $300 extra.
Ooh, here we go. As you would say in your land, taking the piss with the auto snipers.
I'm not sure I'd say it like that, but yeah, maybe. You sounded so un-British there. It was unbelievable. Anyway.
As I said, they'd say it in your country. Oh, yeah. No tags. Surprisingly, they all get by.
It was 5
3 auto snipers and 2 AWPs. And they do go back to the AKs immediately after. Molotov's going to push them back. Kenny's got a shot on Hiko regardless. As he shoulder peeks out, and you're dead right. 1 for 12 in the half is going to be Hiko's total. It's a shocker.
Stinker.
Both of those moves I approve. It's going to be Nitro now trying to get closer to the mouth of the tunnel at B. They still want to go to that side. At least thus far, the anticipation is that they would go that direction.
Well, then at this point, they've got the man advantage. They know the CTs are low money. There's a UMP for Pimp, a 5-7 for JDM. Hiko's gone down. Just bleed them out. Any utility they've got left, make him use it. JDM has to use that smoke on short now. Can't just sit there with 5-7. Has to have something to work with here. Flashes will have to be used at this point as well. Nitro has a smoke. I'm trying to build up something here. It's looking very unlikely they can win this round. If they go towards B, Nitro's had some good rounds. Maybe you can try and get a couple of delay kills there and hope for rotations to come in. At least will be towards short. He's entered in a tight little cubby hole once again, which was successful before with him and Pimp. We'll see whether they can find similar success in the final round here. Tall order for sure. As the flashes come in, JDM trying to show as much attention as he can. Does a bit of damage. No, actually, I'm going to tell a lie. 0 damage. But it looked quite good.
Lige steps back up to avenge JDM, but that still doesn't help them with the fact that they've given up long. 4 players down already, and Pimp's going to try and spray back through, but can't find it. Did hit MBK, but that's not what they needed. They needed multiple more. Nitro does hit a shot on Kenny. That's going to bring it back to him versus 2. Molotov off on Cat. They know he was at CT. He hasn't made his presence through that position, and as such must be at this location. Double Molotov as well is going to buy a total of 14, and Nitro's going to go down to 25 HP. He says, screw it. I want in. I want to make this fight happen. He's got to. He's got no kit, so he has to play with speed. Through the smoke. No dropping down, playing the lens, flash through, can't find the shot. Now he does. 1-on-1, sprays it, expects Sixer to immediately peek after. Sixer doesn't do so and actually prevails. It goes to 11-4. All things considered, reasonable try from Nitro.
Yeah, at this point, that's, I guess, something to talk about. So after winning the pistol, Liquid get 1 gun round there. The dad of the team, the leader, Hiko, 1 for 12. Across the board, though, they were looking pretty poor. No one really stepping up, no one really performing to a level I can really be impressed with at all. It's going to be a lead, top fragging with 11 kills. Him and Pimp had some decent synergy towards the A side, but they're only finding 1 gun round there, so it's really difficult to really kind of tell you what was good from their point of view in terms of how they got those frags. Overall, though, just weren't really landing the shots. They had plenty of opportunities, you pointed out, even when they had perfect flashbangs coming in and actually good communications in that sense. Aim was poor across the board. No one was really finding the multiple frags, and Nitro, once again, towards B, but there by himself most of the time, and that kind of summarises it. No one talking in this halftime break. Everyone is sat there, kind of, maybe Hiko is, you never know, but no one really seems fired up, you know.
Definitely not. I mean, this is going to be one of the performances for Liquid, one of the dullest performances that they've
This is the
had.
worst we've seen them.
Yeah.
I think in terms of big events, we normally talk about them being. Oh yeah, we have got to.
We got to go to a break, Henry. we're getting yelled at because we're taking too much time. I'm going to say that that's your fault. It's partly mine. It's both of our faults. It's not Liquid's. They were quick about that half in the wrong way. We'll be back in a second. impressed on an AK, but overall, Liquid, despite winning the pistol and the 2 ensuing rounds, go extremely flat in the end. They only pick up 1 gun round. And as such, Envy with a commanding 11-4 lead. And Hiko, very poor performance to start off the game. And I think Liquid are back against the wall in this tournament, already down 0-2, up against Envy on Dust 2. It's a hard thing to go against. A French team on this map is always a promise to behold. And Kenny's hitting shots, so things are looking rough.
The whole team's looking pretty good for Envious overall. Like I said, lost the pistol, 3-0 down. Only dropped 1 more round after that. It's actually a really sick half of them overall. Okay then, here we go. It's going to be the pistol round, much required by Team Liquid. The buys are coming in. JDM picks up a P250, a smoke, and a flashbang. And in terms of the other guys, yet to buy as of yet, Pimp and Nitro. We're going with armor. We have got 2 smokes available. That would suggest, I guess, maybe something towards A, smoke CD spawn. Maybe you can smoke the side as well, smoke Xbox, see what they still have to do. Smokes will go towards exports. That you wouldn't want to waste this. You probably want to go fast up towards short. Means just denying the CT's being able to get the 1 bullet potential. But look at Happy's position. Actually in a really nice angle to take 1 down. My God, not even the angle that was good. Just takes a straight up duel and takes out a leash.
Yeah, great positioning and fast play. He's able to fall back with no response, no retaliation. He plays the Kenny S angle on top of the wall, drops in. Flashbang prohibits him from getting a second shot. He nearly had a lineup on ahead as well there, but it's going to be Liquid trying to capitalize toward the A site.
Problem is, Kenny S is sick with the USP as well. He's waiting for them. They have got another flash remaining, but watch this. I bet he gets a couple of kills up.
All right, Henry. Put your money where your mouth is. What's the bet going to be? Because right now, he's missing a lot of shots. He's got to turn around. Down he goes. Thanks very much. All right, put your wagers in chat, whatever Henry's got to do, because he definitely lost that bet. Hiko has capitalized as a result. Those missed shots allow a bomb to go down, and Liquid now have a 3 versus 2. Sixers gone towards CT. Second player in this, MBK. It's going to be on catwalk, flash through. He's able to dodge that. It lands at his feet, so he's able to turn accordingly. Looks away. Pimp gets damage in. JDM follows it up. That could have been awkward if MBK was able to capitalize on double peak situation, both focusing onto him. Low HP. JDM falling to NBK, and he's going to do the damage into Pimp as well. It's going to be the pistol gone to Envy.
Why is JDM facing that angle? That's a weird one, right? He's low HP. Decides to look towards the ramp there instead of making MBK. They could both sit beneath that position, be together, give him 2 targets when he has to commit. Could have been surely a better idea than JDM going for the face of low HP. That's a little bit of a misplay from him, in my opinion. A huge round as well to drop. So obviously, if you're MBK at that point, you know both players are there. You have to look down at them. Famously, a difficult angle in CSGO to actually find multiple frags. But yeah, he gives his frag away pretty easily at that point. So Liquid get the bomb down. Potentially should have won that round as well, I'd say, overall. And we'll see what happens as we go into round number 2 here. It's not going to be the force buy. Going to be going in with PT50s and Glocks. 1 smoke as well. That presumably go up towards short. Similar fashion that Envious did. Haven't got as much to work with there. They had 3 flashbangs before. And we have got 2 rifles available for Envious. It's going to be MPK for M4, 60 with the FAMAS, and Apex getting aggressive with that MP9.
Getting aggressive indeed. 2 kills, 600, 3 kills, 700. No, that's not how that works. It's $900. It's 602. I'm all over the place in my math right now, Henry. It's $1,800.
You literally having a shocker there. You went from 700 to 300 to
700 was a joke while I tried to do the math in my head, and even then I did it wrong.
Oh,
so I tried to buy myself time.
Okay.
Like, let's get Yanko in here. He needs to explain the apples to me.
6 times table. That's the easiest way to do it. 6, 12, 18, 24.
I know how maths works.
For you, just a momentary lapse. Was that?
Yes. All right. Look, it happens.
All right.
It's a little warm down here in Brazil. I'm far away from what is winter in Canada. When I get home, there'll be snow, and I'll have a husky that's happy about it. And the rest of the world will not care. So, back into this one. Happy's going to put a smoke, or rather get a smoke in front of him, push through it, catches 1. And he's able to turn away from the flash in time to turn back and take down Happy. But watch Sixer's position at fence. He goes for the peak aggressively. The aggro's already been stolen toward the doors, and it's a perfect time to capitalize. Bomb down inside of the B site. It's going to be a problem for Elise to try and get back to it, considering his smoke covers off back boxes. There's 1 in front of him. They want to flash through. Hiko's going to go, but look at the flank behind it. Sixer sparring off. Will get found, but that's going to be traded out, and the round goes to Envy.
3-0. That was the force buy there from Liquid. I hate to say it, Matt. This game is pretty much done for now. Liquid, they have to either force in this round of Tech 9s or allow Envious to go to match points. And this is pretty much guaranteeing them won't be going through to the groups. 0-3 after this one. So, yeah, you have to get the top 3 in the group to even make it. They do get 1 game, at least in the stadium, but it'll be almost just for the fans at that point.
Yep. It's true. Although, this is Brazil. And the fans will very much be cheering for Immortals and SK, I'm sure. Apex blinded up, doesn't matter. Sprays in, already had his placement there. And as such, Kenny's come back down. Damage in, Kenny's got 3. He's down to 12 HP. But all he's got to do is backhand the pimp and close out the round. He does exactly that. It's going to be map point for Envious.
Now that is good, Matt. That is some of your best work.
Thank you, Henry.
That is good. I like that. I haven't heard anyone use that before. Anyway. We go into round number 20, another bye, but now 11 rounds required. We did see a decent comeback from Liquid against Mouse Sports. I think it was like maybe 9 rounds they got in a row before the game was closed out. So maybe they can do something here. I don't think we're even in a realm where we can suggest that a comeback could be possible, but they can at least make it a less embarrassing scoreline. But at this point, in terms of what are you warming up for, they're out of the tournament to lose this game. So let's see, who knows?
See what they come up with. We've seen Liquid fail on this number before. Does that mean that they can succeed?
Yeah.
It's Elige pre-firing toward the Cinders. It's Kenny that is in this position. Good flick as always. Takes down Elige, falls back. Perfectly timed. He loves that at little edge. He loves playing aggressively on it. It's a different angle than what most AWP players do play.
But he does it so well, doesn't he? So here we go then. Kenny is still facing, of course. Oh, God, I thought he was going to blow the head off there. But it's going to be JDM. Meeting towards short. Smokes come in.
Kenny looking for shots from the box position. Chris J's favorite spot to play on all maps almost. And he does find Pimp this time. Better than the USP prediction that you made, Henry. Watches toward the push. Oh, what a shot on Nitro! That is lovely. I thought surely he'd go down his teammate behind the smoke. And he got the other one immediately at quad. That is impressive stuff. Please put that in slow motion because you'd have to watch how fast that was and it would still impress you. Either way, it's 16-4. Liquid can go no further. And that's 2 games where they got absolutely blown out. They never looked to be in this tournament at all.
Yeah, it's difficult to get hyped about the performance of Envious because Liquid did look so flat there. Nothing really brought to the table in terms of the tactics and the T side. Well, I guess we'll talk about more the CT side. It was a massive problem for them overall. But yes, Envious, decent, just played their game. We saw some adaptations there from Happy, basing them into thinking he's lurking all the time. Good changes there. I'm sure Chad will be pleased to talk about that, even though he's not on the desk. You know?
But you know who is on the desk? The man I just heard yawn because I think your mic might be hot, Alex. It's back over to you.
That's great. Correct. That's absolutely perfect. Of course, it was perhaps the Liquid's performance that sent me to sleep, as we didn't get to see too much from them on Dust 2.
For my voice.
Ruined.
Just stop with this weird memeing. We all love Yanko. He doesn't send us to sleep unless he reads us bedtime stories, which he's actually very good at. It's very good. The Serbian one about the donkey in the mud.
That's your favorite, Alex.
That's my favorite.
That's the bride.
Oh, and the bride at the wedding.
Sorry, the bride is good.
Oh God, we are just like a horrible high school clique with private jokes. It's disgusting.
Hopefully these tweets don't make things awkward.
No, let's go ahead and start talking about the match. Of course, it is Envy who do pick it up, and another time we get to see Envy making a North American team, or at least from the North American region of the Pro League, look silly. First it was Immortals, and now we see them do the same versus Liquid on Dust 2. And I just want to start with the kind of closing words from Henry G and Sadakist. We can't praise Envy too much because Liquid made it so difficult to stop criticizing them.
I mean, to an extent, obviously a very underwhelming performance from Liquid, getting only 4 rounds. That's with Pistol being 3-0 up at the beginning of the game. And it did seem to me that early on in that first half, they really felt pressured to go for things. You know, they were trying to be aggressive. Now, this is very tricky to talk about because on one hand, you praise them taking the initiative. Yeah. But on the other hand, it did felt like it was, as I said, a bit too forced. Really, they might have wanted to take a step back, see how Envy is going to, you know, approach their T side, see where the weakness might be, and then try to counter. This way, they made it kind of easy for Envy because they would get the entry kills a lot in the beginning, and then they got the control of the economy.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those plays they were making that took the initiative, the way you criticize it, I mean, the reason why you criticize it, there were a couple of them that just felt so individual. It didn't seem like it was some kind of organized game plan. It didn't seem like it was some kind of team strategy. It was, you know, a player pushing into lower B and getting picked off. And at that point, I mean, what it says to me is, I mean, obviously this Liquid team is not confident as a squad, but now you're getting to the point where it's so dysfunctional, the players are no longer confident in their teammates, and that what the thought they have in their head is, you know, I've got to be the one to make the play. You know, and having talked to some some of the Liquid guys, having talked to Peacemaker, there are issues within this team that have been going on even when he was in the team, and now that he's gone, there's not, like we said, the leadership question. There's not, I mean, Hiko's a new in-game leader, and so he's got a lot to learn, and he doesn't know quite how to control it, how to fix it, especially when you're at a tournament. Those are problems you have to fix in practice, and in this kind of an environment, you just don't have the time to do it.
And let's not forget, of course, that often common problem with CS and transitioning to the in-game leadership role is your fragging takes a hit, and Hiko was at the bottom of the scoreboard for the majority of Dust 2, which is strange considering the dialogue surrounding Hiko for so long was, you know, the savior of NA, the talent that needs to get that, you know, this a roster like Liquid together and take over the control of North America. It hasn't happened.
It's true.
Oh, go.
I mentioned this upstairs, and I mean, I'm getting to the. I mean, I haven't really. This is just kind of a thought that's come into my head recently that I need to think more about. But I think, like, even with that interview that Hiko gives, if you know, when at the major, and he had the Valve profile where he says, if I don't win a major, then like my career is a waste. So I think he's like looking back on it now and like being very reflective and knowing that he's getting towards the end of his career, and that just happens. And now we're starting to see less impact. Part of it is his playstyle being that passive lurker. I mean, the reason why he was always a highly touted player is because, you know, not only was he a fantastic lurker, but he was going to win you the clutch rounds. Like, he was going to win that 1 versus 3 to save the day. He was doing it consistently, and now we're even seeing that drop off. So I mean, his impact right now, he's got to have some kind of adjustment to his playstyle, or he's got to step up in the in-game leading, and it's very, very tough to do this late in your career.
But actually, you have to give props to Envy as well. Looking at how they played, they did a great job of switching the pace. You know, obviously the fast pace is where they are at their best, but they could also slow it down, go for a bit of a delayed mid to B split. They were switching a lot between the A and the B bomb side, so that really made it difficult for Liquid to get a good read and go for some aggression that would, in their minds, make sense. You know, that would be a good, okay, they're constantly doing this in the beginning of the round, let's send an Opera up cat maybe, or something of the sort. So definitely a solid performance on that B
Also,
side.
just everyone on Envy, like, when they needed to, stepped up. I mean, Happy had some effective lurks in lower B. And then I know the double op switch from Team Liquid, like, that's what saved him in New York against Fnatic. That's what made that comeback happen. In the first round they do it, Kenny kills JDM, and then he tags Nitro jumping across to go over towards B. So it's just like, get out of my face.
Try again. And I think that's another example of where you see them losing confidence and being forced to make plays. When did you see JDM go for those double door peaks as CT? The only player we actually see doing that is probably Smiths, you know, frequently, because that's such a hard duel to take if you're CT. So again, forced into low percentage plays.
And of course, it does result in another dreary loss for Liquid. They've got a lot to reflect upon as they now stand at 0-3. Chances are running out for the North American side.
0% chance, actually.
Yeah. That's the Mouz percentage, right? The 0%.
As if you guys have somehow made that a thing.
That is a thing.
You were the first one who said that.
The 0%.
That's not true at all.
Wrong, of course. And I mean,
okay,
when your head is shaped like a 0.
Okay, there's a 100% chance that we're going to be taking a break now on that absolute bombshell while Jason breaks down your head is shaped like a 0.
Go to commercial.
Okay, let's take a quick break then, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. Let's go ahead and catch our breath before we prepare for Mouse Sports versus Optic. They're setting up behind us, and we're going to quickly go and reflect upon Moses' shape of his head.
train.
It's always been about fighting your fears.
They travel.
The thing that I strive for the most is to be able to capture the moment.
They explore.
Constantly trying to push myself and then try to see how far can I go.
To see the world in a different way.
I'm not supposed to go here, but what if I go there anyway? What's gonna happen?
It's interesting to kind of just watch the world go by at your feet.
It's such a liberating experience.
Urbex, an exclusive 8-part series, only on Red Bull TV.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now.
This is the Score Esports, the ultimate esports experience. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO, delivering the biggest stories and all the scores, stats, and updates you care about in real time. The Score Esports takes you inside the ropes with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Even get all the same non-stop amazing coverage on your desktop at thescoreesports.com. The Score Esports. Get it now from the App Store or Google Play.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take a flame. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is gonna be absolute madness.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Mouse Sports going up against the Green Wall. Optic is coming up now. We have the European side clashing with the North Americans, who've already made their mark. 2 swift wins for Optic Gaming, and Mouse Sports as well as have impressed us just yesterday. And now myself, Yanko, and Chad are here to guide you through how this one could very well play out. Shared up some thoughts and insights. And actually, I want to start this one with an intriguing debate that I was having with you off air actually not too long ago in Russia. I was asking you top 3 ops, and Chris J's name came up.
I mean, Chris J is for me maybe top 3 is a bit too much to put him now, but
now?
Around top 5 I think he could definitely squeeze in, because top 3 you would say Fallen, Guardian, and then probably Kenny S.
Okay.
You know, JDM has been slumping for a while, he would have been up there, but after that, Chris J, before Oscar came in, I think he was in great shape, and he showed at E-League that he can repeat that kind of a performance. So for me, he's been having a lot of impact for Mouse Sports as the primary opper.
Okay, I mean, Chad, I just want to know if you have anything to add to this one. If I, you know, without Yanko's
bias.
Names or bias, no, I would ask you if you had to put top 3, top 4 AWP players, would Chris J feature within it?
He would be too far outside that, I don't think.
Okay,
For some reason, the legendary
let's fill that list up.
they just stick with me. Like, I know that Guardian, you know, he hasn't been doing anything too fantastic recently, but the level of form that you've seen him drop to isn't anything like, you know, it's just not that Guardian level. He's still playing like great Counter-Strike, like Kenny, obviously. Fallen, I think we're not seeing, you know, the crazy rounds that we're not used to seeing, but what we're seeing is like consistent play. I just disappointed you didn't give me a warm welcome to the desk. I was thrown by that.
Okay, hang on.
Because this is my first segment of the day, and I thought that.
But the thing is I've been talking to you since this morning.
Yeah.
You've been up there, and I didn't kind of acknowledge that this was the first time they were seeing you.
I had to put on Jason's shirt as well. So.
Is it Jason's? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the same shirt.
Oh yeah, you are looking radiant in pink or salmon.
I ironed it this morning.
You are aware that we have just bought an iron?
Yeah, but I did iron it in the hotel.
But you could have just taken it as an iron.
I didn't realize how crap it looked on the camera.
Are we doing this again? Seriously?
What, about talking about irons?
Well, we're talking about AWPs.
Well, talking of ironing, maybe Mouse Sports have to iron out their mistakes if they want to be smooth here in this game, because they nearly threw away that game on Mirage. It got close. They sweated it out. Not my best work.
Come on.
Thank you. Okay, right. So I'd like to start properly now, actually with the Mouse Sports thread, because I think Optic, we've very recently discussed them, of course, going up against Immortals, and so it'd be better to spend the majority of time addressing Mouse Sports and their recent successes. It's no longer the Nico show, is the point I'd like to start with, Chad.
Yeah, it's a good thread to pull on. I was saying yesterday, when we were talking about them, that this is going to annoy the shit out of me. There's the profanity. First one's dropped.
What's your profanity?
Anyway, I was saying yesterday that I feel that when they had Oscar in the team, it was 3 people supporting Nico and Oscar, and now I feel there are more around. What are you laughing about? What do you think's so funny?
It's done.
I don't know.
Just keep going. This happens every now and then. You'll get used to it.
The meme lord having a good giggle. Anyway, I think that they're more rounded now. We're seeing better performances out of Dennis and Spitty on the regular. They're doing a good job, you know, entering and that kind of stuff. So a better team overall.
It's not just that. Obviously, Oscar is a skilled player, but you force Chris J in an extremely uncomfortable position where he has to be a rifler. I would have much preferred to have Chris remain on the op and have Oscar rifling. I think that might have been better for Mouse Sports, but I mean, either way, Oscar is now out of the picture, and this roster of Mouse Sports makes much more sense regarding roles, and we saw how, you know, comfortable Lowell is in this team as well yesterday, leading the way for Mouse Sports.
Yeah, and it was something we anticipated for a while, wasn't it? I think both Yanko and Chad at various intervals, whenever we talked about Penta, the first words out your mouth were, Lowell's going to get poached, that team's going to disintegrate.
Same for Heroic, it happened in the end. I mean, it's unfortunately just how it goes.
It's just this kind of... almost, it's a guarantee that as you continue to impress and as your individuals continue to fill the top of the scoreboard, you are going to get sniped by a better roster. And that's what happened to Lowell, of course, leaving Penta and now top of the scoreboard in his debut here in the offline environment, rocking it in Brazil. If I was to start talking maps nice and early into this one, I just want to make sure we can understand where Mouse Sports would want to take this, because it's clear Optic are probably not going to get Train again. That's evident.
I think for Mouse Sports, the vetoes are pretty obvious. I think they're going to get rid of Train, Cobble, and Nuke.
Okay.
So then it just comes down to what Optic wants to play. They're not going to play Dust 2. So between the other maps, Nico was thinking they're going to go for Overpass. So it's going to be interesting to see where Optic decides to take it.
Now, I mean, in terms of Mouse Sports map pool, you've said it's kind of obvious the bans. I mean, I'd like to see how they take it. So there goes Cobble and Trash.
I think it'll be a cache.
Dust 2 was removed by Optic, and so now we're guaranteed to see Optic on something different.
The reason I'm saying cache right now is because it's a strong map for Mouse Sports. Like I said, they're not going to ban it. And Optic in the past, you know, they've been pretty decent at it. I think they've got players who can thrive on that map, being an NA team, the home kind of map for them. I can see them pulling that one out. I really like the way that Stan plays on that map. He's different types of lurks all over the place. He's very effective at that.
Yeah, and the Stanislaw name as well it was really intriguing, isn't it? The fact that he was taken out of the roster.
I never got that in the first
Did you get your head around it?
Well,
he was
I understand
removed.
what happened.
Yeah,
but I don't know why he was like removed in the first place. He's a superior player to Daps in the sense of fragging. So for me, it would have made sense to replace Daps and then have kept Stan. It just obviously that didn't click for them straight away.
It did go cache, by the way, Yanko. So you look smart. Fantastic work. It's going to be Cache. Cache.
Cache.
Cache.
This is an interesting choice. I mean, not that surprising, seeing as with this roster, Optic is 9-1 on the map. They beat G2 in New York on LAN. That's their biggest success, the biggest achievement on the map, so to speak. And I think it's pretty interesting because it was pretty apparent that they did take a couple of things from NiP's book on that T side. And Mouse Sports didn't play the map with Lowell yet, didn't have that much time, but they are definitely familiar with that type of a playing style.
It's one of their better maps. The thing that I liked watching Mouse Sports in the past on Cache was they would play, it's like they were gambling from round to round on the CT side. We discussed how difficult it can be to find your positions and stuff, and you have to take gambles on which sides they're going to hit or which territory you're going to control. One of the things I really liked with Mouse Sports was they would do like a 3B setup. The next time they do 3 mid, then they do an aggressive A play with like continually pop flashing A main. They were always changing it up. They were never just doing a default 1 mid, 2A, 2B setup. It was always changing, and those gambles paid off for them. Like we were talking about yesterday as well with this map, you have to know what kind of territory you need to take as a CT once you've lost mid or once you've lost B main control, once they have checkers. You need to know how you need to move around the map. And I think both these teams are very good at that understanding. They have that high level and should be a good match.
It should shape up rather beautifully. Of course, the rosters for you guys are unfamiliar. The names that haven't been mentioned really is Spiddy and Dennis, who do round out the roster, of course, Lowell, Nico, and Chris J. The two unaddressed names of Mouse Sports. It's hard to really not see past the Nico, Lowell, and Chris J show. However, they both do pull their weight within the roster.
Dennis is the entry fragger of the team, and Spiddy is the support player, so that's why they get less spotlight than usual. Dennis's job is to create space for the likes of Nico, Chris J, and Lowell, and I mean, Speedy, I think is often underrated in the team. From that, sometimes from a backup, he ends up in a lurking position and has had some efficient performances. I don't think you can expect much from a player. Let's say if you compare to a team like Dignitas, he would have MSL's role just without being the in-game leader of the team. If that makes any sense. You don't really expect much from him in-game in terms of frag power. He's there to enable the stars of his team to perform to their best potential.
Now, while I do see Mouse Sports seats empty, I guess we can take a little bit of a further discussion. I do want to make sure that we have ample time to discuss this because I don't want to be cut short. So, Mouse Sports and the coaching fiasco. This is such an intriguing topic to discuss. I mean, I know you're raising your eyebrows because of the whole Kassad situation. Could you maybe set the scene for the Mouse Sports hunt for a coach and how that's gone?
Yeah, I mean, people always say that I'm biased in this situation, but for me it was very intriguing that I think it was pretty obvious with the addition of Kassad how they got some very decent results, some great results for Mouse Sports that they couldn't get beforehand. They managed to qualify for the major, which wasn't an easy feat at all. They got to the playoffs in E-League. They managed to beat G2, and then they lost to Astralis in the quarterfinals, semifinals. I'm not 100% sure. But they had a string of good offline results in higher tier tournaments, right? Which is something they didn't have before. Then they decide to end the cooperation with him, and I'm not. I mean, I know what the reasoning behind that was. It wasn't really related that much to performance, but yeah. Curious personnel changes, to say the least.
And LMBT, of course, the new name, who has been bouncing around from Hellraisers, of course, to now Mouse Sports, and it does seem like he's made a fair impact. I know, Chad, you're observing the kind of the spike in success from LMBT's arrival to Mouse Sports and their current results. It has been a very kind of positive correlation. LMBT arrives, Mouse Sports results. I mean, I think it was actually a tweet I saw from, it's going to really frustrate me that I can't find this. I was telling you guys in the green room, it was like, they tweeted a stat, something like, we've won 80% of our games since LMBT
Yeah, I
joined the
remember
roster.
that. Yeah.
You saw that as well?
Well, like Yanko was saying, they were already having like success with Kassad, but they're having more success now with LMBT. Is it Lambert?
I think you're right. I mean, he spells it LMBT, but...
Anyway, doesn't really matter either or. I'm sure that he'll be fine with that. Mouz is a team that obviously benefits from a coach, right? Because it's 5 people who English isn't their first language. The coach, it's not his first language either. And he's able to help and bring a lot of things and pieces together. And I think no matter who they have as a coach, as long as they have someone giving them direction and mediating, I think, you could get a bit far between Chris and Nico. Having somebody there to facilitate that is positive as well. Just a few things on that. It's weird for Mouz, I think, in the sense of we've seen Lau playing well. We've seen Chris J playing well. We know Nico can play well. So now that it's not just the Nico show, it's going to be interesting to see if taking up a good opponent like Optic, if they're going to fall back on old habits and have the rest of the team struggle and Nico standing out, or if now they're versing a good opponent, the other 2 players can step up again.
I mean, I truly am excited to see if Optic can continue this reign of terror. I think this is going to be the big test now, gentlemen, to see which Optic shows up versus a European opposition. I'm going to start asking for predictions now with bums back in seats from Mouse Sports. Looking at you, YNK, what are you saying?
I think it's going to be super close. I think both teams are in good form right now. It is going to come down, in my opinion, how Mouse Sports approaches their CT side, if they fall for those fakes that Optic likes to run. But I'm going to go with Mouse Sports.
Faith in Mouse Sports. Optic have impressed already. What are you saying, Chad?
I'm going to go with Mouz as well.
Yeah.
I think just the firepower on that team is probably a little bit more so, like more explosive players.
Biased European casters.
Yeah.
See that? I can do a Reddit impression.
Australian, of course.
Yeah.
Played in North America.
He did, however, do European Pro League. That was what I was going for. Yeah, anyway, we've had fun here, and now hopefully Mouse Sports and Optic can give us a good game to enjoy. Optic so far have just bested their opponents rather swiftly, and we're going to be finding out how things do go down after our break. Let's dive into another best of one right after this.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back once again, guys, to the ESL Pro League Finals. Both of our teams here facing each other have yet to meet defeat as of yet, but now one of them is going to get struck down. It's either Optic or Mouz Sports, and this face-off is going to happen on Cash. Moses is with me. Moses going into this match now. Your general thoughts and a possible prediction on who you think is going to take this one?
I mean, I don't think you can go away from Mouz Sports in this one. I think this is going to be the biggest test that Optic has kind of faced since we've seen them start to have a big upswing in their play. Terra coming in seems to have been it's questionable at the time, but it seems to have been a very good addition to this team in terms of not only how Optic is playing, but even just Tarek individually looks much better than he did in CLG at the moment. But yeah, I mean, you look at who they've beaten: G2 at New York in a BO1, Astralis at New York in a BO1. We know Astralis is in a really bad place right now. G2 at that tournament didn't look good, and now they've just been dominant here so far against Immortals, against Liquid. This is probably the best team they've played so far in any of those tournaments in terms of the level they're playing at right now.
Yeah, and with the multifaceted level that Mouz Sports is starting to show here too, with their players starting to step up. Lowell had that incredible game yesterday, and then I think the Des was talking about it a little bit too. Chris J having a very good performance back over at E-League. We haven't seen anything amazing from him yet. I think the one game they played yesterday, we saw some stuff from him in the second half, but he was a little bit quiet there in the first half. So hopefully he'll come out a little bit better in today's matches.
Yeah, and I mean, he's a guy, if he goes off, if he ever plays like he did at E-League, I mean, it's going to be difficult for so many teams in the world to even be able to beat Mouz Sports with Chris J going off like that. And especially now, because I mean, we've mentioned this, for as good as Optic's playing, the one big question, they don't really have like they don't have like the prototype Opper. They don't have that primary Opper per se, because Mixwell wants to be the secondary Opper. He doesn't want to use it as much. He did use it a lot yesterday against Liquid on Train. They have Naf, who is very, uses it on sides on certain maps, and then they have Tarek, who can also, be a secondary Opper. So they don't seem to have that one player who's just like, give me the Op, I will make something happen, I will be dominant with it. They just have a bunch of people who are willing to use it if they're feeling it, if it's in the right moment.
And it'll be going over to Cash too. Thoughts on the way that this map pick ended up going?
I mean, it's interesting. It's a good map for both teams. This is just the knife round, guys. So don't be too hyped, I guess. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a good map for Optic Online. I know they've had some good games, some good record on it. The question is going to come down to how it's going to translate online. They haven't played it too much, I don't think, online. I think it's only like 2 or 3 times. But I mean, it's a very similar map. I always liken it very much. If you're a good Dust 2 team, I think you can also be a very good Cash team. I think those two maps, the layout is relatively similar. Some different nuances to it, but generally speaking, I think a good Dust 2 team is going to be pretty good on this. And I mean, that just is a benefit, in my opinion, to Mouz Sports.
Yeah, and with Mouz Sports being able to take the knife run there, they're going to be able to start off on CT side. The big task for the guys on Optic here, in my eyes, as it is for like many North American teams, is trying to find their own flair to the C side to really catch Mouz Sports off guard. A lot of North American teams bring a very straightforward flair to their T sides, where they, for the most part, just utilize that same basic default setup where they just hold with a couple players, like one guy watching the long halls, a couple guys hiding out outside of AMA, maybe boost a guy or two there with the op if they can, and then keeping players in garage, and then eventually evolve that into just a normal hit. We don't see anything really more advanced beyond that. It's going to be really easy for Mouz Sports to be able to get a read on that and then punish that within the first couple of rounds, especially if they start off with the pistol round victory and have the economical advantage to work with there too.
I want to see a classic Nico, excuse me, just a straight up Nico domination. I feel like it's been a while. It's one of the ways that he's kind of evolved as a player is as the in-game leader, especially. Being the star player, being one of the best players in the world, and in-game leader, you also you can't just make tactics based around yourself at all times. You have to be able to get your teammates involved, and I think that's what we've seen Nico kind of get into. I think he's actually, we saw yesterday against Liquid a lot of just tactical outplays from the Mouz Sports side. On top of that, Lowell dominating, but the tactical reads from Mouz Sports were very effective on Mirage, and if that's going to be something similar here on Cash, which this is a very tactical map, then I think this could be a dangerous game for Optic.
All right, well, it does look like we are getting into it finally here. Mouz Sports, as mentioned previously, will be starting off on the defense with Optic jumping onto the T side. We'll see how well they take it in just a few moments as the pistol round is now beginning. And it looks like in the early portions of this one, too, they may shuffle a couple players out of the mid-garage, going for that very fast control there. Lowell just trying to tap away and see if he can find anyone. He does get smoked off from inside of Z, and he's not even going to move out from it, not even trying to deny any pressure at all. Optic just swing right up the highway here. Now Nico is going to be very quickly overwhelmed. He'll have to rely on the support in the back from Dennis there. Tarek and Mixwell both netting kills, but Lowell finally bouncing out a little bit here, swings wide over towards the truck angle, is going to be able to find Naf. However, that's the only kill they get, and now the rest of the Mouz Sports roster trying to line up for a retake.
Yeah, I think there had to have been a miscommunication. It would have been interesting to know what Lowell was saying while that smoke went up, because Nico was not ready for that hit. So it's all on Christian on this flank. There's an opportunity. He grabs it, a headshot onto Rush. couple more to deal with, but this is a good triangle setup from Optic, and Chris J is going to grab one more and do a 2-on-2.
Speedy now pushing himself back in from Highway here as well, but he's got 2 players to work against. He spots one of them. Chris J, however, is going to push up, finds the first kill, and now Tarek is the last one, but he's isolated into the tunnels here. He can't stop this defuse. A full 10-second one going on right now, but Chris J immediately shuts it down, and it'll be a 4K on the round from him as Mouz Sports pull off the 3-on-4 retake and find the first round here in the pistol.
We said that's the guy, right? You do not want Chris J to start off with a 4 kill in the pistol round. Incredible work on the flank. Very, very precision shots. I mean, the big thing as well, that was a good setup. I mean, the triangle, but the one thing is when you have a player in door like that, he's very limited in his usefulness when that retake is coming in because he can't peek too many great angles. He could kind of try and stop him from getting into the site, but once his 2 teammates go down, he's useless to stop that plant. Or stop the defuse.
For Optic now, of course, with the plant, taking themselves into a light buy here now into the second round. Just P250s and like a smoker too. More than likely going to try to overwhelm one of these bomb sites to be able to grab the second plant to make the third round buy a little bit better. But Mouz Sports will try their best to avoid that. A lot more active in the mid defense this time. However, maybe a bit misread as they're all off the A bomb site, which means if Optic are really only looking for that plant, at the moment they may find themselves on an easy path to being able to get that.
Retake tactic from Mouz Sports as well. I mean, this isn't a huge deal because there's going to be a buy in the next round anyways with that plant on the first round. But giving up another plant here, that's going to be a very strong buy that Optic is going to be able to bring out into this third round. So retake, I mean, it doesn't give him any danger of really losing the round, but it does give away some extra cash.
Yep, as we can see here, Mixwell cutting off low as he picks up a first kill. Nobody watching the forklift area at all. Rush burning a little bit there down to 37 HP, so restoring some balance here, and Mixwell needs to be the only real player they have to worry about now. Back over here, still hiding behind the forklift angle. In fact, no, I don't think they know he's in the corner, so he's going to pop out, finds another kill, and now it's close enough for him to pick up a rifle. The pop flash off the corner, that's not really going to connect, so on the repeat against Speedy, he's going to go down, but Rush is here, and he actually uses the pistol to take down Dennis. Now this goes to a 1v1. It's up close, but Speedy, he's going to be able to punish. However, there's no time left on the clock. He has to go way into the back to retrieve a kit, so that bomb's going to blow up, and Optic are going to steal this second round.
Was that? I think that was like a 2-on-5. That was the 2-on-5 post plant on an eco round, just picking up some guns. I mean, that was a very mishandled retake, obviously from Mouz Sports. Incredible they make those kind of mistakes. Just too many players out in the open, not watching for those angles, and that forklift position is so deadly. And that is a very, very big mistake to happen early in this half. And Optic, they steal one away. And look at this. Now they have all the AKs, 5 AKs. They have a full buy. It is going to be a little bit of a reinvestment. I mean, the whole buy is the P90 and armor. Dennis has armor and an upgraded pistol. So Nico with the Deagle and armor, so still some danger here. But Mouz Sports, I mean, you could tell they're just frustrated with that because they're trying to get right back at it.
Very, very heavy in the mid presence once again from Mouz Sports, sending 3 players in here. One of them, as you can see, is hiding out in the vents waiting for the hit, but they've got 2 on either side of the edge of the T side of garage there. Tarek, however, is going to strike first, taking down Nico when he tries to play aggressively into A main there. So pretty much everyone on the Mouz Sports side only having control of the middle area and back over towards B. Nice timing on the peek, get some damage on the Rush, but when the full commit comes in, Rush is going to be able to handle the job of knocking out Dennis there, keeping them in the lead, and they're just playing it slowly, and it's working out perfectly. Rush finding Lowell, and at this point with the 5-on-2 and not very much damage done to anyone on Optic, they should be able to clean up this round pretty easily.
Yeah, and I think this is a mistake for Mouz Sports to invest into this round because the call to actually buy came out late. They were a little bit late getting out spawn, so it was obvious that they didn't really have a plan of what they wanted to do with this investment. And you can see there are some individual players pushing mid and just getting mowed down by Rush, who's watching for that. So a lot of money that Mouz Sports just brings into that third round goes to waste.
So now Mouz Sports have to pick themselves onto the full save here. Not any investments at all coming in, and at most all we would see is like an upgraded pistol with a little bit of utility sitting behind it, and we're not going to see any of that at all. Speedy just buys a P250, and that is it. Everyone from Optic now armed with an AK, and for the most part still proceeding as we have seen up to this point with all of them heading into A main here. NiP wasting no time getting himself out to mid. This actually may not work out so well if he gets pinned between the Z guy and forklift, or the sandbags position over here. And Speedy is going to be able to do some damage. No kills as of yet. There you go. There's the first pickup. It happens from Chris J, but NiP trades out 2 more. Rush finds a third. Now low on the site. He's going to get absolutely destroyed by Tarek. And with Nico sitting in the back of A main here, I do believe Optic have control of their third round.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very, very careful of that as well, just because, I mean, that's a stack. If there's a little bit better of an arsenal for the Mouz Sports side, they get a lot of kills out of that. Optic not even clearing those sandbags, not even a Molotov there to flush anyone out. So they get away with one due to the fact that it's an anti-eco, pretty much a full save out of the Mouz Sports side, but very fast, very aggressive so far from Optic. And I mean, this is an apt point to bring up the fact that in North America, this is probably I believe it's like the most played map in Rank S at the moment. I think this is kind of like the new Dust 2, where all the pugs, all the 10-mans very frequently land on cash. So I mean, the North American players, they're going to be very used to playing a fast, a very loose play style, and that might be some of the aggression that we're going to see here in this match.
Yeah, but Nico now, he actually has found an AK, the down one from Mix Mixwell just a few moments ago, and nobody else is hunting for him, so he's actually done a good job of navigating around the map here, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to spot him, so at the very least, all is not lost for Mouz Sports, and Nico manages to save this AK.
Smart as well, Nico staying as close to the bomb as possible while still being able to survive the blast, just because no one from Optic is going to be hunting that close to the blast radius. So yeah, he brings an AK-47, and that's good because I just mentioned, you know, you could see the investment that went into that third round that didn't pay off whatsoever. Look at some of the utility on these players. I mean, smoke flash on Chris, smoke nade on Lowell, smoke flash on Dennis. A couple of kits are missing, so you're seeing kind of the result of that P90 buy, some of the Deagle armor. So that AK-47 actually goes a long way for Nico.
Optic now, again, proceeding very quickly over towards A main, but a lot more players working their way inside of Squeaky, too. Mixwell inside of the A main area with Tarek. I believe that is going to be NAF, along with more, trying to hide themselves outside of the Squeaky door, but Nico just punishes all of it. Gets 2 quick kills, Rush responds one of his own, and the rest are going to start to flush out with that one clearing of Nico. There was really no one else on the site to be able to support that. Dennis was way back over there on highway, and that got smoked off, so it's not advisable for him to go back in at this time. Just going to let them go in for the plant. Now, Mouz Sports still have the man advantage for the retake, but Optic are going to have a lot of time to get themselves into post plants. The one thing that could seriously mess this up, though, as we see on the screen now, is going to be Lowell already working his way over here to the doorway, and the door's been left open, too. He doesn't even have to make any sound to get himself out on the site. He's got free reign onto all this, and I doubt anyone's really paying attention to it. Nope. Mixwell immediately gets knocked out. Now they're getting ground back quickly. Stanislaw finds a trade with Chris J and Speedy. Finish off the final 2, and with that, Mouz Sports are going to be able to retake this site and find a second round for themselves.
Yeah, good retake. A nice management from Nico. Just, that is another very fast, very aggressive, just coming right through the smoke in A main, coming outdoor. Nico handles it perfectly with 2 kills. Really thins out that attack from Optic, takes the bite out of it. And the post plant, again, another flank coming in. So the question now for Optic is next time they go to that A bomb site, how mindful are they going to be of their flank? And now a big switch up in the defense also. Double up setup comes out for Mouz Sports. Nico picks one up. So, I mean, this is a very popular strategy we see on this map. You can do it many, many different ways with an op at A and op at B and have mid control. And it's looking like that's what we're going to be doing. Chris J with the AWP towards B. Nico with the op is the sole defender at A.
Fast setup on utility, it looks like, from Optic this time around, as they've got players sitting on the back wall leading up to Squeaky there, getting ready to toss the usual smokes and whatnot into the site. Again, very light on the defense from Mouz Sports. They're still focusing a lot of it in mid, as they've got 2 players fully committed there, one just around the corner from White Box, which could rotate quickly, but they've already smoked it off, and the usual player on the site, Nico, is actually going to fall back to truck, but still somehow gets a kill against Tarek on the way in. So once more, 5-on-4, despite the fact that Optic can control the bomb site, Mouz Sports have the man advantage for the retake. They've just got to form themselves up and successfully actually make it happen. They won't really have an element of surprise in the flank this time, as they've sent Speedy around the corner to try to do it, and obviously Optic are going to adjust and make sure they have players watching for it, but we can see Speedy already being challenged by NAF back out over here, and Mixwell, nicely timed, proceeds directly out of A main, shuts down Speedy, no flanks to worry about now, just the rest of the push coming back in from highway, and over here on the truck angle, Nico, who's already struck with 1 kill, is going to have to do a little bit more, but they're all safely tucked away in the back of the site. Stanislaw, Rush finding 2 more frags, Chris J's in the open, Nico responds with one of his own, but now he's got the 1v3. He gets himself back over here to quad, but it's going to be tough to do a little bit more than that, and NAF will finally shut things down. Optic trade out the rounds yet again and give Optic their 4th.
Yeah, that's the economic reset as well. I mean, the double op setup, very, very expensive between Nico and Chris J. You can see their money because of that investment, but I mean, it starts out so smart for Nico. Just see, once the smoke come in, once the flashes start streaming over the walls, he knows with an AWP, it's going to be so hard to manage that to get multi-kills, so he just falls back to play retake again and gives his team the man advantage. But again, now we see Optic, they're mindful of that flank, they punish it, and then it's just so difficult for Mouz Sports to get back in. So really, really good recovery from Optic. And again, fast pace towards A. This Molotov prevents aggression, and then they're just going to wait for it to time out. And this is an insanely aggressive T-half for Optic so far. Mouz Sports, they're reeling a little bit from how fast-paced and how aggressive Optic is consistently being.
Yeah, they haven't even hit B once yet, I don't believe. Stanislaw already finding a kill on a Chris J. Mixwell finding multiple players, trying to tuck behind that little corner there. Back over here on highway, Mixwell taking out both of them. And yeah, I mean, this run's already over. Lowell and Speedy can't hope to do anything with those guns. Lowell, even the only player with armor at this point. It's already over, and it's going to be Optic's 5th as it's roll right into the A bombs without any trouble whatsoever.
The question becomes now, when is actually, it's going to have to be another save in the next round for Mouz Sports. So perhaps not that round, but the one after it when they actually invest their next gun round. I mean, you almost have to think Mouz Sports, take a timeout, figure out what's going on, figure out how you want to stop or slow down this aggression, because they're getting run over very early on in these rounds. These rounds are pretty quick at the moment, so Optic with a very fast-paced game plan. Very puggy style. It goes back to what I was saying about, these players playing this map a lot in Rank S. and being a little bit more loose with the tactics. We see that set execution at A, which is so standard, so routine and so easy, but some of these very, very quick A main attacks are catching Mouse Sports off guard.
The money's still not really there for Mouse Sports, but no pause in sight as of yet either. At the moment, they're still just going for the very light investments. Lowell managing to save what he had in the last round, and it actually looks like no one else is going to buy anything beyond just that single flashbang that's been picked up by Speedy. So again,
I mean, all 5 players in Mouse Sports are going over towards A, so they felt the pressure at this site so frequently, they're going to do a pop flash setup in A main, which is what that Molotov is designed to present. They have to run through it. They definitely can't get back, but Tarek's completely blind. He's no one here to help him out. Mixwell goes for the next peek. They're lined up, but he goes for the re-peek, and he's punished. That's the bomb down at the stairwell. They've got to be careful. Nap's going to chase after. That's a little bit ill-advised with the bomb in hand, but he gets one more. Now he sees the gun of Nico close up, and there's the AK-47, and again, that is the bomb. Now Optic has to come back, and they're very, very fortunate that they are playing against mostly just pistols and armor, because NAF overly aggressive with such a critical piece of this Terrace half, that bomb.
And just barely trading out these kills back-to-back, leaves them with a 2-on-2, but still a hefty advantage in their favor. But Speedy still not only a pistol at 5 HP. Lowell's going to have to do work here. Pushing in, there's another great pop flash though, and he's going to pick up the first one. Stanislaw trades, and it all comes down to Speedy, still again with 5 HP. He's able to retrieve the AK from his down teammate. But Stanislaw has to play this out and figure out where exactly Speedy's going to position himself towards. Stan still 50 seconds on the clock. He's going to take this very slowly. Has missed the opportunity to catch Speedy on the cross back over here behind Big Red into the site. And he's now just going to take his time, but he gets it lined up perfectly. Unfortunately for Stanislaw, he does not even try to check back over towards quad. So Speedy lines it up perfectly. And off of essentially a 0-bot round, Mouse Sports managed to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I know Anders specifically always talks about the fact that on your save rounds, why not just invest $200 into a flashbang? I think 2 were invested in, and both of them have huge impact, and Optic makes that big mistake. No reason to continue to fight there. That's the pressure that Mouse Sports has on you. That's where they have this stack, this advantage of numbers, because they take down Tarek in basically a 4-on-1. They take down Mixwell after a trade. Then from there, it's just grab the bomb and go to the other side of the map. You know there's at least 3 to 4 players from Mouse Sports there. Just go away from it, even if you have the advantage of firepower. No reason to risk it.
Yeah, NAF was the one that actually retrieves the bomb and then recommits to the 1v3 there in A main, and then drops the bomb for a second time, forcing the final 2 to go back in.
Yeah, that was definitely silly. And NAF actually, I mean, this is just a criticism of him. Even on Cobble, he made a mistake like that, and the 2-on-1 on the Terrorist pistol round goes for an ill-advised peek. So a couple fundamental mistakes from him so far in the last 2 maps Optic have played.
Speedy taking a lot of damage from a Molotov early on in the round here, down to 59 HP because of that one, but he does manage to get himself out of the vents at the end of the day. So still alive for now. But we will see the rest of Optic obviously taking a little bit of a different path of things, slowly going for this, back to this default that I mentioned in the pregame here too. Everybody just sets up, Stanislaw watching for flanks, or pushes mainly back over there, but not cool.
Yeah, it's going to be a technical pause. There was, I think the Mouse Sports guys said their sound went out. I'm not sure. I saw it in the chat.
Oh,
so we'll see. It's just going to get reset at the beginning of that round. But I mean, a lot of explosive start to this half from the Optic side. Not slowing down. They just now, after losing that next round, this previous round that just got reset was a little bit more of like a default slow pace passive style. But overall, it's been the action has been high octane.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, it's all been towards A, too. I think I mentioned this a couple rounds back. We've never seen them hit the B side at all, and for the most part, these have been very direct hits on the A side, which have been working because they've been constantly finding their entries. Mouse Sports also, too, after a few of these rounds, started to play really passively, like they would only really have Nico on the side, and even he started backing up really early on, too, because he knew the hit would come in. So they've been constantly trying to play for these retakes, and while they have had a couple successes with it, for the most part, Optic have just been running through them round after round, and they've been kind of unstoppable because of how easily they've been able to get control of the site.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big A hits that were coming in for Optic. I mean, you think back to the pistol round, Chris J on the flank with 4 kills, the gun round that they lost at the A bomb site, a post plant where Lowell had a big flank coming in, and then just the third round they lost against just the USP, the stack at the A bomb site for Mouse Sports. So, yeah, all this action happening over towards A, and the flanks have been very effective for Mouse Sports. But I mean, you have to go back even to the second round. Just a big blunder to give up. What I'm pretty sure was a 2-on-5 at the time. That's an insane thing to give up for a team that's been playing as well as Mouse Sports, especially considering how methodical we saw them yesterday on Mirage in their anti-ecos, being so slow paced. I mean, that was the T side, but just being very aware of the situation, doing a very good job of not losing too many weapons. This time they just flat out lose the round.
And obviously here too, Optic showing up big time with, specifically I think Mixwell's been doing quite a great job, despite the fact that he hasn't been using the op on this T-side. We mentioned him wanting to move away from it, and he's been certainly doing that specifically on T-side. I think is where he hasn't felt as comfortable with it and where he's been shifting away from it. For the most part, Optic have just been avoiding the op in general for the T-side on most maps.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, this is that point where they don't have like a primary opper, and it just seems like none of them really feel like opping. You can't really give the op to Tarek on a T-side because you want his aggressiveness with the rifle, and NAF is a good secondary opper for the CT sides, but you know he's a good post-up opper. He's a good opper to hold angles. But in terms of like challenging players and peeking into things, I don't think that's his specialty as an opper. So it would fall on Mixwell, and even he doesn't really want to do it right now. But I mean, this is also the benefit of that kind of a situation is look how fast-paced they're being on cash. With an opper, you can't do this as much. You can't be as as aggressive and just kind of running straight forward or anything like that. You have to slow down. You have to let the investment of that op try and find a pick for you. You have to put that to work. So without one, they just get to run around and frag.
Yeah,
as we're seeing.
And run around to one spot of the map too, as they continuously manage to push into A with success here. It did look like they were trying, as you mentioned, to play things a lot slower and possibly change things up, sort of play it by ear if they can get a pick or two back out towards mid in the early round that time, since finally there had been a pattern of them finally being sort of beaten on either the initial push or the retakes that we started to see. Mouse Sports were finally adjusting to that one and definitely adjusted that in a big way on that full saver now, but they all just push the site and it kind of destroys Optic. So change up is finally needed for the T side.
Well, I mean, it's something that we notice, analysts, color commentators, we all talk about when teams change pace, how effective that can be. Because once you get a team comfortable with the sense that you're going to be that fast-paced and aggressive, then you start being able to abuse that fact because you can slow things down you can just apply minimal amounts of pressure, and they're pretty much forced to use a good amount of utility early on because they want to stop that pressure. They don't know when that fast-paced attack is going to come in. So just to be safe, they use that Molotov maybe 5 seconds earlier. They use it smoke 10 seconds earlier. They use these things at the beginning of the round, and that helps ease your executions later on if you switch into a slower style unexpectedly.
Yeah, and still within the first couple of rounds, of course, we once again really haven't seen any of the big players from Mouse Sports coming out to shine yet, with the exception of Chris J showing up, I think, on that pistol round, and Lowell having the flank. There hasn't really been any really big and consistent plays from the side of Mouse Sports as of yet, too, and a lot of this, I think, has to do with the fact that, well, for the most part, they haven't even really been able to afford the basic buys here. Their economy's been in the dumps for this entire half so far, as is often the tail for this CT side.
It's also because they've chosen to play, a defensive retake strategy at that A bomb site, where that's the majority of where Optic's hits are coming in. You're not going to see like those epic stands. You're not going to see that player in the smoke trying to dodge flashbangs and get 2-3 kills. You're gonna have to see them do the retake and go for those flanks. And a couple times they've done it, they've been successful on the flanks, but the retakes themselves, that portion of the retake is not going well. It's the flank that's effective. The 3 players coming from highway, coming from truck, they've been beat up and slaughtered a couple times by Optic in that kind of strategy. So that's something that Mouse Sports is going to have to clean up moving forward, or just hope that this change of pace down to a slower style continues where they can actually defend the bomb sites.
And of course, Mouse Sports themselves are still fighting to make sure that they continue forward into the playoffs themselves. I'm pretty sure Optic has for the most part, has their spot secured at this point. But this one, it will most certainly do the job. And I mean, at this point, they're kind of fighting with Envious to make sure that they have the #1 seed too, trying to go forward there, which I believe lets you go directly forward into the semifinals.
Yeah, this would be a big match for Optic to win. I mean, as I said, I think Mouse Sports is playing the best of any opponent that they've played in BO1s recently, going back to New York. So if they're able to take this win, then I think you start, raising your eyebrow and start looking at Optic and saying this is a very, very solid team that the best teams in the world at least need to consider, a danger.
Yeah, this would be 2 lands in a row now. They've been able to bring a lot of competition against some of the big European teams, like we saw back at ESL in New York. Of course, caveats to their victories there against Astralis, who were struggling at the time, and G2 looked very weak at that event, but still showing up with some very impressive individual performances at the very least. They could not be discounted. NAF really had a great tournament over at New York, and seems to be carrying that over here at the very least as well so far from the first 2 days of competition.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I think I want to see a big game out of Rush at some point. Rush, to me, is like a big piece of this Optic lineup, especially as like a third threat. He's got the skills. If he can become consistent and maybe, I think he could be a very, very good third star for this team, much in the sense, you see other third stars on other teams who, don't put that level of performance in every single game, but when it's needed, they're able to pick up the slack. They have the skill to pick up, maybe if Mixwell or Tarek just has an off game, he's there to kind of, fill in the gap of where those frags are going. So he will be interesting. He's had a pretty good game so far. Pretty good.
If we go back, I think, to like last season of Pro League for the online portion, and even a lot of the lands that Optic were playing around that time, different roster, of course, but Rush was still on. I think he was actually one of the, for me at least, one of the main driving forces behind that team. He was kind of the big leader at the time. He's fallen off since then a little bit, but obviously still looking to reform that. But it does appear as though we are going live once again, guys. Fix the issue, hopefully, and we'll get back into it here. 5-3 is the current scoreline for anyone who has just joined us. Optic leads the way in that regard, but now having to look for readjustments, and it's going to come in the form of some very fast aggression through the B halls. Mixwell leads the charge, already into checkers here. Chris J looking for the response, of course, but not able to hit the shot, and now Optic are all up in their corners, and they've drawn a lot of rotations too as Mixwell picks up that first kill.
I think this should be a fake. The bomb is down over towards the A bomb site. It's on NAF, but actually I think that's just mismanaged. Now they're running in. Speedy's very low, but he's holding on. He's inside the smoke. The bomb is actually coming back towards B, so Optic is rotating into the rotation of Mouz Sports. This is a very, very confusing round. It almost feels like Optic has outplayed themselves to a certain degree. But at the moment in a 3-on-3, they're going to have control of this B bomb site, so it's worked out either way for the moment.
Bit hesitant there, as once again, just like on that pistol round we saw before, the guys from Mouz Sports managed to evenly trade it out, and it goes into a 3-on-3. The guys from Optic have control, but it's hesitant, as we are going to see a challenge in just a second or two. Rush overwhelmed from all angles, even getting sprayed from the backside. Nico takes him down, however, and now Tarek's got to try to put a stop to this to prevent them from getting any more ground here.
Yeah, and he's holding this angle with the AWP. NAF is isolated all alone in the site. There's the jump down, and Tarek misses it. Is he going to be aware? No. Now he is, because Nico killed his teammate. They know he's in checker, but the Molotov's going to come out right towards him. And he's got to run through this, and he bounces the Molotov. I think he was going to burn alive no matter what, but Nico finishes him off. And again, it did feel like maybe Optic rushed that a little bit too much based on the success of Mixwell at the B bomb site. It did not seem like they were prepared for that kind of a pickoff. I mean, that whole time I'm looking at the minimap thinking that was going to be a designed fake, because 3 players, set up in a default towards the A site with the bomb. And they switch things up at the last second and run right into the defense. So Mouz Sports get one, but now they've got to start stringing them together. They have 2 in a row. Still the money is a little bit light on guys like Nico and Speedy, down at 200 and 150. And there's solid money built up for Optic for the next 2 rounds.
It goes well in that push in the initial few moments of it there, but then the guys from Mouz Sports are able to rotate in appropriately, and they start getting the trades. That's one, of course, it doesn't work out so great. Optic, despite the fact that they were getting control, eventually do lose it there, and now they sit on the cusp of losing their lead here against the Mouz Sports roster, as they are looking to go back, mainly to pressure out towards mid, and then maybe leading this into A, depending on the following moments of how successful they will be in getting this mid control here. We can see the double boost already active here for Mixwell and Tarek. They're getting ready to possibly push themselves over in a moment. Tarek will lead the charge on that one, I imagine. And the guys from Mouz Sports have really gone back to, for the most part, avoiding this one. Lowell, once again, not anywhere near having an active duty watch on mid here. He's just inside of Z. He was smoked off, and he's going to be re-smoked here. So looks like he's just going to fall back, deliver the intel, and wait to see what exactly Optic are going to do.
It's actually, I believe Nico's boosted up, so this is going to be a little bit scary. But Stanislaw, I mean, the big thing is if Stanislaw was a little bit more aggressive coming up highway, he could clear that. But at the moment, he's just lurking. So they're going to have to check this box when they come out. Nico should have an opportunity to get 1, maybe 2, and they're blind. They're not even checking it, but he misses the first kill. But it is down to a 4-on-3, and actually a lot of the Optic players are low, but it might not matter if Stan's able to get that pick. The A bomb site is open, and Mixwell has the cover of smoke, but Stan's still got work to do to watch this flank.
He had one of them isolated back over here into the forklift angle, and actually Stan gets caught in a bit of an awkward situation. Working his way back down over there into the mid area. Speed is going to be able to punish when he's dropping down for the box. Lowell still knows he has Rush in that corner. He's going to follow it up with the second one, and that's going to be the easy cleanup for Mouz Sports on this round. They'll be able to tie it up now at 5 rounds to both teams.
Lowell again with a big impact there. The final 2 kills of this round to ensure that Mouz Sports can continue with some of their success, start to build it up. Optic had built up enough of a bank, though, as this losing bonus keeps growing, and with that plant, they have plenty of money for whatever they want. I believe they're now at a 3-round losing bonus for the moment. So Mouz Sports as well starting to build up some extra cash. Both teams' economies are going to be okay moving forward.
Optic, however, still...
Ooh, that's not good. Come on.
A little bit of a team knife to start off the round. And Mixwell, well, he's playing it aggressively too, so that may not work out so great for him. With the smoke, will push him back a little bit to regroup with the rest of his teammates. We again, however, see the players lining up very quickly inside of the staging area here in A main. A few more on the outside, getting ready to toss smokes and whatnot. So it's going back to what was working previously, keeping watch out, of course, to make sure nobody pushes them from the B halls. That's Stanislaw doing that job back over there, but following through with the strat, he's now going back into the garage, and we'll soon be regrouping with the rest of the team to go for this execute. Mouz Sports, though, are actually going to be taking a much more active role in defending it this time. They've got 2 on the site ready to stop it with Nico and Dennis.
Yeah, I was just going to say that seems to be the switch up. If they're going to be fast-paced and try and take these A bomb sites, then Mouz Sports is just saying we can't play retake every time. We're going to have to man this up with 2 people. So Nico and Dennis, there's Nico jumping up on top, a nice double kill. One more third, Naf comes out of the door and finishes that, but Dennis is still alive in the site, playing with the smokes, and there's Lol on Highway, still being a monster, 2 kills for him, and it's all down to Naf. He's not even in the site, doesn't even have the bomb in his hand, so a big job to do.
50 seconds of the clock, so still a lot of time to play with, but that may be the only advantage he has at this point. Now Naf's going to try to sneak forward here, but waiting for him around the corner is going to be Lol if he proceeds up the highway here, setting a trap for him essentially to see if Naf will proceed forward to try and clear things out back down towards mid, but not biting on it for now. The moment just slowly hugging this wall to give him as much of an angle as possible as he creeps back over here to look for the player that more than likely is going to be hiding out for the CT side. He finds it, but loses the battle against the pistol. Chris J is going to be able to take him out. And with Lowell and Nico pulling off two double kills in that round, Mouse Sports are now going to be able to take the edge off of Optic and take the lead too.
Yeah, smart play from Mouse Sports in that 3-on-1. Not even expose anyone to danger, just play it so passively. They know if he plants, he's in the bomb site, they can keep him trapped in there. Otherwise, he's got to be the aggressor. And this is now the tough part. Optic is going to have to switch things up and find what can they do slow pace, because now that Mouse Sports has established their economy, they have the utility to use to make sure that Optic has to slow down. They have the Molotovs for the choke points early on. They have the flashbangs. They have the nades to counter any kind of fast tactic. And if they're going to keep playing 2 players in the site, then a fast tactic from Optic is going to be pretty tough, and Chris J misses a shot there. But this, I mean, look at, have they pulled him away? This hasn't even really been too much of a fake, but Nico's playing retake on A with an AWP. 3 members are about to come outdoor and just get the bomb planted, and Nico's rotating away. They think it's a B hit. And this is actually pretty dangerous considering upgraded pistols. There's armor as well. Stan, if he wins that battle, that would be huge, and he does. Dennis falls, and there goes Nico.
However, we do end up seeing Nico get dropped, but Mixwell and Rush fall in the process here too. We are still going to have Mixwell up and running down to 11 HP. Stan is still at 24, but they're both so low. They've lost Mixwell. Stan trying to play in a very, very aggressive battle there, but unfortunately it does not play out too well. Mouse Sports managed to contain the situation, and they'll pull off the retake here and get the defuse.
Importantly, they only lost 2 players, and they salvaged the double op, so it's not even too much money that gets taken away from them. Optic now with the full losing bonus and that plant, going to have all the money they need. Such a hot start for them, but it seems to have cooled off as Mouse Sports has grabbed control of this match.
Mouse Sports, of course, as they will reinvest into this round. Money for them already building up to quite a good level here. Players like Nico and whatnot that have still gone on consistently from round to round are going to have a bit of trouble keeping their buys up, so may need to rely on a few donations coming in for their teammates, but nonetheless, the buy still remains strong. Double ops, full rifles for their players. Optic, however, are back into the buy this time now with 5 AKs. Once again, going to be using that for the most part early on here, just setting themselves up outside of A main. The Molotov goes up on top of Boost, so we won't see any action there, but Chris J walking right up to the garage, no fear at all, and already dropping Mixwell in the first couple seconds of this round. He's even going to look for a second one here too to the player in Sunroom. He's dropped down and stands over Peak, so he's going to get that second one.
That's the dangerous Chris J, the one who wants to make his presence known across the map. Lol at an off angle as well, sees Rush. But Chris J, if he's going to be that mobile, different locations, getting a pick each way, it's going to be a tough rest of the half for Optic. Now they're just kind of resigned. Naf and Tarek have to make their way into this A bomb site, but it's going to be so tough. Another op at a different angle, and Dennis and Nico working perfectly together. That's a big round for Mouse Sports, losing no one. I don't even think they took a point of damage.
Looking very, very clean all of a sudden from Mouse Sports too, as they were struggling before, but Chris J pulling off some nice movement like that, as you were mentioning before. Very, very mobile, able to pick up those kills without any problems whatsoever, and Optic all of a sudden looking very weak with their ability to even get close to these bomb sites now. It's getting shut down within the first couple seconds of the round. So Optic, they will be able to afford another buy going into this round. However, how successful it will be is yet to be seen, and they are going back to that more aggressive B hit. As they do push themselves over here to the halls. They're not going to waste any time with trying to fake it either. Everybody's pushing in for it. And this is the first time we've seen an all-in direct hit on the B bomb site in the entire half. Only 2 rounds left in it. May as well be time to try it out and see how well it works. But Mouse Sports are aware of this possibility and are using utility to try to hold it off for a couple of extra seconds.
That's a nice flash, and they made out a shot. I mean, they have a couple Molotovs, so they can do a little bit of a firebomb in this B bomb site, which can be very, very difficult for Speedy. And there's Chris J. He's blind running into the fire. He's burning this whole time. Oh, he survives with 1 HP, and Speedy has bailed him out with 3 kills. That's Speedy's job to support his teammates, and he saves Chris J from a really tough spot. And there it is, Chris with the op. He gets the last 2 kills. Somehow that round was almost a disaster for him.
Mouse Sports, again, keep it together against the pressure from Optic, and now they have a solid lead setup, regardless of the outcome of this last round. It's not going to be 10-5 or 9-6 in their favor. They built up money, too, here. So after we got through that technical pause, we saw Mouse Sports really just gutting ahead of this one, and Optic, unfortunately, have just been flailing left and right. Their buy in this last round is not going to be that great. Tech 9s, 2 AKs for those that could afford it, and those that bought the AKs really don't have all that much utility. So we'll see what exactly they try to bring, but it's looking like it's going to be a pretty fast attempt to get mid-control and push into the A-bomb site. And we can already see Low Mixwell pushing forward. That's actually a lot of bullets whiffed. So Mixwell is going to catch the first kill, but Speedy and Dennis reply to that one. Stanislaw finding another kill back over here out on the A bomb site, but the bomb is still down on the ground somewhere. And I'm trying to figure out who exactly is going to retrieve it, and if it's either in the A main way or if it was dropped over on Boost.
I mean, this is Mousesports switching up the defense again. They stop an A hit, they stop a B hit, now they do mid control, and they pretty much shut everything down from Optic. It's been a 7-round win streak. If Mousesports can win this last of the half, it's 8 rounds straight. And you got to imagine, I mean, yeah, it's dropped down in the, right underneath the roof. And that's exactly why Mousesports, I mean, they don't feel the need to really go anywhere. They know exactly where the bomb is. And look at this, they're sticking together. Stan is that flash is perfect, and even times the spray, but can't get the kill. Mousesports just playing on point right now. They do give up the bomb, so Naf has a chance with an AWP. And he's going to actually make the right call. He's going to go straight over towards the B bomb site. So Mousesports may be giving up a little bit too much ground on this bomb. Now Naf has a real opportunity here.
And Mousesports are still just tucked back over here away from the truck outside of T-spawn, so it's going to go onto the floor. I think they've got no...
They're guessing A. This is not
this
good.
run's over. There's no way they're going to be able to wrap all the way towards B in time, unless Naf makes a huge over-aggressive mistake and they take him down early. He should be able to delay. He's even got a Molotov, too.
Yeah, I mean, this has been such a good end of the half for Mousesports, but this is a big blunder in a 2-on-2, giving away control and eyes on the bomb. There's still plenty of time here. It's got to go quick, but look at all the utility. 2 smokes. They have a Molotov as well, so if Naf doesn't get a kill here in this 2-on-1, there's the first. Can he get the second one? He can! A nice headshot onto Dennis, and Naf fools Mousesports to take the last round of the half.
Optic plays that perfectly, and Naf specifically comes out with a hero play. That is going to close out the half, bringing back a little bit of hope for Optic, of course, but good start. Poor follow-up in the second half of the half itself. We'll see if they can continue things as they're going to switch sides now. Stick with us, guys, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with more between Mousesports and Optic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again here for more action of the ESL Pro League Finals. Optic Gaming versus Mousesports is well on its way, just concluding the first half there. Mousesports lead 9-6 after Optic go up with a hefty lead. They end up losing it, but some nice plays from Naf on the final round, just bringing them back a little bit, of course. But now Mousesports will jump onto the T side, and we get to see if they'll be able to keep their lead going with some T side strats as the pistol round will be getting started right now.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a very good half for the Optic side. Obviously, I mean, the big thing is Mousesports showed the ability to adjust, and Optic really didn't as that first half closed out. A nice win by Naf, but you almost to think he probably shouldn't have even had really that chance to win that 1-on-2.
Considering the bomb gets dropped there at the beginning of the round too, they try to go for the mid pressure, and it is utterly shut down by Mousesports. But
this, all right, this is creative. I like it. Seeing some attempted innovation here. And Mousesports might get caught off guard by the sheer number of players that come. Why both teams?
Are they double jump run boosting?
It's like they agreed. Let's just let's both do something crazy. I like this.
So Mousesports, they send a player forward to check. So they're not going to end up doing the double run boost here.
So they were stacking to watch for a push. And it's really what's going to happen is once Optic hears the smoke and the footsteps over towards the B bomb site. I mean, they have to stream through vent, so if there's one player watching it, they can all line up. It's a very narrow choke point, but Mouse Sports will be surprised by just how many players are going to be coming through this flank.
And they should be able to hear them now. So as the guys from Mouse Sports slowly walk into the site, they'll get control, but all of a sudden, there's a waterfall movement coming its way out of the vents there. Speedy takes down Rush, but we do see a response. Nico's able to hold, but not for long. 2 for 2 trades, bringing it into an even 3-on-3, but nonetheless, Optic are sitting over here, just really stuck in checkers at this point, but they will be able to flood out. The guys from Mouse Sports not putting up an active defense until they get closer to the platform itself. Naf and Mixwell picked up 2 kills, and now it's up to Speedy in the halls here. There is going to be a decoy coming his way, but that's not going to do much. However, he's down to 5 HP. He's being overwhelmed by 2 players, and with Mixwell shutting it down, Optic will be able to pick up the pistol here and round the comeback here early on in the half.
The innovation, bringing out something new. 6 stack in mid. I mean, the big question mark, obviously, with that kind of a tactic is if they go towards the A bomb site, I think it's a little bit more difficult because you're not as close. And that is the thing. It just seemed like Mouse Sports, they were entirely surprised. The trades come out the whole time for Optic. One player kind of rotates over to vents and then says, all right, there's another player, I'll kill him. And then they don't realize there's going to be a third and then a 4th player streaming out. So just the massive amount of bodies that Optic throws at it eventually wins them the round. And with that plant, Mouse Sports more than, I was going to say, probably not going to invest too much into this round, but they're going to go for it. So UMPs, Tech 9s are bought up. Chris J, no armor, just P250 and utility, and he's got 1450, so obviously the Opper saving up for that weapon as soon as possible.
And we can see Dennis already starting to creep forward here too. Smokes and whatnot deployed here in the B halls, but the rest of the team is sitting behind them. And they do have Nico also positioned a little bit closer to the A-bomb site. Dad support a little bit later to the equation, hopefully driving away some of the players on Optic. That'll be rotating in, but obviously with these Molotovs and whatnot that are being thrown into the B-bomb site, it's caused some earlier rotations from Optic, and Tarek already shutting down the first player. He is going to actually fully commit through that smoke, and that'll lead to his death. Lowell is the player that catches the trade and even finds, well, Nico, I should say, finds another one against Rush here too. Mixwell is the only player to trade that back out, but that still does not really work out great for Optic's favor. Speedy's going to find one more against Naf, and that pretty much closes it. Mixwell at 14 HP in a 1v3, cannot hope to do anything, so he's going to back away to save it, and Mouse Sports are going to be able to trade out the second round.
Yeah, just with the UMPs and the Tech 9s, Optic can't handle it. So, I mean, both teams lose their T-Pistol and then win the second round now. So, an equal trade there. So, even footing for both squads, but again, I mean, Optic's got to be feeling just as disappointed. If Mixwell can save this gun, that'd be so nice. It's so important. This is a very smart decision for him to just back away immediately, not even try and stick around, not even try and go for it. So, Mouse Sports are going to get their 10th, and they're going to break the economy. The question becomes for Optic. If you start playing this economic game as CT when you're down 10-7 in the second half, then I mean it just benefits Mouse Sports. I mean, any of these round trades are going to go their way. It's harder to manage your economy as Optic if they get into this economic struggle instead of, I mean, maybe they choose to just save and it just avert that whatsoever. But if you keep fighting for it back and forth, you have to make sure that you get a hold of it very, very early on. You can't play the trading game with rounds. You have to just flat out take control of the economy.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see now with the guys from Mouse Sports getting themselves up to double digits. They will not be able to successfully chase down Mixwell. They were playing very passively on that site. Just in the event he did decide to push his way back in and look for the retake, but did not happen. So they'll still have the rifle in play, hopefully having some effectiveness here against the Mouse Sports players, which for the most part will still be armed with SMGs and whatnot. You can see Nico rolling with that one, as will Dennis, Chris J picking up the rifle along with Speedy, but Lowell picks up the third SMG there, and actually everybody from Optic goes into the buy here. They're going to force it up. Tarek is able to get himself a scalp, but the rest are still just going to be working with upgraded pistols.
A lot rides on this round. If Optic loses this, they're going to be at such a massive disadvantage for the rest of the half. It's going to have to be a huge comeback. So they need this round. Scout on Tarek with no armor. And he's going to have that over towards the B bomb, so he's the only one there. So at least there's a lean towards one side of the map where Tarek can just spot. He can get intel from very early on. Stanislaus kind of isolated in middle at the moment. Mixwell supporting him when he can, but I mean it is good that Mixwell, at least with the M4, is in that swing position where he can rotate to mid, he can rotate towards the A bomb side and help out both kind of sections of the pistol players.
Still waiting to see how exactly Mouse Sports are going to proceed as they're taking themselves into that usual default here, but it is leaning itself to be an A hit eventually as Nico's proceeding himself up over here towards the Squeaky Hall now, and a couple more are inching their way inside of A main. I don't think anybody got boosted over, so we won't be seeing any mid control from these guys, which means Mixwell and Stan will have to rotate quickly. Stan, more importantly, there because he's committed himself fully into the cubby just over on the other side of the boost spot, but now they're exploding out onto the bomb site here. The two players from Optic are going to have to try and resist it a little bit back over here, mainly just by the forklift position too. They don't have anybody back in quad. They don't have anybody sitting on the site. One of the players over there on highway managed to push himself back up. Rush is going to peek. Mixwell and NAF have both netted kills. Meanwhile, in the meantime, Mousesports have only found one, but there's going to be a second one from Chris J as they do push into that forklift spot. Rush moving in for the trade, but he runs out of ammo, and now he's stuck. There's nowhere to go. He picks up a second kill for himself, and it all falls to Stanislaw, who is going to be placing himself over here in the squeaky hallway, looking for a gun to try and pick up here, and he'll find the SMG along with quite a bit of utility, but as he sneaks in, there's the first kill. He tries to chain two together, but he's going to run out of ammo, but they're letting him switch! Dennis maintains the situation, and Mousesports still find the round, but that almost went out of control very quickly.
Oh, if that gun had 15 instead of 12 bullets in it, that could have been a real good triple kill, and then definitely the switch to the CZ. I mean, obviously Dennis needs to get that kill quicker, but that switch to the, I believe that was Dennis, but that switch to the CZ, that extra time to pull that weapon out, just kind of ruined Stan, but what a heroic effort from him. But now this is that nightmare scenario. Mousesports, no matter how close that round is, that's a huge win. Now onto a save. They're going to be able to get up towards 12-7, barring anything insane. And it's just going to be a massive lead for Mousesports with the economy control. The next buy in terms of rifles for the Optic side. Oh!
Dirty.
Chris is just playing whack-a-mole.
He knows the second player's up there too, so hunting for it. They do let him push up a little bit, but no kills are netted, and Chris J has himself a nice round there. 2 kills for himself. Nico also taking 2 of them there as well. Optic, unfortunately, don't find much in their attempts to play things aggressively, and Mousesports just rack up another one up to 12 now.
Yeah, and this is now where the next step comes in, because this first buy, as I was saying with the rifles, for Optic it's not clean in terms of utility. Tarek only has a smoke. Most players stuck on just smoke flash. They don't have the nades. They don't have the Molotovs. So a lot of options available to Mousesports later in the round. If they play this a little bit slower, Chris J is going to have an opportunity for picks. There's no Molotov to prevent this kind of a play, so a lot of time they have to be worried about Chris J boosted up.
Stanislaw is going to be placing himself forward here to try to counter out some of the aggression from the T side as it works its way into the halls, and it'll work. Finds that first kill. Elsewhere, however, Chris J is still finding success with that op. He'll drop the 23 HP, but he still gets the kill. Stan cannot win his second battle versus Stan. And we will end up seeing Dennis be able to take that one there. As Stan falls to the ground, and Nico also starting to hunt here too to get himself out onto the A-bomb site. He's playing with it a little bit here. There is a player watching for him on the other side. That's going to be Rush. But for the time being, none of them will net each other here as the rest of Mousesports prepares to push themselves into the site.
Yeah, and Dennis on this flank position, this is the next danger that both players cordoned into this site. Dennis spots one. There's still Rush in quad. When does Nico make his move? That smoke's going to start fading, and Dennis looks the wrong way. He's the only one really making any kind of aggression. Tarek through the smoke can't win that battle, and the defense is collapsing. It's a nightmare situation. Naf again has to try and play hero, but he's only got 15 HP. Chris with the bomb is just going to bail out to the B site, and Nico's playing assassin. Good round from him out of that door, being a distraction, and then closing it out. 13-7, back onto pistols for Optic. So now it just doesn't look like there's a whole lot of hope for them.
Yeah, Optic again finding early success in the round, but not able to carry it through to the bitter end of it. We will see them dropping the ball once again here. Back down on just another eco for themselves. Nothing too unordinary about it either. Just investing down to the 2K mark as they wait for the next buy coming up after this, but that will really be their last chance. And Mousesports, with all the utility they have, and of course the more passive style that we've been seeing from them as usual, things they should have no trouble whatsoever for the most part handling this, unless Optic find themselves a couple really good angles to play with, or of course with the stack we're now seeing from them 5 into the A set, unless Mousesports are going to run directly into that.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to make that mistake. I mean, this T side, I mean, we saw it on Mirage, their T sides, their anti-ecos on the T side against the defenses obviously is very, very strong. They play it very methodically, very safe, and I mean, in this, today and yesterday, they haven't lost a whole lot of guns to these just pistol buys. So, obviously, at the moment, making the right decision. I don't think Lowell spotted any players in A main, but he is being very cautious for his team, and now they're just going to walk into B. But the rotate is on for Optic. Can they get here in time? That's the question. The nade's starting to ring out now. They might be able to spam through the smoke, and there's Mixwell. They just come running out on top. 2 kills for him, a third for Rush. This is turned around. They do get back just in the nick of time, and it's down to Speedy. He does find Naf, but he's brought so low. Lowell's got to take the action from now on. He's got to lead the way, and he has a big job to do. Mixwell playing hero with this Deagle. 2 kills for him, and Optic close it out. They buy themselves a little bit more time.
And that may have just saved them as well here now, as they'll be able to pick up quite a few rifles on that one. So buying up the money, or keeping themselves as strong as far as the money is concerned. Now they're not really going to have to invest into a lot into this round, just buying up armor and utility. As meanwhile, the guys on Mousesports are going to have to go fully into that one, and the timing on the rotation from Optic does end up being perfect there. They clash directly against Mousesports as soon as they're pushing into that bomb site, and as Mousesports are not really expecting a large presence from heaven, they don't even check it, and they are able to punish heavily. Optic they are.
I mean, it actually felt like they got there, I mean, just a second or two too late, but I mean, obviously when Mixwell just opens up with 2 quick kills like that, I mean, gives you all the time you need. So huge performance from Mixwell, and that's an interesting other little wrinkle to this matchup is the Mixwell versus Lowell, the Spaniard battle, battle of the Spaniards.
Yeah, it's being slowly picked away. That scene is now. A few individuals have managed to work their way into the higher echelon of teams.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see. I mean, we were there for ESL Barcelona earlier this year, and everyone was kind of saying, oh, the Spanish players were always saying, we have some hidden talent here, and we've all kind of been waiting to see if it would ever crop up, and now it definitely has.
I think both of them came from the same team, right?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
I believe they did. Well, Tarek now is going to be waiting for more of the pressure to work its way through the B halls, and as we can see, Tarek trying to go for that first battle, but Low ends up beating him in that one. Stanislaw, however, up in the vents, catches the feet of the first player pushing in, and that's Dennis that gets dropped. Good pop flash, 2 blinds the player close up, and we see Stanislaw over here is able to get some damage in on the Lowell to knock him out, but Speedy will still find the trade on to Stan himself, bringing this into a 2 versus 3. The CT's hold good control, and of course the bomb being down. Nico gets free reign over the A-bomb site, but for this current positioning, I don't think he's going to be able to do much. They've even got players watching out for a flank from Z2, so for the most part, Optic have all of their assets covered. Unless we see some heroics from Nico and Speedy, this is looking like good control from Optic to be able to pick up a 9th.
Yeah, well, I mean, if any player's going to do it, it's going to be Nico. Down to 15 seconds. Speedy looked like he was lining up a pop flash. This isn't quite that. Nico's got to get this kill quickly. They might just have to save it from here. There's only there's 10 seconds left. They almost need to just make sure they're safe. Nico's going to go for it, and he's just going to die, but Speedy's got to bail out now. You don't want to die after the timer, obviously, so he's going to have that AK-47 into the next round, and we're going to see a pause out of Mouse Sports. Because it's been 2 straight now for Optic, and I mean, Mouse Sports wants to ensure they don't get back into it, and this is an opportunity because they've finally gotten the economy to a situation where they might be facing a save. Speedy has his gun, cannot drop another AK-47. Lowell could buy one, but no one else. So is Mouse Sports risk their own economy with a big buy here?
I don't think that would line up with the characteristics that we've seen from Mouse Sports here. That would take a big risk.
There's also no reason to, up to 13-9. Just take the 1-round loss. You still have the advantage in rounds. And I mean, you already did win an eco, so why not buy some upgraded pistols, maybe some flashbangs, spend like $400 or $500 and just see what's going to happen. See if you can make anything happen again.
They could possibly break Optic to a large degree. There are only a couple of players who are really going to be in a good enough position to buy if they manage to force up and actually win the round there. Stanislaw, Tarek, and Mixwell, actually apologies, not Mixwell, Naf, are sitting a little bit too low right now to be able to reinvest should they drop this round.
I mean, that'd be the ideal goal for Mouse Sports, right? Just make your way into a bomb site, get your 2 to 3 kills, get the bomb planted, you get your own bonus money, and you keep the economy of Optic low. Because one more reset for Optic on the CT side, and it might just be the match right there. Because Mouse Sports can shoot up towards 15 very, very quickly and play from a more commanding lead. So keep the economy low should be the goal in this round. Hopefully, I don't want to see Mouse Sports invest too much into this, and it doesn't look like they're going to.
They're just going to keep themselves onto the eco for now. For those that can afford it, they'll buy up like light pistols and whatnot, but most can't, as we see them floating right around that 2K mark. Just a P250 investment from Lowell, and Speedy keeps what he managed to carry over from the previous round. However, Mouse Sports actually taking a bit of a page out of Optic's book this time. Nav may find himself a bit of a battle, but misses the shot. However, he did spot the push. The Molotov comes in. He's holding it with just amazing little USP. Shuts down Chris J. He knows the second player pushed his way out. Mixwell's going to be able to handle that one. Rush shutting out another. Speedy has responded with 1 pickup here. However, he's going to have trouble doing much more. Just as I say that, though, he takes down Naf. And he's got Rush down at 16 HP here. The smoke comes in, but it's a bit too late. And he can actually hold outside of this. Punishes the push from Rush, but Stanislaw finally puts an end to things there. Speedy, though, certainly made it a battle and certainly made it an expensive one for Optic.
I think Rush needed to try and stay alive there. There's that 3 kills, so they didn't get the plant down, obviously, but they do force 3 rebuys, which is going to keep that money low for the CT side. And Optic almost giving him too many 1v1s. He was almost able to actually pull that into a 1-on-1. A little bit of a scary situation. 13-10, now we have a much better buy for Mouse Sports. You can see Chris J on the AWP, 4 AK-47s around that. There's also good utility. All 5 have smokes, there's some flashbangs, there's some Molotovs, so the playbook is pretty open for the Mouse Sports side. Naf's got to be careful with that kind of an aggressive peek, missing that first shot. The Molotov was a good delay tactic. Him and Rush are going to man up in the A bomb site. Stan's not feeling any pressure over towards B. And mid-control coming from Mixwell, but he's alone.
We can see as well Speedy just inched himself over here to the edge of the, for the most part, Mouse Sports is playing into the default here with Speedy inched over, watching to make sure nobody from the CT side pushes out the B halls. Same job being done by Nico over there towards Squeaky. No decision made as of yet here in terms of which site Mouse Sports are going to push this towards. It could lead into either one, depending on what they find on these sites, but Optic just as spread out here too. Mixwell watching from outside of Z, and Tarek sitting behind him a little bit there, just outside of CT spawn supporting that. They've only got 1 fully committed to the B bomb site, and that's Stan. on that 2 position on A.
Yeah, it's trying to be a very fluid defense in terms of their movement across the map and trying to find timings when that mid-execute is going to come in. Tarek had rotated with Mixwell just in case that was coming, so he could cheat over towards the A site. Rotates away at the wrong moment, perhaps, but he still is not too committed to helping Stan with this B defense, but it's looking like it is going to be a mid to B split, and that's a disaster. Stanislaw gets aggressive. That's not necessary because now it's opened everything up. Tarek has to make an over-aggressive play himself, and he's been spotted out. Dennis knows exactly where he is, but a good win from Tarek. That's the bomb drop. They know it's coming, but Mixwell, he has to stay alive, and there's Chris J trying to cut off rotations, and he's not going to do it. He's going to miss 2 shots. Down into a 3-on-3, and the opportunity to come out of the vents is open, but no one from Optic is going to take that. All going to rotate back around by CT spawn.
Rush on top of the railing there throws off the shot a little bit, so they managed to knock down Chris J. However, the guys from Mousesports are still in the site and to a certain degree secure. That Molotov very close to hitting Lowell. Mixwell finds himself in the battle, but also gets dropped to 9 HP. Not the best odds for him. Rush moving in, doesn't actually spot the player down below Generator over there. They catch him on the second peak, but Lowell still catches one more kill. 2 trades roll in, and now it falls to Speedy in the 1v1. He knows Rush is dropping down, and he's going to be able to take it out. Mousesports find their 14th round here, finally. I don't think it's done enough to stop Optic from buying into this round.
Oh, Stan, that one push, that one little mistake, he's trying to maybe get a jump in a high-pressure situation on that play over towards mid or A. Just gets overly aggressive. Speedy's so patient there. A good round from him, the triple kill to get that opening kill, and that's so difficult to recover that kind of a situation if you're Optic rotating over. And now look at this buy. This all comes down to the fact Speedy, again, gets that triple kill, on the round they had to actually save. So they have a UMP, they have an MP9, they have an M4 and an AWP and a Deagle. Not a whole lot of tools for this Optic side to use. Thankfully, they do have 2 kits and just a little bit of utility to make something happen, but this is going to be a tough round for them.
They're sitting at the edge of the cliff now, and if they drop this one, their money is going to be dry, and they will not be able to really invest into really a large amount of anything as they would go into what could be their final round here. Mousesports, of course, still taking it slowly, but a lot more one-sided into this A bomb site hit too, as everybody proceeds over here towards the edge of A main, slowly creeping away from those B halls as they were holding earlier on to make sure the CT side didn't push. Optic, for the most part, have remained fairly passive, with the exception of that big mistake we saw, but it happened very late in the round last time. Now, however, Mousesports are starting to push their way in, and they're going to waste no time about it. Optic may be able to line up a flank with Stanislaw pushing into the garage there. Nav takes a little bit of damage from the Molotov, smokes it back off, however, and is able to cross over to quad. Rush, hoping he can see through the smoke and catch the players pushing around the corner, but he won't do it. And now Nav, he's alone, but he's checking the wrong side here. Still manages to net himself a first kill here, hunting for more. He does get one more before going down to Dennis there, so it brings it into a 4 versus 3. As we see the guys from Mousesports going for control, but they're still taking it slowly, and this is going to allow them to pick up another frag. That's Speedy, knocking out Rush, tapping away, brings Nico down, brings Mixwell down to just 18 HP. It's more than push in. They're making it tough for Optic to get back in, but Speedy finally overcommits. That's where Stanislaw is going to take him down. Dennis catches yet another trade, moves forward, finds a second one, and it all goes into the hands of Stan. But both players are low, however, he doesn't check the right side, and that's where Nico's going to shut it down, and that puts Mousesports up to match point.
Oh, NAF does such a good job inside that bomb set on the defense as well. 2 kills and heavily damaging a third, and they can't close it out. Rush has got to be frustrated, trying to find a time to make his move through the smoke. Have to say, Speedy has been a monster in these past 3 rounds for Mousesports. Just 1 kill in that previous, but 3 in the ones before that. I mean, just that 1 kill, though, high impact for Mousesports to help them kind of really, really lock down that A bomb site and force the retake out of Optic. So 15-10, it's got to be 5 straight for Optic, and they've got to start it out with just pistols. This time there's no M4, and backs are against the wall.
Just upgraded pistols for Optic now, and for the most part, they're trying to play a little bit more aggressively, especially towards that A site. 3 players stacked up there. We're pushing in a moment ago. They've since fallen back, so they haven't seen anything. Mousesports, however, there's been no reason to change up their game plan, and they're going to stick to the same plays that they've been using for the past few rounds now that have been working for them. Grouping up, and slowly they're going to move over here, actually away from a mid a little bit, or away from A main a little bit to take a mid control itself. To resist this, they'll have Stanislaw at the moment crossing over, and he should have been able to spot Lowell. He's seen him, but I think Lowell's returned the favor, and he's going to instantly walk up, get the 1 tap on a Stan, and now for the most part they've cleared it out. They'll have resistance coming in from Highway, but this is not in great positions. Both the CTs and the Ts in the form of Nico end up getting flashed out here. Mixwell finds 1, but Chris J and Nico trade it out, and it all comes down to Rush and Tarek.
Yeah, and this is now Tarek has got to come up huge. That's an aggressive 1 kill, but now this forces Mousesports to go the other direction. They don't really have. Oh, actually, that's a terrorist on the minimap. That's a GoTV glitch. Rush is going to be the next one up, and he's going to get taken out. So it is all on Tarek on the rotation on the flank. He's picked up an AK-47, but a big job to do from a player that has had a quiet game. 7-20 for him as he comes in here, but Nico not suspecting quite yet, and he's waiting. The trigger discipline. He's trying to find one more before he reveals his position, and he's just going to get punished to begin with. But he had to go for something creative. He had to be a little bit risky, and that's a big win for Mouse Sports. The comeback in the first half, the adjustments they make to stop that aggressive opening, that aggressive game plan from Optic, that's what seals the deal in this match for me.
Yeah, we see the good players really shining out through and true there. Speedy, as you mentioned in the last couple of rounds. Lowell finding himself some good shots there and some good rounds too. Chris J showing up in quite a few crucial rounds with the Op there finally. And just overall across the board there, really good consistent stuff from the Mouse Sports roster. Even Dennis, who was really sort of lagging behind in the overall fragging count, showed some good stuff in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, showing really good composition. We've talked about, I mean, this seems like a pretty well-rounded, that was kind of what the analysts were saying in the pregame, that this is a well-rounded Mouse Sports team. Well, now you're seeing, yeah, maybe Speedy's not going to have, I think he had 20-some kills this game. Maybe that's not going to happen, but it's not the number of kills, it's the impact he had in those last 3 rounds. I mean, to have just massive impact in that small of a stretch, that's a huge performance from Speedy.
All right, guys, well, looks like the analysts are ready to talk a little bit more about this game. Let's send it over to them to break things down.
Another close game, this time in Group A. And with Mouse Sports picking up that win, albeit outside of the series teams involved, Liquid are now guaranteed out of the game, rather out of their chances of getting out of groups. That's it. Because of that, they are sitting at 0-3, and Mouse Sports now getting their second on the board. It is locked in. Liquid are no more.
Yeah, it's pretty clear cut, the top 3 teams in this group, I'd say. You've got Optic, you've got Mouz, and then you've got Envious. They're all looking relatively strong, and Mouz obviously taking Optic. It's a good little run for the first seed if they want to take that one.
Yeah, of course, we'll be seeing that concluded tomorrow, but we do... Damn you, Cold Zera!
Did he show up on camera?
He definitely did. I've just randomly spoken about an SK player.
Wow.
Did he not?
I don't know. I was looking at you, Alex, making eye contact instead of watching the screen.
You're right, excuse me.
Hey, don't get in on Alex's eye contact. That's exclusively mine.
That's right. Isn't that right, Chad?
Anyway,
let's start talking about cash.
So,
Mouse Sports picked up their 16th round just now, and we did see that cash go the way of the European side. Finally, we get some predictions right, boys. I think favouring Mouse Sports, and I'd like to know if that was, again, Optic's big test. How did they do? We highlighted that this was going to be the big one for them.
I mean, it wasn't as clean for Mouse Sports, but a win is a win, and that's what matters the most in a situation like this. You do feel it did go a bit weird, both teams exchanging pistols, but then losing the second round both times, and I think both teams were struggling with retaking the A bomb site after the bomb was down.
Yeah, I agree with that. I liked some of the retakes Mouse were doing on that B side. There was the one where it was Nico was coming through the vent. It was a 3v3 situation. I think it was Dennis, I'm not 100%. They were spamming, it could have been Spitty, they were spamming through the roller door, and the guy who was sitting in checkers, he didn't turn around, he kept looking at the vent, but the whole idea behind that is to force him to turn around, see where the spam's coming from, and try and position himself so he doesn't get damaged. Nico steps out when that happens, and then they threw the double mollies to lock the AWPer out of the site, and that was really good retake by them. I also liked the way that on their CT side, Chris J was poking and prodding with the AWP. You saw him get a pick in mid. He went up aggressive in connector, grabbed a pick, went through the vent, picked the guy's sunroom, ran back, kept moving around. That's what you want to see from your AWPers. You need them to be moving around a lot.
He is one of the most dynamic AWPers, I think. When he's on his game, you rarely see people doing pushes like that. He was on his own in middle, peeking into that, and then jumps out of vents.
I mean, it took them a while to adjust. Earlier on, they were playing passively towards that A bomb side, focusing a bit more on mid. Then, even though Nico would maybe get 2 kills and Mouz was 4v3 in that retake, they simply couldn't pull it off. And in that situation, you kind of want to switch things up, get more aggressive on the CT side, because it clearly isn't working for you at that point. And they did it even on an eco round and managed to win that round. So that's where, the comeback started. That's where they managed to turn it around completely. They were down 4-1 and it ended up being a 10-5 half for them.
Did you see that CT pistol round from Optic? The 4 stack.
Was that? Do you reckon that was a counter strat?
Yeah, I understand people wanting to. You stack something, and you maybe if they split, you get a kill or 2, then you go for the retake. But stacking mid and leaving both bomb sites open now, A is relatively easy to retake. I mean, it's easier than B for sure.
Yeah,
and you leave B completely open, and you have to come in close range with USPs against Glocks. I mean, they did win the round eventually, but it's something that I wouldn't want to see more of it in the future.
It's super surprising, though, when you do like a stack like that and just have so many guys funneling out of the vents like that. It's a bit overwhelming for the T's, and that did catch them off guard after all. I was surprised, though, the round that... I thought Mouz were going to close it out. They won a really crucial gun round. Then the next round is like, okay, let's go B. Let's use our Molotovs, Molotov the site, Molotov checkers, smoke CT, run in. Perfect, right? I was like, this is sick. Nobody's watching Heaven. 2 guys are running into the site, waiting for people to be running out of the Molotovs they've thrown, which is fine. You know, you want to make sure, you want to be thorough. But nobody, there was 3 more players. What the hell were they doing? Nobody's watching Heaven. Mixwell and some other dude. You know, they just push out, get a couple kills.
It has nothing to do with being thorough. Those 2 players should push towards the bomb site and have a 3rd player looking into the covering from afar, and the 4th player looking towards Heaven, and the 5th player looking towards checkers, if you really want to do it that way. What amazes me is this is something that's obviously practiced. Like you do a dry run, it's only 5 of the players on an empty server, and you practice all the timings and the nades. And I wonder how there isn't a single person, including the coach, saying, what about Heaven?
What should we be watching?
Like, okay, maybe they have someone mauling that off in the actual execute, but no one had the Molotov in that situation or a smoke. But still, there should be a guy intelligent enough to say, okay, guys, there's no Molotov, so I will cover this position.
Well, especially when you Molotov the site like that, you should still be focusing on Molotovs all the time, right? If you throw a Molotov or a smoke, it's a deterrent. But people can still run through it. And that's something people need to realize. You're aiming to, you know, push players away or push them out of their position, but they can still push through it. They can still come at you. You can't look at those things as brick walls. They're just facades.
What was interesting for me on the T side for Optic as well were the mind games, I think they were, because they went for that smoke execute, smoking everything off and pushing towards the bomb site. And that did work. And usually they go for a fake of that, where they throw the same smokes, send Tarek in, 3 players go up boost, and then they either go highway or B, depending on the mid-round call. But the second time around, when they threw the same smokes, they went for the same execute. And I think that was the mind game, them expecting Mouz to get that read and to, you know, let go of the A bomb side where they could just power through. But Mouz Sports wasn't going for that. They just had a player boosted on the box, and he got the 2 entry kills, and the round didn't work out for Optic.
So with Mouz Sports taking the win, it seems like the general consensus here is it was a little shabby from Mouz Sports, but Optic a little worse from them, and that they're going to be conceding their first loss. Of course, some real shining lights from Mouz Sports as well for some individual players, and that's visible in the stats. If you want to go ahead and visualize the stats for yourself, you can head over to an application on your smartphone. You've heard me talk about it before, but it is, of course, the Score Esports application. Not only that, but it also does notify you when all the drama goes down. We know the CS scene is not absent of drama, and if you get those Roster Mania updates live, of course, push notifications on your phone. So you can go ahead and install that on iOS and Google Play, and we're going to take a break before we return with SK FaZe. This is a big one. SK need a big fat W on the board, and FaZe, if they go 2-0 today, Alu's shaving his head. Lots to look forward to. We'll be finding out how it plays out after the break.
That will be Panda picking up the pistol round. Took a moment there. That was their first LAN fist bump.
The more I play CSGO, the more it's more about the little things that you get to touch on, you get to talk with your teammates.
I think it would be pretty spectacular, honestly. If we were able to make that pro spot, I think it's a great achievement.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. He gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh,
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League desk. We are having a whale of a time here, and of course, so are you guys at home. Keep hitting us up with that hashtag, and I am not mad, bro. In fact, I'm very happy. Thanks very much for the question, though, Ligia.
Typical Serbian.
It's going to be SK
You mad,
versus
bro.
FaZe. Dude, I just heard these guys talking Serbian, and it is awesome. I really like the way Serbian sounds.
What did you say? It sounds
like Dothraki. It does. It sounds like, you guys are about to just ride off into the sunset and
That's actually
do damage.
the best thing you could say about the Serbian language.
Lacking the tan,
It does
of course.
sound awesome. That's true, and the body tattoos. Maybe
And the
like
six-packs.
maybe a stretch goal. What am I talking about? Either way, Chad, let's start talking about this one. It has to be, unfortunately, rather brief. In the interest of time, we've been so good on schedule. Doesn't seem like everyone wants to butcher
That's
that.
what's the most important thing.
That's right.
Schedule
Who cares
fans
about
all around
analysis?
the world want to hear about why they removed Keo and added Carrigan. It's because they need some leadership. And Carrigan, he got the bench. He's going to give FaZe the leadership they require. And they're going to play Overpass, a map that they're undefeated on.
Are you assuming
with
here,
Aloe.
or have you cheated and asked admins?
Overpass?
Yeah.
I'm 100% positive it's Overpass based on my brain.
Okay, so let's bring up the
Assumption
vetoes.
is the mother of... Let's switch to vetoes.
I'm
Assumption is the mother
100%
of
positive,
all-
and I can tell you why.
Tell me why.
I think that SK, they don't really know what map they want to play at the moment, so they're going to kind of fall into FaZe's trap. FaZe will probably want to end up on like a Mirage or an Overpass. SK will have the decision. They'll ban down. It'll be left with Overpass. SK are going to ban Dust2 and Cache. FaZe are obviously going to ban Train because that's SK's best map at the moment. They're going to get rid of Nuke because that's just a map they don't like playing. Probably Cobblestone. And there we go.
I love this because that's genuinely what he's written down. I can see his notes. He's got the maps they want to ban, and then he's just written in all caps Overpass.
With an underline.
Not very paper efficient, but let's bring up the vetoes is what I was
Except
trying
they're
to.
going to play Mirage.
Are they? Is
We'll
that what
see.
you're going for? I mean, it's one of the other ones. I'm trying to suggest we bring up the vetoes.
If we do like a rain dance, because we got to rush the segment.
That's what I was told. I was told we have to rush the segment. But,
Do we just want to quickly talk about SK then while we wait, Yanko?
Not a bad team. Nice jerseys.
I like their jerseys.
Yep. Yellow and green.
They're the home team, the
we are really
hometown favourites.
blitzing this efficient segment, aren't we here, boys?
Yeah.
So the story, really, if we are going to... Look, seems like we've got loads of time. Oh, we've got highlights
Highlights
now.
as well.
Interesting. Now, SK did not get off to a flying start here in Brazil.
Thing is, Alex, I mean, it's obvious they are not the best team in the world anymore, but other teams have been in that position, most notably VP, and they were always able to come back and be contenders for championships. Again, now it's up to SK to prove that they can do it as well. You know, you don't drown by falling into water; you drown by not getting back up. So it's up to them to find a way to swim back to the surface.
And they do have good beaches here in Brazil, so they can definitely swim.
I have no
hear that
idea.
at all.
Yep.
No.
Something was said.
Something was said. I think was it about the vetoes? Is that what you were talking about?
I think so.
Okay, so I guess we'll talk about FaZe first. We have to bring up that 1 12-second clip of FaZe before we can do the vetoes in the interest of time. So let's talk about FaZe for a moment. Of course, they are the AIM stars. This is what we've talked about. Structure has been added for so long. We looked at Roban and didn't feel like it was enough. And now, with the addition of Carrigan, he has already ignited passion amongst FaZe and picked up results they were unable to do so during a year of under no leadership, or rather Roban. And now, alongside Carrigan and Roban, they're going to be going, hopefully, to make an impact here, wouldn't you say, boys? Now vetoes, maybe? Do you think that's it? Can I do that now?
I think with FaZe before, when they had Fox and then they had Keo as well, you had 5 guys who were all doing very similar roles. I know Fox was seen to be the AWPer, but everybody looked like the same fit the same kind of mold. Now you have Aloe, who's clearly the AWP dog. We got Carrigan, who is the in-game leader, fits into the second AWP role. AZ, Rain, and Jacob are all just fraggers. They're rocks at their bomb sites. They can all entry. You know, they're the versatile 3, and the other 2 are doing decent jobs. And that's what I think is the strength of FaZe here. Oh, we do have the vetoes. Was I correct so far? Yeah, Train's gone.
Cache.
Yeah, it's gone. They were the 2 that I had first for SK. I am a prophet.
Keep talking.
I am Yelam out. I think Nuke and Cobb will be removed by FaZe next. Yep, and then
You cheated. You cheated.
I didn't. I swear to God.
Okay.
I had it written down before the segment.
Don't swear to God, swear to me, Chad.
You are my God, Alex.
All right, sweet. Just look like it's going to be Overpass. SK then are going to get given... You said, now this is your words, and I'm going to direct this towards Yanko. Chad described Overpass as FaZe's trap. What do you think he was going for when he said that?
Because FaZe is undefeated on the map since the addition of Alo, which is an anomaly for me because
Ridiculous.
they played the map once before in other iterations of the roster, and they beat some really renowned teams on the map. It was mostly close games, but you know, they did manage to come out on top, beat both Cloud9 and Immortals just at E-League, and that's without having literally any time to practice with Kerrigan as well. But SK is a whole different type of an animal on the map. It is one of their breakthrough maps, and I think they have been, you know, searching for what their first pick is going to be if it's not Train, and a win here would probably give them a boost of confidence on Overpass.
Yeah, definitely. They need that second kind of confident map pick. I think, you know, they need to go back to Mirage as well. It's a map which is so strong for them over a long period of time. They can bring that in as well. They're going to have 3 strong maps, and if they get their stuff sorted on Cobble, then we're starting to build that map pool up again. But here's going to be a true test because SK need this win. This group right now, it's not clear-cut in the sense of we could have Cloud9, Dignitas, NiP, FaZe, or even these boys SK, which I really want SK to get through because I want to see them in the semi-finals or quarterfinals for this event because the crowd is going to be so passionate for them. It's going to be exciting to see. But they're in a place where it's do or die, basically, because it's going to be highly contested coming into this group and they need every win. FaZe is one of the lower teams, or seen to be one of the lower teams in this group, and need a W here.
However, it does seem like we're already painting a picture where this is going to be a competitive match. Yes, SK didn't have the the best start, nor did FaZe, of course, both falling to NiP, and now we sit in this kind of intriguing limbo where already Dignitas and C9 are sitting at 2-0, right, in the group. Top 3 go through. Everything gets very scary for everyone underneath these two teams.
Well, whoever loses this game, it greatly diminishes their chances of making it through to the playoffs. And for SK, even though you would consider them a favorite, I think a lot of it is going to depend on their CT side. Because when you look at FaZe, I didn't have the chance to watch the games at E-League, the Overpass games, but I would assume that FaZe was playing mostly, you know, improvising, grouping up together, going for faster executes, then having something to fall back on, a couple of smoke executes probably towards the A bomb site. And for SK to stop that, it's going to come down to that early aggression. That's something they're actually known for, early aggression, double up setup. So really, they just have to, you know, find the groove that they've had before and play their own game. If they're able to do that, I think they can get the W here and not the D.
Wow. Something to look for in SK's defense on the CT side.
Alex.
They normally like the connector control while you guys are talking about penises. They normally like connector control and sewer control.
Yes.
So if they go back to that, or if they have something new in their arsenal that they want to bring out, one of the things I want to note, we're talking about how like FaZe that group up and take areas. When you're on that T side, if you don't have the reason you do executes onto the site is to negate those long duels. But FaZe are a team who have really good aimers who probably are more than happy to take those long duels. I haven't actually seen a lot of their overpass play, so like you, I'm not too certain how they're approaching it. But when you have people who are so good at aiming and hitting those 1Bs and coming out and taking them confidently, that's a different approach. We see teams, they take territory, they use their utility, they get up to a point, and then they use the rest of the utility for an execute.
Right.
And that's when it all goes down. FaZe might have a completely different style where they want to just charge on in until they get a kill.
Undefeated, that's such a big word. And I sorry to interrupt you, I will ask you to wrap your prediction into what you were about to say.
If I were SK, I would on the CT side use my utility early to stop, you know, an explosive contact play towards B with a pop flash, something of the sort is, I think, what's going to be FaZe's bread and butter. So all things considered, I still have to put my trust in SK. It's, you know, they have been really shaky lately, but it's kind of hard seeing them not make it to the playoffs.
I'm in the same boat. I think I have to pick SK. It's one of the things you can't really go against them, even though they have been shaky. They're a team who are a world-class, world champion team, while this phase is still, they're rebuilding this project. It's somewhere which hasn't gone anywhere over the lifetime of it, and finally they're getting, you know, to a stage where they have all the right pieces. I think SK should edge them out here. It's going to be a close game, but I haven't seen the huddle from SK yet, so I don't know if this is a change today.
Maybe, just maybe that's... it's all about solo plays. That's actually a very good point. Every single time you get your
focus.
1, 2, 3 SK, and it was only FaZe that made the Raw this time here in the ESL studios in Brazil. All right, perfect summary from you guys. I do appreciate that. We are going to be taking our short break then before we prepare to jump into Overpass. The scene has been set wonderfully by the desk. SK are a world champion. They are the defending world champions currently. We already said Brazil has stamped themselves on the CSGO map. However, FaZe, despite having a very recent change, have got all the pieces in place and maybe could cause even more of an upset here on home soil for SK. We'll find out how it plays out after our break.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back. Yes, we're into it. SK needing a win because Brazilian teams are winless throughout the course of the 2 days. This is more true for Immortals, let's be fair. They've played more games, but SK did just fall short yesterday.
They did. Not looking themselves recently as of late. It's not great to see, but up against FaZe Clan now, a bit of an unknown quantity. This is his first official match, I believe, with Karrigan at the helm as well, so that's going to be interesting. No one really knows what to predict here. So, not really sure where to go on this one. I feel like you've obviously got FaZe Clan. The firepower's there with Karrigan kind of bringing more structure to the team now as well, but Overpass is a very difficult map for these new teams to adopt and be successful on. SK, this is one of their pillar maps. They're actually very good at it.
And FaZe, to be specific as well, yesterday lost by just 2 rounds, 16-14 on their game against Cloud9.
Cloud9, that's right.
Yeah,
yes.
So it's close but no cigar in many ways, and we did see a little bit about Karrigan, but now we're into this. Pistols underway, and SK, Overpass, not a bad map choice for them, but Karrigan did always like it as an Astralis leader. It's true. Now it's going to be something for FaZe to try and work with. The buy, it's 5 sets of armor for the CTs, 2 utility players for the Ts, and they both have Molotovs.
Yeah, one for the entry, one for the post plant. Oh, both for the entry, in fact, as well. So flushing CTs out of their key positions. Maybe they have a read on where SK play from. A Cold Zera opens things up. A couple of headshots coming in for the CTs here, looking for more. It's Taco. He finds 2. Bomb not yet to be planted.
That was actually quite clever. We'll come back to what just happened, but very good shots always outweigh in the pistol round, and that's exactly what SK deliver. 2 Molotovs to flush key positions, as you said. And then a smoke as well. So Molotov at jungle, smoke at the bottom of the stairwell. Cold had to play literally in the open and still hit a shot and was able to fade into the smoke.
Yeah, so team like FaZe Clan, I think they were Molotoving towards the barrels and then towards that CT sided position in the corner and managing to flush the CTs out, but Cold Zera opens things up and then Taco with 2 frags as FaZe made their way to the bomb site there. No plant comes in, so it's going to be a force buy from FaZe Clan here. Not actually going all in here. You can see, we did discuss this at the beginning of the tournament, a team that were known to make interesting financial decisions throughout their lifespan, but Karrigan obviously coming in, he did bring a bit more structure to the team and hopefully made them make some different decisions overall. So it's just going to be Deagles, no armor, 1 smoke and a flashbang as they make their way towards middle. They will be pushing up together. Real damage exchange as of yet. Fallen's gone down to 35. He normally does bring out that scout in the second round. Hasn't managed to tag anything just yet. Jacob making his way through the bathrooms. They've got some long control as well, so actually some progress being made by the Ts, who are pretty under-equipped for this round.
It's true. Fallen trying to do some damage down at long, tagged to 35. Has to be careful on how he chooses to peek this out, specifically given the setup on the A site. They've called over a rotation. Taco's going to be here with FNX Fur. So even if Fallen goes down, it's not like they're going to be too overwhelmed within the confines of the A site. Fur waiting. SMG's drawn. It's going to be FNX that finds the first one. Fur, not sure which way to look. He gets dropped by AZ. Thankfully, FNX is there, but he's got the bomb down in the bathrooms. He's going to be wrapped around from long, and Taco needs to step up and hold off that wrap position. He's done so to stop Karrigan. Alu's pincered in behind the bank truck. Does find 1 more on Taco. So only 2 players survive from SK, but SMG's and not a whole lot of investment. Won't cost them too dearly. Thankfully as well, if they had conceded a bomb plant and been low and had that many players go down, then you get early guns, then they're in the disadvantage, but they're all right.
Exactly. FaZe did a pretty good job then. Like, they didn't really force into the round, but they actually managed to get 3 kills. You're right, though, the bomb not being planted. They're not going to be able to do much about this one. It's going to be Deagles and PT50s. So SK Gaming, they can actually justify 4 SMGs around. FNX the only player with a rifle this time. So, once again, FaZe Clan trying to get some position on the map, this time focusing towards B, but Cold Zera aggressive from short, looking for that first kill with the SMG. First, he'll be pushing towards the connector as well, but AZ's waiting for him. This pallet position has been very strong, but he pulls out the knife at a horrible time. May just survive here still as the USP's pulled out. Fur will dispatch of him shortly after, but Ali does find the kill in return.
Does indeed. So Fur down with an aggressive position. AZ with the kill. I'm bringing this to 4 versus 4. AZ with the death, Ali with the kill, but it's going to be Karrigan now outside the smoke with Rain. And Jacob trying to get down Monster Tunnel. Taco's the one waiting on the other side. He's the only one on the B site right now. Fast rotations will come in from the stairwells, but Alu's going to be able to spot those going by, so it's not like they'll be overly swift, I guess you could say, speedy in that position, because they're going to have to deal with the fact that Alu's there. Thankfully, Taco has managed to stay alive inside of the site, but a flash over. FNX deals with Alu. Now the rotations can come in, and thankfully so, because Taco gone. Bomb plant this time, sure to come in. They'll buy more utility in the next round. They've got decent positions inside the site before they can arrive. They picked up an SMG in the hands of Kerrigan as well. They're just coming in toward the sandbags now, the CTs. And it's Fallen and FNX that want to lead the way. Cold's going to check out toward Monster Tunnel. They'll slow it just a bit to give him some timing, and now they push through. Smoke covering off the ramp. Cold can go a little bit further over to the left side, but smart plays in the pit. In the water from Kerrigan. Shots in. He spots up 1-2 now on top of the site, and he's got to be very careful to play this SMG. Unfortunately, it's Jacob that gets the kill, not Kerrigan. The SMG does nothing, and SK will pick up the rounds.
Oh, SK there. A little bit too close for comfort, in my opinion. The fact that they went so aggressive towards the connector position. Yes, they got the SMGs trying to farm the money there, but taking a lot of risks, dropping 3 players again. Their money, yeah, they can definitely get guns out into this round, but it's not going to be as strong as it possibly could be. FaZe, on the other hand, after not forcing the second and finding that bomb plant there as well, with a few kills here and there, managing to get a very strong buy. This is the benefit of not forcing the second round. Yes, you don't have the possibility to win that second one, but as long as you get the bomb down, you're managing to make it a little bit closer. You actually can get the AWP with head armor as well, 4 AKs, all the nades required. They probably have the advantage going into this round as we enter the first gun round here. Alu towards the connector. He'll be escorted in that position as well by a teammate. That's going to be AZ, and they'll just be holding up for any aggression other than CTs. SK, certainly a team known for that aggression. There it is. Coldzera pushing off short once again. Jacobs waiting for him though, and they get the man advantage with lots of time to spare, and actually bleed the CTs out a little bit, see what the reaction is.
He's going to start working up this mid-stairs. Smoke out at the front of the bathroom. Fallen's gone quite aggressive considering he's on the AWP out toward the bathrooms. He's now in the connector itself, trying to stare back in toward mid, but no one to support him with a rifle. No one really pressuring him from long directly though either, so you can sit a little more comfortably. 4 versus 4, split the defense again, and Taco's once more left to his own devices. AZ's going to rotate back through short to go to Monster. And they've got a call for the rotation from Fur. Fallen's got no information. I'm surprised this takes so long, and Fur's just going to be getting toward window. In fact, he's going to go all the way down the stairs toward jungle right now, and FNX is going to follow up. Fallen, he's going to try and hold off on his own for any aggression that would go to A, but there's going to be none as we know it. Massive damage done as they come through Monster Tunnel. Rain and AZ very low. This should be a cleanup crew now for Fur, but he's got to calculate it. Flash goes in. He's fully blind. AZ's going to spot him first, but it's Kerrigan that kills AZ. Thankfully, he does follow up on Fur, but it's a massive problem because it's just Rain remaining. 13 HP, and both of the SK players are on full health.
That's a huge blunder there. Wow, AZ going down. He was low HP, sure, but he was probably going to survive that situation. The CT had no grounds to try and even get that kill fully blind. 2 versus 1 now, Rain. No bomb being planted as of yet. Fallen coming in the back as well. Didn't get the plant in. Oh dear, Kerrigan. I can't. It must have. Was that just poor aim, or some of the players jumping? They weren't right next to each other. There was gaps in between them, right?
It's chaos. There was a lot of flashes that were thrown. Yeah. 2 flashes that came in, and I don't know what Kerrigan's vision was.
Yes, we have to see it from his point of view to get the full story there, but it didn't. It didn't look like it was one of those things you're just trying to kill the CT for a teammate.
It could have been poor aim, yeah. I mean, just snapping, overreacting, and panicking.
There's normally if you kill like that, it's going to be an instant kill on the CT, right? But there's about 2 or 3 second delay between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Kerrigan's going to get Molotov back. A bit of aggression from SK this time out toward the park. Counter smoke, so no peek coming through, no pick, and Fallen not on the AWP this time.
Well, he knows he's up against just a partial buy from FaZe here. They do manage to get Deagles and some armor here and there. 3 smokes, so potentially going for an execute here. Normally when you go for these executes, you go towards the B side, you're smoking towards heaven. The bomb side itself to try and plant, and then you've got to smoke for the post-plant situation as well, but more aggression from the CTs here.
The interesting thing about Fallen not having the AWP is actually he dropped it to pick up a rifle in the 2 versus 1 in the last round and couldn't get back to it. So he's got an AK, sure, but they lose an AWP out of that. I know in this situation it won't matter, but think down the road, reinvestment, etc. If they win this one convincingly, well, we could probably throw that thought by the wayside. It's going to be Kerrigan, though, that does get Fur back, and Coldzera's got to step up 1-2, missing the 3rd. Rain's there, so talk about that reinvestment a little bit again now because it's down to 3 players remaining for SK. It might be less. Good movement from Alu, tries to catch off Taco, but he's well aware of it. And it's 4, about to be 5 for SK, so they'll get straight rounds to start this off. First gun, first pistol, and it's a loss round bonus that's in full effect for FaZe with a bomb plant.
We saw similar storylines to this on Train recently from SK Gaming. They've looked fantastic on that map. We'll see whether they can continuous aggressive form on overpass. It's definitely a map that lends itself to the more confident plays from the CTs, especially if you have this sort of lead. You get the money rolling in your favor as well. Just try and shut down the Ts, those early picks time and time again. It's a perfect map for SK in that respect, and we'll see whether FaZe can hold them off. They have been waiting for those aggressive pushes, but some blunders towards the end of the rounds have, I mean, they're not actually picking anything up just yet. It's going to be 5-0. FaZe do have maximum loss bonus. Now Alu gets the AWP. This is where things should get interesting. They should be trying to slow the pace down, not having him connect, or maybe go and challenge towards middle, as he does get smoked out for now. That's a CT smoke allowing him to boost over and potentially try and find that first pick. Now they're waiting in towards playground and seeing what's available for him. 3 players from SK Gaming there towards long though. You can see them actually set up. FNX behind the tree, Fur behind the rock as well, presumably Fallen almost baiting them in with the AWP. He's not going to be watching there just yet. He's just waiting for them to hit some footsteps, and he'll come back, take a shot, and try and allow them to get the double spray down. This could be very nice indeed, considering the T's are coming in that position.
Flash out, Fallen's able to dodge it back inside of the bathroom, and it's Fur to pop up. 3 players there. Like you said, that's just a trap.
Yeah, that's so sick when it comes there. Like, it's a bit of a gamble playing that many people towards the long area, but still, if it works out like that, it looks so good, and Fallen lands another great shot there, taking down AZ. FaZe can be completely outplayed this round. They tried to get towards Longman, walked into the Lion's Den. I'm afraid it's going to be Jacob surviving. Maybe not for long. He's got 1 minute left, and just by himself, bombed out towards long as well. Might just want to be trying to save here, but FNX, he's not having any of it. He picks up the secondary orb and drops it again. I guess they don't feel like they need it. A pause comes in straight away. I guess at this point you get super half right now. Just in case anyone's just joining in at this point, this is the official Valve rules now for the majors. All the tournaments are starting to adopt it slowly but surely. It means you get 2 30-second pauses per half. Basically means a coach cannot talk at any other time apart from these freeze times. So obviously has stifled the input. That's what the coach can do. No coaches can be in-game leaders anymore. But it's had mixed feedback in terms of what it brings to the team. I think it's really cool because it means the in-game leader is a proper role once again. But still, it slows down gameplay a little bit in the sense that you can ultimately have 4 pauses in one half. It's a little bit much. It still equates to about the same amount of time, right? But still, it does take a while to get the pause going, take the 30 seconds, unpause again. It's just it does slow down gameplay a little bit, but you know, it's been relatively successful. I think it's just getting used to it. I think at this point, I mean, he's seen a couple of tournaments use it. I think it was New York in this one so far.
Yeah. This is it. I mean, ESL is the only one that's kind of adopted that rule set. Obviously, we know it's going to be implemented to the next major at E-League Major coming up in January, but for ESL, they've elected to run it now, New York and here, and I imagine Oakland as well. I haven't seen the official rule set, but I can only imagine that that's going to be on the cards. That event coming up 3 weeks' time. 12 teams, 8 of the best. Should be pretty good.
Still maximum loss bonus, with no bomb going down in that previous round means they can't get the AWP out, but to be fair, hasn't really had too much impact as of yet. So Jacob trying to sneak up towards short there, seeing he can find that first pick. Smoked out for now, still has a decent position, but Fallen, he's towards mid, hunting anything out he can towards the bathroom area, watching primarily towards party. Bomb still down in T-spawn, that suggests FaZe they're just looking for a pick right now. They're not committing to any sort of execution or even any sort of map control. They're seeing whether the aggression's coming in, which has been pretty relentless from the CT so far. Not finding anything for now, so they'll start adjusting and trying to make their next move.
Cold playing a passive position at the B site with Taco, both of them over toward jungle, and Cold's going to jump up and spot the site from the wooden board. Do you have a cough button this time, Henry?
It's a cough button on my forget to use it.
It's like a little guitar pedal.
Yeah.
You always wanted to be a musician. You should be good with that. But down through Monster, they're going to go. Taco, oh, this is clever. He's in the smoke. They're hugging each other. If he took one step forward, he'd get a bullet in the face, but this is incredible. Kerrigan, I think he thinks he's on sandbags. He's walked over his head. He thinks he's on sandbags, and suddenly he's got to realize you can't climb the sandbags. Where's the player that he just went over top of? It's Taco, who gets 2 out of that, and Rain, he's going to respond to it, but that is just incredible positioning and a bit of timing, almost awkward in the end, and Fallen's going to deny Rain from planting the bomb. Jacob's going to pull this back slightly, though. 1 versus 3, down to 2. Knows where the bomb is, and therefore where the threat's likely to come from, because they'll want to play positions on top of it. Spots to sandbag. Fallen. Shot in the AWP, not going to connect, has to back away, resets for it, goes to the pistol, but Jacob's going to get caught by FNX trying to hunt him down.
That was weird. That's a bit of a brain fart from Kerrigan, I think. I think you're absolutely right. He was way in front of the sandbag to that point.
And you can't climb the sandbags.
If you're jumping over something, what do you think you're jumping over? Like, he gets on top of it, he's not in the smoke at that point either. He runs along a bit, he thinks, actually, that was weird, wasn't it? And turns around, it's too late. Taco gets him, and the bomb planter as well. So that's actually a bit of a massive blunder for FaZe Clan there. Kerrigan not managing to detect the CT beneath him. It was quite funny to watch. They were hugging each other in the smoke.
I wonder how long he was actually pressing the strafe key, the D key, or was he actually just like, I'll hold up and wait? Like, I'm not sure.
Interesting nonetheless. It's going to be another partial buy here for FaZe Clan. Maximum loss bonus, no bomb planted again. CT's getting every single round so far, 7-0. Not much utility to work with this time. They do have some mid control, but Fallen so good on this A bomb side. Be backed up by FNX as well, who's no starter either. Was for the first player. Nice spray control to take down the first headshot, but AZ takes him down in return.
For smoke in front, good use of X-Ray. Great time to turn it off because Jacob just barely showing, and that's what First saw. He gets him perfectly. He's going to shuffle over toward long, find Alu as well, and back in the smoke. Great round from Fur. Good mechanics, drops Rain as well. 8-0. SK is running with this CT side.
Yeah, Fur looking crispy in that round. That first little spray of the AK as well, snapping onto the head. Great control overall. Picks up the M4 and finishes the next 2 frags off as well. 8-0. You're absolutely right. SK are running away with this one. So another gun round comes in. It was a partial buy before, but still getting $3,400 per round. Means you get the AWP out on Alu. Have a look at the score by myself. I can't imagine Alu's having too much. To be fair, no one really is on FaZe. Alu's got 5 kills. It's AZ, one of the star fraggers, 2 for 8. Carrigan 3. No one really stepping up and falling. He's pushing off towards short, but Alu opens things up. He takes down Fur. We're actually managing to watch Jacob go down. That was actually a nice way to watch it. I was just kind of building that up as Fallen was trying to get the reactive frag at that point, and he finds it straight away. 4-4. And Alu now balls back in his court to try and make the next move. As he edges towards long, there is going to be FNX waiting on the other side, but he's only got the M4, so can't really justify facing that long area.
Alu is AWP trying to find something toward bathrooms, toward A. Both sites have been shut down. It's not like it's been one-dimensional, and you pointed out something great. Fallen has been dynamic. Him and Cold Zero have pushed all the way through Monster. Keep it locked here for a moment, because FNX is going to be the first to strike, times it perfectly, and Rain's got a nade out, but Fallen and Cold pushed all the way up toward the T stairs. Cold's going to hold that position.
So good.
And Fallen can start to rotate the AWP back to watch the stairs through mid, the bottom tunnels, and FNX is doing all the work on his own out toward long. He's got Taco to cover off anyone at the front of the bathrooms. Bombs down already. Taco's going to find the kill on Alu. Positioning is great. The team play from SK is great right now.
You could ask yourself, why is Carrigan facing towards long with the bomb? His teammates are on the other side of the map as well. They're on like by connector. They know FNX is there as well. They're gifting him kills right now. He can't believe his luck. He's just holding tight angles, and Carrigan's walking out, looking a little bit lost at that point. Drops a bomb in the open. The round's over now. But you have to say, as soon as Alu gets that first kill, Fallen doing what he can on the other side of the map. He pushes off short, takes down Jacob, and they actually do such a good move. They're pushing the T-spawn, leaving Cold Zero in that position as well. Allows Fallen to actually go back towards A. B's completely shut down. Nothing the T's can do about it at that point. And then we reach this scoreline, 9-0. Now it's getting for the point where FaZe need to start finding some rounds. FNX continuing the aggression here. Alu, I think FNX thought that was a flash. Looking for that first frag, spots him. Should be able to get away with this as well. Gets one, but taken down by Carrigan.
Taken down immediately after, you're dead right. FNX is the one to fall. AZ sitting on 2 kills. I have to say, considering his performance at the end of the days in Dignitas, Dignitas springs talent, doesn't it? I mean, you look at Kirby as well. He was excellent in Dignitas, struggling in Astralis. AZ, excellent towards his end days. Joined this team, had a bit of a brief moment where he still had that honeymoon period, but then he's kind of gone quiet again.
You can see, though, FaZe are struggling on this map overall. They're not really running the defaults effectively. They're getting shut down by the aggression, even though they're waiting for it. It seems a bit discombobulated, separated at times as well. This looks quite easy for Taco. Not too much pressure applied, but they finally get the kill. An equal situation, a winnable situation at least for FaZe. A bomb will be planted successfully as well, but the problem is Fallen still alive with that AWP. He'll be probably coming in from heaven as well, and Cold Zera, another deadly force, will be coming in from shore, presumably. We'll see how this round unfolds as the smokes are deployed.
So bomb down. Finally, a situation that can be stabilized as well as they get a little bit of time inside of the site with that bomb ticking. AZ's going to be the one to watch the sandbags, but Cold's already down toward jungle position. AZ needs to not get distracted by this. He knows first coming in, spots the utility, the Molotov being thrown. Good follow-up, though. Look at the follow-up. In fact, SK and Cold on low HP takes Jacob.
No, I haven't got that.
I think he does. I think he does. He's just barely got the defuse. That is extremely close. And that, I mean, 10-0 for FaZe. Even if they win that round, it's all 5 down.
Is that another tactical pause?
It's got to be, yeah. It should be.
I thought they already used 2.
I think they used 1.
Okay.
As far as I know, it's ready, game will restart. It doesn't say how many rounds are between on my console. I don't have all the round details.
Yeah, it's probably 1.
But I think it's 2. Well, it's 2 total now.
Yeah.
This is the second.
Okay, then. Well, they get the bomb down, so another buy comes in, but SK Gaming. It looked like AZ got the deciding frag at that point. 3-on-2, I thought that'd be it, but Fallen is waiting for that smoke to go down in heaven. He finds the initial shot, and then Cold Zera quickly finding one in the pit and snapping to the last player as well. It's going to be double digits, not a single round obtained for FaZe. Matt, we've had some disappointing games today, the ones we've casted. All been pretty one-sided affairs. Feels like we've only casted for about an hour and a half in total.
It's true. It's fine.
Hopefully this one's
saving the voice for the games that matter.
Yeah, right.
When we go in front of a very passionate and loud Brazilian fan base tomorrow.
Indeed. Well, believe it or not, this game's not over yet. There's still 5 rounds left. That's what you need to look at. It's not looking great for FaZe, but still, there's no reason why they can't get 5 rounds still, and that's still an okay half. Let's get into it then, shall we? It's going to be round number 11. Alu back on the AWP. Like I said, no one really opening the map up so far for FaZe. Alu found a couple of opening kills, but Fallen's so good at reacting to them, just shuts it down straight away. Oh, this is looking scary for Alu, is it not? Oh, falls back, doesn't even decide to face it.
Easy's going to spot one through the smoke. That's down at the bottom tunnels, but it's immediately countered. As soon as they finally do something good to get a kill, they lose it again, and Fallen's the one to take it away. More aggressive this time at Sandbags. Taco needs to be very careful. He overcommits. No information, goes in, tries to time it with a flash, but they're so far forward, no one blinded. 2 there, and now they've got a man advantage, finally, toward the B site. They came close last time, and I say close in terms of getting the bomb down, and then having somewhat of a post plant, although it didn't work out. This time they're going to have a bomb down and more time to work with, but that bomb just getting to the site now, and Fallen getting closer. Smoke in front of him won't allow him to see the position of Kerrigan in the corner. That's actually a good position for Kerrigan to have. He's hugging it, and is Fallen going to check it hard right out the door. Oh, he's considering this. Is his gun going to show? Oh, this is so smart. Molotov doesn't reach him. Oh, it does now, but Fallen looks away. You would have expected him to be out sooner. He does burn him alive in the end, so it's a trade. It still leaves... Yeah, all things considered to get the kill, because it still leaves FNX down to a 1 versus 2. And it's Rain and AZ playing very passively on this. Nade to Monster. Smartly so. Right position. Smoke on it. FNX going to tap and hold. They're tapping fake. Gets one on AZ. He's got to get on this soon, though. Starting to tick faster and faster, and he will hold it now. This is going to be full. Oh, Rain's on the wrong side of it. No! Don't let the shutout happen like this, and they're going to hold it 11-0. FaZe can't buy a break.
Oh, he gets sniped as well.
Oh my God. Oh, SK is getting
That's done. GG.
Yeah,
Get off.
That is tilt off the face of the earth. You know what? I'm going to lean my chair back and go full JDM, because that's about as tilt as they're going to be. That is absolutely ludicrous. And the fact that SK I might be breaking the screen behind us by leaving my chair. The fact that SK was slow starting yesterday, you can hear them very loud today. They know how much this tournament means, and they're definitely here to play. They've arrived, and they want to go all the way. They want to win this in front of the home crowd, obviously.
And it doesn't get any worse than that for clutches. That was really sick from FNX, to be fair. The smoke bait out with the first player was great. I thought when the full defuse came in, though, that's all he could do. Let's get into this round. We'll talk about that later. It's going to be Cold Zero opening things up. But you're right, though. That's Tilt City. That's it. That's over. I don't see FaZe getting back into this after that. That was the round for them. Another 2 versus 1 falling away. And he got knifed at the end as well. He was the one going for the knife. Oh, no.
This is incredible. I'm watching it back.
I'll save it for the analysts.
They
can explain it all to you, all the different options and why that happened. I won't go into too much detail yet.
My Twitch just froze with all the lulls. Kerrigan, this is a team you've got to take control of, my friend. I think it's the cart before the horse, and you're going backwards downhill quickly because you've got a lot of problems.
Well, the problem is now, yes, they have guns, but how do they get onto the bomb site here? They have no AWP, they have no utility, and Cold Zero is waiting for them with the AWP as well. Gets the first kill. He's got some backup from his teammate, but he doesn't even need it. He drops the bomb on the side. Rain, they're just going in 1 by 1 right now. FaZe are done on this map. This just looks looking so poor. And at this point, though, the problem is you can't really hold it against them at this point, because now they have to keep buying. They need to get rounds on the board, so they have to buy what they can. Just try and stick together, but you can see they're frightened when they go into the site there. One player goes down. They're just saying, you can't stop, and then they're going in 1 by 1, getting shut down by the AWP. Just easy frags at this point for Cold Zero. 12-0, and yeah, continuing to buy at this point. It's just, can't do anything else. You have to keep buying. You can't allow them to get to 13-0. That's insane. Rush B, boys. Nothing else is working. Let's just get in there, shall we?
Sukubiet, go for it. Why not? We were in Russia last week. Just follow the same strategies. Taco doesn't want to allow it, despite that he's in between. Look at how many flames are out on Taco's position. Twinkle Toes, he's got to dance around all of the flames. He manages to get 1 shot, but he does burn eventually. It's going to be FNX that followed it up. He's gone to Sandbags as well. They haven't elected to go in toward the water position because the fast rotation's in. It's over again. 13-0.
I said this was the first official game we've seen FaZe on Overpass. Interesting opposition to test the water against, isn't it? Well, let's try.
I don't know what the thought process is in that one.
Let's go. What are their best maps? Let's see what happens. We've never played it on an official capacity. Let's give it. Well, this lineup obviously played with FaZe overall. Let's see what we can do with this one. And the proof is in the pudding, as you would say.
Yeah.
13-0. Guns out once again, but not ideal. Maximum loss bonus, and didn't get the bomb down again. Falling this time towards Monster Tunnel, looking for that first pick. More of a devoy from FaZe. Still not over. It's not over until it gets to 16. If they get 2 rounds, there's still the smallest of possibilities they can at least make a game of this. People have recovered from worse in the past.
Yep, it's true. We've seen some very lopsided scorelines as of late. Did we get a 16-0 in Russia? We did.
I think we did, yes. Who was that?
Well, for caught off guard that time. You think about that. I'll talk us through the round as Kerrigan gets an opening pick finally. But that, again, taken back by Fallen. It's Alu, the one that goes down immediately after.
Was it SK versus G2 on Train? Was it 16-1?
Yeah, that's right. That's it. That was 16-1, and it was whoever they played the day before. They had a 16-0 and a 16-1. Yeah. It was... Don't quote me. I can't remember for some reason right now. Good pickup from FNX to find AZ. Kerrigan's immediately in the backside of him, though. That's going to open up the rotations back through the mid-connector once more. And a 3 versus 3. They've got a split defense, but 2 of them are on B, so they're going to the site, which is more occupied. Thankfully, they're passive within it. It's going to be a long shot to try and hold this off. Smoke in to try and get a fast bomb plant down. Cold holding the angle at the sandbags, but they will not need to cross, knowing that the bomb's already planted. There's no need for Kerrigan to face on that, and Rain's going to watch back out toward Monster. It's Jacob that's left toward the back drain pipe. Cold and Fallen. Bottom of the stairs, crossed over from that at Jungle. It's going to be Taco. And in they go. Cold. He's going to try and find this, and Fallen hasn't necessarily got a front shot or a lineup just yet. Jacob Rain. Now we've got something. The shutout might be broken. Cold's got to hold it together. He does hit one, but goes down immediately after. It's broken. We've got 1 on the board for FaZe at least.
I have got 1. Gonna need 2 here to even have a chance. But we go into the final round of the first half here. It's flown by. And it's going to be an AWP available for Alu. And I think AZ, poor old AZ, bottom of the scoreboard, and he has a Tech 9. Oh, he does find an AK. He gets dropped by a teammate, so there we go. 4 AKs, an AWP. They do have enough utility to work with as well, but the double AWP set up for the CTs once again. Last round, I wouldn't be surprised they go hyper-aggressive again here, trying to find that first pick. Secondary AWP for Cold Zero. He's pushing towards short at that point. You see the T's waiting for the aggression, seeing if there's going to be anything available for them, holding very deep on the map as well. Jacobs towards the Monster Tunnel. Smoked out for now, but going to try and spray for a little bit there.
Kerrigan with bomb, with Rain. And AZ down below in the tunnels as Fur, top of the stairs to play off of FNX and Fallen. Good little aggressive position from SK. I still like Overpass in that sense. It was a map that I was very critical of. I thought it was the worst map to ever come into a map pool in the history of the map pools and all of CS and every map that has ever existed in all iterations.
Okay.
But it's grown on me due to the fact that the CTs get to be aggressive in ways.
Yeah, that's my favorite kind of maps. That's why we were talking about why I love Cash so much here. But anyway, Taco, wide to receive a 4-man contact play towards Monster Tunnel. It's the first headshot as well. Hungry for more. No utility to shut him down as Cold Zero joins the fun as well.
Taco behind barrels. They walk down Monster, and they got eaten alive. It's Taco that's going to pop back out. Timely flash, though, will blind him up. That gives Rain the shot in return, but now it's Fur trying to rotate around behind, gives himself up. They're slowly pulling this back. A 5 versus 3 down to a 2 versus 3. Flames out everywhere. Rain's going to try and douse them out. A little bit of water is all it takes. And he's going to push through as well in toward the pit. Cover off. Cold Zero low on HP. Dodging the flash. Head shown. Trying to get the shot. Can't land it. It's going to give a little bit of movement for FNX to try and get closer as well, but it's headshot potential for Rain. He goes down in the end. Low tags, 2 of them on red. That gives Jacob a chance. He's found 1 already, tries to chase down, but the time's gone. 5, 4, 3, round over. Can't get the bomb, can't plant. And SK will close it at 14-1 to end the half.
It's so weird. If you think about the veto process overall, a new team here, Kerrigan, only been in since like E-Week a couple of weeks ago, right? Like we said, they've never played an official game on this map. I'm sure they've practiced it a couple of times, but surely you want to go on something. Obviously, SK have a huge advantage in that respect. They can ban out all the maps FaZe have played in this tournament and kind of overrun them in that way, but still, how it's ended up at Overpass, I have no idea. A little bit gutting to see this kind of scoreline in this sort of tournament, but still, we'll take a quick break. Maybe it's not over yet. Maybe the optimists among us can find something in the second half. We'll see what happens. We'll be right back.
Well, Fallen has been instrumental in finding reverse kills, trade kills, to pull things back when FaZe had the rare opportunity to try and get early picks. They only get one round, 14-1. That round was the most awkward of all of them. Look how chaotic it is. Gets it, and then get wrecked.
Oh, we didn't get
Wow, that's fine. Whatever. But they do pick up one, which is almost disappointing considering what's happened. I just want the 60-0.
We also had the round where Carragher's jumping on CT's heads. And
yes,
not really thinking about it. It's just a little bit awkward there. They still see, you can tell the looks of their faces. It's like, well, we've probably lost this one. Even Robin's got a smile on his face, and it's like, yeah, this is over. But we'll give it a good go, you know. They go on to the CTR now, where it goes without saying we normally say these big scorelines of pistols required. And what's it going to mean for FaZe? Can we turn the music off, please?
I like the music, Henry. I just want to have a dance party. I danced in the rain last night. Maybe we can dance in the game today. Maybe FaZe can try and do a magic dance. A rain dance to summon some sort of monster to fight for them because they're going to need some help.
There we go, the music's off. Let's go. Well then, Escape, slowing things down. We've got 3 players, I think, towards the connector. Maybe 2, and Ali's watching towards mid, but it's going to be coldzera, FNX, coming in slowly but surely. His first encounter will be influential to see who actually can pick up the pistol where Alu could be hiding in the corner. Carrying behind the steps. It should work out nicely for Alu, but his teammates drop first, and he manages to get a kill, and Rain joining in as well. So it's looking actually very promising now for the CTs. Alu finds a second, and it's going to be a 4-on-2 now. Surely the round in favour now for FaZe.
Rain's got the shot on Fallen. Oh, Taco.
Careful, boys.
That's, you say, in favor. Taco pulls back 2. He might get it. He's got the Glock in line, but it's going to be the USB instead, and it's going to be 2 rounds now for FaZe and a chance for a whole lot more.
What are they doing, though? Why are they rushing like that?
Because race car. That's my excuse for everything in life.
Like, I get the game might be over and stuff, and you probably called the bombs towards the connector. But at that point, just fall back to the bomb side. You got to like a 3-on-1. Just hold the bomb side. So why are you rushing offshore? 1 by 1 as well. Let's not even get the refrag. Luckily, they managed to win the 1v1 in the end. But up against coldzera, that situation is always a possibility. You need to calm down in those key rounds. Like we said, they had to win that pistol. Luckily, just get through it. But it is going to be a force buy from SK in the second round. 4 UMPs for FaZe, 1 M4 in the hands of Jacob. Let's see what happens here. So we have Ali Rain holding towards middle. 3 players at B. There are 3 smokes available and Molotovs as well. So this will be some sort of execution finish from SK Gaming. They'll be putting out the map at the start. And Taco, he's holding towards B, falling with the bomb at Playground. CT's, although facing towards mid, it's quite deep in terms of how much info they can actually get. Rain's not fully committing to mid. I would assume with the Molotovs, they'll end up towards B. That's when they're most effective, right? They can actually Molotov towards the barrels and, like we said, on the towards that bomb side area as well. CT spawn side.
Fur's going to go first. Little stylish, Rushly-esque surf into the corner. He's probably better at it than Rush, though, because let's face it. It doesn't take much to be better than Rush. He's probably not even observing this game. As AZ flashed, smoked, and brushed off. Oh, Fur, lovely shot. Immediately on that Tech 9, and now we can advance. Molotovs to hold off the rotations. SK put themselves in excellent positions. They're going to boost as well. They're going to go toward the window.
This is so good on these sort of rounds to get the boost in with the smokes there as well. Round winning play.
Could be. They try to boost in return over top of the half wall. Taco goes in, gun grabbed. Perfectly done. He's got the position. Flash in as well. Fur's got Rain, nearly finds another, but it's fallen from a distance. It's down to just Kerrigan, who goes to the M4. Fallen's low. But so many peaks and so many players. SK, brilliantly done.
Well, we saw a lovely execution there. We said the smokes could be a possibility as well. The Molotovs are dropped. I love that boost. I hate it on gun rounds. When you have the Tech 9s there and you're looking to find a little player that's going to give you an advantage. You didn't even need it towards the end, but it was such a nice little move there. Boost comes in successfully, but the Tech 9 just relentless. Pushing through those smokes, using flashbangs as well. CT's so disjointed at the moment. 15-2 now, have to force it. Obviously, that goes without saying. More so than ever. One more round and they've lost. 15-2 pistols against the AKs and M4s of SK Gaming. First frag comes in. This is looking like a 16-2 all over. Pretty much that's the GG now. Carrigan and Rain. Deagle in a 5-7. No kits, no nades. And not together. It's not looking good. But Rain, he's behind that smoke. Timings could work in his favour, but FNX doesn't look like he's having any of it.
Well, FNX looking to tie a round up.
Wow.
Cold's going to do it instead, as they both got close to the bathroom. It was one or the other that was going to find Rain. And Kerrigan to fall, 16-2. Henry This is the most relaxed tournament we've had in terms of casting. We've only had one real close game, and that was last night.
That's the thing. It's difficult to bring you the hype when these games come in. It was obvious.
It's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's interesting that we've had some very one-sided scorelines at this event, considering the unpredictability.
We would like to watch good Counter-Strike, right? And although it's a great performance from SK, you can't help but feel after that one, FaZe looked a bit out of their depth. They didn't really have much to do on the T side. They were getting completely run over by the aggression of that man on your screen right now, Fallen. Every time they got a frag, he would get it in return.
I do like those jerseys, I have to say. They're quite special. It's going to be super cool. It's super fun. It's going to look great in the stadium. And putting a good foot forward picks them up to 1-1. Again, they've got to make it through to the playoffs. Immortals are in a tough position to try and do so. So it would be great to see if SK could make it through to the finals. But this definitely is an improvement from yesterday. I'm sure you agree, Alex.
Certainly much better than yesterday. Thanks very much, Matt and Henry, there as they get another 18 rounds to cast. It was this time SK who showed up to play, and FaZe unable to make those pieces that we've already highlighted do have a whole lot of potential and bring them into fruition here in Overpass. Probably the first discussion we have to have is why Overpass, because it does seem like SK completely had FaZe's number in that
The question I pose to you, Alex, is what else?
FaZe have not been undefeated on Overpass, and so were blinded by that, and SK are pretty damn good at it. I mean, didn't we agree on the desk when we were talking about SK that it's Train or Overpass that they feel relatively comfortable?
Well, we weren't sure about Overpass until now.
Okay.
That's a very positive thing. Just for people playing at home who are currently like, audio issues, that's the rain. So just deal with it.
Oh, can you hear it?
Just a little bit of rain. Okay? Yeah, so Overpass, obviously now it's a strong map. You know, we know it's a strong map for them. We've seen them go up against Na'Vi, another very good Overpass team in the past, and come out the victors. So seeing them be able to put that in their wheelhouse of, or is it Tool Shed?
No, wheelhouse works.
We got Tool Shed.
You should know,
Down
Chad.
the back.
That was your area of expertise.
It was once upon a time. But, you know, to have two strong maps that we're seeing from them now, it's a very positive sign. And this version of SK that we saw is the one that we all know and love. And that's the one I want to see make it to Saturday and be looking good.
I mean, how do you analyze a 16-2 Yenko
easily
when FaZe did absolutely nothing really to get into that game?
Can't really say that FaZe did nothing. They did try their best. It was just at times SK just got great reads like that round towards long where they had 3 players waiting for FaZe. The problem is, that's the problem with Overpass. You want to gain map control using the least amount of utility you can. So FaZe was gambling. They didn't use too much to try and get long control, run into a stack from SK, get completely mowed down. And that's a round where you just get outplayed, your opponent gets a good read, but there was a number of rounds where FaZe actually got towards the bomb site, they got maybe a 1-for-1 trade, they get towards the B bomb site, they get the bomb down, they're even in a favorable situation from that point on, but then they just throw it away with, you know, miscommunication, not setting good enough crossfires. Of course, it's hard when SK is hitting their shots, they come running in, you know, good team play, flashing themselves in, but you do feel that FaZe really had at least 2 or 3 more of those clutch rounds in the bag.
Yeah, I think there's a few rounds that could have gone in FaZe's favour. However, the thing that I really liked from SK was the aggression and having Fallen opening up a lot of rounds. The thing is, there was 10 rounds in, I'm watching it, and every couple of rounds they've either done a really smart read with a stack, or they've gone for aggression with the AWP and they've managed to get a pick, putting FaZe on the back foot initially, and it makes it really hard for them. And once you're that deep in the game and you're doing aggression so often, it's almost impossible to read, right? You don't know what SK are going to throw at you. There's no pattern to it, there's no rhyme, there's no reason, and they have full confidence, and now even more of them want to get aggressive, and even more of them want to go for these picks, and you just get punished. The only option for FaZe is either just do something as a team, rush on in, hope you make the right call and they haven't stacked the bomb site, or sit back, wait at the utility, wait for the aggression, slowly, you know, go through and be very methodical about the way you clear out the map. And, you know, nothing was really working for them.
And what's great from SK, and we see it from more and more teams on Overpass, teams start pushing towards Monster with the flash in, and they get the information. We saw Taco doing it for SK, and even if you don't get a kill, you get a lot of info, which allows the rest of your team to move around the map.
So battle for info plays. And I mean, admittedly, is it worth highlighting that FaZe did start on the T side, and so we sit there and we as much as we didn't get to see the second half, we can imagine that would have been a closer scoreline and less incredibly one-sided had FaZe had an opportunity to start on the defense.
Probably. This is one of those games. We saw it on Train 2 times in Moscow at Epicenter, where SK just gets off to a strong start, wins pistol, gets their economy going, double up maybe on some of the maps, and it's incredibly hard to stop them. They went 15-0 against G2, 14-1 against VP on Train. Those are some of the best teams in the world on the map. So it just seems that right now, with them being in a slump, if they can get that CT-sided start, a good start, that's when you can see them dominate.
Just a really important thing right now. 16-2 victory in this group that is going to be very tightly contested for the top 3 spots is very important. You know, they need every round, especially when we get down to the head-to-heads, or however it's broken down. I'll have to ask Graham for a bit of clarification soon. I just want to note that FNX 1v2, I think it was the 11th round where he killed the guy near Monster and then just diffused in the smoke and the knife at the end. That was classic. It's just, he was having a field day.
I mean, if you're not sure, Chad, exactly what round it is, there is an application where you can check that. Actually, Alex, I can't seem to remember the name.
Oh, sure. No, it's actually called the Score Esports application, Yanko. I've got you, bro. It actually does give you round by round. You can break it down and see where your favorite players and where they were and what they were up to. You'll get to see exactly how well FNX did perform, as well as, of course, check out some articles. In fact, there is one now up on the Score Esports which covers Liquid's absence from the later stages of the ESL Pro League finals. That's right, they are completely nullified.
It's
Thanks
like
to
they
Mouz for picking up
evaporated,
that
Alex.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. There you go. Liquid evaporated. Yanko is getting better and better.
At the English language. Who would have thought?
English language.
That was solid, just a year later.
That's right. You just force him to talk to me with my obnoxious English accent, and eventually we get somewhere. All right, we're going to take a break, and then we will get into our next game. You're going to be seeing more from SK and FaZe. Both of them are going to be playing another game today, as well as what's coming up behind us. Now you can see NRG and NiP are setting up, and it could very well be a battle for the ages, or it could be very much a Swedish affair. We'll be finding out how it goes down after our break.
The Mountain Dew League, is definitely the biggest thing that's giving us exposure, and that's basically what this kind of league does. It just promotes growth in smaller teams, and you can really make a name for yourself. We definitely have a possibility to raise some eyebrows, and people are going to be surprised.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's gonna get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. He gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
A mixed bag of results for NiP going up an NRG who could really use an MVP. It's going to be a tough one for them to pick up here, and I'm going to be starting with two beautiful gentlemen. It's my pleasure to introduce, of course, Wanke and Chad Birchall, to hopefully not get too excited about NRG this time. Chad.
They're a mixed bag. NRG, they got some Europeans, they got some Americans.
They are.
Playing in NA.
They're doing it all.
Living in Vegas.
You're no stranger to that.
Owned by Shaquille O'Neal. Living the dream.
And on that...
Hashtag I'm never going back.
Hashtag maybe you will.
Never say never. Never go full Moses.
Yeah, now, okay, of course, with Zero Head away from the conversation, we do need to start talking a little bit more about NRG and this. It has to be, I mean, I struggle to comprehend, okay, a team that we have seen struggle to a very extreme degree, both versus domestic rivals in North America and, of course, again, versus European teams. How do we stand here on an analyst desk and put into perspective their chances versus NiP? Because I would assume to most viewers and to most of us here on the desk, it's almost null.
I mean, they are obvious underdogs. There's no question about it. But whenever you look at an underdog team being at a high-level tournament like this, you always turn to getting experience. They did a great job of making it to the LAN finals. That was mostly thanks to being consistent throughout the season, taps and putting up some amazing numbers. But for them as a team now, it's a learning process and seeing realizing the difference between that type of play for first online play and then league play, and when you actually get to the final stage, to the playoffs, trying to progress even further, and that's where you learn from your mistakes.
But I mean, I'm just being devil's advocate here to try and drive discussion, but I mean, would there not be an argument that most of these have experience? God be, there's no absence of that there. PTR, he's been around for a while on various rosters. I mean, there are names within this roster that this is by no means their first, their third, their fifth, even not even their 10th offline experience.
They definitely have experience as like individuals in past teams or past iterations of the game, but as a unit, they don't really have this kind of experience. And the problem is, I addressed it yesterday, there's no real standout like star unit of the team. So the Tabson is he puts up the biggest numbers, and in the online season he put up the biggest numbers for the team and helped them get the wins they needed.
And the league, actually, I believe he was #1.
So he's a good performer for them in the online part of the season, and we saw him playing quite well yesterday on Keish, I think it was. He was the only one who was having a huge impact there in their match. But the thing with these guys is, if you were to like list, I don't know, say 8 NA teams, they would be towards the bottom of those 8 NA teams. I know they've qualified here and they've done well to do that, but they're not like, you're not considering them like a top 4 NA team. Or, that kind of stuff.
The problem is, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say, and considering the group that they're in the hardest group against the hardest opponents. So they're an underdog by miles.
Yeah, exactly, and we had PTR saying that he can be the best topper in NA. I feel this is a type of a tournament where he needs to put up a performance like that alongside Tabs and get a best of one. Even any win, as you said, it's an extremely hard group. Any win they can get, no matter if they don't make it through to the playoffs, would mean really a lot for them.
This is the best format. He said best of ones. I just want to say this is the best format for a team like for an underdog team to get those wins. It's they don't have to test themselves through a best of 3. They have a best of 1 to do it.
Yeah, and we have seen examples in the past where best of ones, the underdog does win. I mean, let's not forget a certain Australian side losing to a UK team in a best of 1. We've seen things like that before.
Just adding insult to injury.
These miracles do
no
happen,
reason at all.
and we are going to be talking about those vetoes now. But you're right. I mean, jokes aside, NRG making just 1 or 2 best of 1 victories here would be a huge leap forward for them, of course, after qualifying to get here. That was step 1. Step 2 is getting a surprise victory versus perhaps an adversary like NiP, which has gone unaddressed just yet. But vetoes are going down, and we are going to be seeing Cash picked up there. Now, just a little bit of inside information. I did speak to PTR outside. I was like, what are you going to be aiming for? He said, we'd love to take Dust 2. It's our best map. We think we're world class on it. Second veto from NiP.
I mean, the problem here is Cash, obviously, NiP with the iteration of Threat, their best map, got known for it, were undefeated for a long time. But unlike Dignitas yesterday, when we were saying that they came back straight from Moscow, NRG had time to maybe study them, and Dignitas plays Counter-Strike that is counter. Maybe it's a bit easier to counter NiP, actually, because they have some of these set executes where you can tell by some of the grenades that are falling down, smokes, you kind of have a good idea of what they want to go for, especially on a map like Cash, where they're known for that checkers pressure on the T side.
I think the best thing that I've noticed with the new NiP and the way that they're addressing it is the change from Get Right from being the full-time lurker. This has happened over a long period of time, right? Now he is an entry fragger who can also be the lurker. He's instrumental in a lot of rounds in different ways. Him being versatile is fantastic, and I think any team that has a dedicated lurker should do the same thing. Like Happy from Envy should start being an entry fragger in some situations.
Right.
So this is the thing that I think that it has been very good for the new iteration or the new NiP over the last couple of months. And like we're saying about the executes that they have, it can be easy tells. This is why I like the fact that Threat's not here, drilling from behind them the strategies. They exist. He can slot them in. He can do what he feels now. And where I don't know what I said that was funny.
Wording a little bit. Never mind, chat. Keep going. Keep going.
I just think they're not as easy to read now as they were with Threat as the in-game leader.
So NRG are going to be giving Cash another go. Despite Tabson's big performance, they couldn't pick it up yesterday, chat. Excuse me, Yanko.
I think the problem for NRG is that you could see that they have a game plan, they have things they want to do on the map, and in some rounds it looks great where they actually pull it off, but in other rounds they do get an early advantage by moving around the map, maybe pushing somewhere as CT, right? But then they throw it away with some individual mistakes, falling apart in maybe after plan situations on the T side because of miscommunication or players individually overextending. It's like they're not all on the same page in those types of situations, and those are the rounds that make or break the game for you. It's not, you're rarely going to have clean rounds throughout the half and just sweep your opponent. Mostly it's going to come down to those clutch rounds, how you perform in the crucial rounds where economy is low for both teams.
Well, NiP cannot afford to put a foot wrong here, not forgetting they did concede that loss on Nuke last night, right at the end of the day, after holding an absurd advantage versus Dignitas and going into the defensive side. On Nuke, it just looked like it was a closed case, but NiP are going to be very hungry to prove that they are here to, well, do damage, and NRG stand in their way on Cash. Now, normally we would start doing predictions a little earlier, but I'm assuming that this is going to be the easiest prediction segment of our live. So instead, I'd like a player to watch from both of you instead. You talked about Exist, sorry about that, just got shouted Brazilian in my ear.
Portuguese.
Portuguese, to excuse me. Not a Brazilian, that's something very different. They just shouted, "We're going to do your hair. We're going to cut your hair." All right, let's start talking about it.
Player to watch for me, Alex, would from NRG, it would be Peter, because, you know, as we just mentioned, he says that he can rise to that level and be the best topper of NA. Let's see what he can bring to the table now. You know, in a best of one on a map, they are fairly comfortable on, where we see that they can perform as a team, and we see where we saw a good performance for Tabson as well. Can he, you know, get to that, make that next step, and then maybe push his team towards victory?
It's a big stage for him to perform.
Yeah, I don't want to be boring and say the same thing, so I just won't have a player to watch.
You don't have one?
No, because there's no point.
Do you want to choose an NiP player?
No, there's no point, because we're going to expect them to have a pretty decent baseline.
Yeah.
You know, so you're not expecting anybody to play massive. They are the heavy favourites, and they definitely need this win if they want to proceed out of groups.
All right, well, there you go. It's been outlined so very eloquently by us here at the desk, albeit with a couple of bumps along the way. Now we will be taking ourselves into a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, it will be a battle of the underdogs. NRG desperate to try and stay in the ESL Pro League finals, and NiP stand in their way. Will NRG be the second team on the pile alongside Liquid, or will NiP fall by the wayside? We'll find out after the break.
brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the ESL Pro League Finals. Energy versus NiP is our next matchup here. NiP have been on fire so far in this tournament, and Energy, well, not so much. Moses?
Yeah, they were the, you look at that group and you're like, one of these is not like the other, and that was kind of Energy. So yeah, they are definitely underdogs in every single match they've played in. And yeah, another tall task here, especially considering this is on Cash, which yeah, they Energy, this is a map they're comfortable on in the North American region, but NiP as well. This when they first started this new kind of a lineup with Thread as the coach and everything, not the one with Michael Ailey, but this, I mean, Cash was such a good map for them. They went a while before even being defeated on this map, so they're going to be very, very comfortable on it as well. And that doesn't bode too well for me. The one stumbling block I see, the one thing that NiP has to watch out for is, they just were at Epicenter. We're in the group stage where, another round robin tournament. They lost out on rounds, and then you have to look over at SK just winning against FaZe 16-2, and say NiP needs they need every round they can get. It's no longer just enough to win. They do have to just pile on these rounds, get that round differential in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And it will be going over to Cash here. And we should be getting started in just a moment. I believe they've already done the knife round and whatnot, so just waiting for the teams to ready themselves up. And I believe I see it on the screen there now with the players. It looks like we are going live with it, Moses. So it is time to jump into this one and see who will come out on top. Will the Ninjas continue to plow through this group stage, or will Energy have a bit of an upset for us?
Yeah.
Not likely.
Yeah, no, not. I wouldn't put good probability on it at all. I mean, this is the big question. I'm glad they brought up someone like Peter, because especially on Cash, when we've seen Energy play this in the North American region, you're going to see on the T side, Peter's very frequently going to be boosted up on those boxes in middle. They're going to give him ample time to find a pick with his AWP there, and hasn't had too much success with it in this tournament. So this game has got to go a lot better for him.
All right, well, let's get into it now. For NiP early on here, they're just going to send their players directly into AMA. No fuddling around with mid in the early portion of this one. Makalele even going over to Squeaky, so it's going to be very direct. Early smokes also tossed out here too, and as they move forward, Fuckley, a quick swing and a clothesline against Freiburg to be able to take him down. He'll look for more, but Tabson's going to come in for support. Forrest and Get Right pick up 2 for themselves there, and Tabson with another 1-tap. He's rounded out quite a few this time, but nonetheless, NiP are out on the site here. They're trying to work with the best of it. Xist will wait in this little bit of a cubby here for Get Right to be able to group up with them back from A main and join up, but as they try to move themselves in, there's still so much more to take down, and with the guys from Energy having bomb control, this is certainly going to be a tough task to accomplish here, and Energy certainly hold all the cards at this point.
Yeah, and it's just so tough at this range. The USPs against Glocks, it doesn't work out whatsoever. Legia just wrecks it. So that is the opening pistol round for Energy, at least a good start. And I have been told, because I was incorrect, that rounds mean nothing in this round robin. So scratch everything I just said to start this match out with, except for maybe the actual tactical opinions of Energy.
Get wrecked.
Yeah, it happens.
Good way to start off the cast.
Yeah, not bad. It's it's been a bumpy road for everyone involved.
A rainy road today, it seems as well.
Yeah, another monsoon. We had it last night, a nice thunderstorm. Today we just got poured on again, so that's always fun. Loving the weather.
So now, of course, with NiP dropping the pistol, going into the second round, it is just going to be pistol upgrades along with armor. Get Right picking up the scout. Makalele trying to play around a little bit there with the boost up spot, but he's already been dropped down to 24 HP, so not starting off the best way. And he spots the player by white box before unpeaking there a moment ago, so they know there is the slight presence there. Energy, though, not doing anything super out of the ordinary, just spreading their players across the map and waiting for the eventual hit to come in from NiP, which at the moment seems to be leaning over here into the B halls.
Yeah, very, very slow paced. I mean, it's going to be the scout, it's going to be the Deagle, it's Michael Ailey and Freiburg. They want to open things up. They only have one smoke to work with on 4, so ideally you want to save that for later on in the round. If they can find a pick, then that smoke can, at least block off one choke point to help them get further into the sites, but they're hoping that this scout, these Deagle buys, those investments were going to pay off for them eventually. And Michael Ailey being brought down pretty low already to 24. It's limited in the kind of aggression that he can really do with that Deagle.
Limited on time here. They're going to have to make a move soon, and Makalele's health just continues to get chucked down, now sitting at 11. Finally here, they will have to make a move into this B site, as Energy seem to still have quite a few players on, waiting for the eventual hit.
That aggression from Michael over towards A, though, has actually pulled Tapson away, so there's only 2 defenders here. The rotation's going to be quick. This hit has got to come in. They've got to find a kill. Peter is just staying alive so well, down to 1 HP. There's Gobby with the kill. Still haven't dealt with Peter, but he may have just had a huge impact on this round merely by staying alive for so long.
And now the rest of the guys from Energy continue to shuffle in and try to stop this hit from happening. NiP do manage to pick up quite a few kills, actually. They bring this into their favor, but Legia bouncing it back now. He's going to be able to take down Forest. Legia finding a second, and Fugly picks up the final kill. So with that, Energy will be able to hold control of things. Plenty of time, of course, for that defuse. Bit of a costly round at the end of the day, but they still pick it up.
Yeah, costly and with the plant, but I mean, the one benefit is because of the investment that round from NiP, they're not going to be buying in the 3rd round even with the plant. They'll have to wait until the 4th. So Energy, another round now, which should be a little bit easier against, some Glocks, maybe some P250s. But for the most part, they should be able to build up some bank with the bonus money. It's just, they're definitely feeling it that they're going to have to rebuy 3 weapons here.
Yeah. So this takes us into the next round here for the guys on NiP, and of course we do still see that 1 rifle being picked up there that will go into Forest's hands currently.
I like this actually. This is cool. I like it when teams do that. I mean, it's a bit risky, but they're only really risking 1 player's economy. It's only Exist brought down to 700, and Forest obviously investing into the armor. But giving a chance for a player like Forest to have that AK-47 could catch someone from Energy off guard, being overly aggressive. They can be the player who gets that bonus money by pushing forward against unarmored Glocks, and they're going to run into an AK-47. So it's going to be interesting to see if Forest can find anything. Unfortunately, that smoke is going to delay him just a little bit too long for his liking, so he backs off to find a new location to probe.
And the rest of NiP here, too, moving away from those B halls, moving over now just into the A main area for the most part here, but because of how passive they've been of it, they've allowed Energy to sort of creep in there, too, so Fugly holds a rather aggressive position should we decide to see NiP move inside of here, which is looking likely from the current state of things now. They still have actually kept, I believe it's Freiburg way over there in the sunroom, too, so we'll see how that unfolds as the time continues to tick down here, and NiP have yet to make a decision, but now leaning back over towards the other side of the map again. And more than likely, considering we saw Forest getting up close to the vents here with basically no challenge at all, they are definitely going to commit to this site since he has easy access to it. And walking in, there we go. This is where this AK is going to come into play. Gobby did manage to pick up 1 kill, but now we're going to see the guys from NiP trading out 2 more. Forest and Exist find those kills, and now the site is theirs.
Yeah, this AK-47 has done its job. It's got the opening kill. It allows them to get the bomb plant. There's even an M4 salvage. Granted, it's on Freiburg, who's only got 4 HP, but it will have to be a retake for the NRG guys. They do have 3 kits, a couple flashbangs as well, so NiP is going to have to set up with some nice off angles. They're going to have very good trading. And Freiburg here out in the open, getting a little bit blinded, doesn't have the health to win that fight. So it's all on Forrest. Now he gets 1. Going over towards headshot, but he can't find Legia. It's all down to Get Right. And he's just brought too low, nowhere to go. But again, 3 rebuys are going to be forced on the NRG side. The bomb plan for the extra money. NiP is sitting in a pretty strong position, all things considered, going into this 4th round.
And the buys themselves from Energy now are going to be very, very limited in certain regards here. NiP, if they manage to strike them down after this round, then, well, they're already going to have full control of it. As you can see, all these rebuys coming in from Energy, it's left them with very little money to work with here. Peter is going to be able to get that op-ed armor buy sitting behind it. Gobby, thankfully, will still be able to get himself the M4 and all of his utility in 1-op. But for the players that had to donate and help out a little bit, you've got, looking at like Fugly there, only a smoke and a flashbang for him. In certain respects, it's very limited, and pretty much everybody's already out of cash here if NiP take this round.
Yeah, now the question becomes, do they want to open up pretty aggressive like we saw Optic do to great effect in the last match, or are they going to start things out slow? Nice pop flash, so Energy wants to be the aggressors. They want to set the tone. They've lost 1 player. It's a good trade for NiP, and now Michael has cut off the retreat of Legia, but it won't even matter because he falls to the Oppa Forest as well. That's 2 kills for him. And NiP, they can continue to press the issue if they want. But with this much time left on the clock and a man advantage, they may just fall back, especially now that so much utility is being used. And like you said, because of the low economy, that's virtually all Energy has. They have 1 minute and 15 seconds with only a smoke and a Molotov.
The rest of NiP now just shifting over to the other side of the map. Currently the bomb even working its way over into the B tunnels. We have seen the rotation from Peter to move a little bit closer to that site as he slowly puts his position in his CT main here to watch for an eventual hit, but everybody else is still fully committed back over towards A. Tops him way back in quad, and Gobby just now starting to lurk back down over towards highway to see if there's anything going on in mid, which is not going to spot on his own regard there. Broken vents is seen, and he may find himself a bit of a confrontation with Get Right. Peter's still waiting for it, though, and he's starting to get a bit antsy. Moves in, looks for the checkers player, and he's actually going to find that. He'll get smoked off following it. Flashbang doesn't really let him do too much in terms of movement, so the NiP guys will still get out into the site, but now they're working at an even advantage, a 3-on-3 here, and Gobby's already starting to retake from vents.
Yeah, and Forrest has switched over to the AK-47. He's going to be looking for a flank. With Gobby already down, the timing of this could be awkward. Freiburg and Michael could get caught off guard since Forrest isn't here watching this. The rest of the retake, Peter and Tapson being very patient, watching for a flank of their own, a backstab, and there it is. Gobby pounces. That was Forrest who gets caught a little bit off guard, and he's going to lose that battle as well. Gabi having huge impact on Michael. This is such an awkward position. Almost nothing you can do. He finds that, but Peter dropping down with the op. He's going to end it. Energy out to a very quick lead. They're going to go up 4-0.
Peter, good decision-making from in there, too, sort of at the mid-round portion. He went back over to the site and was hiding outside, waiting for just a normal push inside, but he gets a bit more curious, decides to push in, and because of that, he's able to catch that first player from NiP pushing in from checkers, acts as the early warning signal, thins out the numbers a little bit, and allows, of course, for Gabi to jump back into the vents there, push back in, and he's really the linchpin from that point forward of stopping NiP from holding onto the site in the
another plant, so another buy from NiP. And the interesting thing is to watch, keep an eye on the mini-map when you notice exactly how NiP is going to play this half out, because they're putting players in positions where they can watch different flanks and hold different portions of map control so that they can actually rotate to the other side of the map. So now we see some quick mid control from NiP. Exist is going to get out, and he's the only one for the moment until Get Right joins him. And together they'll take control. They've got Peter to contend with, though, and there it is. A nice shot from Peter. So looking on point for him early on in these first 5 rounds.
Rest of NiP now once again knock down a player here to Exist. He's going to slowly start to inch around the corner to see if he can find anything up on highway, but there is nothing to be seen there. Once again, they've been given unrestricted access to the A main area. Fugly's pushed inside, and that's Legia. That is going to hide over here just around the toxic area, waiting to see if eventually the NiP roster is going to push up, but that doesn't seem to be happening for the most part. They've only been utilizing the vents here in mid. Exist tries to drop down, but he's got no support system set up at all, so Peter just going to be able to net up another kill off of that one, and once again now they'll have to try to push themselves into mid and go for sort of a pseudo A take.
Really good play. I mean, Peter gets that kill, but really good play by him and Gabi working together to clear out checkers. They both move forward to do it at the same time. So you can imagine, oh, nice shot for us. Good reactions. He's got Tabson coming up on truck, but he's going to try and make his way into the site. He's not expecting that. Fugly with the advanced position and lockers. He's going to get dropped, but it's a 2-on-3. Tabson and Peter are both going to be here. So this smoke might be able to block off Peter. They can isolate Tabson, but he's not being overly aggressive into the bomb site. So a chance, but there it is. Over the smoke or jumping on top of the boxes. Tabson's able to find that one.
Bombs down up on top of the big red box, too, so this is basically an impossible scenario for friberg here. He can't even retrieve it from down below. Everybody on Energy is actually repositioning, though. Nobody really managed to catch that, so he's able to pick it up, drop back down to the site, and find the plant. Somehow friberg makes it work, and now trying to clutch the 1v3. A little bit of a dip out there, finds some damage on the Peter, bringing him down to about half of his health. The second peak doesn't net much, and he's not watching the left side either, so finally when he does move in to check it, Peter is going to finish the job, take him down, and that'll be a 5th round for Energy going up onto the board. A good start indeed, and we'll have to see if they can keep it consistent.
Yeah, smart from Energy there in the 3-on-1, not being too aggressive, not giving friberg any 1-on-1s, just with the full timer of that of the bomb. They're just letting Peter watch both angles of that red box and let friberg sweat it out and try and decide where he's got to peek, where he's got to take his next fight. Now we see a tactical pause from NiP because they've been shut down in these first 5 rounds, and they've pretty much bought in some fashion every single time. And I mean, look at all these plants. 4 plants, 4 diffuses. So NiP's getting into the site. They're having success. They're bringing this. There's been a lot of 3-on-3s. So, I mean, Energy's been doing a great job, obviously, of the retakes, of just, finishing out these late round situations. And that's probably what NiP is discussing right now, because they're having success in the early and mid stages of the rounds, getting into the site, getting the bomb planted. But from there, they need to figure out what they need to do to close those out.
Well, for the most part here, too, Energy is almost always getting the early read as far as where NiP has taken their strat towards. So good rotations is a really key thing that we are seeing missing from quite a few teams earlier on. And just over the course of history when we see this map played, a lot of that just boxes teams out and forces these saves simply because they have no other choice. But for the most part, Energy's been pretty good at that so far.
Yeah, tough part too now is for a while there, NiP had the economy of Energy very, very low. It's still not a great economy, but I don't think it's in danger of being reset after just 1 round win. The benefit is that with the full losing bonus with all these plants, NiP have had pretty strong buys in every single round. They just haven't been able to actually put a round in their favor yet.
NiP this time very direct, not splitting it up and not sending anyone over to watch for the B Halls push. Everybody just outside of A main. It looks like they're just going to try to explode it onto this site, to be completely honest. They've already got the smokes moving into the bomb site now. Trailing in as we can see. 2 players here from the side of Energy watching out for it, and there's 2 more back over in mid, but all of a sudden they're going towards mid instead. 3 of them go over the boost spot, and there's one of them sneaking back in. That's Get Right, trying to lurk in and cut these guys off at highway. Legia finding 1 kill, but now friberg, Exist, and Get Right responding with their own frags. It isolates Fugly into the back quad corner, and in the meantime, Gabi doesn't even know what hit his team. All of a sudden, he's got to rotate from B. Fugly doing a good job of keeping himself quiet, but now he's been revealed. They know he's here. He picks up that first kill, but all of a sudden, a second player leaping over. He's only got 4 bullets left. friberg's going to be able to move in, finish the job, and Gabi, isolated in the 1v3, he'll be forced to save.
A very nice tactic from NiP, throwing the execution smokes, just getting Get Right into them and then transitioning back into a mid boost. Catches them off guard. Even when 1 kill goes out for Energy towards mid, they kind of both take their eyes away. Peter was there as well in support, and they both look away. I believe it was the Gia who gets that opening kill, and they both kind of look up highway, and that's when they get hit from behind. So tricky tactic from NiP coming out to get them their first round. And yeah, because of that money situation, Gabi does have to save. And this is good because, I mean, you can see he only has $350. So the fact that he's saving his gun, it means that, you know, with the money coming up, they may be able to force some kind of a buy with the drop to M4, a FAMAS, and some upgraded pistols. But they'll be able to buy around this if they choose to, because they more than likely won't want to give up the economy control just after losing one round.
So the pause works for now, and NiP managed to bust out a strat here that works very well against Energy, bringing it down to just one player left alive at the end of it. And now the decision before them as to whether they should buy into this one or just save up. Light investments seem to be the story right now. And that seems to be, it's going to be the consistent tale. No one else really picks up anything. It's just going to be that single rifle that was saved, then everybody else, like P250s and smoking a couple flashbangs.
I think part of this is Gabi saying, you know, we want that op in Peter's hands. If we're going to win, we need to have that AWP. So next round, he'll be able to grab that. More than likely, Armor and Get Right catches 2 off guard. That's Peter down. That's Gabi brought very low. And that's the M4 as well. It doesn't look like it's going to be able to do anything as Gabi jumping around the smoke is trying to find anything, any advantage he can. But Get Right's going to get the kill in the end. That's Legia. So Gabi's still alive here, still taking a lot of damage somehow. The pop flashes are working, and there it finally is. The trio for Get Right, and they have control of the B bomb site.
This rifle just continues to get handed off player to player, but it's not going to have any effectiveness at all here. Forest and Exist pick up those final 2 kills. A nice 3K on the round for Get Right. And Energy, of course, saving off of that last one. They will be able to take this right into the next buy where they have that you were mentioning before. tabseN and Fugly with rifles. The only real big downgrade we see is Gabi going to the SMG, and he gets extra utility because of that.
So now we see if NiP can string 3 together. That round was a little bit easier with mostly pistols, but now it's the second time going up against all these rifles. There's a little bit less utility. It is a little bit beat up. Peter has his AWP though, so that's always a risk. He's going to be utilizing that in checkers. He's going to have 3 people coming towards him. With that AWP behind the checker boxes, going to try and stay alive. And he did this earlier to good effect, staying alive as long as possible. Got Gabi supporting him in the sight as well, but that's a missed shot. That's not good. He does fall. Good entry from Freiburg. A good opening. And now it looks like NiP again going to just pick up the pace. At least this 3-man squadron going to apply a little bit more pressure onto B.
NiP slowly wrapping around it here too. They still have to bring the bomb inside along with Forest, but that'll do that job in just a second here. Gabi sitting up on top of this ball where he has a little bit of an angle to look through here through the smokes.
And we've seen him do this a lot. This is, I mean, as a B-Anchor player, I mean, I know from the online leagues, you know, he was doing that to very good effect. So if they know that, it's a good find from Legia, clearing out the vents.
He seems to be one of the more consistent players here, too, at knocking out members of NiP in the early round state. I think he's leading for frags, too, at the moment for Energy, so jump on him. But unfortunately, in that time, he ends up taking a lot of damage from that attempt to grab a kill. Brings himself down to 4 HP, and NiP are still on the edge of this B-bomb site, but now it's Gabi's turn. He's going to find a first kill, loses 80% of his health pool, but he's still going to be able to chain together another one. tabseN swings in for the third. Forest is the last one alive, but tabseN's going to punish again, and with that, Energy respawn. They pick up a 6th.
All things considered, I mean, Freiburg getting the opening kill, that seemed like a very weak hit on that B bomb site. They get the first kill, and then they start pressuring it, but they don't actually commit. And then they just kind of slowly all come back and go for a hit, 20 seconds later into the round. And by that point, Energy's all rotated over. Even during the execution, I mean, Force backs off, doesn't help him get into the site just to watch the flank pretty early on. So they actually only send 2 members of NiP to be aggressive to try and take it. And Gabi handled that perfectly.
Makalele going for the boost up on Truck there to try and see if he can catch a white box player. I don't believe anybody from Energy. Actually, no, it looks like Legia maybe looking towards that in a moment here. He's not decided to go for the peek yet, but the timing works out so badly for Makalele. As soon as he unboosts with his teammate there, we actually do see him going for the full commitment to it. So they're just not going to be able to find the kill this time around, and the rest of NiP are playing to the usual T-side default.
Just a basic setup for NiP, watching for pushes everywhere across the map. Fugly's actually indoor. He's been pretty aggressive over towards the A bombs. We've seen him a number of times over in lockers, and it looks like he wants to continue that aggression, and he might meet up with Exist. Yeah, there it is. It's spotted out. Fugly takes a little bit of damage, but no one's really going to pursue that fight, dedicate themselves to it. They're going to let Fugly just fall away. So information gained by both teams. 50 seconds left on the clock. Still a good amount of utility on the NiP side. They can still do whatever they want, and right now some utility being thrown over mid. Looks like Freiburg's going to go out all on his lonesome. The wall of smokes is set up, so he's relatively safe with that flashbang as well. Where does he go from here?
snap aim over there to try to catch the player at white box, but now Legia, he's pushed through, grabs the first pick up there, and all of a sudden all the mid pressure's gone. The rest of it's just going to be coming in through Squeaky and AMA, but Forest opens up the way, picks up the first kill against Tabson, and now more are on their way into this site. Also rotating in from the CT side, it's going to be Fugly pushing out. I think it's 1, 2, 3 kills, and now it's just Makalele stuck back over here inside of Squeaky. Not much that he can do, but at the very least, catches Gob B out in the open, back over here by the forklift angle, hunting for anything else he can get, but with only 10 seconds on the clock, he would need to make a move now. It's not looking like it's going to happen, and in a few seconds here, he's going to push himself out, close the door, fall away for the save, but oh, he's actually going to get chased. That smoke saves him a little bit to miss no scope. What is going on? Legia takes him down.
That's so smart from Legia. He just pauses, doesn't even shoot for 2 seconds. He knows they're going to get him after the timer no matter what, so look at the economy punish on that. Michael Haley only has $250. That's brutal, but a heads-up play from Legia. And this, I mean, this defense from NRG is extremely proactive right now. Getting the first kill, finding it in mid. I mean, they know the pressure's coming, and instead of waiting to see what exactly they're going to be facing, I mean, they just do a pop flash and they go chase it down, and they get 1 kill in middle, they get Freiburg in mid, and then everyone's rotating over towards the A bomb site. Everyone's there before NIP's really hitting the site. There's no actual aggression onto the bomb site from NIP. It's a couple rounds in a row that's happened.
Big risk taken from Legia and waiting down the timer, but it ends up paying off in huge dividends. And now, NIP, not much choice here with this very minimalist buy. They're just going to poke and prod early on here into the A bomb site. More players are grouping up in just a second here, too, as we see they've got, I believe it's Exist, joined by another teammate, getting ready to go for the boost up in mid, but once the pistol aim ends up being very, very accurate here, they're going to have trouble taking down the 2 players that have been consistently set up from Energy here. The mid pressure, been very good at holding it off for the most part, and once again, it's going to be Leggy and Tabson trying to stop NIP from getting control of this, and then obviously, of course, leading that up to the A bomb. So the Molotov will push one of these guys back. I don't think they've seen the second player there in that little cubby yet, but still, ultimately, they're going to need to be the ones to find these big kills here if they want to have any hope of making progress in this round.
Actually, Force is going to have a great opportunity here, and he does get it. That's going to open up the A bomb site a little bit. Fugly's playing a retake, so the plant is going to go down, and Force now with an AK-47. This could be dangerous. He can get just 1 kill. There it is. And he can, if he can hold this position off, this is a critical spot. Force, he could have massive impact here for NIP.
Moore is going to be able to try and take down some more kills here in a second, but unfortunately, Gabi, very smart about the way he proceeds on that one. Waits for the missed opportunity, and now he's going to be able to catch him moving in the open. Freiburg, though, has gone unnoticed back over here in the mid-garage. He's going to slowly push up, but unfortunately, he's only going to Glock, and even when he chooses to strike, it's at long range. Won't play out. Makalele is also taken down rather quickly, so another retake rolls in from Energy, and they pick up an 8th round, a very strong lead against NIP at this point now. And they're working on recovering that, but if this doesn't happen soon, Energy will have a very strong lead coming off of this first half.
Yeah, Gabi plays that so smart. Knowing he has the advantage of cover, just shoulder peeking until Forrest starts taking some shots. And then the wide peek gives them the aim punch immediately. So back onto the AK-47s, but again, you can see, I mean, they have to drop one over to Michael. He just doesn't have the money to buy one of his own. So it goes back to that punish after the timer ran out. 8-2, a surprising scoreline to open up cash here. NRG on the CT side, and Legia is playing so well, 13-4.
And now Legia once again waiting for the challenge at mid, which actually seems like it's going to come at a large dividend this time from NIP. They're getting ready to explode out. He should have spotted that first player. If he didn't, he saw it now, and he's certainly going to expect it. So falls back, wraps around the corner, and is going to head towards Z instead. Now, where exactly NIP will take this to has not yet been revealed, as they've been rather varied about the way that they've been playing towards mid. For the most part, they've gone for vents, but there's also been quite a few key rounds where they have decided to push up towards white box and go on for highway control too. But this time, as you can see now from the minimap, it's certainly going to turn itself into a B hit, and that again puts the pressure on the Gabi and Peter to hold off the storm.
Yeah, but they need to be assertive this time. They can't just sit back during this execution. They have to actually go and take control of this site. Before, it's been very lackluster, and here comes that hit. Gabi with a single kill, still playing this smartly, gets the Molotov down, disappears in the smoke, and there's Forrest. He's going to find him. And actually, a teammate, Legia running right through the fire, gets a kill. Forrest again with one. He's being so good for NIP, and a third. There's the assertive nature we needed from Forrest.
Now Tabson trying to push in, but it's a messy spray. Still manages actually to grab Forrest when he peeks back up again, and keep in mind, he's already done this damage to get right, so this round's not over by any stretch of the imagination here. Tabson still going to look for a path back in, continues to rain out the op shots, but Get Rid was given away on that last peek, so he is able to finish off the job as he remains out in the open. Now it just exists. Placing himself back over here in checkers. They're going to have to check that quickly. They move in, but nobody looks towards it. The first kill against Fugly's for free, and now he can just tuck himself away. It's going to have to be Tabson that moves in to challenge him, but Exist has all the advantages in the world. Trying to play it out a little bit, and he does finish the kill. Picks up the round for NIP. They're back on the board now, but still a long way to recover this.
Yeah, I mean, they could not afford to give away that play by Force. 3 kills to open it up and holding off the initial retake attempts from NRG through the smokes. Confusing situation, but he manages it so well. And Exist, knowing he has the timer in his favor, forces tabseN to chase after him in a disadvantaged fight. But again, Energy choosing not to force buy up here. They have a big lead, so deciding to be pretty conservative with their economy. It wouldn't have been the greatest buy, so perhaps making the right decision. They did this earlier in the half, and it turned out very well for them.
Kalela's going to push himself forward here. Try to see if he can catch the players that are hiding out on the main area of the site here, but what they don't realize is that tabseN's going to be up close, but that gets ultimately denied by Freiburg as he does try to push himself in. Peter and Fugly also don't last very long here too. Quick cleanup of the site from NiP, full control for them, and it's not looking likely that Leggy and Gabi are going to have much of an effect on the 5 men still up and running for NiP.
That Gabi might just want to save the armor he has, but it's too late now. He eats a little bit of a nade, so no chance of an easy upgrade for him in the next round. So he's just going to see what he can find, and it's going to be a headshot from Forest.
Nicely done. Bit of a Kobe there as well. With NiP now on the way back, of course. Still 3 rounds left in the half to see if the Energy guys can bring up anything else, of course. Off of that save now, though, they are going to invest, and they'll have another chance to shut things down. And we can see it on the scoreboard there, too. tabseN, who was a little bit quiet yesterday, in my opinion, and Legia, the main driving forces. Legia actually a bit of a hit-or-miss player, but a lot of it depends on the map. Dust 2 seems to be his main forte, but we've been seeing some good stuff from him on Cash as well throughout the course of the online season.
He's certainly looking good here right now, and actually this is a scary situation of Energy. This is one of the first rounds they've decided to have Gabi alone in the B bomb site. Pressure being on mid with the reverse boost, 2 players over at A, and Gabi's going to get swarmed here. He needs to have a big round. The flash comes out, but it's a little bit too late. He recovers nicely, but he's forced out into the open. Exist is the next one, and he's watching this flank beautifully. He's going to get 1, and he's going to get a second. Huge from him, and that's a 4-on-2, and Energies, they've got to bail out. They're already calling for the save.
Take happens so quickly, and the players were so mispositioned from Energy. The counter boost there fails miserably, and with that, there's no choice left but for these guys to save. That take is destined to fail. So with that, the NiP guys will be able to push their way into the site, get full control, and Energy, the last 2 here, will have to fall back into squeaky halls and save, and that will be the first pause of the half coming in from Energy as well after this round.
Yeah, NiP started to figure it out a little bit, and at this point they're also abusing, I mean, even with Energy saving for a better economy, I mean, they're abusing the fact that maybe some of the utility isn't there. That was very, fast-paced. It wasn't a rush, but happens very early on, basically a contact push towards B, and then once they get to the breaking point, they just throw the smoke, and Gabi can only get 1. So now Energy's got to decide exactly how they want to adjust, if they want to get a little bit aggressive. That the strike that they were having early on that got them that 8-2 lead, it was basically the fact they were getting some opening kills. They were finding some picks before the executes come in, and now NiP seems to have removed that possibility from the Energy defense. They've been doing a little bit more assertive, a little bit bigger groups, just attacking and swarming bomb sites. They're not setting up in defaults. They're not spreading out and allowing those picks to come out.
And also, too, here, unfortunately, the money for Energy is not really sitting in the greatest place, so more than likely, we're not going to see much of an investment into this round for the 3 that didn't save, beyond just upgraded pistols and whatnot to bring them down to around that 2K mark. Everybody from NiP is sitting good, so unless Peter has another big round for himself, and it's been quite a while here. He's had some good pickups, especially within the first 5 or 6 rounds here, but ever since then, he's kind of fallen off the radar a little bit. Then NiP are looking good to hold a hefty advantage in this one and continue their comeback, possibly up to 7 if they can win both of these final rounds.
Yeah, this is going to have to be, you want to see almost NRG find some way to get Peter a little bit more aggressive on the CT side with the AWP. You want to find that pick, because they had great reads when it was coming down, when they had the man advantage. They were having great reads on where NiP was heading, and it doesn't seem like they're getting the kind of information. Even outside of those picks, one of the big ways that NRG got that lead was knowing what was happening before the actual execute came in. So now that they don't have that information, they're really, really struggling to have the right bomb sites covered in the appropriate way. So that's the thing. The CT side on this map, it can be very tricky. It's all about the information plays that you can do in the mid-rounds. It's all about the different areas where you can push. And NRG, they need to get back into that kind of aggressive play to find the info.
All right, so it looks like we are getting back into it now. Let's take a look and see if Energy's pause will have any effect at all on NiP, who have been rounding this comeback quite nicely. Looking a lot better with their takes. They've been able to adjust against this, and Energy, unfortunately, have just been caught so many unfortunate situations here. They've been trying so many different setups, but it's led to quite a few. It's led to quite a few messed up rounds because of that. Now, And this one, though, they're just going to go back to the defaults for the most part. 2 on the A site, 2 fully committed to the B bomb site, and also keeping Legia sort of on the lean back over here. But that's going to be Gabi pushing up very quickly. He finds Get Right, is able to take him down, and well, that'll be the guys from Energy starting off this one in their favor.
Yeah, there's some of that aggression. Didn't expect Gabi to be the one to do it, but around the smoke, catches Get Right off trying to be overly aggressive, punishes that play, and I mean, now the danger is Gabi also had armor, so now they have an AK-47 on their side. They essentially have 3 buys on this Energy team at the moment, so this is sneakily a very dangerous situation for NiP.
And in case anybody else from NiP wants to move in and trade it out, well, they've got Peter here now watching out for the players in Sunroom, and he might just find one of them. He's pushed up nicely, hugs around the corner, however, so we'll see in a moment here, but Freiberg is actually going to get a much better angle against Peter. Peter had no clue he was pushing out from the Sunroom, and with that, he's going to bring him down to just a quarter of his health pool. 26 HP, the rest of NiP sort of poking a little bit here at the A main area just to try and keep the guys from Energy on their toes and not force them to rotate as of yet.
Yeah, but Fugly boosted up with an M4 is so dangerous. They might not expect this. There's a pop flash. Fugly's blind, but no one's out yet. Tapson has rotated over. Legia's going to start cheating. Legia and Tapson only with pistols, but still the strength here is all on Fugly. And if those pistols can provide just enough of a distraction, there's no manpower to check for this. Mike Laley's going to walk out. Trigger discipline initially. He gets 2. He can't get a 3rd, but it's still a 4-on-2 situation. Exists again with a lot to do, and he's blinded. No idea where to look, and forced with the AWP. I mean, what can he really actually do in this kind of a situation? Not even going to get one with the Tech 9, so NRG steal one away.
Re-establishing their advantage here now, and with an opportunity to push it forward. The last round will come in here. NiP, of course, will reinvest. I believe they got plenty of cash to spread around the guns, even for players like Forrest, who are sitting a little bit lower. They should be able to give them the gun power that's needed, and even if not, well, Tech 9 with utility is certainly not going to be anything too far gone, but they do manage to get him an AK. So, it will be a full wipe for the last round, but now Energy are sitting on a double op setup, which is something we actually didn't really see into this half from them. So now we get to see its effectiveness. Legia being the one to pick up the secondary op here, and of course already challenging more of that pressure that's working its way out towards mid. Tapson finding the first kill, even sticking into the flames to find a second one against Forrest. He'll hunt for a 3rd, but that's where he's going to meet his end there. Get Right finally taking him down, certainly thinning the numbers out to bring it into a 4-on-3.
Okay, well, there's Gabi on the flank behind Get Right, so if he doesn't sense this, it's going to be all over. And yeah, it's going to be a free kill for Gabi. Next up is Legia. He's pretty much all alone in the A site, but from checkers with the AWP, I mean, from a quad with the AWP, the double kill comes in, and a surprising half for Energy. They take a 10-5 lead into the second half.
And with that, guys, that is going to close out the first half. A surprising scoreline. Energy lead 10-5. Stick with us, and we'll see if that continues into the second half. Here as more action continues at the ESL Pro League Finals. Yep. All right, welcome back. I know we missed it. We're sorry. But Energy claimed it, and it was actually quite a spectacle to witness there, too. They wasted no time whatsoever, busted straight out towards mid, and also with a quick B hit there, too, rounded back in. Pierre even took a bit of an interesting route, too, going for that bit of a Z split, pushed his way inside of there. Caught, I think, 1 or 2 players from NiP completely unawares to it as they were trying to rotate back in, and just for the most part completely shut it down. So a rather clean pistol round from them, and they get to keep their lead going because of that.
Yeah, that's sick. And now this puts NiP in obviously a very, very difficult spot. I think this is now both pistol rounds lost for them as well. So this time, no armor investment. They do have 4 Deagles and 1 CZ. They've got 3 smokes to slow things down if they need to, if they're feeling too much pressure. But desperation, these Deagles have got to come to play here. And NiP, if they lose this, I mean, they don't really have any more mistakes to give up for the rest of the half. They have to get started hot on those pistol rounds, or on those gun rounds, and never look back. Energy with a commanding lead.
And Energy are just going to be sticking together here, playing it very, very slowly at the beginning of this second round to make sure that things do not go awry, that they don't lose this advantage that they fought so hard to maintain here. Gabi slowly inching for that mid control. He's going to be able to gain it. And of course, checking highway there too, doesn't find a whole lot, but NiP starting to shift away entirely from that A-bomb site. We've yet to see, of course, if Energy are going to follow through with this into a B hit. That's looking like the case, and if NiP continue on their path over towards the B-bomb site, they may have a chance yet to contest the hit if they're able to get back into this site and add more pressure in time. Freiberg, though, sitting back over here inside of Checkers, actually gets a nice deagle shot on the Gabi. Knocks out about half of his health with the Molotov there. He's going to burn Freiberg out into the open. Tabson will finish the job, but Get Right, all of a sudden rounding out towards mid there, is going to be able to take down Tabson. Also the deagle shot from Forest. It's not looking good for Energy, and I think they have to call off the B hit. Now they've got to rack back over towards A. That's going to be very easily predictable, though. And look, they're already aware of it. Get Right's well on his way back over there to the A site.
Yeah, and there's also no utility. They used everything they had on that B site, but the read from NiP was disgusting, so they had 4 players there to slow this down. Now Get Right's going to be in the site with an AK-47. Use the sound. They've now spotted him out, though. That's a little bit troubling. Fugly's going to know he's in the site. Forklift is so difficult, but he wins that fight anyways. Peter can't find it. 1 in the site, but the bomb is down in Forklift as well. Get Right playing hero here, and he gets a second one as well. 3 total in the round for him, and Legia with 5 HP. Nothing he can do. Time runs out, and NiP do it. They pull out the magic they're so well known for. Even Legia getting spotted at the end, but NiP, a lifeline is extended to them.
And with that, now they have a very quick chance to get back into this game themselves. Energy, with Legia being able to save, they could try to force into this one, and it appears that that is going to be the case. The AK actually gets tossed from Peter over to Gabi, so it's going to get tossed to someone else, it looks like, here in a moment, too. So Gabi picking up the armor behind it, however, everybody buying up. Tabson is going to be the one that is wielding the AK bought by Peter, and the rest are just going to go for their upgraded pistols here, seeing if they can make an upset happen again and restore the lead that they got there with the pistol.
It's going to be a tough task. I mean, it's very similar. I mean, it's basically a mirror match of that first half. You know, this round that Forrest had the lone AK-47, and he had to do so much. So Tabson said it a couple times. He was the best performing player in the North American Pro League in terms of, you know, ADR and just efficiency. And there it is. He finds Get Right. No one, miscommunication from NiP. No one's watching for that boost over, and Get Right might be a little bit frustrated with that. Obviously, not even considering it as a possibility, he had to have thought that he had someone there. And then Legia's already out A main. He's not going to be able to get any kill. There's Freiberg with 1. Gabi does salvage it, but the B bomb site is open. It's going to have to be a retake. It's a 3-on-3. There's no kits on the NiP side as well.
Flushing their way inside here now. And we do see NiP quickly rotating back in, but at the moment it's only Forest here. They're going to be able to put Exist back over here. Actually, they're letting Forest get very far out, so if Fugly over peaks and tries to check for like CT main, he's going to have a big advantage. Drops down, he almost had that kill, but Peter holds with just a deagle. Picks up that one, and now he's got a rifle. Here comes Gabi on the counter flank too. Shuts down Exist, and Makalele can't do anything to stop it. Peter with his newly equipped rifle shuts out Makalele. Trade for trade for trade, and now Energy have the lead once again.
Yeah, Energy, this is so surprising. Not just, just their winning is surprising, but the fashion in which they're doing it. They're winning the majority of late round situations. That is an incredible round to win for them. That B bomb site gets evacuated far too early, and now NiP have the really uncomfortable, you know, we said this in the last cash match as well. If you play this economic battle back and forth early on as the CT team, you're automatically at a disadvantage. So NiP has a big choice to make here, down 6 rounds in this second half.
So we'll take a look and see if NiP can do anything about this. I highly doubt they're going to go for the chase in terms of aggressive buys to try to keep themselves in this one. They might see, but unfortunately even that is dangerous considering the current scoreline. Energy has such a big lead here too. If these situations reverse, they would have no problem going for the save, but it's an option that NiP need to consider here, forcing up again and trying to upset the economy of Energy to bring things back under control and allow them to close the gap a little bit as far as these scorelines are concerned.
Well, going to be interesting to see if NiP has any more left in the tank for the rest of this match. And I mean, they've just dropped too many. So Energy on these early rounds doing a very good job. 12-6, and there's no real investment from the NiP side. They do have 1 flashbang on Freiberg. Desperation play, perhaps, to see if they can just get a pop flash peaks that gives them an advantage in the round. And it looks like that's going to be towards the A bomb side with Makalele and Exist getting up close. or just exists as Michael pushes closer to door. But Tabson's already out mid, and there's Gabi onto Forest. So early disadvantage for NiP, and Legia has gotten his team complete mid control, and the B bomb site is now open. So even on the rotate back, there's just nothing that NiP has to get back into this site.
Almost catching Legia there as he tries to transition into the vents, but now he's hungry. He wants to move out and try to see if he can actually grab that kill to the player on white box. So will need to be a bit cautious. I believe there's a second player from NiP also lurking out from Z, but all the pressure has faded away now as Legia was really just trying to draw attention here. NiP themselves are trying to push back into the site. It's actually a great pop flash, and they overrun Fugly, and that's the bomb gone down. GetRight gets himself a rifle. He'll pick up one more kill, but Peter and Gabi have traded out the frags that they've lost. Now Tapton finding another pickup, and it goes to 1v3. That's a nice one tap from Makalele to be able to take down Gabi, but now he's got the 1v2, and they know where he is, so Tapton is going to put an end to those shenanigans there and pick up another one for the Energy roster.
Yeah, they almost did it. Heaven forbid, NiP with almost nothing, bring it down into a 1-on-2. See Michael, I mean, it's the right call. He's got to get aggressive when the bomb is going down, because that's basically a 1-on-1. But he just has nothing to really fight with. So here it comes. NiP. This is the last real chance they have to get started and build some momentum to make this comeback happen. Energy, if they win this on 14, and NiP would just be crippled in terms of economy. So it's a big round for the Ninjas to see if they can get back into this game. And here's Peter. This is basically going to be his home when he has an AWP on the T side.
Peter waiting to see. He didn't catch that player moving up close to the counter boost spot. However, there's no one in there to support that counter boost and actually make it happen, of course. GetRight leans up against it currently. Just waiting to see if anybody decides to flush back over that. And, of course, the doorway, too, checking for there. But Peter may have his first chance to grab a kill in a moment here as Exist is playing on the other side. Peter inching forward, too, but it's a bit hesitant from Energy at this point as they continue to play it slowly. Freiberg's going to net the first kill. Peter moves in for a trade, and he almost loses his life. Thankfully, he's peaked just slowly enough, so he's able to get back behind cover before GetRight takes his head off.
Yeah, no, GetRight even pushing mid. He's going to win that battle against Legia right through the smoke. The Lurker catching Legia off guard as he's done so many times. And the early pressure from Energy gets pushed back, even with Peter still surviving despite taking some bullets from GetRight. It's going to be a late boost now. Gabi the next one up to try and take some kind of mid control, but NiP is starting to fall away from it. It's only GetRight here on the roof at an off angle, but Gabi spots it over the top, but still can't win it. That's a quick snap from GetRight. And Peter's got to pick up the bomb to join up with Fugly. All they have left is this B hit.
Peter now going to shift himself to be able to pick up the bomb here. Him and Fugly will work together to attempt a B take here, but Forrest waiting on the other side of this one with an SMG in hand in the mini pit. And also, of course, as you can see on the left side, Freiberg there waiting at checkers too. It's certainly going to be a tough task to accomplish. And even if they get through this one, there are three more players waiting across the map. They get that first kill. Trade comes in for Forrest, and Peter peeks. Doesn't even have his op out all the way. So that second kill is going to be very easy for Forrest to find. Ninjas strike back a little bit here. Still 6 rounds behind, but they do grab their own 7th round.
Good setup from Forrest and Freiberg at that B bomb site. Both of them, I mean, a crossfire in 2 different ways where each of them can play contact depending on how Energy attack the bomb site. So really well done, and it's going to be back onto pistols for Energy. They only have 2 smokes, 1 flashbang, some P250s. But for the most part, it's going to be all NiP in this round. Michael with the AWP playing very passively at the truck. Exist and GetRight will be quick on the rotation over up highway. They see no mid-pressure coming in, so both of them now refocusing towards A, especially now that those smokes have been deployed.
Exist lurking back in here too to wait and see if anybody from Energy snuck out onto the site early. It's not the case. They've held back. They're waiting for a bit of this to go away. He did spot the door opening, and he goes for the spray to see if he can catch any of them in the smoke, but they're held. They're very reserved, and Gabi just running across with a Glock here. Catches a duel versus Makalele, but he holds the line. Picks up that kill against Gabi. That distraction, at the very least, allows them to get onto the site and find the plant, but now they're cleaning things up quite nicely. The last 2 are stuck back over here in quad. Exist catching the 4th, and Forrest finds the 5th. So there you go. The 8th round will go up onto the board rather quickly for NiP.
I mean, fortunate Gabi only had a Glock to work with. If he has a P250 or Tech 9, that could have been 2 quick kills for him. I mean, just this is some of the miscommunications that NiP have done in this match that have kind of put him in this hole. We've seen a couple times that around GetRight's not expecting someone to be over boost. He thinks someone's watching for him. This time, no one's watching for that play. I mean, Michael with the AWP looking into the site, and they're not ready for someone to come from forklift. Exist is caught reloading. So scary situation for NiP despite only going against pistols. Now it's the AKs on board.
And the guys here on NiP are just still going to go for their usual split. Keeping Makalele back over here on the A-bomb side with the op, but of course GetRight in the Z position watching for that mid-pressure. This time, though, it's going to be very direct from Energy.
Oh, this is going to be they're going to firebomb the site. This is going to be a massive amount of fire. Forrest is going to have a very tough time. He's already used his smoke, so there's not going to be a whole lot of places he can go if these Molotovs are placed properly. Freiberg hasn't noticed one slip by him. He's down. It's all on Forrest, hiding behind the smoke, but 2 kills already. Forrest has got to do so much, and he can't. It's a wash. Energy, this execute is way too easy for him. Michael and Exist just have have to save. You could see Michael, he wanted to move forward, and Exist is just calling him back. So a near flawless round is only tabseN's taken any damage with 2 kills.
Like even pushing forward there too to catch one of the players in CT main. So they got very aggressive with them and got given so much free room with the setup there. And NiP were just not expecting that whatsoever. That's a walkover round for Energy, and that's just considerably dangerous. When you take a look at the scoreline right now, it's going to be a 14th round that they essentially just walk into there. 3 kills for them, dropping the Ninjas back down. Their money isn't really in a great spot here.
And they, I mean, simply put, they just can't afford. They can't afford to have this. They have to go on a big round, a winning streak, and I mean, they did have to. Now it's necessary. You know, then that would have they just had like another mistake to give before there was really backs against the wall. Now they absolutely have to. So they have to put something together. They have the money for another solid buy, forcing him able to get an AWP if he wants to switch into a double op setup. Plenty of money for drops over to Get Right. So NiP is going to have a full arsenal, but they just don't have any more rounds to play with.
This is going to be the end of it here, too. If Energy picks up another victory like that one, they even were able to build themselves up quite nicely because of how clean that one was. Just walking onto the site, no problems whatsoever. Players didn't even really take any damage at the end of the day. So,
I mean, look at this output from Energy, though. These are not the players you'd expect to be. I mean, tabseN, yes, 21 and 15, but GotB and Legia up there, that's where you'd expect Peter to be with the AWP. They become the focal point a lot, but definitely, I mean, it's not to speak poorly about Peter and Fugly. It's more impressive from GotB and Legia, who you don't normally expect this kind of power from. And GotB,
again, sneaking out.
How has this not been spotted?
He did this on the pistol round, too. As he slowly crept himself all the way through already up to the site. There's nobody playing quads. There's literally zero danger from there. Everybody from NiP is just going to give them the room that's necessary. They're playing for retake here. GotB's got it clear, and he can just call for his teammates to walk in and plant the bomb. Now they're already going to be able to start the timer.
That's far too easy for Energy, and even GotB. I mean, that angle that he gets for free. Get Right does find a kill on Fugly, so there's a good start, but they've got Peter watching the flank. They've got a retake to do. It is a 5-on-4, but the smokes are out. They have to wait a little bit because Forrest is still on the way from the B site. tabseN looking for something. Trying to hold the angle. He's going to swing wide. They almost line up for him, but Freiburg gets it.
Now Peter waiting back over here in A-man to catch the flank, but in the meantime, they've also lost Legia back over there in the site itself. Peter peeking out again. That's where Makalele is going to punish, and all of a sudden it's a 1-on-5. And the Ninjas, who gave up the site for free, somehow managed to flawlessly retake. They don't lose a single player, so they keep themselves in this game, and these are the rounds they need to still have a chance to come back here and take this match.
It's crazy to say this, but if GotB, I mean, that's insane aggression from him to just walk out and just stroll, like, walking the whole way without being spotted. But if he's a little bit more aggressive, he might actually be able to open that up with a kill or two again. Just stopping at that one corner where he couldn't see the defender of that site, but NiP giving a lot of respect over to Energy at the moment.
So now, for the Energy roster, of course, they're still a little buy up once again, but this may leave them at the tail end of their economy for now, as they would have to save for a couple of rounds here and would allow NiP to close the gap a bit more here. However, back over on that CT side, they're a lot more aggressive with their mid-pressure now, with one player boosted up, I believe, into the vents here, and 2 more watching out for the actual pressure inside of it. One a little bit closer up on the highway and one hiding out in the cubby, but this does allow room inside of checkers for tabseN to push up along with his teammate. They clear things out here, not trying to actually get the bomb inside. Forrest actually gets a great angle, shuts down Fugly, and all of a sudden that aggression bites back.
I'm liking this double op setup from NiP. This allows them to get some aggressive peeks in with relative lack of danger to him, where they can just find that one kill. And you can see Forrest is aggressive to go chase that down, and then he falls away. And look at this. Get Right's found a gap in the default, and he's going to find a kill. Successful for him. Last time he did that, it was a kill on Legia. This time it's on to tabseN. So NiP taking liberties across the map. Energy have a tough time handling it this round.
Like, he had some nice shots there through the doorway, brings Exist down rather low. But, I mean, they're on makeup duty here now, too. They've got to be able to not only get control of the site, but pick up quite a few more kills, and they've missed it again. Get Right and snuck all the way up on top. Peter, a great angle against the player Chuck, but he misses it, and he doesn't catch that the guy snuck back out. Thankfully, Legia is able to counter out the push from Get Right, but now Peter is still hunting for this kill, and that leaves Highway wide open. Freiburger's going to grab the frag on a GotB, and again, Forrest taking down Peter here. It's all left to Legia in the 1v3. However, these players are lit. There's the first pickup, looking for the second one on Highway, but it's not going to be possible. Freiburg shuts it down, and NiP now get themselves into double digits.
You could almost see it forming from Legia in a 1-on-3. 2 players extremely low, and he gets the 1-on-1s. I actually hope that Freiburg is going to pick up an AWP for the double op setup, but he doesn't go for it, so maybe NiP wanting to switch out of it. Yep, Forrest is going for the M4, so not the double op. Maybe they just think Energy's seen it, so now they can start kind of countering it, so they want to switch again, a different style that they can show the offensive Energy. But a good recovery, almost extremely dangerous.
Previously, though, Energy do have to go for a save on this round. Just going to be picking up pistols along with utility. tabseN and GotB aren't able to afford armor, but that's it. tabseN being sent with a bomb over here towards Squeaky, but the other 4 players are currently pushing towards B, so interested to see what they're going to do off of this one. Freiburg obviously aggressively pushed up. Way to more of that aggression, but this could prove interesting.
The famous 4-1. Hit onto the B bomb site, taps in with the bomb, just sneak into the A site, and this might work because Michael playing a retake with the AWP. Doesn't want to be too aggressive, so yeah, he's being pulled away already before any kills even ring out. There's Get Right, and Michael so far away. Now he's coming back to consider it. Real action is going to be over towards A. The bomb's getting planted, so at least they'll get the bonus money. No chance of them winning. They only have pistols. They haven't really salvaged any guns, but the plant is really what they wanted. It's going to help out a lot with just a 2-round losing bonus.
And Get Right's going to catch Tapson with the nade out. Peter obviously completely disconnected from all of the action happening on that site. He will get the kill on the Forest, but the bomb is well on its way to defusal. There's nothing Peter can do to stop that. So, the Ninjas will pick up another one here, 14-11. And off of that light round from Energy, they should be able to get into another buy, especially with the plant money.
It looks like we're going to see another pause. Energy, another tactical, as this is starting to slip away. It has been 3 in a row for NiP. That last round of success just with the plant, but even the 2 before that. I mean, the last 4 of the last rounds that NiP have won have been plants from the Energy side. So success getting into the sites. There has been some retakes over towards A, but I mean, they're getting to the post-plant situations again, much like the first half. This time, though, it's NiP who's starting to close them out.
Yeah, but NiP looking very good themselves here. Really start to round it back, of course, and shut down Energy in the early rounds here. We haven't seen those heroics from GOB as we were just a couple of rounds back. It was becoming a consistent thing there, and for Legia too, has been one of the bigger players here on this T side.
I mean, it is to be said, you know, when the score is when Energy has a lot more of leeway with the score, those plays that Gabi's making by walking into the A site, you have those rounds to kind of toy with. You can experiment with those kind of plays. When it gets a little bit closer in the scoreline, I mean, you want to fall on something a little bit more reliable. It's not very often that someone is going to be able to just walk out A main and into the site without being caught. So Gabi obviously not going for those. As you can see with the timeout, that Energy's starting to feel the pressure of this comeback.
Taps in here too now. Need to see some big stuff from him, but Energy, again, another very direct play too. Everybody already heading into A main and/or Squeaky. The 2 players lined up behind a little bit here with the bomb. I think that's Tabs and Tier grouping up here. But the guys from NiP are actually going to go for the bit of a boost here. Up on a Shroud spot, seeing if they can stop it. Get Rebel take the position. Exist. It's the one that helps him out with that one, but he'll have plenty of time to back away and get into another spot. As the rest of Energy still wait to line this up and eventually proceed into the site after a little bit of time ticks down.
And Energy didn't set up in a default at all, so they have no map control elsewhere. There is one player boosted up into the vent, so that's going to be a quick rotate as soon as that comes in. As soon as this hit here, there's 3 players from NiP.
Get Right. It's coming.
Yeah, he's boosted up this time. It's all him.
They're going to see it rolling in. Exist already finding that first kill there. Get Right just remaining patient here, waiting for more of them to push their way out. There's the bomb going down to the ground. Gabi is the player that's eliminated while carrying it. Quick rotation's already on the way. Fugly does catch them off guard a little bit. I'm not sure if Get Right was aware he even pushed into the site, but Exist finds another one. And in the 2 versus 3 now, it falls a lot to Fugly to keep this together. Picked up another kill, but now he's down at 34 HP, and they still have to retrieve that bomb, which will fall mainly to Peter as he holds the forklift position, even trading out. Ugly trying to give him a little bit of room to work with here, but at the end of the day, Peter is going to have to peek for it, and thankfully, no one from NiP is out in the open to defend it.
It's a bit of a nightmare, though. I mean, there's no utility to cross, so yeah, Peter wisely goes back to that AWP. He's going to have to fight at range. I'm not even sure if it's going to be safe for him to throw it across, so he just runs the gauntlet, and they miss, but there it is. Mike Laley finally gets it. Fugly, do you try and win the round? Do you get the bomb planted? He wants to go for the heroics. It's not going to happen. 12 rounds now for NiP. It almost works as Fugly's route into that bomb site. Get Right knows he gets past him, but he just couldn't find him. And he knows that he's kind of getting pinched from 2 different angles with pressure from A main, with pressure from the bomb site. And he just guessed wrong at the wrong moment. So they still win it. Now it's Energy. Without that plant, they can't even think about trying to force buy.
Energy here now, unfortunately, losing that lead very quickly. They'll come within 1 gun round's grasp of it. And for NiP here, too, nothing to change. They've still been remaining very, very strong here as of these past, 4 or 5 rounds that they've been able to win. Energy roster this time, it's not looking like they're going to adapt much. For the most part, still proceeding over towards this A bomb set eventually. Keeping Fugly back to make sure nobody pushes them in the B halls, but just a few moments here, he's just going to regroup with the main pushing force and try to work their way into the A bomb site. They didn't allow these players to move out pretty freely into mid. Tabson's gotten himself into this little cubby here. He's going to try to take a challenge against Get Right in a second. Lined it up, but misses the shot, and now he's been given away.
There's Freiburg with the opening 2 kills, pouncing out of vents at exactly the right moment. And Mike Laley's just going to follow away with the AWP. He's going to get back towards range. He's got Exist to support him. Not needed for the moment as 2 kills again for Mike Laley. Fugly now with just the deagle. Hasn't been able to find... Ooh, there's a nice shot onto Exist. But anything else you can get, it would be great if you could find Mike Laley at low HP. It's not going to happen. So 1 round closer as NiP inch things to a tied scoreline.
And it'll all come down to this too, the big investment from Energy as they buy up into what could be one of their last real big gun rounds here.
I don't think there's a timeout left for Energy in this half. I think that was their second one they just used. So this is going to be, you know, they're going to have to, GobB's going to have to reach in and adjust on the fly if he sees something that he needs to counter. So Energy about to be tested after having a very, very surprisingly good match.
We haven't really seen anything fantastic too as far as the strats are concerned, which you'd expect a little bit more of with GobB taking the helm for this squad. At the moment, everybody just playing to that usual T-side default that so many teams utilize. And it is going to be the case on this round too, leaving Fugly to watch the B site and Leggy, of course, make sure nobody pushes in from squeaky halls.
It is interesting watching Energy have this close of a game with NiP, because just before this, I mean, Henry and I had been talking to GetRight, and GetRight mentioned that GobB is one of the people that he respects the most in terms of his knowledge and how he approaches the game of Counter-Strike. So, I mean, a lot of knowledge from some of the old school players on how effective of a leader GobB actually is. GetRight speaking his praises before this goes live. Big test here as he's going to be the one pressured in mid. Flashbang goes up high into the air, but no one has come out yet for... Oh, no, this is not good timing for GetRight. It's working out in his favor somehow. GobB goes for the peek, but can't find it. As GetRight realizes there's one more in the smoke. He hasn't seen it, but... Oh, I mean, just like a ninja. He just disappears, but tabseN's going to have a sick flank. This could be huge.
tabseN pushing himself forward. He fires off a shot, but nobody realizes it. Gets that first kill. Quick response from Exist. It's going to be able to take him back down. And now his attention is drawn over here onto Squeaky. The rest of the guys from Energy are trying to push out, but Makalele, once again, armed with the op, able to pick up kills, and that is going to be Legia walking into the open where it's an easy punishment for Exist. It's all on Peter now in a 1v4. He's got 30 seconds to play with, but just like a few rounds ago, no utility for that cross to regain the bomb either. So Exist is going to shut it down. A big round from him, and now the Ninjas have successfully brought this comeback over to a tie scoreline now as it goes to 14-14.
That is a big boy shot from Exist, spinning around on top of the rafters to get that trade immediately. I mean, you see it gets 3 kills in the round. One of them is tabseN in mid. But with, you know, he gets 2 more. And after that, if tabseN's able to get that kill, the A bomb site opens up. And also, I mean, Exist just doesn't get those kills, so they have way more players actually securing the A bomb site. So big job, big impact from Exist.
Looks like Energy did have one more pause. I think they used like one of theirs towards like the very end of the first half. So I think they managed to save both of theirs here.
Thanks for bailing me out.
Yep.
I mean, this is going to be interesting now. We saw like there was that stretch where it was 4 rounds in a row, 4 plants for Energy, 4 defuses for NiP. Well, now these past 3 rounds, they haven't even gotten the bomb planted. So it's been, I mean, lockdown defense for NiP. And this is where you kind of see maybe a little bit of the, I mean, definitely the experience of NiP coming into play, the inexperience of Energy in some of these high-pressure matches where, you know, they've grabbed control of this. Now NiP's riding the momentum, and Energy is actually fighting not only against NiP, but they're fighting against the momentum of losing 6 rounds in a row.
Let's get back into it now and see, with Energy's investment obviously not being the greatest. Armored upgraded pistols with utility, no big guns to play with at all. CZs, Tech 9s, P250s, that's the best they can afford. For NiP, of course, they've had no problem buying for the last 6 or 7 rounds. Definitely brought a huge round streak here to be able to bring this comeback. In fact, at this point, it's sitting at 6 rounds. And also, interesting note too, the fall from Energy has been tremendous because as of the past 3 rounds, they haven't found any plants at all where they've almost been getting them unanimously on the rounds that they've lost.
Well, here come the smokes. The execution lined up towards this A bomb site. GobB and Peter going to join up with tabseN and Legia. There's Fugly on the other side of the map. Again, GetRight being aggressive in mid. The retake is going to be bailed out, or helped out by this shot through the smoke from Makalele. No bomb plant this round, so investment from Energy goes absolutely nowhere for the moment as Legia inside the smoke is trying to do something. And everyone from NiP just lined up outside of it, and they have taken control. This is their first lead. This has got to be the first lead. They did lose the pistol round in both halves.
They were attempting to come back for a very long time in the first half there, but they never managed to make it there. They got pretty close, I think, within like 3 or 4 rounds, but then Energy started picking them up again, and they ended the half pretty much fully in their favor. Now they managed to take it, of course, and it would be a huge crusher for them to lose it here and then have to go through overtime again, but we'll wait and see, because at the moment, they're looking strong, and it seems like Energy has sort of lost their stride. This time, though, finally changing up the game a little bit. It's been very direct for the most part towards A, but now they're leaning onto a B hit very early on in this round. Ooh. That's not going to help, though. Forrest pushing out and just destroys Peter.
Get out. That is disgusting with the AK. GetRight now boosted up. Oh, this is NiP. So aggressive, so proactive, and we thought it might have been a possibility. 2 more for GetRight. The star players forced to GetRight, shutting things down in this last round, and Energy is having their heart ripped out on screen.
It's It's all over now. Thugly is the last man standing, managed to take down Forrest. He'll hunt for a second player pushing in, but that's going to be the end of it. Freiburg takes him down, and NiP, round a huge comeback and take control of this map. 16-14 is going to be the final score at the end of this one, and the Ninjas continue to push forward here in the group stage.
Oh no, NRG. That was what, an 8 or 9 round run at the end there for NiP? That is disgusting performance from them to come back in that. And those are the worst kind of losses. NRG, they had such a big lead at 14 for so long and just couldn't get anything done. I mean, that last round, you could just see it. Get Right is just, he's just ready. He's just ready to close it out.
Yep.
He hated how close that match was. He hated being down that much, and he just wrecks everyone at that boost.
Nonetheless, though, a good game from the NRG roster. Tabson, some good stuff from him. Sort of came in a little bit later on in the game. We did see Peter showing up early on with some good shots, which, of course, is something we look to whenever this team does get to LAN.
Yeah, you could see the switch as well. I mean, Gabi getting into the site, that was a lot of respect being given up, but at the end, it was NiP who actually got aggressive on the CT side to take control of that match. And with that being said, we will toss it over to the analyst desk to hear their thoughts. Take it away, Alex.
Cheers, gents. Indeed. Wow, what a story that has been, and unfortunately you will be seeing the NRG boys and their rather dismayed look as they got so close yet so far. An expression we actually found ourselves using to describe NiP's game versus Dignitas just yesterday, and now the tables have turned. A solid lead from NRG taken away from them by a very vigilant CT side of NiP. Yanko, 16-14, NRG, multiple opportunities to close things out.
Definitely so, and they had everything in place. They won both pistols, had good rounds throughout the game, but it seems like one of those occasions when towards the end they just start playing not to lose instead of playing to win.
Right. Do we want to address the elephant in the room?
What's that?
There's quite a lot of anger from behind us right now. They're very upset with that. Tabson was not impressed at all. I think he threw his headset when they lost that last round there.
Yeah,
they're very, very upset with that loss, and that's understandable in a situation like that. With that lead, they wanted to get a win on the board, and I mean, frustration at all time
high.
You
better than anyone on this desk can kind of elaborate. You've been in that player seat more recently than Yanko.
Calling me a rager?
No, just but you know how it feels to be close and then have it taken away from you. This is where you have those team talks where you just sit there in silence and kind of stew in your misery for a bit, right?
It's hard to analyze a game like that when you're the team looking back on it because it's heartbreaking, right? And it's really hard, especially to watch it fresh. So when you go back and watch it at a later date, then it's a bit easier to digest. But a lot of things aren't fresh then in your mind in the terms of what happened in these situations. Did someone miss comm? Did you just miss a shot? Like it's harder to go through those things if you wait too long to watch a demo. For me, there was just so many retakes because we saw so many plants, right? And it looked like both teams were happy to play that retake style, and they were happy to give up, maybe one member, let the bomb go down, then retake as a team. And it's the opposite from what we saw from Mouz on Cage earlier, who wanted to make it aggressive and give themselves an advantage early on the CT side. These teams were happy to let it go into 5v5s, fight at the site, retake later.
Yeah, and I mean, I just want to quickly, not before we kind of continue in this rather underperformance from NRG in their second half, I do want to make sure that we do cover the strength of their first, right? Because NiP looked lost on their T side. It was a spectacular defense from NRG, or, I mean, basically, what I'm fishing for here is, did NiP's T side not look as shiny as it normally does?
I don't think they were looking lost. I think more than anything else, NiP underestimated NRG a little bit in that game because after they lost pistol, next 4 rounds were all diffuses for NRG. And in some of those rounds, NiP actually had the advantage, bomb down, man advantage as well. But as I said, I think they were a bit too cocky playing those rounds. If they just play at the regular, disciplined style, they would probably win one of those rounds and break NRG's economy earlier on. By doing this, they gave them a lot of rounds, then also they gave them confidence to play more aggressively and, to have more confidence to take risks around the map.
I think, there were maybe 5 or 6 rounds in the whole, like you're saying, based off of force buying or doing buys that they might not have normally done and rounds that they should have won. Once they were able to, get into their normal routine, have full guns and stuff, you saw them doing the regular thing, doing the aggressive B main smokers tease to shroud that area of the map so the CTs don't know what's going on. And then later they were able to execute from behind that and all pounce into the site. And really used their default to their advantage, but it took them a while to get that going.
It was interesting though, seeing as how Peter played a lot from that box, behind the box in checkers. I don't think that's a position you go to that many times. Maybe that was something they had in place specifically against NiP, who uses a lot of utility to get checkers control, but perhaps not always mollies that back box. And there were a couple of situations where NiP was going for checkers control, and Peter didn't get the kills, but he was buying a lot of time for the rest of the team to rotate in.
a full 30 rounds, NRG unable to close things out. It is going to be a bitter pill to swallow, there's no doubt about it for the North American side. However, there is still light at the end of the tunnel, unless, depending on how the results continue to go in their group, they could make an impact. I mean, admittedly, it's looking like that's it. That's curtains for NRG. Just remembering the other names and the current positions of both Dignitas, Cloud9, and then just underneath them you have NiP picking up their second win. There's a lot of wins on the board. It does look like NRG will not be present, of course, for the playoffs. However, they do get an opportunity to perform in that arena. Everyone does. And that's, of course, coming tomorrow. We'll be migrating from where we are now, which is the ESL Brazil studios over there. Still, though, gents, NiP fighting for survival and doing so. Our next match should be intriguing. It's going to be FaZe versus Dignitas. And if you want a preview of how that's going to go down or to understand exactly how these teams have done in the past, if you want to have a quick recap of that Dignitas comeback on Nuke, you can do so on the Score Esports application. You can get it on your smartphone, iOS, and Google Play when I struggle to swallow and actually get air in my lungs. Fortunately, let's just leave it at that.
Thanks, Alex. We could have knocked that one out of the park for you, mate.
I appreciate that, gents. All right. But you know what the application's called, right? Yeah. I've told you enough. The Score Esports?
The Score Esports?
Ah, application. They know. Right.
I've got it on my iPhone.
Have you? Yeah, I've got it on my Android. There you go. It's available on both. We're going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, it's going to be time to see just how well FaZe can do versus Dignitas. They're on a roll at the moment, but Kerrigan this time has an opportunity to drive FaZe in a new direction. See how it goes down after the break.
They train.
It's always been about fighting your fears.
They travel.
The thing that I strive for the most is to be able to capture the moment.
They explore.
Constantly trying to push myself and then try to see how far can I go.
To see the world in a different way.
I'm not supposed to go here, but what if I go there anyway? What's gonna happen?
It's interesting to kind of just watch the world go by at your feet.
It's such a liberating experience.
Urbex, an exclusive 8-part series, only on Red Bull TV.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now.
This is the Score Esports, the ultimate esports experience. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO, delivering the biggest stories and all the scores, stats, and updates you care about in real time. The Score Esports takes you inside the ropes with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Even get all the same non-stop amazing coverage on your desktop at thescoreesports.com. The Score Esports. Get it now from the App Store or Google Play.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take a flame. Oh! Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is gonna be absolute madness.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Dignitas on a roll. But first in Russia, now here in Sao Paulo, they have a chance to continue to go undefeated. 2-0 currently for Dignitas after a bit of a close call on Nuke at the closing stages of our first day. Now into the second, and it is FaZe that goes up against them, a team that may have caught our eye, however, have been unable to translate it into victories, especially versus SK, where we just saw an absolute stomping, unable to make too much of an impact versus a strong SK CT side on Overpass. Still, pretty in salmon, and of course, the ever vivacious Serbian, YNK.
Vivacious.
How you doing, dude?
I'm doing all right. You, Alex?
I'm okay. I feel like these 2 games is exactly where I need to be. 2 more best of ones, tuck up into bed, watch Westworld, can't wait. Anyway, let's start talking about some CS. Starting with the main discussion I think that we have to have is that are we genuinely going to start most of these FaZe segments by saying they could get a surprise win, but they need more time? Is this going to be the kind of underlying vibe of all discussions surrounding FaZe here at this tournament?
I mean, what else can you say about that one, Alex?
Yeah.
They just changed the player. They got a new in-game leader into the fold. He didn't have any time to implement his ideas. He can only improvise on the fly with what he's got, and I think they did a great job at E-Link passing the group stages. I think that was pretty impressive, all things considering.
But was that always Carrigan's style, Chad? Historically, he's been someone that likes to lay out structure rather regimented, right? I mean, you always talk about buying into Carrigan's system. What do you always mean when you say that Astralis didn't always do that and FaZe will?
It seemed like over the period of that team's time with Astralis and the Device Dupree combo, that kind of stuff, they lost confidence in him and his leadership style. So they would have been starting to doubt the way he was leading, the calls he was making, and maybe overriding him and doing what they wanted to do. And once you lose that and you can't get it back, that's when you need to change the leadership or change those players. And obviously they wanted to change Carrigan. Now, it's going to take time for Carrigan to be able to put his system into play here. It's going to be different. He's not just going to run the same thing with a whole new team. He's going to use the assets he has, and he's going to build a new plan. It's going to take time. He can't just do that overnight, like Yanko is saying.
Right.
So, like we said earlier, they have all the pieces of the puzzle now, right?
Let's outline those pieces for the guys at home.
They have the Orpa.
They have the Orpa. Carrigan's going to be rocking that.
No, it's going to be Alu from Finland.
As I said it, I just literally sit there like, Orpa, oh, Alex, what have you done? What have you done? Alu's in that team now, isn't he? Yeah, yeah. I still sometimes think FaZe and think Scream. That never happened. I don't know what's wrong with my brain, but carry on.
Calm down, Alex. You had too much chocolate.
Secondary Orpa and in-game leader, however, is Carrigan. They didn't have an in-game leader until this point. We had Rain trying it out. We had like other people dabbling with it, and finally now they've got a dedicated in-game leader who also is a secondary Orpa.
Yes.
Can be an aggressive Orpa on that T side as well. And then you have AZ, Rain, and Jacob. Like Rain's the clutch player. AZ and Jacob, they're rocks. You know, they're solid players. They can do it all. Yeah. They can entry frag. They can clutch. They be rocks on the CT side, hold down their bomb sites quite well. Those guys they're very good across the board. So now you've got like those 3 players doing their thing. You've got Carrigan setting it up, and Alu just running around with the orb shooting people in the face.
Yeah. And of course, that transition as well is relatively recent. I know that Carrigan is still the fresh name in the roster. However, this Alu transition has been something that we have kind of not skimmed over, but we haven't addressed on the desk yet, Yanko. I mean, this was a move that a lot of people saw as a very positive thing for FaZe.
I mean, definitely so. Individually, a better player simply than Fox in that primary op role. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And we were all impressed by how strong they started off in Pro League. That change only happened 2 or 3 days before the online phase started, and they got off to a strong start, held #1 for a pretty long time as well.
The online phase. See what I did there. All right. Dignitas haven't been mentioned just yet, though, and this is a Danish roster that has already been discussed to death. Of course, we saw their success very recently in Epicenter. The biggest win for almost everyone on that roster, perhaps KGB an exception, but either way, that was still a long time coming for him. Now, wow, Magic Boy is making a lot of loud noises here in Brazil.
Fun.
And he's been also making a lot of fantastic plays.
Maybe just needs to go to the toilet.
I think he's feeling better. I'm intrigued to know how he's feeling. Either way, he has got a smile on his face. Maybe that's because he has just used the toilet. I don't know. Let's start talking vetoes, though. He is so happy. I wish we had a camera on him.
Maybe got a bit too much of that
like
anti-food poisoning medicine.
Yeah, he's jumped up on...
But the way he played, you would think more players would want to get food poisoning. So
truly. I mean, that Mirage game was one to remember. Let's start talking vetoes.
The vetoes are on the screen.
Okay, Yanko, we'll start with you then. Do you reckon... I reckon Dig might take Train. Maybe Nuke and Cobble from FaZe would be my guesses. Oh, didn't see that. Oh, there you go.
Great banter, Alex.
Fantastic,
I think this is where Dignitas just gets rid of Train, Cash, and Dust 2, and in that sense, FaZe gets to pick between Mirage and Overpass, which will be their last veto in the second stage. So whatever they go for, they had win on both maps in E-League. They did have that terrible loss against SK on Overpass just now, but I wouldn't really think too much about that one. it was mostly mistakes individually in after plans and SK just playing extremely well. So it comes down to them. Overpass is definitely a weaker map for Dignitas than Mirage.
Yeah.
So it comes down to whether they want to veto towards their own strengths or Dignitas is
pulling funny faces, Chad.
They're going to, I'm pretty positive that they're going to go with Mirage. After losing Overpass that badly, they want to like touch on the mistakes they made before going into it. Or that's my opinion anyway. There you go. You see that Mirage pick. It's a sore spot, right? Like even though they should be more confident in Overpass than Mirage, especially against Dig, it's in their heads and they don't want to play the map. They don't want to touch it. I had a similar issue. It was the iBuy Power comp. We got 16-0'd by SK on Cobble. Then we had CLG next, and Cobble was our best map, even though we just got 16-0'd by the best team in the world. My teammates were too scared to pick it again, so we ended up going to train, and we lost. And that sucked. We played the next day in the RGN tournament. We played CLG on Cobble, and we beat them quite significantly. So you have to be confident, and that's...
So you see this as a fundamental error in FaZe's judgment here, then? You suggest that if you are statistically and fundamentally stronger on one map, don't be dissuaded by one poor game?
Yeah, like, you know, they started on the weaker side, bad things happen, and Dig, they dismantled teams on Mirage, so they're scary on this map. It's hard.
On the other hand, if things start going south, it's easier to improvise on Mirage than it is on Overpass. Everyone knows the map. Kerrigan played it a lot in Astralis as well. He can find a way to utilize the players with some improvisation, so to speak. On the other hand, Dignitas is on fire on that map. Recently 16-5'd Virtus Pro in the grand finals of Epicenter. Config is the main player for me on that map for Dignitas. His aggression on the CT side is similar to what Magic does on Overpass. So that, in a sense, for FaZe might not be that bad because they have individually very skilled players who can take aim duels, but it's them. They have to be ready for that aggression, in my opinion.
An important thing for me is Alu on the AWP in mid on Mirage, so he can use that the same way as he does Dust2 at Cat, and picking out into mid, getting a lot of picks there. He will want to jump down, pick underpass, you know, go on Cat, pick towards mid, jump down, and actually be involved in fights on the CT side. And Dignitas are a team on their T side who traditionally like to start the game off by going for that heavy mid control. So if he can, you know, wreak a bit of havoc in there and get a few early picks, might be able to put FaZe in a bit of an early lead.
And I'm super curious to see how these two teams fare off, actually. We have Kerrigan on one hand and MSL on the other hand. Perhaps the two, you know, most prominent Danish in-game leaders recently. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a, maybe not grudge match, but,
it's
you know,
fun.
A duel.
It is a duel. It's almost, it feels like almost a game of chess in a CS setting.
MSL would love to get revenge on Kerrigan for poaching his players over the last year, wouldn't he? Thanks for taking all these guys, and now I'm the best Danish team and top 2 in the world. So thanks for coming, mate. Yeah.
Let's just see how this one does play out.
as well.
Let's see what your predictions are for this one. It is, as you said, a battle of two Danish brains going into what is essentially going to be a battle of survival for FaZe and Dignitas to top their group. Chad, what are you saying?
Dig have shown this tournament so far that they can play a very high caliber of CS. They can come back when the chips are down, and they have some of the most skilled players, you know, up-and-coming players at the moment who have established themselves as an elite-level team. I'm going to back Dig.
Going for Dig. Easy one for him, and Yanko, I'm assuming you're going to be following suit.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Dig as well. I think in order for FaZe to get a win here, they need to, you know, either win both pistols, have a strong start, get control of the economy, because Dignitas has such a wide playbook, they can always pull something out of their sleeves and rack up rounds.
Well, it is kind of the final test for FaZe. After conceding their loss versus SK, it is 0-2 for them. Should they hit that 0-3, they are out of the running, or at least very close to that. So we're going to go ahead and jump right on into it. Another best of one, this time Mirage. Dignitas looking to go ahead and make it perfect, and FaZe looking to get their first win on the board. We'll see how it plays out with your casters after a very short break.
Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we're getting ready to jump into this next match. Now, FaZe taking on Dignitas. Mouz is going into this one. Your thoughts on this match here on Mirage?
I mean, I think Dignitas is playing at such a good level right now. Obviously, I mean, so much has been said about Magisboy and Config, and really not enough almost can be said about how well they've been playing recently. So I mean, I want to more focus on FaZe with how they're going to be able to. I mean, Alu with the AWP, this is a map that can lend favor to him. Kerrigan, this has been one of his specialist maps, even on Astralis. Like, this was always one of the maps that he did best on. So there are some pieces here in this FaZe team, and I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, at E-League they beat, was it Cloud9 on this map? I could be wrong on that one, but might have been Immortals. It's one of those two teams, but I mean, they put together very quickly on it because, I mean, Kerrigan hasn't had a lot of time to actually sit down and practice with this team or kind of start to institute things. They've kind of been doing it on the fly as they play in these events these past 2 weeks. Even so, that first look at Mirage was very good. It was Immortals. I'm remembering that it was Immortals.
Okay.
I just came to me right now.
All right.
Yeah,
it's good that you figured that out.
Yeah, no, it was a very impressive win from them, and I mean, just the amount of talent they have on this team. If they get rolling, that's always the scary part, I think, for most teams playing FaZe right now, is that once they get on some kind of momentum, once they get rolling, if they get out to a hot start, the talent on this team is very difficult to hold down.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like they're going into the knife round now, so we should be able to jump into the game itself in just a little bit here. FaZe Clan are going to be ending up taking control of that knife round, which means they will be able to get the start off on the CT side. A bit of an easy start for them. And for Dignitas, they're going to have to start off probably on the T side here and innovate from there, of course.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to. The interesting thing is with a team like FaZe, that I mean, it might not even be a bad thing to start on the T side, even though it's less favored on this map. Sometimes when you get these teams that are based on momentum and based on the skill, especially with what we saw against the Immortals, it was a week ago. They might have added some new things into this map, but it was very much like their attacks were more grouped. So I mean, it was very much kind of like we don't have the technical, we don't have the tactical know-how on this map quite yet as a unit under Kerrigan, but we can certainly use the skill to overwhelm things. So sometimes it's not bad with new teams. Oftentimes you'll see them have better T halves than their CT halves because it requires a little bit more communication, a little bit more organization when you have to be aggressive, when you have to rotate. So it might not be the worst idea in the world if FaZe chooses to start T.
Yeah, and of course, looking at Dignitas once again, I think you mentioned before we went live that they played this map yesterday too, playing it against Energy. Now, obviously not the biggest challenge there, but we saw how strong their performance was still, and the fact that the two big players here, Config and Magisboy, have not been affected at all, still carrying over their strong performances from the last event that they played at. And with that, of course, we're looking to them to carry that into the next day here too. Magisboy looked like an absolute monster against him yesterday, as did Config, but it really was him. We didn't really get to see much from the other guys, but if they bring a strong performance here too, it just seems like at the moment Dignitas is unstoppable.
Yeah, well, especially, I mean, you have a little bit more faith in them being unstoppable once you see them come back on the T side of Nuke against NiP last night. I mean, going down 11-4 when you're CT on Nuke and then going into that second half and making that comeback. I mean, that's just what they talked about on the desk, is Dignitas has shown in these past two events. I mean, this one early on, but definitely at Epicenter. And even in tournaments leading up to this, we've seen them improving. We've seen the progress being made, that this is a team that is strong in many different facets of the game. So they got good very, very quickly. And right now, with the momentum that they're on after winning that event, definitely a tough team to stop. And we saw as well, I mean, Magisboy, even yes, against Energy, what he can do when he's feeling it. I mean, some of those rounds he was pulling out yesterday were crazy to watch. So you can just see the straight skill. I think the big X factor here for FaZe, though, is going to be Kerrigan, and this being a specialty map for him, just because if he can have that kind of an impact right now, when I talked to him in Atlanta after E-League, he mentioned the one tough thing is not only as an in-game leader is it difficult to have the kind of individual output in terms of fragging and focus on your own game, but when you step into a new team, especially a new team with all these different nationalities, all these different, the communication factor of having that, he's having to do a lot more of organizing, of thinking, of really micromanaging when they want to execute any kind of tactic, any kind of the basic strategies that they have. So that's the big thing. If he can step it up, and if this continues to be a specialty map for him and he has a big performance here, I think that's going to be phenomenal for FaZe.
All right, guys, well, we are getting into it now. The pistol round getting started. FaZe jumping onto the T side first, and Dignitas will be starting over on the defense. The CT side for them. Let's get into it now and take a look and see it. Which team will come out on top as the group stage play continues here. The ESL Pro League Finals. FaZe Clan not sending anyone over here towards A at the beginning of the round. In fact, all of their players, for the most part, with the exception of Kerrigan initially, but even he's going to group up with them, are heading into the apartments. It's going to be a swift take. Config gets an early preview of it, but now it's on the way. Only does a little bit of damage here to Alu, and now it's going to fall to MSL to do a little bit more, but nothing being taken at all. FaZe Clan has shut it down. Rubino Rise finally picks up something for this CT side, but now the problem is they're on full retake duty.
This is the kind of tactics you can expect. Fast-paced, aggressive, and look at the retake slowly. Cajun Beast coming in. Phenomenal pistol player, but he gets taken out. That's the Tech 9 and Armor, the raid boss. And there's Jacob as well. Magisk has nothing left to do. 5 HP, and he gets taken out. This is why I'm saying that FaZe Clan starting on the T side isn't a bad thing, because they can run these simple kind of strategies. I mean, that's just a standard B-rush. Right out of spawn, no cares in the world, and they take it over. And I mean, it kind of neutralizes one of the advantages of Dignitas being a team and having more experience as 5 and being much more organized. It kind of takes away that organization if you're going to be this fast and this aggressive.
And for Team Dignitas here now, we will just see them investing into, for the most part, upgraded pistols. The usual second round investment for the CT side. AZ wasting no time going out there and even hits the shot against Cajun. Brings him down to 22 HP. Easy control for the FaZe Clan roster to get right out towards mid and start to work up towards the sites.
A good mid control early on. It's not going to matter a whole lot. Oh, these Deagles, I mean, these are going to be a little bit scary when Alu starts turning the corner. Config going to be on the stairs, and he's just kind of he's kind of the one that's going to find information. MSL, I think he just spotted him there, but the rest of FaZe is going to be running right into Magisk. He's pushed down, but he falls. He can't get anything done, and now Alu's in a great position. Although he's getting flanked from two sides, he's got players to his right, players to his left, and he's kind of stuck. And there he is. He falls. A tough situation to be in, but there should be no more danger from FaZe as they have the AKs at range. MSL gets one more kill. If he can add on another headshot at the end, that'd be great, but it's not going to happen. And even time for FaZe to salvage that AK-47 and connector.
FaZe will go up 2-0, of course, losing minimal losses, taking minimal losses, I should say, here. Jacob and Al are the only two that end up going down there, and obviously they can eat that up on the T side with it being a lot more forgiving. It's Dignitas now to go on to the full save, just P250s here. Very light buy for them on the third round as they wait for the first real gun round. We will see how that plays out, of course, after this one. For now, however, FaZe Clan are going to spread their players out, take things slow, I imagine, but eventually lead this into a mid to a split eventually into that site. Now, one player from the CT side dove very quickly in underpass, and that's MSL. Maybe it'll surprise in a moment by peeking back out, but the FaZe Clan roster wasting no time getting into the site. There's 1, 2, 3 kills already in their favor. Not a whole lot that the guys from Dignitas can do to upset against this, but MSL from the underpass did find one frag. That's it, though. The rest of it's going to be traded out very quickly by FaZe.
I think this fourth round, I think, is going to be extremely important for Dignitas in this matchup. If they can stop, if FaZe continues to be this aggressive, obviously, I mean, they're going to have to, take liberties with the fact they're going against rifles now. But if they're going to continue to open up this half with an aggressive game plan, a fast-paced game plan, if Dignitas can't stop it, it could just snowball out of control. So this first round, if they can shut it down and shut it down extremely effectively, that's when you start making FaZe say, okay, maybe the fast things aren't going to work. Maybe we have to switch things up. Config, he's going to get dropped. That's a nice shot by AZ, a good find, and a 5-on-4 advantage for FaZe in this round.
AZ absolutely destroying things at the beginning of this one, and now the rest of Dignitas, well, they're split all across the map here. Rubino, the only real defense left back over here into the middle area of the map, and he's wasting time back over here in the ladder room too, just waiting to see if they're going to eventually go for the pushback over here on a cat, which actually might be obliged with that. MSL also defending it too. But it's a very, very slow process now from FaZe Clan to inch up towards that position so that they can eventually execute. They've gotten to the edge of Cat. They've got players waiting over here in the apartments area. They're ready to go for it, and the defenses on the B site, well, they're non-existent. It's just MSL watching Cat. They're not expecting him, however, to be that close up, so he's going to catch that first player. Not expecting a second one, so it's a quick trade from Kerrigan. Bino's going to sort of counter-trade that one as he moves back in. He shuts down Kerrigan, but nonetheless, the site is still under the control of the T's.
Yeah, there's only one kit as well. That's on Cajun, and he looks like he wants to rotate up through. Oh, this is dangerous, actually, with the Soul kit. Him being split from the teammates, and actually this big flank, if he gets picked off here by Alu, then Rubino and Magisk have to hurry up if they're going to continue forward into this retake. Good setup. As long as Alu can find the timing to watch his back against Cajun. No pressure yet from Catwalk. It's now coming up. That pulls Alu away, but he wins the battle with Cajun anyways. That's huge. That's the kit. Jacob chimes in, and Magisk, he knows he just has to save. He can do absolutely nothing here. So FaZe, they're going to get a fourth round.
And with that one, they're on the path to taking control of a huge lead here at the beginning of this. Still plenty of time for Dignitas to turn things back on their heels, but Magic's boy looking to save. He's even going to be challenged here too. But Just to maintain that situation. Takes down Rain. Rain doesn't even check the back boxes there, so it's a free kill for him. Magicsploit keeps the rifle in check, but obviously won't be seeing much else beyond that here from the CT side in this this 5th round.
Yeah, now they're going to be back onto a save. The one thing they didn't have in that previous was any kind of an AWP because of the 2nd round investment. So the next gun round coming up, Dignitas will be able to bring that out if they choose to. But for the moment, it's a good start for FaZe, and that's exactly what they need on this T side. They need to keep this Dignitas economy in a constant state of flux, constant state of weakness to give themselves to help even out the gap between these teams, as Dignitas has been playing so well, as we've said. Alu with the pick there, and I mean, look, it's just more aggression, going aggressively for that peak, and now that they have it, just taking liberties, taking control of the B halls. Jacob jumping out, Rubino's gone. Utilizing the skill perfectly of these FaZe player. Kerrigan has his team with what's going to be a 5-0 lead.
Now we'll see the FaZe Clan roster hold control once again, like they have in many rounds of the past here. It's quick to hold it. Dignitas are not really doing a great job of putting that resistance there. Not like they really could have, of course, in this round, but they've even got players waiting out in mid. Kerrigan, a bit slow to be able to pick up that player who does push out towards mid, and he starts to fall away. Now the rest of the CT side, of course, looks to save here, and most importantly, looks to carry Magicsploit's rifles that they can save that extra money. But they also want to try to see if they can take down 1 or 2 of these players. The challenge against Kerrigan. He jumps up onto a good position, and Rain comes in to support from underpass there too. Him and Jacob knock up 2 kills. That's KJB and Convict that have gone down. Magicsploit still in the area, just around the wrap here from the steps position. He's going to try to take down Rain himself, and as he pushes up the steps, he holds. There's 2 more looking at challenge from in Connector, and now that rifle's going to get dropped by AZ.
Really good play from Rain as well. Even though he doesn't get the kill, he just holds Magicsploit there, who's taking the fight, not trying to save that gun, so he's forcing the rebuy. Might not seem like much, but it will later on. Cajun and Rubino busting out a double op setup. That's going to be big for Dignitas to get them started. And I mean, here's the thing, those ops can not only slow down the aggressive pressure from FaZe, but so can the Molotovs, the smokes, the nades that MSL, Config, and Magis can now be equipped with on this 6th round.
See FaZe Clan again moving themselves, specifically AZ, out towards the top mid area. This time finally investigating over here towards Palace and the T-ramp though, which has been left pretty much untouched for this T side throughout most of the half so far. Jacob as well in a moment here is going to go through underpass and probably group up with the players that are eventually possibly going to push into top mid if they don't fall back and regroup with the others at T-ramp.
You could say AZ and Alu. I mean, FaZe thinks that maybe Dignitas is going to pull a creative play out. Oh, Jacob, that's a beautiful shot. That's one of the ops down as well. MSL is going to swap out for it. I don't think he's going to expect this. He's not. Jacob gives up the refrag. Back to a 4-on-4, and MSL switches back to the M4 as he drops out. But FaZe thought there was going to be something tricky going on. There were going to be a mid-push. AZ and Alu just now securing top mid control.
Guys from Dignitas, however, shaking a little bit now. They're going to split themselves up and still keep most of their assets over here to the A-bomb site, which is a good thing, too, because FaZe Clan haven't changed up the game plan. As they're still looking to eventually execute this over here into the A-bomb site with 2 outside of Connector now, and the other 2 over in Palace and T-ramp getting ready to push themselves in. The counter smoke comes in against Kerrigan. He's going to have to hold for a moment here, and as you can see, Rain is not being given a whole lot of vision either. He's still stuck behind that smoke. The guys from Connector need to be the ones to make the first move. Actually, Rain is going to take a chance on it. Goes through in a sandwich there, goes hunting, but it doesn't work out. Config and Magicsploit find 2 kills, and Magicsploit even holds off and finds another one there. That's Kerrigan getting knocked down. Alu's the last man standing. He sneaks 1 out on MSL, but that's it. KJB immediately trades it. And we see another round go up on the board there.
Yeah, nice hold from Magis. Gets a little bit of a benefit from Kerrigan getting stuck on that ladder just a little bit. But if he falls there, that turns into trouble. And the important thing is surviving with so many players alive. They don't have to reinvest too much. They have the double op setup still. I mean, their economy is still not strong. This would be huge if FaZe can respond here. That would be a huge benefit to this half. They could start really running away with it right off the bat. No map control here for FaZe. They're going to send Alu with the op instead of towards B. He's going to come up towards A. The big danger is Cajun here, holding the angle. No flash, and AZ's going to walk right into it. Not prepared for that whatsoever. Not even considering it. All that's left is really, I mean, because they have no mid control. It looks like Rain and Kerrigan are actually maybe thinking about falling back. It's just going to be Rain. Kerrigan, Alu, and Jacob are going to be left to try and take over this A bomb site.
Jacob Molly back off of the Palace there too. Jumps himself back, and actually a great nade that's tossed back in. Kerrigan down at 63 HP after that one. And we don't really see much innovation beyond that. Ray moved himself out towards mid, but he's not going to find anything here. It's been very light on the defenses from Dignitas and mid throughout most of the half so far. They do have Rubino wrapped around the corner, but Cajun B also watching out for connector pressure. Destroys Rain. However, a missed shot from Cajun B allows Alu to pick him off, and now they have an opening to get themselves in. But first they got to worry about Magicsploit. He picks up a quick kill against Jacob. Heavy cost to himself, which will not be traded out by Kerrigan. But now Config, one falls, another shot take his place. Config and Rubino move in, shutting down the last 2 from FaZe. Puts up the first 2 onto the board for Dignitas.
All right, they've done it. Dignitas has set up the first obstacle because now they've really stabilized their economy. They have the money. Another 3 players survive. It's not, they haven't built up too much, but they've at least ensured that they can't get a hard reset. So FaZe, this time they won't have an AWP on Alu. They've got to figure something out because there's a couple rounds now Dignitas has stopped them. And that easy advantage, breaking the economy and getting a couple free rounds essentially for FaZe, that's no longer an option. So this T side is about to get a much, much more difficult. And what does Kerrigan have so far with this team? Cajun, 1 kill for him, and then he's holding off on the secondary peak. He's blocked in, they know it, but buying time as he's just hiding and even predicting the Molotov, he's going to be able to get out. And there's Magisboy with another onto Kerrigan. The bomb is down as well towards A, so Rubino, MSL, Cajun, they're all going to start leaning towards the A site. No need for them to stay at B.
Arlo trying to trade back over there at Palace, but there's nothing to be found here. The guys from Dignitas aren't handing them anything at all, and with the bomb lost, it's not looking great. Magisboy even sneaks back into Palace to ensure, of course, that Alu's not going to be any threat to them on the re-peak. 5-on-2, no ground whatsoever gained from FaZe Clan at all. AZ just stuck over here at top mid, and Jacob, well, he's going to get one shot by Config on the peak from Steps. Now it's just AZ here. Racks up at least one, but down to 16 HP, and will very quickly get knocked out of the round by Config. Dignitas all of a sudden with a bit of a streak here and very quickly could tie this match back up.
Yeah, this was the big thing. I mean, five rounds for FaZe on the T side. That's, I mean, they're obviously want as many as they can get, and they're gonna want more. But 5 rounds isn't bad so far. It's just Dignitas. That was the big thing, is stabilizing early on, because if that had gotten any farther than 5 rounds, FaZe could have just ran away with it, because then you get to the point where you have to constantly buy and weak buys at that. So now that they've gotten their ops out, it's much, much easier for Dignitas, and they're starting to exert this dominance that we've seen out of them. Rubino again with an opening kill. Ooh, there's Config. Didn't even see Kerrigan coming.
Kerrigan shutting him down as he walks around the smoke at first, and not really a lot of resistance left in mid here itself, but Rubino able to pick off at least one of them. Kerrigan's going to get himself boosted up into the window room. And now he slowly inches forward, hunting for more. They've split up the remaining players on Dignitas. They've got a 2-2 split across the map here. Again, though, the bomb itself positioned much closer and leading into a B hit. But this flank at the moment leading in from Kerrigan could have huge results if it nets him at least 1 or 2 kills. MSL starting to get a bit curious, however, and he's looking in the direction of Market, and thusly he's going to move over to check when he starts to lurk his way out. Rubino shutting out Rain should put an end to most of the threat from FaZe Clan here now, with Alu just left alive with a measly little Deagle. It will certainly be the 4th round of the Dignitas roster.
Yeah, not a whole lot Alu can do, obviously. So the question comes, what's the change Kerrigan is going to make? Are they going to go back to something a little bit more fast-paced? Because they have kind of, I mean, they've done that. They've done the slower mid-control that they've gotten stopped in. They've done the flat-out A hit that they've gotten picked off on. And that's the big thing. That's the big strength of this double op setup from Dignitas right now, is they're finding the picks. Even if it's not the ops, the rifles know exactly where they can get aggressive based on where their teammates are playing with the AWP. So FaZe is going to have to find a way to not take too many losses early on in this next round. And Alu, a chance here, but Rubino and MSL combine to take him down at the end.
There we go, Dignitas finding ground to work with here. FaZe Clan, of course, being able to reinvest into this round. And really part of the course, of course, Alu getting the op into his hands. Armor will be bought up in just a moment. Everybody else being able to get AK. So nothing out of the ordinary here from this T side. And Dignitas still remaining strong themselves. Now going for the double op setup themselves. Rubino and Cajun B picking it up for the CT side.
It is going to be back towards that mid-control play. Rubino this time, he's going to get aggressive with an AWP over and towards the A Palace. Cajun is going to get aggressive on Catwalk, so him and Config have a decent crossfire. Config watching beneath to make sure Cajun can't get caught off guard. The question is, how much does Cajun want to commit to this? Doesn't seem like it's too much. He's putting himself in a position to be able to fall back very quickly. And nothing coming from that aggression early on. He sees nothing, feels no pressure, and just so safely falls back towards the B bomb site. So full mid-control for FaZe Clan. What can they leverage from this? The bomb is in the upper B tunnel, so you'd expect this could be some kind of catwalk hit. Jacob could come meet up. Jacob, it looks like, wants to get in towards connector and maybe be a cutoff for the rotations. But no, he's just going to go back. So this is going to be a split on that B bomb site. 3 from B tunnels, 2 from catwalk.
And Dignitas just checked a moment ago inside of Palace. I didn't see anything whatsoever. Rubino is being the one to check that, so they still have a pretty heavy commitment onto it, so it's going to rely mainly on Cajun B here to hold off the cap pressure, and of course back over onto MSL to watch out for the Palace pressure. Flashbang is perfect. Cajun B cannot stop them from jumping back over here, and he doesn't see anything at all. He's no clue just how close they're getting to this site, and as he walks into the open, Kerrigan and Jacob are able to take down both Cajun B and MSL. Rotations arrive rather quickly, however. They're already in market. One player looking out from window there, and a second back over here in the doorway. Config finding one, but AZ and Alu move in to shut things down. Magisboy, not anything that he can try and do in this 1v3. He'll have to fall out towards mid and save.
Yeah, nice play from FaZe. Mid-control that entire time, never pressured. Dignitas didn't really battle for it. And MSL, he was making a phenomenal play in upper B, but he gets distracted just a little bit by one player making a lot of progress up catwalk, and his eyes get taken away, and then he has the disadvantage, or he's disadvantaged in the fight he takes. So FaZe are going to get a 6. They're going to start responding here, but they've got to string them together. There's still plenty of money built up on the Dignitas side from that 4-round run. So you have a good buy in the next one. Magisboy actually saving this AK would be phenomenal from him, and that's 2 kills. Taking weapons away, forcing rebuys on the T-side and Alu. That op is way, way too valuable. Even that jump back seemed a little bit risky, but it's all right. He's going to get away with it.
And that amount of damage is actually going to be really, really great here, too. It brings the FaZe clan down to a very manageable amount of cash here if Dignitas are able to still upset in this following round. They maintain control, of course, as Dignitas were on the cusp of tying it up, but if they can drop it here, they'll still immediately break the economy for the T side and put them onto a full save directly afterwards. So now we'll take a look and see if they'll be able to do that. Of course, FaZe clan, they've been sticking with mid control for pretty much this entire half, and, well, they're going to keep with it here, going over to top mid very early on, and there's very little resistance from the Dignitas side. MSL still waiting for the Palace, or the Apartments push, apologies, and Rubino putting himself over here, mainly to watch, just for extra cat pressure. They decide to proceed that route again.
Rubino holding this off. Very similar start for FaZe. This time there's no real presence in the upper B tunnel still, so you don't think this is going to be a mid-B split. And that repeat from Rubino gives away the angle and goes back for it. Alu picks him off in mid. So now a free route up catwalk, and they've actually got to rotate. That's got to be Config who's got to come over to support MSL at the moment because they can probably feel the pressure coming. And there it is. MSL is stuck at Van by this op, and they've even spotted Config jumping across. They know he's here. He goes for the repeat, can't win it. It's all on MSL, and even he falls. AZ looked a little bit blind, maybe full blind, in fact. But Dignitas quickly lose control of the B bomb site again, and Magisk and Cajun, they just have to save.
Falling away again. The hits happen so quickly. There's just no room at all for Team Dignitas to react. It's been a common theme for the past 2 or 3 rounds at least now.
I think it's about time Dignitas actually fights for mid control and maybe the next gun round, because this is a couple times they've mostly given it up. You know, the biggest pressure they've had on it is an Opera on catwalk holding an off angle. That time it gets punished. And the previous rounds, that Opera is just at a certain timing just fallen back. So this is where, I mean, it's going to be, I'm not sure if they can save these weapons on the Dignitas side, then they might be able to force buy into the next round. In fact, I think they will, because Config and Rubino will be able to get some rifles. So I think they might have one more buy in their pocket here, but they got to start putting rounds back on the board, or else FaZe is going to get control of the economy right at the end of the half, which would be a disaster for Dignitas.
Very least, Magisboy is doing a great job of keeping it great after the situation has been lost. I think in the past 2 rounds he's gotten like 3 or 4 kills at the very least, and trying to drop the members of FaZe clan and make sure that the money stays low. And, well, they've done a fantastic job of that, as Jacob, Rain, and AZ all sitting just around $1,000 or below it in the case of Rain and AZ.
All right, well, game on for Dignitas. They're out of money after this, and that's a great start. Config, one of the star players, gets the opening kill. That's Alu. That's the Opera as well. That's huge. Kerrigan could pick it up if you wanted to. Jacob's going to try and equalize a little bit over towards the B bomb site, but I mean, really, they have mid control at top mid, but I mean, they can't really do anything with it, missing their Opera.
Well, also being caught in a rather aggressive position for, within just that first couple of seconds of the round. He's already trying to push up the T steps when they managed to take him down. So really early on there, Config gets an advantage for the guys over here on Team Dignitas, and now it'll be their task to capitalize on that one, as FaZe clan, of course, look to still go for that mid control, but as you're mentioning, Dignitas are actually looking to fight for this a little bit more. They've got Cajun B in window, they've got Config watching out in connector, and they still have that presence now from Rubino sitting back over here in the ladder room too, but Jacob's going to start to sneak back out, slowly get control, smokes out the connector itself so that he can sort of slowly sneak back in. The rest of his team is slowly going to follow through, but it's that window pressure that they will have to be cautious of. It's been quite a few rounds, of course, that they've had it for free, and Config is spraying out with his pistol right now. He's not even going to have any time to switch over to his weapon. Somehow he stays alive and dinks one of the T's here, but at the end of the day, it's FaZe that mount the advantage on the initial take. 2 for 1, and this goes now over to Magisboy, who's on this big flank. He picks up 2 kills. Rain is now the last man standing, and the odds flip again. A 1v3 that he needs to try and pull off here. Gets himself to the back of the site where he is somewhat safe, but when he goes out in the open, MSL will shut it down, and the round goes into Team Dignitas' hands.
Big round for Dignitas, and it's all Magisboy that round. I mean, he didn't even really get involved until the end, but he pushed down A ramp. He was on those stairs just holding for basically that whole round, and that's what allowed, because he's gaining so much information. You know there's no pressure on A ramp. That's what allows his teammates to focus so much on mid. They had that set up catwalk, jungle. They had one top connector as well. So that's what allows Dignitas to have that mid control kind of focus. And then once they eventually fall, he's just in perfect position in a really rough situation to come up that ramp when FaZe isn't expecting it. So a very, very nice patient round for Magisk, and FaZe is back on just pistols this time. They were only able to string 2 together. Now it's all Dignitas. They're feeling no pressure here against these Glocks. Everyone wants a piece of the action, but it's Config, Rubino, and Cajun who get all the kills.
Dignitas shutting it out. All of a sudden, we're close yet again. FaZe will be able to buy back into this, of course, but the utility's very, very light for many of the members of FaZe clan. Taking a look at it now, Jacob, Rain, and AZ just get smokes. Kerrigan and Allo, the only players that can even afford real utility pickups. A single flashbang for Allo, 2 for Kerrigan, so 3 flashbangs for the entire team on this round, and the 2 Molotovs as well that carry the table.
Yeah, and they're going for mid control even with limited utility. I mean, sometimes this takes a lot of nades to be able to execute effectively. Config again going for that same play he did in the 4th round. This time he doesn't get punished. He brought down low, and actually chip damage going out onto Cajun as well. Both him and Config at right around half HP. Only AZ has any real responsive damage from the Dignitas guys. So mid control established, 3 players at top mid, Jacob and underpass, but as you said, now it starts getting dire in terms of where can they go with only 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov.
And Val is slowly sneaking up here to hunt for that player that's normally hiding out in connector, at least has been for the past 2 rounds. Same thing on Cat. They won't find it though. Dignitas have fallen back and have focused their efforts on the sites. Meanwhile, over on the B site, where it seems like this hit is going to be heading towards MSL, and Rubino will be the players to try and hold it again. Both of them with a heavy focus on Palace. Basically no resistance there on the push-up from Cat, at least until they get to the Arches area of the map here. But time getting lower. Basically just going under the minute mark here. With their players still being spread out, they will have to formulate themselves soon. Otherwise, they may run low on time to actually get into the site. Config is knocked out by AZ, who was the player lurking back over there inside of the connector. So there is some merit to it at the end of the day. But now as they push back in, Jacob finding another one. That's MSL getting knocked out. Rubino trades out one more, but he too falls to Jacob. And with that, the 4-on-2. They have Cajun B in the site, but Magic Boy's completely disconnected. It looked like he was running away to save already, but last minute decision. They're going to try to go for this. And Cajun B almost catching a kill, but immediately shut down by Kerrigan. And Magic's Boy's indecision there is going to cost them heavily as Kerrigan whips himself out from cover to take down Magic's Boy as well.
Yeah, good response from FaZe. Once Dignitas, this was the question I had, once Dignitas started shutting down that aggressive fast play from the first 5 rounds, FaZe has done a really good job of adjusting, even regaining control of this match after losing 4 straight. So into the last round, it's going to be a great buy for the FaZe guys. It's all right for Dignitas. They've got the Mag 7 on MSL. They've got the Ump on Magisk, but Op and 2 M4s to bring forward into this round. And here's Alu aggressive again. I think this is how he got picked off by Config just a few rounds back, hiding behind this smoke. This time he's not pushing all the way through to try and get an angle. But still, mid control has been FaZe's for the most part any round they've wanted it.
Well, again, just hoping for someone to peek back out over there in that window position. Won't be obliged by it. Everybody from Dignitas safely tucked away once again into the bomb sites themselves, but he's still going to be able to find one against Cajun Views, peeking out a connector instead. Good adjustment from him. This Molotov I don't think is going to spread on a Config. Actually, no, it does at the last second. He's forced to jump out, but he's actually going to get a kill off of that one, spurred on by the enemy, but it works out. He's down to 26 HP now, so the real task is surviving, getting the hell out of here, and he almost does it. Kerrigan picks him off at the last second, and they'll still hold the man advantage with that one. 4-on-3. Rubino very, very careful of them to boost the player up, and Rain now slowly starting to sneak himself out. Magic's Boy's actually not even watching for T-Ramp pressure at all, but Rubino, all of a sudden in the jungle, he's going to be able to find one. Magic's Boy finally strikes, but he too is shut down. FaZe back in control, and the 3-on-1 leaves it to MSL.
With a shotgun. Got to change that out. Not the best weapon at the moment, but all the guns are so far away. Oh, he can do nothing. There's 2 low players. This would have been so great. And there he is. He swaps it out for the M4. Still a chance here. If he can find... That's AZ in the site. If AZ gets a little bit too aggressive and falls, his teammates are incredibly low, and he even has a kit. So a chance here for MSL as he works his way around the site, using his footsteps, trying to flush players out, and AZ just plays the sound perfectly. He gets that kill, and FaZe end with 9 rounds on their T side.
And that's going to be a big lead for them, of course. We'll find out in a few moments if they're able to hold control of it, guys. Second half is coming up in just a bit. Once again, it's FaZe Clan versus Team Dignitas here at the ESL Pro League Finals, live for Brazil. All right, and we bring it back to you guys now. FaZe Clan up ahead, of course, on their CT side, but still a little bit of work to do to maintain that lead and be able to take control of this map. As Dignitas were not completely silent, of course. Starting off a little bit slowly, but they did manage to bounce back there, and although they ended behind, now they jump onto their T side. And we already saw the more aggressive style from MatrixBoy working out well on the CT side, but oftentimes in the late round, where it didn't mean much to actually take control of things. Now we get to see that come into full fruition, of course, and hopefully be able to pick up some more rounds for the Danish roster.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, I know the score, if this is two more established teams, you say that, 9-6, 9 rounds on your T side, that's phenomenal, that's great, you have a huge advantage, but, I mean, being that Kerrigan has new leadership now, these guys have all played together for a while, so it's not as bad, but the CT side can be the more difficult for teams that bring in new players, because you have some of that role confusion, you have some of that, confusion in terms of where to rotate, how you communicate what you need, so this match is far from over, especially since we've seen Dignitas come back from worse T-sides just last night.
And now we see Dignitas grouping themselves up here. It's all together here as they're going to try to push themselves outside of the apartments. Jacob waiting for this one. And oh my goodness, Kerrigan and Jacob just completely clothesline both the Rubino and MatrixBoy. Now they're stuck. They've got to call it off all of a sudden. And you can see MSL wrapping way back over towards T-spawn. They're going to try to change this hit up a little bit. The other two, of course, because they were a bit detached, are going to try to go through underpass. But even that's a bit dangerous. FaZe Clan will get an easy read onto this and rotate over to A.
Yeah, I don't know if they can. Kerrigan has eyes from catwalk onto mid, and Cajun has the only utility on the Dignitas side, so he's far away. He can't really smoke anything off. He's in upper B tunnel still away from his teammates. So unless Config and MSL are just going to try and make some kind of a distraction all on their own with no utility, yeah, Cajun needs to fall back, which he's starting to do right now as Config works his way up. That's a huge battle if he could win it. MSL is also pressuring over at A, but there goes the mid pressure and there goes the A pressure. And Cajun is going to get a nice shot onto Alu, but 1-on-4, and he's already down to 45, although he does do great damage on the Rain after this. But where can he really go from here? He knows he's getting crunched from every different angle. All of FaZe Clan coming in to make this work. He's running out of bullets. He's got to reload. He's in a tough spot as he works his way up these stairs. And this has been a dominant pistol round from FaZe, stopping cold over at B. It's all just left to AZ to drop Cajun, and there it is.
A quick shutdown of that one at the beginning when they try to push themselves outside of the B halls there. Very quickly sends them reeling back, trying to go for a quick change over to the A side, but it's just not possible. It becomes very obvious, and obviously FaZe Clan react to that one accordingly. There's no makeup time at all for Dignitas there. So they're going to drop it, and FaZe Clan will be able to keep themselves into a strong lead situation. Without a plant, we see Dignitas investing into the second round, as you would normally expect. Deagle, armor buys for quite a few of their players, and MSL Config and MatrixBoy, PT50s N or Tech 9s behind their armor.
So mid-control now for Dignitas, but what's going to come from it? The Deagles are going to be important, obviously. One smoke on Config, one on Cajun, so they have some options tactically. Actually, FaZe can peer over that smoke if anyone's going to peek, and there it is. There's the timing from Kerrigan and Alu. They do great damage. Combined for 2 kills. Kerrigan, he's going to get pressured. There's Magisk with 1 more, but Kerrigan's got to hold on even more. He's got 3 kills. Can he get 4? No, Magisk brings him down, but it's so low for the 2 remaining Dignitas players. It looked like there was a chance there, but Kerrigan is a rock on that defense on catwalk. Huge plays from him, and FaZe now have a 5-round lead.
3 players go down, however, but with no plant from Dignitas, you cannot really call that a successful round. They're going to have to wait for the gun round to really be able to punish the 3 frags that they do find there. They also need to make sure that they are also able to take down quite a few of the players from FaZe on this one, where the investment becomes even less. Just a Deagle buy from MatrixBoy. That ends up being it. The rest of them are just going to roll with their default pistols, and very quickly, of course, everybody from Dignitas looks like they are just going to try to go for a direct push here into the A-bomb site after a few seconds pass by.
Yeah, now, I mean, FaZe Clan, you can see this A defense, they know there's not going to be as much pressure, there's not going to be any real investment, so playing retake, Rain very, very far back, although just as I say that, he starts pushing forward, so stay away. They've done great damage with the nades. Alu's on a big flank, so no need to actually hold this site. Rain and AZ can just fight from far back with the rifles and let the flank come to fruition. There's Rain out in the open, almost caught off, but that's the bomb down, so now it's got to be salvaged, and it might not even have time for Alu to get involved. Actually, just as I say that, he pounces from behind, and he gets all that bonus money for the Opera as well, so nicely done from FaZe managing these first 3 rounds of the second half. This is now both pistols and, 6 rounds won basically off the back of those pistols.
Diving into the last moment there, getting himself a little bit of cash to work with, but now we get into the meat and potatoes of this half. Dignitas going for the big investment, of course. 5 AKs for them to work with. And Alu's still sticking with that SMG, as it proved quite effective in the last round.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's going to be tougher this time because he's against AKs. He's not going to get any kind of free flank like that. They're spread out across the map, running a bit of a default. AZ's going to be in connector. Cajun's the first one to probe here, and he's watching for a peek. And that, I mean, look how fast they're working up catwalk. I don't know, that hasn't been spotted yet. Magus actually falls to AZ, and Cajun has been damaged a little bit. There's Kerrigan, and even Jacob chiming in. It's all FaZe in this round. The rifles are winning out, and Dignitas, they are stopped.
MSL, along with the rest of the remaining players, Dignitas don't even have any room to work with. Rubino gets dropped in mid. It's just MSL now. Rain gonna have no problem whatsoever handling that, and the only player that even takes damage in that encounter is Jacob, brought down to about 40. Everybody else is flawless. Perfect hold from FaZe Clan, and now they sit with a huge lead against Dignitas, and a pause is most certainly needed here.
Yes, I would definitely say so. I mean, they haven't even, that round, they didn't even get close to a bomb site. Trying to employ a very, similar style. Aggressive, fast pace, maybe to try and take advantage of any kind of communication error, but it wasn't to be there. FaZe handling this so well. That smoke and connector, I mean, obviously you can peer over the top of it, and AZ just picked the right moment to pounce. He's on 20 and 10. He's having a very good game. Kerrigan, like I said, specialist map for him. He's doing a little bit better than we normally see. He's at 17 and 10. Jacob at 12, Alu at 11, Rain at 9. Then on the other side, it's Magisk at 15, Rubino at 11. But this has been dominant for FaZe so far. And another round they get to have a pretty light opposition.
All right, well, the pause, of course, as you know now, we're very quick, so we get right back into the action here now with Dignitas. Just going for the pistol buys once again here now. Magisk will be the only player picking up armor, and he's going to downgrade to a P250. Everybody else picking up Deagles, Tech 9s, or an additional P250 in the case of Cajun. But they can't really do anything super advanced with this type of buy. They've sent a couple players back over here to the back halls. That, however, will change itself pretty quickly into mid-control, and Magisk boy, just no luck at all for him. Al is able to hear that stomping away as he doesn't waste any time trying to get himself back into mid, and the nice toss-away nade brings him down to 32 HP, right even finding MSL, so already they're down a player.
Jacob's the next one. Challenge config, probably a little bit closer than expected, but an easy battle to win as it is. Yeah, FaZe, I mean, they just seem to be having no trouble whatsoever. I mean, we saw in the NiP Energy match, those teams were kind of trading some half buys, some force buys, some eco losses. Here, FaZe has had no problems with them whatsoever, and now with this kind of a lead and that kind of a first half, they're playing very, very confident with how they're peaking. So now we're going to see the Op and Cajun B. We're also going to see, I assume we'd see it on Alu at this point. And yes, we will.
Not a lot of time left, however, for the players on Dignitas to really bounce back into this one. So it needs to be victories from this point forward if they want to have any chance of taking control of this map, and that's a huge streak to ask for of these guys. They may have just run out of fuel. They've got one last round to prove it, and if not, they go on to a really sketchy force buy for themselves with FaZe Clan having all the advantages in the world they could ask for. Early on in this round, actually very heavy on the A-bomb site. 4 players stacked here, leaving only Jacob to defend B should the Dignitas roster eventually move out to there. And also, mid-control, much like in the last half with Dignitas, is basically being handed over. They're not resisting it at all, so FaZe Clan want to move from top mid to go into an A split or even work their way onto Cat. They're not really going to have much trouble lining that up.
4 players at A, though, so, I mean, it's very light mid-control. It's mostly just AZ spotting it at the moment, and he could get picked off by Cajun. This would be huge if he could find that. Doesn't look like AZ's going to give him the peek, and Cajun's going to capitalize on it. So delayed peek, and, I mean, this is the problem. I mean, the same thing that Dignitas ran into on their own CT side. When you have that passive of a mid-defensive setup, gives a lot of room for the terrorists to gain angles and advantages. The bomb is dropped very far away. It's actually back towards the stairwell that goes into the B tunnel. So, I mean, despite this map control, Magisk is going to run all the way back. And this is giving a chance here for Kerrigan. He's pushed down lower ramp. He's going to be flanking. He's grabbing all the intel. This could actually be dangerous for Dignitas, because this is going to be the bomb dropped if Kerrigan wins this match. Oh, Magisk. The little drop, Kerrigan gets thrown off by it. That's huge.
Oh, Magisk, of course, responding with an instant headshot. Rubino starts hunting for things outside of Palace. Rain, however, is still going to try to get aggressive against Magisk. Point, he catches him with his, I believe it was a grenade, of course, as he was still switching over to it. So that is the drop of the bomb that we were looking for just a few moments ago. However, when tested again, Config immediately catches the trade. Down to just 2 now for the FaZe Clan roster. Alu hunting for it, an instant snap onto Rubino. Very well played from him. All of a sudden, things aren't looking so bright and dandy anymore for the Dignitas roster. They're still trying to push themselves into the site. Alu's got this Molotov to try to deny, only 10 seconds on the clock, and actually they're going to be able to stop the bomb planter. It's hot now, and Jacob moving in. He's going to try to stop it. They will be able to get the bomb onto the ground, but I doubt MSL is going to be able to do much about this. An incredible comeback from FaZe, and they remain in the lead here, 15-6 against Dignitas.
What a win from FaZe in this round as the clock is dwindling. The Molotov, and even, I mean, Dignitas had to try and get that bomb planted, but it leaves a 2-on-1, and that's where Jacob gets aggressive and finds a kill. Sick round from FaZe to recover there. It looked like they just had no chances. Once Magisk Point took out Kerrigan, you're thinking there's really not too much they can do to get back into it. That is sick stuff, and FaZe is winning all the battles, all the important situations in this map.
Now FaZe with that victory too. Dignitas, they get their one last buy into this one as they at the very least escaped with the plet. That is the one saving grace. They do carry over into this one now. So they'll still have full utility, full AKs, everything they could ask for, but this is it now. They're on the full losing bonus and they've been on this for quite some time. That was as well their first plet in the entire half as well. So off of that one, they have a lot of room to recover still if they want to have any chance of tying this up to take it to OT, but things are certainly not looking great. MaxBoy leads the charge to try and push himself inside.
I mean, yeah, if you've got to win 9 straight here, and if you've only gotten 1 plant in the past 6 rounds, you're just not having a lot of success to begin with. Even that last plant, you could say, was barely a plant in the sense that there was no chance of them winning the post plant afterwards. So Cajun's going to work his way into connector, and actually look at this. It's going to be an explosion. MSL, Cajun, Config all coming through the smoke, but it's going to be AZ who gets aggressive. That's the bomb down. He doesn't realize he's ran past 2 players, though. They've actually traded spots. MSL, he gets a kill onto Alu, which alerts everyone to it, and there's Rain, but AZ's still doing damage. Can he do more? No, he does do a little bit of damage, but the bomb, that's the big thing, because they have to go recover it, and Kerrigan's got eyes.
Kerrigan actually a bit cautious too. The player pushing him from top mid. MaxBoy just barely ends up winning that battle. Survives with 6 HP, and now it falls to Jacob in the 1v3. He will still be able to challenge directly to push going in, and that's almost the bomb carrier going down. Drops him to just 10 HP, but he survives. Now he tries to push back out, but it's the first player at high HP to take down, and Rubino, everyone, look at that. That's like a combined HP of about 40 between all 3 of those players. Dignitas somehow survive, and it keeps them in the game for a little bit longer.
That's unreal. Still plenty of money built up on the FaZe side of things. Op is back out on Alu. They still have all the rifles they'll need, all the utility they need. So long route to go. Dignitas now just need 8. They can't afford an AWP in Cajun's hands, but that round they catch FaZe a little bit off guard. A good explosion through that connector smoke, but look at the defense, the swap. Rain and Alu going to get aggressive on Catwalk. Jacob's going to be alone in the B bomb site for now.
Alu starts to push himself out. He wards here too a little bit to see if he can catch some of that top mid aggression that's been a constant theme from Dignitas, much like it was from FaZe Clan in the last half here.
It's the same off angle that Dignitas was holding. Rubino and Cajun both had that angle that Alu was looking at in the first half. The question is, how long is he going to stay here, and is he going to choose to get any more aggressive with this kind of peak? Because he's got AZ and Connector, and he's got Rain in the ladder room, so he's got some support. They've got a lot of bodies here to be able to actually defend against this.
Config starting to look first back over here. Bit of a nade. Bites him down to 64 HP, but shouldn't hurt them too much. Now they're actually trying to get this onto his site, but FaZe Clan are holding close quarters, specifically Alu. MSL is going to be able to take him down. Rain with a quick response. Now they know he's inside a ladder and they try to bait it out, but he actually manages to get himself a second kill before going down to Rubino. Now it goes to a 3v3. MaxBoy's been spotted. Jacob with a nice shot takes him out, and now just 2 still up and standing here.
Over rotation though, they've all gone on market, and Config's going to get a huge backstab. Kerrigan, he's going to fall, but it took too long. Config cannot recover in time. It's just down to Rubino. That kill wasn't clean enough from Config the first time around. Rubino's at least going to get the plant, but it's going to be a 2-on-1, and it's all on him to keep Dignitas in this.
Plants it on the right side at the very least, as both are proceeding back out over here towards Cat, so he will be able to directly challenge this if he wants to. Falls back for now, though, just in the event they did rotate through market, of course, but now they're storming in. They're not wasting any time at all. Rubino's got all this utility, but he hasn't used any of it yet, and he's already lost the site now, too. He's stuck back over here on Ticket. Still planted for him, of course, so the round's not lost yet, but he's got to start to work raw ready to get himself back into the control of this one. Hopefully with that utility, he can still do it, but as he starts to inch back up here, they start on the defuse. The first tap there, they commit to it on the second time. Rubino able to grab that kill, and AZ trades it out, and with that, that's going to close things down. FaZe Clan take control of this map. 16-7 is going to be the final scoreline here. They remain victorious and add another point to their group stage run.
Yeah, what a beautiful match from FaZe. Both halves, they grabbed control so quickly and so early. First 5 rounds in the first half, first 6 rounds in the second half. I mean, 11 rounds on the board before Dignitas was even able to respond to, across those streaks. So impressive from them. I thought the CT side would be a little bit more difficult, and it just wasn't. They were just dominant from start to finish. That T side was really well put together. Especially when you get those first 5 rounds as T-side, obviously you're expecting to get more throughout the half, but it gives you that cushion where even if you run into some pressure, even if you go on a 3-4 round losing streak, you still look at the scoreboard and see that you're up a round. You know, it's mentally not as effective when you go in a losing streak when you're already up. So that's really nice for FaZe Clan to be able to get those hot starts.
And with that, guys, FaZe Clan add another point to their run here, whereas Dignitas fall short their first one here now, as they will unfortunately be able to drop this match. But with FaZe Clan, it's claiming that one, of course, we have some analysts waiting to break down this match and discuss it a little more, so let's send it over to them to talk a bit more about FaZe versus Dignitas.
It happened. Dignitas show they can bleed and that they can concede a loss here in Brazil. It was FaZe to take it away from them, and in a pretty sterling fashion, a 16-7 result, seeing FaZe Clan roar at the top of their lungs as they take that one. A coherent unit from FaZe and Karrigan whipping them into shape.
Yeah, they definitely needed to get into that mood.
That.
You know, they needed to get the momentum going. And we were saying how the win conditions for FaZe probably is getting either both pistols or having a strong start, having control over the economy, and that's exactly what they managed to do. Win both pistols, 5-0 start in the first half, and you know, good play all around.
Yeah, that 5-0 start was pretty interesting to me. So they lost pistol, that's fair enough. You know, then the first gun round, Config got picked early and middle. And then the round fell apart there. I think you made a tweet about it where MSL got flanked and Rubino could have probably stopped him. Yeah. But that round, you know, and then you're down 5 rounds. At that point, I was like, okay, you know, this is okay. That they've only lost 1 gun round. We're going to see them step up. They did stop the bleeding there and they started to play better. But the thing that I noticed was they were pretty happy to give up middle and just leave Config to be the caretaker of mid. Normally you want to be, if a team wants mid a lot, like FaZe were, you want to go for some mid control and show them that it's not that easy. You have to use a lot more utility. Right. You have to brute force your way in there. You can't just take it at, you know, your own whim.
Or if you want to give out mid control, then take control somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
Have something, a setup in place. Either try to take control maybe of ramp to get info. What they did was give out mid control and play B passively with 2 rifles.
Yep.
And that's something that barely ever going to work. You can't have the bait set up like a guy on white van and another guy on B plat, so then you're baiting for your teammate or something of the sort. But I would have preferred, if they're going to play passively, get an op in bench and having watch short and another player on balcony. But yeah, I agree. I think they gave too much control to FaZe.
Too much control given. Now, in terms of the other win conditions you outlined, was there a particular player that caught your eye? Was that a genuine team effort? Normally, with most of FaZe's performances in the past, it was X played well, Y played well, and it doesn't seem like we're falling almost into a bit more of a cohesive unit already.
I think it was a team effort. Maybe AZ was a little bit, you know, above the rest. And we forgot to mention that, actually. AZ did play with Dignitas at the WSG tournament, which obviously can be only players from one country. So AZ was there instead of Rubino. So, you know, maybe has a bit more insight on how they like to play, how they like to hold as well. In the second half, again, FaZe wins pistol, and you can see Dignitas wants to go for a fast connector push in the first gun round. And basically, that's a play where you're committed fully. All the Molotovs are being thrown around, smokes. And that one smoke in connector from FaZe basically stops that push all around, stops them in their tracks. You know, not something that maybe they would have liked to have happened, but yeah, after that point, it was just a matter of time before FaZe closes it out.
For me, I think Karrigan's in-game leadership was probably the standout. Like, I know that sounds silly to say, but I've played the FaZe unit over different iterations of the lineup in the past, and I've watched them play, and the way that they conduct themselves on the T side when they're losing is they just throw executes at it and hope something sticks, right?
Right.
This time they were making a lot better decisions. They were probably being told what to do and what sides to hit, and the mix-ups of paces and the way that they're attacking sites. And it wasn't just the same. They weren't just executing onto A. Yeah. They were executing mid. They were executing B apps. They were doing a lot of different stuff. And when you do that, it's hard for a team to read. And this is something which a lot of people don't realize. If you're a new unit and you just have a new style, your in-game leaders has a whole new system for your team, it's hard for the opposition to counter it because it's so new. There's literally no record of it. And this is a thing, I want teams to try and be as dynamic as possible going forward, right? As soon as people figure out FaZe, that's the problem. You need to stay ahead of that.
Is there a difference between dynamic and unpredictable, or are you using them in the same context in this discussion?
Well, one comes from the other, but being dynamic, you're being unpredictable as the opponents can't really get a read on what you want to do. The thing that stood out for me was, I know that Karrigan had problems in Astralis, you know, getting players to maybe go through smokes or believe in his call no matter what's in front of them. But here with that B split that we saw from FaZe, you could see, I know Jaken was one player, I don't know who the other was in B apps. They're running through a smoke with 30 seconds left, but they know that because there's a smoke there, there's probably a player just beside. So as they're running through the smoke, they start spamming towards the right side, and that's exactly where MSL was. And you know, if you hesitate there, that's execute can fall apart completely. If that player can shoot your teammates towards short, then turn his attention towards you, that buys enough time for the rotate to come in. You really need to commit, and that's what FaZe did, and props to them.
It really is a relationship meant to be. If you think about the ingredients involved, FaZe so hungry for a leader, Karrigan so desperate for a team to buy into his system, to trust his calls, and to embrace the calls he's making both mid-round and prior to the game. And it does seem like FaZe have found that as I try and get my words out. Something else I recommend you get out is your smartphone, because the Score Esports application is a great way for you to stay up to date with the games that are going down. There's so many maps going on. The fact that over the course of these 2 days we'll have played 15 best of ones, probably good to get your head around it using that application, so do be sure to check it out and also understand exactly who is going out. Admittedly, it looks like the Score Esports has posted that NRG will not be able to complete, but there is a very marginal chance that they could make it through. You were telling me there's a possibility for like a 17,000 way draw.
Yeah, I think we were fact-checking Liquipedia, or Graham was, and you can have if Cloud9 go undefeated and top the group, I think it's 5-0, then there is a chance for a 5-way tie between the other teams, where they all go 2-3, I think it is.
They do have to get 2 wins for that to happen, though.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so I'm with Liquipedia on this
Pretty
one.
close.
Anything's possible. Just Counter-Strike.
Anything is possible. Okay. A bit of KG.
Yeah, I mean, basically, never ever look at Yanko's music taste. I recommend you never do that, because he is a DJ Yanko, great at parties, not
MC
so great.
Yanko.
Oh, MC, excuse me. Right, let's go ahead and take a break before we dive any further into the cesspool that is this desk. Instead, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be back with your final game. It's going to be Cloud9 SK, a North America versus South America affair. We hope to see you there.
But that will be Panda picking up the pistol round. Let's talk a moment there. That was their first LAN fist bump.
The more I play CSGO, the more it's more about the little things that you get to touch on, you get to talk with your teammates.
I think it would be pretty spectacular, honestly. If we were able to make that pro spot, I think it's a great achievement.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
the smoke to this orb is still. Oh,
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
One more game live from Brazil, and it very well could be a thrill. SK up for a spill. It's time to introduce, of course, their opponents as well. It's going to be none other than Cloud9, who are indeed on Cloud9, 3-0. I'm so sorry. I'm
running on fumes here, boys. Running on fumes.
Yeah, I'm ready for some food and some.
It's going good up to that last one.
Soft carbonated beverages.
Soft carbonated beverages.
That's what I want. SK though going up against Cloud9, and despite the defending world champions being here and actually picking up a convincing result versus FaZe, they still need this win versus Cloud9. Of course, joining me on the desk for the first time is none other than Blue. Why on earth do you not just only wear blue shirts? That should be your thing.
Actually, I don't like the way I look in blue shirts, to be honest.
You don't like the way you look? Oh, that got deep fast.
There's like one blue shirt that I like to wear.
Just wear it all the time.
Just wear it all the time.
Buy a couple of them. I mean, not literally one shirt all the time.
Okay.
I mean, that would be
I'm wearing essentially the same shirt as yesterday. It looks very different.
Gotta keep it varied.
Yeah.
Styles, very important thing in Counter-Strike.
It's different, actually. Believe it or not, this is an extra an inch shorter. All right, we're having fun talking of an inch shorter. Blue, let's start talking about SK first of all. These are the guys who have admittedly additional pressure by being at home. Do you believe that these are the guys that can bounce back from their slump? We haven't heard your take on all of this.
So here's the thing: is for me, it's I've noticed now it's been like a pattern of struggle over these past couple of months now. I mean, the second major win and whatnot, they go on that big break after that. They have their brief stint with, I believe, it was Showtime and whatnot there, but I don't really ever think they've gotten back to like their really great form or like, oh, they're easily the best team in the world. I wouldn't even say that anymore. I think it's this constant period of reformation and recovery for them. They did a really nice interview actually where during like the main portion of the Pro League where we called them on Skype, and they were saying like that we were focusing way too much on our team play and not as much on our individualistics, and I feel like that's been the constant, the sort of theme for them is trying to get that back to where all of their players are like these all-stars, because we just haven't seen that as of late.
Yanko, isn't there an argument that when they were at their best, they weren't focusing on their individuality? I think that was like a happy byproduct of
I think they were playing well individually, but they were the strongest team.
Yeah, right, exactly. The strongest team, who we admittedly have talked about to no end. Cloud9, however, are rocking their group, looking spectacular, and I think we should address them next.
Rocking the memes, of course, in the back.
Are they memeing? Are you guys memeing hard? Jordan, do you want to come do my job again? Are you all right? You should probably get ready. No, shall I go play?
Please,
actually, no. Maybe later.
Please,
later.
no.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Thank you, though.
You want me to take over and have a chat with Jordan?
Yeah, maybe no. Maybe you should go play. Either way, we are having a whale of a time. What does it even mean, whale of a time?
I know, but you said it 10 times today.
No, I think about 4. There's a whale of a time tally somewhere, I'm sure, on the internet. Either way, okay, so this is the state of affairs now for Cloud9, is that they have yet to drop a single game here. It's kind of running with the success that they had online in an offline environment, and I would like to outline where this success has come from, because you know what? The only notable change is Mr. Automatic.
That's true, but it seems that the atmosphere in the team is just so much better after that. We weren't thinking that that's going to be that big of a change. Yes, Automatic is a better individual player than Slammy, but we were thinking they could maybe lack leadership, but it seems that Stu is perfectly comfortable in being in that playmaker role, in-game leader as well at the same time, and they've just taken North America by storm, had some decent results offline as well, in Europe at a couple of tournaments, but now it's up to them to take it to the next level. Yeah. I think making the playoffs here would be a good step forward.
I mean, FaZe, NRG teams have fallen to them. However, we did also see SK walk over FaZe as well. I'm not sure what the map veto is going to be looking for this one, Blue. I'd like to know what your thoughts are. You've seen both of these guys in the online stages. If I was to start talking map vetoes, is there anything that springs to mind, bearing in mind we did see SK's overpass even fresh today?
I would honestly lean on this one, the possibility to go towards Mirage is a heavy one, because Cloud9's had this all of a sudden huge turnaround over the past like 5 or 6 months where they've become really good on that map. And it looks like it's still going to remain in the pool for now. SK, of course, is still a strong map for them, so in my eyes, it's a really strong chance that it could end up going towards that map, since it plays to the strengths of both teams, and they'd like to play their vetoes that way.
Big question mark here for Cloud9 is, do they allow Train to go through against SK? Because Cloud9 Train is probably their best map when it comes to playing, European teams as well, tier 1 opposition. So they've seen how SK can be dominant and scary on Train. Yeah. I'm not really sure they're going to let it through. I think for SK it's pretty clear cut at this point. I think they're going to get rid of Cobble and Dust too. Or they're going to get rid of Mirage.
They take it to D2.
The thing here is, I was wondering why SK doesn't play more of Dust 2, because they seem like a perfect team to play the map. Great double op setup with Fallen and Cold, aggressive players, and still have some strategies they can fall back on. We saw them play it in Moscow against G2, and they did lose that game 16-10. But there were a couple of crucial rounds where they made individual mistakes, overpeaking overextending in some clutch situations. So I like this pick. Cloud9 on Dust 2 wasn't really impressed by what I saw from them yesterday against FaZe. Towards the end of the game, it was Kadoodle with those early picks through double doors that really made it much easier for them to close that game out.
If I'm not mistaken, you were casting that game, weren't you, Blue? C9 versus FaZe? It was Henry and Sado. Okay.
We were just talking about it, that Henry and Sado got the 30-round games yesterday.
And we were. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I did say
Goldfish.
No, Goldfish in my brain, and also there's a whole lot of CS in approximately 3 months. Maps blur into one, teams blur into one, players as well.
Interesting note, however, is this actually different time, of course, when they had Showtime on their roster. This is actually the map where SK got 16-0'd by Renegades throughout the course of the season, if I remember properly.
That's never a good thing.
No, not a good thing. And I think there were a few times as well where whenever they did bring Dust out, it was a rare occasion over the course of the season, but they would normally not really look that great on this map. There was a lot of issues with it, and they didn't really tend to like to bring it out. So this could prove to be a really bad thing for SK and a really good thing for Cloud9, since this is sort of a middle-of-the-range map for them.
Now, where do SK currently stand? They're sitting at 1 win, 1 loss, if I've actually been taking notes correctly, which is a rarity, I admit. But 1-1 going up against a 3-0 Cloud9. If SK were to concede this one, suddenly things get rather scary, actually, for SK coming into tomorrow. This is basically a kind of you win now or you're battling for the third.
This is kind of a head-to-head matchup for a playoff spot in a sense, right? The SK with a win here, they put themselves much closer to making the playoffs. Cloud9, in a sense, they are feeling all right. For now, they did beat only FaZe and NRG, the weaker teams in the group. They're still to play NiP and Dignitas, so they have a harder road ahead of them. But with a win against SK, they pretty much secure, I think, at least a quarter-final spot. So a lot to play for here for both teams.
Do excuse me, I've put a 3 by C9's name. I think I was
it's 2.
Yeah, preemptively giving Cloud9 a win versus SK.
That's bold.
Wow.
That's bold. I like
Talking of bold, there's no Jason here. So what are you going to be doing with your predictions around this one, Yanko? You can't go against Blue if I ask you first.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, as always, yes, SK is a slump, but you can't ever count this team out, especially on a map like Dust 2. Cloud9, I feel that they're going to have a lot of problems on that CT side, because Kadoodle, yes, he was the deciding factor for me towards the end of the game on the T side, but really hasn't hit his stride on that CT side from that slope area / ramp area towards the car, however you want to call that position. We saw SK in their arsenal. They have executes to combat exactly that. So I'm interested to see if Cloud9 try to switch their approach on the CT side, maybe be a bit more aggressive, maybe have Stewie go for openings with the op if they can get their economy going. I think that's going to be a huge part in this game.
So it's all about the economy. It's all about the confidence as well. Blue, you're seeing these two names in front of you. You're seeing the stacked rosters on either. You're going north or south with your prediction?
So for me, with Cloud9, it all comes down to if the duo of Stewie and Automatic ends up showing up to the table, of course. And up to this point, it seems like it's been very present there at this point. And meanwhile, on SK side, a lot of it has come down to Coldzera, of course, who has been somewhat hit or miss over the past couple weeks or so, especially when it came to the online division of the Pro League. But I think for this one, with the way the map ended up going, I would have to say, for me, it would lean a little bit more towards Cloud9.
Dust 2 is a map where Shroud, who has been criticized recently, does have more good performances perhaps than some of the other maps, and that's definitely what Cloud9 needs. I think what we saw from SK on Overpass and Train on the CT side, I think that can actually apply to any map when it comes to them. If they win Pistol, win first gun round, get that double op, I mean, they have so much confidence at that point that they basically, just instill fear into their opponents. It's really hard to play against them at that point. They can get aggressive on Cat with the ops, push towards top mid, get into lower B, a lot of these things. So obviously meaning that a strong start, a good start for Cloud9 on the T side, I think it's imperative for them in this best of one.
Imperative. I like that word. Awesome stuff. All right, well, with that sweet, sweet English word used, I'm losing the plot here. Good grief. I just need my bed. Either way, let's get into it. It's going to be Cloud9 versus SK. I do need one of them as well. Will Cloud9 be able to find a third that I apparently already gave them, or will SK be able to make themselves much closer to that playoff spot, which we have no doubt they're hungry for? Their family, their friends, their girlfriends are here in the studio, and the pressure is mounting for SK as we dive into Dust 2.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. Here with Sponge. What's going
We're
on?
looking pretty in pink, aren't we?
I know, we do look good.
We didn't coordinate
I
our
think
roadshow
it's
very
salmon.
well.
Yeah.
Salmon? Yeah. Mine's
go with
more
salmon.
salmon than yours, though.
It is. It's yeah. I think mine is a little bit more pinker than yours.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is a good start, obviously, to this broadcast. We're gonna be bringing you SK versus Cloud9, obviously.
You don't want to talk about wardrobes for longer?
No, we can.
Okay. Well, maybe off air.
Yeah, maybe off air. We'll have to coordinate for the rest of the weekend because we have what, 3 more days?
I was thinking potentially
Stripes?
blue tomorrow.
Okay.
I just go colors. I don't go.
You don't have the patterns yet?
No. And speaking of colors, SK in their national colors.
Yeah, those yellow and green jerseys are nice.
Apparently, though, they look like the local postman. I was talking to some of the locals, and they were like, "Yeah, that's like the same color as like the postman." So
They just walk around getting confused for.
Yeah, well, they got the mail
delivery,
and they have the mail for Cloud9.
Yeah, this is going to be going live on Dust 2, and yeah, I mean, this is the team that obviously SK has been. I don't even know. Can you qualify it as a slump? Would you? I mean, they've been looking obviously not as dominant.
We can't say they're the best team in the world anymore right now,
Right.
but they're not a team you can rule out. You still consider them top 3 teams in the world, definitely. They're just going through a bit of a teething issue right now. They had Fur, he had to go get some surgery. They had that whole issue with Showtime in there. Cold Zero lost the plot a little bit on Twitter. But we're going to go into the game right now, as looks like most of the members from Cloud9 are heading towards that B bomb site.
Yeah, and some pressure early from Fur and Shroud taking long-range battles. Even Stewie going and just probing over towards long, seeing what he can find. So a little bit of information gained. And it looks like with this kind of a setup, I mean, there's a lot of utility. Squiggle nothing, full utility, but, I mean, Stewie just gets ended. That's a big piece of the puzzle for Cloud9 just taken out.
Yeah, you can have a lot of aggressive aim drills here on the pistol round, and Fur was happy to take that. And putting Stewie to bed, Cold Zero back a plat. The execute comes in, and Cloud9 are coming into 3 CTs here.
Yeah, this is a heavy defense. They have a great read, and there's Fur with 2 big kills. Even Taco from window. I mean, that early rotate, there's just so many targets for Cloud9, and they can't even really make progress. Shroud is doing his best. 2 kills. They've got Taco in the back of the site, but it's FNX on the flank that might really end this. Even though they fought so hard to get into the site, it's now down to a 1-on-2 Shroud. He's got Fallen at 1 HP, and FNX pushes forward. If he were to fall there, that would have been very dangerous, but SK is going to take the pistol round either way.
That got really dicey towards the end. Looked like SK were in full control. Fur getting nice 2 kills at that B bomb site, but easy done in the end.
Yeah, that is, I mean, it all comes down to that 1 kill in mid. If Stewie was able to survive and at least distract or have some kind of a presence in mid, that cheat over, that third player cheating to the B bomb site, wouldn't have been able to come to fruition. But either way, now they've just got to build on it. We've seen a lot of second rounds lost today, and Cloud9 is going to be bringing 3 Deagles to the party. All 5 members of Cloud9 boxed up out towards long, and I mean, there's no smoke, so these Deagles have to do work.
Yeah, they haven't gone the force buy option. They're just grabbing pistols, no head armor. A couple of flashes on Jordan, which they can use later in the round once they get a bit of territory, but they're hoping for Stewie, Automatic, and Shroud to be able to find the heads of SK players. They have managed to get cat control right now, and they have to deal with Fallen on that A ramp. 5 umps, though, for SK.
Yeah, I believe there was a team that did this yesterday as well. I almost wanted to say it was Immortals, but I could be mistaken on that one. It's interesting with these Deagles. Sometimes the use of them is almost like a scout, where you can get 1 tag and clean them up with a secondary Deagle. But Cloud9's going the other way. They sent all 3 Deagles to different locations to just try and get those long-range picks. Hasn't worked out, and Fur's going to be close up. This is where he can make some money, but he's given away his position. He's got to adjust accordingly. He can only get 1.
He's done well to get 1, and the mid control will be given to Cloud9, but with no armor, not a lot of utility to smoke off or take areas, it's going to be hard for them to really cover any ground here. They are going for the mid to B.
It's certainly risky, and they have to get into this site quickly because Fallen's already on the rotate, and that's the bomb. That pretty much seals the round no matter what happens. Shroud can do some economic damage. It's not going to be too bad with so many umps bought, but anything you get. Oh, there's another one. 3 kills for Shroud. He's come to play early on. Oh, and there was a chance for a 4th. And even the last one, he had a good couple of shots on, but can't complete the kills. So SK with 2. But they lose 3 players, and they do, again, put themselves in a sticky situation.
They got a lot done with not a lot, really. Good job by Shroud grabbing those kills. Good if he has a nice start, you know. Shroud, he's one of those players who we've been saying has been quiet in the more recent times, but this is a map where his pug prowess can come to play.
Right, all that streaming put into good work.
Yeah, when you pug a lot, this is a map that you're finding yourself on. His Fur's going to go straight up middle here, straight up the guts, really aggressive with the MP9, almost Fur patented as you grab one and go down again. And 4v4 situation, just a few upgraded pistols, no armor again on the Cloud9 guys.
Well, Shroud's got 5 kills so far in this game, and just because of that, he invests in a Deagle again. So, I mean, that's a smart decision. That might have been dropped over to him actually by Stewie, who's pretty low, but if Shroud's able to get a couple more kills, just more economic damage, but Cold in this position is going to be so effective. When does he choose to pounce? He's given up his position as well, so great traits for Cloud9. These are kills, if you're SK, you really don't want to be giving up just for 1-to-1.
Yeah, they're really taking it to Cloud9. They want to fight. Looks like they really want to duel. They're not happy to sit there and wait. They want to take the fight to them, and so far not working out in their favor in these anti-eco rounds.
SK was one of the original teams when the SMG, the losing bonus really came into effect with the MAC-10s, where on the CT side especially, they were willing to just go chase down kills. They were willing to throw kind of caution to the wind and try and rack up that bonus money. This is actually more dangerous of a fight than it looks from FNX just because of the Deagles, especially now that Fallen is gone. Although he does have every single member very low, should be able to clean it up. There's no more Deagles in play, so he doesn't really have to worry about just a one-bullet headshot. And he's playing this so wise, although they do have to concede the bomb plant. That's a little bit unfortunate if you're an SK fan. But FNX, he's going to fall now. So Skadoodle in a one-on-one. He's going to salvage an M4. He's brought down so low, but he can do this. Just a headshot. And Taco now, I mean, this close up, though, it's going to be tough for Skadoodle. Trying to use the sound, trying to see if he can see the head of Taco over the wall. Is Taco going to stand up? There it is. He's getting the dinks through the wall, but Taco's going to win. It stands up. If there was just an extra dink in there for Skadoodle, that would have been huge.
Skadoodle's going to be disappointed he didn't take that one. He had all the things going right for him there, but still, another great eco round from Cloud9. Lots of money in the bank, and they're going to be able to get that AWP up, which we saw pretty effective versus FaZe, where Skadoodle's getting a lot of tags, a lot of kills on the mid-cross. So see if he can pull some more of that out. Double AWPs, though, from SK, so they're not messing around either. They're getting straight on it.
Well, especially on the back of losing 3 members in the second round,
yeah.
4 members in the third round. So, I mean, look, if you look at the economy, it's just so low. Fur's at 0, Fallen's at 0, Cold's at 50. So they're all in on this round to get the winning streak started right off the bat. Stewie's quick up catwalk, automatic and Shroud, basically just rushing mid. Stewie's just going to jump down. They meet it in midair, and Fallen can't find it. He gets entirely confused. This is one of the most aggressive starts to the round we've seen from so many different locations. And there's Taco. He knows it's a B rush, but he can do nothing. And SK gets crushed by the fast pace of Cloud9.
That's the thing. That look like the protocols right there of SK. They weren't using Molotovs to block off areas. The Cloud9 guys were able to get up cat. They're able to get out mid. And when you're doing a normal A setup, even if you're boosting a player short or the person's running around to short, you're playing 1 to 2 players towards long. And you're not ready for that fast cat or that fast straight out mid to B like we just saw from Cloud9. And while you're rotating back in, you know, those 5 to 10 seconds when you're coming back from your position, that's when you're expecting the Ts to start making a move. But Cloud9 straight off the bat, straight out mid. Great early kills, and now they're on the chase, and Fur will go down. Really good round by Cloud9.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely you've never prepared for a rush on catwalk and out mid. I mean, that's just 2 different locations, and also, I mean, that catwalk player distracting Fallen. So I don't think there was a mid to B smoke. So even if he loses that fight, it's exposed, and Fallen's going to fall anyway to the guys in mid. But either way, I mean, this is now the damage. It's dealt, so the economy's broken from SK, but they just decide to invest in it anyways.
Yeah, interesting move. I guess they don't know that they're probably going to have to double eco anyway, so they're going all in on this one. And what we've seen with Fallen on Scouts in the past is FNX opening it up early with the long-range CZ there onto Skadoodle.
And Skadoodle had an AWP, and now Fallen with the Scout is chiming in, and I think they almost have to give up the AWP out towards long because it's a 3-on-4. They need to make sure that they can, keep map control. This is a tough situation, so the AWP doesn't even get fired once. Skadoodle being the first one. Normally you see that. I mean, how, do you like that just jumping out like that? Or, I mean, normally you just see that take the pick and just fall back if they miss. And Fallen again is just doing more damage. And he's going to have another opportunity. He's tagged nothing, although that's a good response.
Yeah, with the AWP, you just expect to take the pick and fall back. You could be copping a lot of nades doing that long pick, or you could get overwhelmed. And Skadoodle, he was brave. This is what we want to see from him, but punished quite early.
Now a tough spot. Flank is coming in as well. Cold is just waiting and biding his time. The bomb is planted. Nothing in Shroud, locked inside of this B bomb site. FNX is going to meet up with Cold, so the teamwork is going to come from B tunnels, and the footsteps are going to let Nothing in Shroud know. It's a decent setup from them. Nothing's in a little bit of a tough spot. Overexposed. Shroud is not aware of the B. Oh, they just want to double peek it. That's smart, but Shroud loses his battle. It's all on Nothing, who's got to just pick one, and Cold with 2 kills. SK Gaming respond, and I hope you can hear him, because I can hear him in the headset.
This is the thing, right? They're not doing their pre-game huddle, right? They stop. That hasn't happened today. It didn't happen in their other game. It hasn't happened in this one. They're just really loud after every round, and it seems like it's more business, you know? Like they're not sitting there, they're not doing the whole hype stuff. They know what the job is, but while the game's live, this is when they're fired up. They're carrying it through in-game as opposed to before.
Well, I mean, now it's tough for Cloud. I mean, that's a very fast-paced round. I guess Cloud9's thinking they're going to be going against unarmored opponents, maybe not that much to really have to fight. And SK seemingly catches him off guard, but still plenty of money in the bank for C9 to get another buy here. If slowed down at least, there's no one rushing anything this round. So Cloud9's going to have to be a little bit more measured. Skadoodle with that off, he's going to have time to find a pick. He's just waiting in mid to see if anyone's going to peek him, and it's not going to happen. He's going to have the bomb as well, so perhaps meeting up with nothing in a little bit to execute a mid-B split.
No AWPs on the CT side either, so they don't have that long-range presence in mid. They can't be peeking towards Cat. Fallen can't play on the A-ramp or mid-long position with the AWP to stop that A execute. And it looks like just a standard default from Cloud9. They already have mid control. They don't have all Cat control yet, but it looks like they want to probe towards it.
Fur's going to be the only one there, and Fallen's actually left him even without the AWP. He's going to be leaning more towards mid. He's kind of the decision maker in this scenario. He has to choose whether he wants to go A or mid, and there's the Shadow showing up for FNX. He gets one, he gets two, big hold, and it's the AWP coming in next, and Skadoodle cannot trade that off. FNX has barely taken any damage, so huge advantage for SK due to his efforts. Stewie's trying to find a pick in mid, but no one is exposing himself, and that's tough. Down to 6 HP, don't even get to fire a bullet, no real chance, so Cloud9 at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, they're between a rock and a hard place right now, and Fur's doing what Fur does best, pushing out for information, being aggro, of course, but Skadoodle will punish him. And now it's a 4v3 situation. Stewie, 6 HP, not a lot he can do, but the A execute is coming in.
Yeah, the big advantage is that AWP the Fallen, that's just clean. And he's going to go for more. But Skadoodle, it's his job to do, and I don't think he realizes that FNX has gotten towards rail. So trying to jump down to catch off a rotator. It's a clever move, and he's got the time for it, but now that he sees no kill, 15 seconds left on the clock, and Taco and Cole are waiting for that. FNX cleans it out. Huge round from FNX, but precision shots from Fallen.
Yeah, really important round by FNX, getting those 2 kills at long that basically put the round in SK's favor straight away. And then at the end there, you might not have noticed it, but he would have heard Skadoodle drop down to spawn. He communicated that to his teammates who were running towards Cat so they could flank, but once FNX called it, they came back to CT ready to frag and crossfire, and nice and easy.
So Cloud9's going to have to get to the drawing board again, because they're going to be back on pistol, so coming into that next gun round, they're going to have to figure it out. SK with a big lead here so far. Grouped up out towards long. Nothing's got the utility. One flashbang, but look at Fur. He's on a hunt, and I just mentioned SK is the team where, you know, as CT with an SMG, why not go hunting for that bonus money? And there's Fur. Doesn't have to stop moving whatsoever. Time to reload. And now they've got Cloud9 boxed in, and this is all but over. Yeah,
from talking to Fallen and the SK guys at E-League, they were saying that basically on these anti-ecos, they're more than happy to send Fur out with the SMG. They trust that he's going to get 1 kill, and he's going to give the team a lot of information. And they like to do that on basically all of the maps, you know. He has free reign to go over that MP9 or whatever he's rocking and go out, find the information. They trust him to do it, and then the rest of them just play solid Counter-Strike around that.
And I mean, it's paying off here. Fur, I mean, he's built up some money. He's got full utility. He's got the M4, and he can also, I mean, as you build up that bonus money as well, you get more to be able to drop things to your teammates if it's ever needed. So, just more economy in the bank for SK. And now Skadoodle with the op again. What can he find for them? It's Automatic leading the way. He's still, I mean, it was Blue on the desk who said that it was going to be big on Stewie and Automatic to have good games. Well, I think Automatic, he's at 0-6 right now. So he's got nothing going in his favor in this match so far, but cat control for Cloud9 again, no one really contesting it.
I think a thing with the Stewie and Automatic combo is if you don't let them get into plays that they're comfortable with and you keep taking the fight to them, they don't get a chance to get in their groove, right? They're so good at being instinctual and making plays around smokes and pushing through that if you don't let them do that and you're fighting them, you know, when they feel they're still on the back foot, they're going to struggle. And like you see Stewie, the plays that he makes is where he pushes through the smokes and he has those flashes going off and he takes advantage of that ground while people are confused or they're still communicating about what's happening. And SK being so aggressive, they're not allowing that to happen so far.
Well, and also looking at Stewie as a new in-game leader, he gets to base whatever play he wants to make. He gets to base his team around that. Well, now that they've been shut down, right? I bet you would have loved that back in the day.
So badly.
Well, Cold is going to have, I mean, he spots this through that little crack in the board, so he knows it's coming. What's the response? There's a kill from Fallen. He's even tagged up Stewie, I think, as a collateral. Good find from him. This B hit's got to be successful, but Taco's gone outside, so they're going to be able to play a retake with a man advantage, and there's no pressure from middle. So Automatic will plant, and it's going to be all about the retake. 2 flashes for SK.
Really important by Taco. People need to realize if a mid to B split comes in, the B holders have to make a decision. You either fight tunnels as a unit, or you get out of the site and you fight the mid to B split. You can't just be stuck fighting between one or the other. And the retake is getting set up now, and because of that decision of Taco, they still have that number advantage, 4v5. 4v3, sorry, not 5.
No, that's all right. 2 flashes as well that they've saved, and Fallen misses the upshot. Automatic flirting with danger here. How are they going to retake this one? Skadoodle watching for a window. There's Automatic behind the box. He pounces, got to do more. Good shot from Skadoodle, but there's the flank coming in, and SK, it's clinical. Precision as they come in. And it's going to be a 7th for them, and Cloud9, they're stumped. This might be where you take a timeout. I mean, this is what I'm going to say. Yeah, Stewie gets to pretty much dictate what his team does around him based off what play he wants to make. But when it comes to having to be a little bit more tactical and having to kind of figure out when that style's not working, you know, that him as a leader, he hasn't progressed to that level quite yet.
Yeah, this is where a coach would come in really handy for Cloud9. You know, someone like Peacemaker is on the market.
I was going to say, there is a Brazilian coach just walking around here.
Just grab him. Give him a couple of $100. I'm sure he'll do some favors. But it's really helpful, you know, when you are stumped. And if you are a new in-game leader, you go through plans A, B, and C, and you don't really have that depth. And you want to discuss it as a team and go through other plans. But it's sometimes better to have that outside perspective, somebody who's taking in all 5 monitors and the game at a time. As if Fast B execute comes in from Cloud9.
Yeah, and this is the danger. The double up setup has always been so strong for SK, and you can see why. Cold is no slouch with it. He does fall eventually to Skadoodle, but there's Taco just being a beast in the back of the bomb site. 3 swift headshots. And SK, you said they were going to carry the energy through this match, and it's just getting louder and louder.
This is the SK of old, you know. This is the stuff, just the passion, and they're at home soil advantage here, and they're loving it. If these guys don't make it to the stage, I think they will probably cry.
Yeah, that would be heartbreaking. I think the crowd might actually cry. I think there would be collective
Weeping
crying. Yeah,
all across Brazil.
For weeping for the postman.
I just want to note the way that they play the double AWP setup on this CT side. They don't have the 2 AWPs right now because Cold Zero lost it in the last round as this eco comes out on long. Is you normally see an AWP relatively aggressive in mid. I'm not saying completely challenging, you know, not fighting for that mid pick all the time, but at least going for information or trying to find an Xbox pick or a catwalk pick. The way Cold plays it is pretty well locked in the B site. You know, he made those 2 kills just then from B. And he was near window, and Fallen's playing more towards cat and A ramp. They're not playing it for information, they're playing it just for the powerfulness of those AWPs.
Yeah, well, that was one thing that you know, could have brought up earlier. If we think back to that 4th round, if we take you guys back in time, double op set up right at the start, and that was the round that Stewie rushed up cat, Automatic, and 1 other rushed out mid. Well, I mean, if they had someone playing for the information with that AWP peeking through those mid double doors, they could have spotted that mid rush, that cat rush coming, and that could have been what allowed them to get the information to adjust the defense. Either way, it's obviously not mattering too much because SK is just on a huge tear.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Oh, nice shot by Jordan there. Be interesting to see if Cloud9 go back to that fast play, if they get the spawns for it, because you have to kind of expect it if you're SK. It's the only thing that's worked for them so far. But how do you deal with it, right? If they're still not going to have anybody spotting middle, what's the workaround? How are they going to know it's coming? And I'm going to see a buy round right now from Cloud9. They have enough to get the AWP on Skadoodle again.
Yeah, and he's actually got 8 kills. He's the top of the scoreboard for Cloud9, which isn't saying too much, I guess. But, I mean, the real thing is you have Automatic, you have Stewie. Those 2 players are at the bottom. 4 kills and 1 kill. Just not a lot of impact coming out, really, from anyone from Cloud9.
Looks like Cold Zero is trying to get up on the tall box and CD spawn. This setup where they have the 1 player towards the B site, and it's basically 4 leaning on A. This is something that TSM or the Astralis team with Carrigan first started doing, and this is when you expect a team to just go into a default and then into an A execute, because what Cold Zero can do is quickly rotate off and get to that A ramp, help the A player who is fallen at the moment, and stop that execute. Or he can just look over the box, which I don't think he was able to get up there.
No, he's not.
He wasn't able to get up there, but when he is on that box, he can just look over the top and see anybody splitting mid to B and maybe grab 1 or 2 cheeky kills over the top of the smoke. But it does look like, once again, another B hit will be coming out from Cloud9 as all 4 members are towards Upper Dark and Automatic lurk around middle.
And this isn't a split. This is just going to be a timing hit. Automatic is going to be on catwalk. He'll be able to cut off rotations. He'll be able to flank. Taco's got a big job to do because they're not telegraphing this whatsoever. Taco, he does get 1. He's still alive. Hasn't even been hit. And there's an op to like kind of lock him in. Skadoodle's not there yet, but nothing just cleans him out. That's the tough part of this setup from Cole. As you were saying, it's designed really to help out more towards A, but still be a little bit safe for a mid to B split. And in that kind of a situation, you just abandon Taco.
Automatic's a danger man right here in middle. He could pick off Fallen. He saw his head, but he's going to get taken out by Fallen. That's a bit of a mistake there from Automatic. I think he was shocked that Fallen was actually waiting, and now we have a 4-on-3 situation in favor of SK once again.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult Skidoodle still has the AWP, but he's deep in tunnels watching the flank. All 4 members of SK are going to come through the window and the doors. Nothing with 1 kill. Continues the spray to get the next. And it's a great hold. Nothing in Shroud. Skidoodle's not even needed. All 5 kills for those 2. That's a second round on the board, so Cloud9 showing a little bit of life, but there's still a good amount of cash they have to burn through before they're going to get a reprieve.
Yeah, definitely. That B side is really difficult to retake, especially once you have 1 or 2 choke points smoked off, like it was just then. When you're the CTs, if you have utility left, you know, like Molotovs or Smokes, you need to have like an idea of who's going to smoke or Molotov what. A smoke at the big box in B, which in Australia we call Heaton for some reason, you know, maybe a smoke towards Upper Dark, Molotov if you have another one towards Back of Plat, and then a really good flash, you know, that's really important. Not just a flash over the top. Quick long play right now, spawn play from Cloud9, and they're going to get 2 quick kills.
Yeah, so Cloud9 not willing to go away from this fast aggression. This is really the first time it's worked. I think this is their 3rd attempt of really getting out long quickly. This time it's effective, and Fallen is trapped. That Molotov, Skidoodle, I mean, he's not. They throw the Molotov. This is a trigger point for me when I see this frequently. You throw the Molotov to flush people out, but you don't watch for it.
That was actually a great play, though. Like, they didn't know that Fallen was there because the smokes were just clearing. Automatically threw that Molotov, which I haven't actually seen been used before. And they were able to get the kill off it, like you said, Skidoodle picking out a bit too early, but no real dramas there. Cold Zero's going to save that AWP. Well, he's going to try to save that AWP. He's got 40 seconds right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's far enough away from the action. Doesn't look like Stewie's too committed. He's actually going out towards... Actually, he's coming back to CT spawn, but no one else is really there. So if Stewie falls here, I don't think there's any chance Cloud9 actually takes this gun out of his hands. So Cole, this would be huge for them to be able to save that because, like we said, I mean, I said there was a lot of money to burn through. It's actually pretty much all gone now. I think they had to maybe drop one over that I didn't notice, but Cold, if he saves this up, that's what we've seen. You know, early on they were willing to force buy with a low economy in that I believe it was the 5th round, and they were able to win it. But if you have an AWP, you are more than willing to buy around that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If they save this up, they probably will force into this next round. They want to keep this lead, right? You don't want to get to like a 10-5 or maybe even a 9-6. You want to keep the foot in the throat of Cloud9 and have a big as lead as possible right now. And a pause will come in. This is probably where they're going to talk through the situation. Will they buy? Will they take an eco?
Yeah, and that was definitely an SK tactical pause as well. So Taco can buy a rifle. Fallen maybe go back on that scout. He did get 3 kills with it the previous time they had to force buy, and then Fur and FNX might be stuck on pistols, but no big worries there. And there's the scout buy over to Fallen. So I don't think this is really a pause. I think they go into this pause knowing they want to buy. They're just figuring out how to manage the economy because they're not fully investing. It's basically just Taco drop the scout to Fallen, and everyone else, you know, is pretty much going to save.
I don't think I've seen as many pauses at this event as we did at New York. New York, it was just like once the teams grasped the system, they were using the pauses very well. Even if like they weren't losing, they were still using the pauses to help keep themselves in the lead. And that's what I think with this new system. It's actually, you know, it's different, but there's strategy behind it, and I'm all about the strategy. I like seeing it used.
Yeah, I mean I'm of the same opinion. I like the strategy behind when they use pauses and everything, but I think it is a little bit jarring at times when you're watching.
Yeah, I suppose. It's not as bad as like NFL or NBA where they can just take a tactical timeout and then you go to an actual ad break. At least people still get to listen to the soothing tones of our voices.
This is a good point. It's all about giving us more time to talk.
Yeah, I just want more camera time if that's possible.
So if you could start coming to the camera at these pauses.
Yeah, just at the pauses, just show my face.
Well, Cold's going to have the AWP. We could actually just put a camera on Matt. You know he'd love that. Cold has this op out towards long, and he's blind, but he still gets the kill. But that's a huge trade. I mean, Cloud9's going to love that trade. They'll sacrifice Shroud for that op any day of the week because that's a lot of the danger of this buy is now gone.
They've got control of the AWP as well. It's not like he got that pick, got traded, and then the CTs could pick it up again. They have full control of this AWP right now, so that means Cloud9 don't have to make any rash decisions. They're not worried about where the AWP is. They're not just going to run to the other side expecting the rest of the players to be there to salvage that AWP. They can, you know, potentially throw the weapon away, take their time, regroup, find more information, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Well, speaking of information, Fallen's using that scout, how you were talking about the op being used for information, looking up mid, seeing absolutely nothing. So with that being said, he's going to think the pressure's coming along, and he's correct. Oh, FNX with a taser. I didn't even see that. The Zeus has a huge impact, but Automatic just says no more of that. But what a sick play from FNX.
Did he get that completely blind in the smoke?
I think it was through the smoke.
What the?
That's so good.
I love the noise it makes when you die to a Zeus.
The like squawk?
Yeah, it's good.
Or is it a scream?
It's his favorite CSGO noise.
Oh, that's so epic. Nicely done from FNX.
But yeah, no kill reward for that anymore, is it?
Like, isn't it like $50 or $100 or something like that? Yeah,
it's,
I mean, no, but it's style points. Do you put any stock on like maybe it's like the psychological warfare aspect of it?
Not really.
Not really?
Nah, if you buy it, you're a bit of a clown.
Good save.
Yeah.
Good pivot there.
I was gonna.
Yep.
I was gonna go.
You were gonna go for number 2.
Full Aussie.
Well, this is going to be a 4th round for Cloud9, so it was looking so dire. And as we just had that conversation about pauses, I don't think Cloud9 didn't take one in that 9-1 run that SK was on. So
yeah, unusual.
They break through it despite not having a pause. Maybe it's just because they don't really have any other idea of what kind of strategy they want to pivot into.
And there's no real outside voice. They don't have a coach who's going to be feeding them ideas. They can talk through it. You know, they could do tactical ecos in the freeze time. They're all going to be talking and speaking their mind regardless. So probably getting through it there. I would still want to see the pauses used. You get 2.5. May as well use them.
Well, I know some teams, and I believe you told me this, you guys had a rule when you were in Renegades, if you lost 6 in a row at any point, no matter what, it was an automatic pause.
Yeah, it was 6 to 7. So it depended on the map or how we're feeling at the time. But anywhere from 6 to 7, we'd take a pause. It's just to settle people. Like, I felt Azza was a player who was like, I think he's the best Australian player, really benefit from, just a pause if they're not playing so well.
Yeah.
Early exchange right now is it's a 4v4 and a fast up long is coming right now from Cloud9.
Oh, it looked like Fallen wanted to peek that, but I think the smoke grenade actually slowed him down, and he turns just in time after getting blind, and thankfully he did because Stewie was there ready to pounce it. Automatic again, just perching up in this bomb site, just like the last round, and getting a kill. So Cloud9, I mean, this round was a little bit slower, but once they got going, they just never slowed down. They never stopped. So it's looking like it's going to be a round for Cloud9 and SK with no kit, with no utility. They're just going to want to save these for the last round of the half.
Yeah, their economy basically in the bin right now. They're going to drop whatever they can for the next round. The problem is with these AWPs, running a double AWP setup, you're only getting a $100 kill reward, right? I don't understand it. I'm sure the Valve devs can explain it to me. I think that it deserves a $300 kill reward. Sure, an AWP is very powerful, and if you have good AWPers on your team and you can use it that way, but to only be rewarded $100, it hampers especially the CT economy so much, and it's just a hindrance, I think, because you want to see people. You don't want to see people having an AWP every single round. They should be punished for bad economy management. But when you're only getting $100 and you're one of the most skilled players on the server, it's a bit disheartening. I think you want to get paid for the work you're doing.
For the kills, yeah, absolutely.
You're a mercenary after all.
Speaking for all the oppers.
Yeah.
You should start like an op union.
Oh, maybe.
It's not a bad idea. Cloud9 now has really come back in this matchup. 4 straight for them, and a good decision. There's a pause. It's not tactical. It's actually technical.
Yeah.
So I mean, this has been a great recovery from Cloud9, and it seems like that previous round you've seen the adjustments that have been made, not necessarily on the macro scale, but like micro, like realizing that the last time they did a mid to B split, there was cold Zera behind those boards under the B window, and they just spammed it that previous round. That was the first kill. So they spam it. They find that. And, this might be a big reason why. I see on your screen you're hovering over Automatic, who we mentioned only had 0 kills a few rounds back. He's now up to 7, so his output has been vastly increased.
Yeah, so just a few impact frags from him here and there, and they're able to put a few more rounds on the board. So that's what you want to see. Skadoodle's dropped off a little bit. He was leading the way early for the boys in Cloud9.
He's actually dropped off a lot. I think he was leading with 8.
Yeah, but the way that they've been playing it hasn't really allowed for AWP picks. They've been playing relatively quickly, so he's more in the back lines coming up after the action's already happened. They're not working around the AWP. So this is the thing with AWPers. If you're going to play like fast-paced spawn CS, the AWPer has to be a really good combat AWPer. He has to be willing to get in there and be good at those fast flicks, or you have to either work around him to the sense of we're gonna flash for you, we're going to allow you to have these picks, we're going to smoke, I'm going to jump out for you to open up a line, all that kind of stuff. So right now the fast style doesn't really lean towards giving AWPer chances. We are going to see 2 on the T side of Cloud9 now.
And that'll be interesting to see if that slows it down, because one of them is Stewie, just a very fast player, and he's going for a pick over towards this B bomb site. Not going to find anything of it. That smoke is just going to let him know that it's wasted time for him to be there. But they have 4 members here. They only have, again, it's only automatic. So this was the same thing they did with that timing push in over B a couple rounds ago. This was kind of how they set it up. And because they don't have map control, they do have to be a little bit cautious as they come back. There could have been someone pushed up catwalk. Could have been someone creeping up towards long. So Stewie with this op, I mean, he's maintaining a lot of aggression with it, using it in the front line.
It's going to be action on Fallen here in a second. Stewie's going to be coming around the corner. Flash comes over, Fallen gets blind, drops back, so the exchange is missed by both players there, but cat control is now gained, so a lot of information, a lot of map control for Cloud9, and they can dictate the play, because all members of of SK are back in their sights very deep right now. All 3 members of SK are in the A side. They're going to try and retake short, it looks like, as flashes go off, and they might push through the smoke.
Yeah, and I mean, I can tell you from experience, being 3 defenders inside the A bomb site feels very uncomfortable. You have to choose somewhere to push. It's got to either be catwalk or it's got to be long. Now they're feeling the pressure, so now that they've gotten aggressive, Fur's leading the way. He'll have a quick flank, but this is going to be a mid to B split. Taco and Cold inside the site. Fallen with the op can't really do too much through the smoke, but the flank off catwalk is going to come so quick. Fallen comes right through, but he misses the shot. He gets blind at the wrong moment, and there's Cold. The B bomb site is open. Fur's going to be quick into B tunnels, and FNX has just got to be patient. He's not the one to make a play, but unfortunately both choke points are smoked off. Skadoodle, he comes out with a pistol, and he wins that with a Tech 9. That is a critical fight to win. And FNX, a big job to do. He's got automatic and Skadoodle low, but there's just so many targets as he comes through either of these choke points. Oh, it's a nice pre-fire. Gets the kill onto Skadoodle. He's just got automatic at 19. If he can find that one, it would be huge. Nothing beneath him, and he spots that out, so now he knows where one is. What can he do with this information? And now he finds the other, but it's nothing to end it quickly. So Cloud9, they recover so nicely in this first half. They're going to end with 6 rounds. They didn't go away from that aggressive, fast-paced style. And nothing ends on top, 14-9. So we'll see if they can continue that comeback to close out the entire match when we return from the halftime break. And welcome back.
We tricked you.
Yeah, we did. The timer.
Yeah.
Let's throw you for some loops.
Hope you weren't getting a coffee or something, because we're live.
Yeah, well, it did start out as a 23-minute countdown, so that would have been...
Yeah, so you're ordering your pizza, you've left the house,
Yep.
you're in the car, next minute we're live.
Yeah, and now you get back with your, what's your favorite type? Like cheese pizza?
I just like
Pepperoni?
ham and cheese. I'm a plain kind of guy.
I don't like ham on my pizzas.
Really?
I'm a veggie pizza kind of guy. Good talks, good times. Well, hopefully you do have your pizza. Hopefully it was ordered before halftime. 6-9 for Cloud9 as they make a comeback. They did win 5 straight at the end of that first half. Now on the defense. And it's 4 players with armor and decoys, and then Skadoodle with 2 flashes and a kit. Aggressive? Oh, Taco's just running out long. He takes a decent amount of damage, but that's going to scare Cloud9 away. They fall right back. All 3 members were there, but they don't want to mess with it. Nothing is stuck at Car at the moment, and SK's going to fall away. The bomb this whole time, meanwhile, has been in the upper B tunnel, so that was not the final play. They just wanted to push back that defense. Skadoodle and Shroud are both on the ramp. I mean, they're in very awkward positions, halfway between long, halfway between the site. They have to figure out where they want to go. And SK, they're adjusting quickly.
I'm really confused by this, right? You've gone out long, you've seen that nobody's there, and you've pushed them away. and you're still leaning towards the B side of the map, right? That's where you know most of the CTs are going to be like towards either middle or cat, and they're walking out mid to B right now, and a crossfire is set up between Shroud and Automatic. As smoke comes in, he can't see anything. He's spamming through the smoke, but SK quickly making their way up B hill.
Yeah, the pressure is 4 players from mid. It's just so hard for the B players to deal with that. Nice shot from Automatic. Can he get one more? No. That would have been huge, and there's Cold cutting off the rotations. Actually, Cold, I mean, he was the one player that you think is going to come out mid in that split, and instead he just chills. Shroud clotheslines him for his troubles, but it's still a 2-on-3 retake. They do have a kit on Skadoodle, but he's got no armor, so that's going to be deadly against the Glocks. And SK, they've gone passive. Cold's going to come out mid a little bit delayed. Taco is in the tunnel, so we can delay for time, but here it comes. Oh, Cold peeks at the exact moment that Shroud wanted to enter the site, so Skadoodle can't help him. And now Shroud is just stuck between 2 different sides. This is going to be a pistol round for SK. He hasn't even... Oh, he does have the kit, but it's not enough. 10-6.
It's so frustrating when you're stuck between players like that. You know, Shroud just wants to hit the one tap on the head there so he can go and take another duel, but instead he's constantly worrying about getting prodded and poked from either direction, and not a lot you can do in a 1v3 on the pistol round with no utility and the player's relatively high HP.
Yeah, and it's tough to imagine. I mean, 4 players coming from mid. You just even if with the scenario where the B players to choose to defend once. Okay.
Good night, sweet prince. Shroud's bought a scout. I think Stewie had the deagle there, and everyone else seems to have taken like a relative. Oh no, wait. Yeah, no, a relative eco. Nothing bought something. Must have left spawn late and bought something because he's got a P250 armor. I didn't say that at the start.
Yeah, I mean, that's not going to be... I mean, with that pick, I mean, that's a 6 shot from Fallen, but this is just going to be so tough. Automatic with the deagle and the B-bomb set all alone, so, I mean, Cloud9 with a small gamble out towards A. 3 players here.
What's more frustrating than crossing mid at the start of a round and getting headshot through the doors? Like, honestly, you're only in the round for, what, 5 seconds and you're already dead. And then you have to sit here and watch your teammates. And then if you've got somebody like Skadoodle who wants to, you know, stay alive and try and protect and get as much money as you can, you're waiting the whole round. It's really frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing more frustrating than, I mean, with an AWP you can kind of understand it. With a scout, I think that's the frustrating part. Oh, that's a nice blind shot, but Taco's there to recover, and he gets 3 kills very quickly. So there's some more of that money bonus. Nothing with the deagle. Oh, that's another blind headshot as Cole just walks right into the bullet. If nothing can get one more, that'd be huge, but it's not going to happen. Fallen jumping around to the MAC-10 using the movement advantage. So SK up again, and this is now, I mean, this is going to be tough because it's much like the last match we just saw where FaZe had 2 big leads to start each half, and now it's SK like that. I mean, they've won both pistol rounds, and Cloud9 really has to put a stop to this very quickly once the guns get in their hands.
The problem is with the CT economy for Cloud9 is even if they take that first gun round, but they lose a lot of numbers, they're going to struggle into the second, and more than likely, unless this anti goes horribly wrong for SK, they're going to have enough money to string 2 gun rounds back to back, and that's where the CT economy. It's a cruel mistress. Yeah,
it's brutal.
She's not a nice one. You got to string a couple of rounds together to build up that bank, and even if you max out on money, if you're having a lot of AWPs and utility, it's still not impossible for the Ts to get on top of you. 2 gun rounds in a row, and you're already starting to struggle.
Yep, and I mean, this is going to be a clean sweep, and there's those SMGs again, the front line just trying to build up the money. Another way in which the terrorist economy is much better. Not as cruel of a mistress, a little bit nicer of a mistress.
Yeah, definitely. They want you to blow things up, apparently. So, AWP will come out here on Fallen. Taco might hold on to that UMP. I hope he does.
Well, I mean, Cloud9 says you guys can do it. We'll do it as well. Double op setup right in the 4th round. So, I mean, you talk about how hard it is to manage the economy early on for CTs. Well, 2 ops isn't going to make it the best, and getting tagged if you're Stewie. You just talked about it. There's nothing really more frustrating than dying, but definitely getting tagged like that does not make you a happy camper.
They're not using the AWPs to find information in mid either. It's relatively reserved from these guys.
I've noticed that on Dust 2, for some time now. I mean, at the beginning of CSGO, teams were challenging mid constantly, like every single round. Now teams just seem to think that that's not, the odds are not worth the fight if you're a CT. So I mean, you see often mid control and as an extension cat control given up pretty freely for the most part.
The reason that you want to keep teams honest in that sense is even if a team is going to be thorough with their default, they're going to throw their flashes and smokes to negate you. That's fine. They just want to push you back. If you don't have any presence at all and they decide not to throw anything, like you said, you're giving it away for free. And that's exactly what's happened right now. There's no Xbox smoke. They didn't worry about flashing over mid or flashing for that close cat AWPer. SK are just able to walk up with all their members.
Yeah, and 4 smokes, 4 Molotovs, and Skadoodle is in a position where even if he gets a kill here, it's so hard to fall back. He has no cover except dropping down. There's a good find, though. Taco not expecting that one, so at this point, that's a smart smart play for Skadoodle and Cold, though. I mean, him and Shroud are going to be, this is like a face-off style, back-to-back. And he's going to pounce at any moment. Shroud now, he's going to get one kill. This is where Cold should push through, and he has. He's jumped through. He finds that kill. Skadoodle now, those flashbangs. He's going to still hold the angle, and Stewie's here. He's not aware that Cold is to his right, so Cold is just being a menace at the moment. And there it is. There's another kill. Fallen with one onto automatic. The bomb is down on Catwalk. But SK still has a lot of progress to make, and actually with 15 seconds left, Fallen might just bail out.
Does he have time to get there? This is going to be close. He's got to go to the mid. They have to fight this.
Yeah, well, I mean, Skadoodle's got the tough part now of knowing that Cold is watching. What a round from Cold.
What a monster. That's a 4K from him. Nice and easy.
Yeah, and he was away from the action. He does that as a very aggressive lurk coming through the smoke to get one, and then just staying there and preventing anyone from coming to support that site. So even though SK loses all the fights at the actual bomb site, Cold just wins everything else.
That would have been really tight. I think it was like 10 seconds left as Fallen was starting to like run up the B hill, so I'm not sure how close to getting the bomb down he would have been. So Skadoodle taking that fight, he wanted to stop them from even getting anywhere near it, but Cold just too good.
I think we've said that a lot, that Cold is just too good. And either way, this is not the SK that we've seen, you know, being a little bit more impotent in the past few months. This is a very confident SK.
Yeah, well, with the games that SK have lost, it's been versus VP, right? Like the team who's currently #1 in the world. So it's seeing them lose is the bit that's surprising. But the opponents that they were losing to in VP, that's obviously such a good team. You expect them to take these games versus Cloud9. We know that they're the hope of NA and they're currently the best NA team. But you really have to still back SK, you know? Even though they were slumping, it's like not a normal slump. It's not like an NA level slump. It's like a world-class level slump.
So they're not slumping so bad that they're an NA team.
Well, it's fine. Lucky Henry's on the desk. We can make some UK jokes. He can bring in the easy skins thing. It doesn't really matter, but his team finished towards the bottom of Pro League, and mine technically came 4th and couldn't attend.
I like it. Take that, Hank.
Hank G fans.
Can't even respond.
This is the best kind of banter.
I know, it
Just
really
get away
is.
for free.
I love it. I'm sure we'll hear from it later over those soft drinks that we'll be having. Yeah, Ops out for Skadoodle, Op out for Fallen. Full utility this time. I mean, still no real challenge, but this time in mid, you'll see Automatic is playing a little bit closer to Shroud, so they can be aggressive. They can pop, flash, and peek if there is going to be some kind of mid pressure. And all the meanwhile, it looks like Fallen's going to be setting up Taco to go see what he can find out long. There's the flash. Taco turns from it, and he runs his way out through a Molotov. He's blind, but so is nothing in pit, and Taco's just running into Molotov after Molotov.
That was really good wall smokes. They used the Molotov as well, and they've isolated the pit player. They are going to grab that kill, and it's a 3-on-5 situation right now for SK. If they just regroup at this point, take it as a team, trade out efficiently, this round is in the bag, and that's match point.
This is the tough part. Maybe you have a different opinion of this, but this is where you look at Skadoodle and you really are a little bit disappointed in his impact, because both of his teammates over at A have fallen, and that's his first shot he's taken in the round right there on Defer.
Conserving ammo, of course.
Yeah. I mean, that's where you know, normally in the past you'd see him get involved. You'd see him try and hold that with his teammates around those smokes, try and bail nothing out of the pit, but for the moment he's just fallen back. So I don't know what your opinion is. I know, you know, there's been a lot of talk, a lot of criticism of him, but right at the moment he just doesn't seem like he wants to get involved in the action. He's like, you know, in Top Gun when Maverick just like bails out of the dogfight right at the end. That's like Skadoodle. He needs someone like Sean or something to like call him up and be like, well, come on, Skadoodle.
Was Sean like basing the team, because I don't know the inner workings, you probably have a better idea than me, was he basing stuff around Skadoodle, giving him all the chances? Because I don't feel Cloud9 would be doing that, right? They're basing a lot of their stuff around Stewie.
Right.
And he is the star of the team. I completely understand that. But if you want to give somebody who can potentially be a star AWPer and has been in the past of Skadoodle, you have to give him or build him something to give him some confidence. It seems like that's been completely lost from him. But his teammates are willing to support him. I've seen that on Twitter.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've talked about it a lot. Definitely, they're not basing strategies around him, but I think that more stems from the fact that he just he is not that like dynamic, aggressive, like playmaking AWPer that he used to be.
Exactly, but there's a difference. I think people go, "Oh, we give our AWPers freedom." There's a difference between giving your AWPers freedom and actually helping them find picks. There's no point going, "We let the guy do whatever he wants." That only goes so far. You need to be able to set him up with smokes, flashes, Molotovs, plays to actually push the Ts or the CTs, depending on, into his crosshair. You just go, oh, we let him do whatever he wants. Well, that's only half of the puzzle, right? It's a team game. He can go for aggressive picks if that's what he's feeling, or he can go for aggressive plays with the AWP. There needs to be more to it than that, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely more than 50-50 battles. Well, now we have an execution, and Shroud is going to have to do a lot. That's a nice shot. Falling in the air, Taco goes down. FNX follows as well, but the A bomb site is open. It's Shroud, Automatic, and Stewie, all with FAMASes. They have no kits. They have a smoke and a decoy for whatever that can do. And Automatic and Stewie still are not close to retaking this bomb site. They're going to have to meet up on Catwalk, but the kits is, like I said, it's already missing. So there's nothing they can really do here. They have to do this quickly, and there's coldzera just right against the wall, out in the open, and he does great damage. Gets 1 kill and great damage, and Stewie's got to win a 1-on-2 to keep him in this, and he's got to do it fast. Furza low at long, but Fallen with the off angle misses that shot. And now he just jumps up and he ends it. Fallen wants to get out of here, so SK looking good on home soil.
Easy enough right there for SK, and this is the team I want to see. You know, I think they need one more victory now to secure themselves a spot in that. I'm not going to. Don't lock that in. Don't take that to the bank.
Yeah.
I'm just saying things. That's kind of my job. But I think, you know, that this is looking like the better SK unit. This is the one we want to see, especially in Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. This looked much more clinical. It's much more confident from them, not only as individuals but as teams or as a team. So, yeah, definitely picking it up here at the end, where it seemed like they had a shaky match or two on the first day. But what are I mean, this is now Cloud9 still, they're 2-1 now, so they still should be sitting pretty good at the top of their group.
Yeah, the problem, we could have like a drawn group. I think we can have like, there's so many different potential ties that we could have, which would make it messy, because as I was saying before, and I think I gave you the wrong impression, that rounds matter. Apparently rounds don't matter.
I thought rounds mattered.
Yeah, I asked Graham. He said rounds don't matter.
Yeah, he came up and he showed me during that last match, so that was fun. But yeah, rounds don't matter, but that win certainly does for SK. So we're going to send it back to Alex, Yanko, and Blue to see Blue's tier, since he finally predicted a North American team, and now he's got to feel the salt.
All right, there you go. SK C9 managed to pick that one up, and SK do manage to go ahead and get another win on the board. Convincingly so as well. Yanko and Blue joining me for our final desk segment of the day, and I think we have to kind of address the elephant in the room that is Cloud9 CT side, unable to make too much happen. Yeah, I had to just think about that one. God, it really has been a long one. Unable to make things happen, Yanko.
That's true. I mean,
9-6
in the end, they needed to do more in the second half, but I actually believe that Cloud9, the round that really cost them the game was that anti-eco they had early on in the first half, because yes, they did lose the pistol, but in the 2 following eco rounds, they managed to get the plant both time. They managed to get a lot of kills as well, so they were putting pressure on SK's economy. They win the first gun round with some unreal pace too, just running towards Cat, jumping down CT spawn, and basically that one round forces SK to go on an eco, and I felt if Cloud9 wins that round, then they have, you know, more room to take risks, and their T side was actually pretty good in terms of decision making and game plan and what they wanted to do on the map itself. They weren't phased by the fact that their B split didn't work the first time around, that, you know, Cold got 2 kills with the Op, Taco got 3 kills with the M4. They kept pressuring that B site, and they got a lot of rounds towards the end.
More importantly, too, if they are able to control the economy early on in that game, then they deny the double op setup from ever becoming a problem. That allowed SK to hold so much control over the first half there, and it just didn't really seem like Cloud9 was really able to do much to overcome that. Automatic as well was really quiet for the first quarter of the entire match, and then we really only saw him coming in towards the very end, and by that point it was far too gone.
Of course, the recurring theme as well was just that CT side cruel mistress economy. SMGs from SK just building so much bank, and you just see constantly Cloud9, when they did go into the 4th round, they did go double ops. It was almost too little too late. SK running away with it at that point.
I mean, the problem is you lose both pistols as Cloud9. Yeah. You don't get that good start. And in the first gun round, it was really messy from SK. You could see the plan, coldzera sneaking in towards CT spawn. They wanted to go Cat. Skadoodle had a cool angle, something you don't see very often on the ledge towards Cat. You could see that Taco wasn't expecting that. He gets the kill, sees the bomb, so gets a pretty good idea that they want to end towards the A bomb site. Really little time left for SK in that round, but coldzera bails them out with getting the last 2 kills. 14-6 at that point, you know, really an almost unsurmountable feat before Cloud9 to get 10 rounds and win the game. From
Cloud9 though do concede their first. We do finally see a 1 next in the L column next to Cloud9's name, and I don't know how much more there needs to be said about this one. SK, of course, picking that up in our final game of the day. I think it's time to recap what a day it has been, gentlemen, after we do see, of course, C9 unable to make a single round happen on their defensive side of Dust 2. Let's go bring them up, though, the scores on the doors after day 2, and we can see the results that we did witness. We've seen some North America versus South America, we've seen some Europe versus North America, and all round we have also managed to see a little bit glimpse of the sexy CS we have to look forward to. That is, of course, what I'm alluding to, is bringing up what's coming up, or what we have just witnessed today. There we are. It's, of course, Optic versus Liquid was how we started. Is this day 1 or day 2? This is day 1. I recognize all of these. Yeah, okay. Well, this was day one, either way, and you can see that those were the initial wins Cloud9 picked up. Those full 30 rounds versus FaZe was something that we did witness. However, now Cloud9 get that one next to their name. SK the ones to throw that blow.
That might prove to be crucial for Cloud9, seeing as how they dropped this map against SK. They did win against FaZe. FaZe got a win against Dignitas today, so those teams will be in close contention, obviously dependent on how the games go tomorrow.
And that's, of course, another thing to look forward to. Everything going on from today is going to be played in the arena. I actually wrote it down how to say it phonetically on my phone because I'm going to butcher it otherwise, and my phone is totally upstairs. This is the results from day 2, though, and you can see...
Sick stuff.
That's
from today.
Yeah, that is today. Okay, Mouz Sports versus Optic Gaming. SK picking up that stomping on Overpass as well in Group B. And you're right. I mean, seeing that result for Cloud9 does make this group a whole lot more dicey. I can't help but feel, Blue, if I asked you to choose a game that had you on the edge of your seat, those 30 rounds, NRG, NiP, probably at the tip of your tongue.
Well, it's crazy, right? Because they start off so dominant in that matchup, and it looks like they're just going to crush NiP, but all of a sudden they lose all of that momentum in all of one swing there, too. And then GetRight picks up full momentum and full swing there, too, by the end of that one. That last round is testament to that one, and he just completely shuts down Energy, and they somehow make that massive comeback happen to be able to win that match. Doesn't even end up going to overtime, which is the part that surprises me the most.
Soul-destroying loss for NRG, and perhaps not so soul-destroying Dignitas versus FaZe, Yanko. That was a matchup that I don't think the devs quite anticipated to see go the way it did.
Absolutely not. I mean, Dignitas is really hot right now, in good form, but against FaZe, fortunately they lose both pistol rounds. It's a best of one. Config was having, he was having a quiet game. He wasn't performing, getting those kills, but I feel it's not his fault that much to an extent. First gun round, he dies being aggressive, but after that, they were playing mostly passive around mid, and maybe that's not where he's at his most comfortable.
Now, with the 2 days of play done, it seems clear that the Group A top 3 is almost locked in. I mean, you've got Optic, Envy, and Mouz Sports basically sit riding high. It's Liquid and Immortals have been yet able to make too much of an impact in this tournament. However, they will be playing tomorrow still. NRG, no, they will not be present. However, we will be seeing them play a game for placement, yes, tomorrow as well. And that's what else is coming up tomorrow. Let's bring up the games that... You had
no schedule.
We have no schedule. It's a little difficult to decipher sometimes, but either way, there is, of course, a little bit of an outlook towards tomorrow. The games we haven't seen, you were thinking about it, Yanko. I saw you theory crafting what SK had yet to play. There was one, SK Dig is one.
Yeah, the SK Dig is tomorrow. That's going to be great. And for Immortals, unfortunately, they've been looking super shaky. I have a tough time seeing them making it out of the groups tomorrow. I feel it has to be that home crowd giving them, you know, that extra, making them play really, you know, maybe reminding them of how they can play, getting the crowd behind them, getting some momentum. One of the games will be against Liquid, if I'm not mistaken, so maybe they can use that as a boost. But unfortunately, I believe the first game tomorrow is Immortals Mouz Sports, which is going to be an extremely difficult task for them.
Yeah. With Mouz Sports, I mean, showing up as strong as they are, though, and the Immortals, I mean, dropping to Optic as well, it's certainly not going to be an easy task, and Mouz Sports have been showing up in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Lowell having a very impressive tournament so far, and the rest of the team really showing up, too. I don't think there's really been a really weak link so far as Mouz Sports is concerned.
I think Mouz Sports are probably one of the exciting premises, alongside Envy. I mean, these guys have already demonstrated that they could very well be a contender as well in those playoffs. I think that's an intriguing prospect.
Definitely looking super solid so far. Of course, you would like to see how they perform when it comes to the playoffs and best of threes, when they have to play maps that they're not as comfortable on. So yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how that goes.
You raised the best of 3 point before about Optic. When they get to the playoffs, that's something that we haven't really seen too much of them. Of course, best of one seems to be their specialty, but we'll be seeing all of that tomorrow. And so we're going to be migrating from the ESL studios pretty much down the road, a quick drive over to the arena where we're going to be seeing a sold-out crowd. That's right, indeed. Tickets have been absolutely sold out, and it's absolutely awesome. We're going to be having a Brazilian crowd. We know the passion Brazilian fans have. They're even going to get to see both SK and Immortals play tomorrow, and you will too if you join us a little bit later on the same stream. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and disappear. When we come back tomorrow, we'll be in a very different place with very bright lights and very loud fans. We hope to see you there.
The Mountain Dew League is definitely the biggest thing that's giving us exposure, and that's basically what this kind of league does. It just promotes growth in smaller teams, and you can really make a name for yourself. We definitely have a possibility to raise some eyebrows, and people are going to be surprised.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's gonna get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. He gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh!